In the world lies a vast river of time, where every ripple that surfaces tells a tale. Luo Baiyue traverses this river in reverse, uncovering countless hidden secrets. She is both a traveler against the current and a rewriter of predetermined narratives. Renowned as the apocalypse judge, Gao Yunjing ultimately falls victim to humanity's treachery, compelled to employ his final resort to reconstruct the entire world for the sake of rebirth. He wanders aimlessly across boundless icy plains, ultimately returning to the desolate wilderness of his origins. Upon reopening his eyes, prepared to rewrite everything, he discovers his former nemesis, Luo Baiyue, standing at his bedside. Thus, he finds himself inexplicably cherished. Chapter 1. The Traveler Against the Current of Time. In the year 942 AD, within the Empire of Yanhua, the dim sky glimmered with a faint blood-red hue, while the trees outside the sick room had long since withered. A few crows soared across the horizon, alighting upon the desolate branches. Their harsh, discordant calls added an air of desolation to the land. The Xinjiang City People's Hospital. The impeccably smooth floors gleamed as if newly polished, adorned with lavish furnishings. Were it not for the array of advanced medical equipment connected to the frail patient in the bed, one would hardly believe this was a hospital room. Within the special ward, a heavy atmosphere prevailed. The local dignitaries of Xinjiang City lowered their statures, unable to meet the gaze of the young girl before them. She possessed a delicate beauty, her features exquisitely painted, her tall, slender form clad in loose casual attire that appeared oversized. Silky black hair was drawn into a high ponytail, cascading casually down her back. Is he Gao Yunjing? A middle-aged man in a tailored suit stepped forward, his demeanor respectful. Indeed, Miss Luo, according to your description, there's only this Gao Yunjing in all of Xinjiang City. The girl's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she waved her hand impatiently. You may leave. Understood. The others in the war began to withdraw, their demeanor almost obsequious, unwilling to raise their eyes to the girl. It was only once they had exited the room that they dared to wipe away the imaginary sweat from their brows. The man who stood at the center, of average height and unremarkable appearance, possessed an innate authority that commanded respect without uttering a word. What on earth is happening? How could Luo Baiyue from the central city come here to seek out a man who has been paralyzed for 3 years? A voice emerged from the gathering. The mayor has discovered that Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue are actually betrothed. However, due to Gao Yunjing's diminished status, this matter has long been overlooked. The speaker was Secretary Wang, a tall man who, despite standing behind the mayor, seemed to diminish his stature. What shall we do, Mayor? Indeed, they are betrothed, yet we have only provided Gao Yunjing with the most ordinary of hospital accommodations. What if they direct their ire at us? Yes, Mayor, please devise a solution. Upon learning of the engagement between Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue, the once arrogant officials were suddenly fraught with anxiety. Silence. Mayor Wang's brow furrowed deeply as he glared at them, his voice rising in anger. What are you afraid of? Do not tell me that you, high-ranking officials, would stoop to harassing a comatose individual. Over the past 3 years, Gao Yunjing's hospital expenses do not suggest he has the means. Has he not survived solely due to government assistance? With that, Mayor Wang swept out of the room, incredulous at the incompetence of these power-hungry bureaucrats. Secretary Wang exchanged a meaningful glance with the officials. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remain composed. He then turned to follow the mayor's footsteps out of the room. The remaining officials exchanged wary glances, casting a final apprehensive look at the hospital room before departing in silence. Inside the ward, Luo Baiyue regarded the young man on the bed with a complex expression. The boy lay pale and emaciated, his eyes sunken deep, his skin slack and lifeless, resembling a tattered rag. A figure on the brink of death. Is this truly the Gao Yunjing of yore? Luo Baiyue murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear. She harbored a secret that she was reluctant to acknowledge. She was indeed a reincarnated being, a trope oft exploited in novels. In her previous life, she was the revered Qingwei Empress, while the man before her on the sickbed was the infamous apocalypse judge. When they first crossed paths in her past life, she had already ascended to greatness as the acclaimed protector of humanity, while he had claimed the title of judge during the apocalypse, establishing the notorious organization known as the Judicators. Yet, Luo Baiyue was certain that the Gao Yunjing she first encountered, tall and handsome, exuding an air of refined elegance, stood in stark contrast to the wretched figure before her now. This man was utterly destitute. Even his former hospital room had been the dirtiest and most ordinary, and this luxurious suite was a result of her financial intervention. In that lifetime, their fates began to intertwine at the age of 27, when Gao Yunjing had already begun to make his mark, a challenge insurmountable for most. Consequently, humanity dispatched her, a prodigious talent endowed with both ice and water spirits. It was then that she first fell victim to his cunning. Gao Yunjing was shrewd, enigmatic, and a master of deception. One could never discern his true self from the facade he projected. Thus, The greatest talent of humanity was ensnared by the leader of a criminal organization. From that point, fate seemed to bind them. No matter her schemes or stratagems, Gao Yunjing always emerged unscathed. Moreover, regardless of how conspicuous her traps were, he would eagerly rush into them, ultimately waving her off with a nonchalant farewell. And so, time progressed to the year 1054 AD, when Gao Yunjing was cornered for the first time, yet he remained composed, his demeanor unshaken. Then, an indescribably brilliant light flashed, and Luo Baiyue found herself in a river. The river was broad and magnificent, yet the current flowed surprisingly gently. As she moved against its flow, a myriad of images flickered before her eyes. Only then did she realize that this was no ordinary river. It was the river of time. As she journeyed upstream along this river, Luo Baiyue uncovered far too many secrets that had eluded her understanding. For instance, she learned of the betrothal between herself and her lifelong adversary, Gao Yunjing. Moreover, she discovered that the Judicators, an organization he had founded, had committed atrocities against officials who had long since crossed the line, steeped in corruption beyond redemption. Regrettably, she returned in a haze before she could fully comprehend the entirety of it all, that in this lifetime. She successfully located him, now a vegetative state drawing upon her. Lingering memories of him and her network of connections, Luo Baiyue gazed at Gao Yunjing, who lay in bed, and couldn't help but think, my friend, you seem to possess the fate of a protagonist. A 15-year-old prodigy, suddenly paralyzed for 3 years. Orphaned, yet betrothed to a remarkable genius. What a remarkable young man. After all this time, you're the main character while I am relegated to a mere supporting role? Luo Baiyue silently approached Gao Yunjing, her delicate, fair hand caressing his face. With just a gentle press, this future judge of the world, this harbinger of twilight, could vanish into oblivion. Her touch was exceedingly tender, akin to that of a long-lost lover or a mother comforting her child. Her ruby lips parted. It has truly been a long time. Gao Yunjing. A chill permeated the hospital room, the coldness materializing in the air, wisps of ice-blue ribbons embodying an exquisite frigidness. The boy on the sickbed began to tremble, his body reacting to the cold. A vegetative state does not equate to death, for the body retains its instincts. The room was awash with waves of chill, yet the cold never encroached upon the youth. Luo Baiyue's hand remained gently stroking Gao Yunjing, uncertain whether she should extinguish his life. In this world, deities exist, yet they harbor no benevolence towards humanity, choosing instead to enslave them. Thus, they were sealed away by an indescribable entity, and many gods perished, leaving humanity with the remnants of their genes. Through the fusion with these genes, humanity acquired the power of void spirits, granting them extraordinary abilities, even rivaling the deities themselves. However, the gods are ultimately gods. They broke free from their ancient seals and returned to the world. Humanity now faces a grave crisis, once again subjected to the tyranny of the gods. Gao Yunjing stands as the judge of these deities, and with his assistance, Luo Baiyue has slain countless gods. To kill. Luo Baiyue doubted her ability to confront these deities alone. To spare him means that the judge will ultimately annihilate the existing societal structure, leading to the mass death of those who cling to this system for survival. She found herself in a quandary. That moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Gao Yunjing opened his eyes, calmly meeting her gaze. Chapter 2. The solitary wanderer of the frozen wasteland. In the vast, unending expanse of the frozen wasteland, a shattered moon hangs overhead. Its once radiant glow now reduced to a mere flicker. Known as the Jade Plate, it is now marred by countless fissures. Towering glaciers rise like colossal sentinels, their massive ice pillars forming a formidable cage of frost. This realm is a pristine white world, adorned with pure frost and the stark whiteness of the ice fields. The towering ice cliffs loom like malevolent specters, eager to devour the unwary, while the howling winds echo like the mournful cries of lost souls. Serving as the sole voice in this desolate silence. Suddenly, the crunch of snow underfoot breaks the stillness, the sound growing nearer with each step. A young boy, clad in a simple garment, braves the fierce winds that whip around him, his footsteps unsteady yet resolute as he advances. Despite the biting cold, he presses on, the swirling snow accumulating around him, unable to break his unwavering spirit. In stark contrast to his battered physique, the boy's eyes shine with an extraordinary brightness, as if a fierce fire rages within. In this snow-blanketed world, he stands alone, a youth determined to forge ahead. At last, Gao Yunjing arrives before the imposing ice pillars. Resembling a prison, he kneels in the snow, arms outstretched, tears of joy streaming down his face as he exclaims, "I have returned." The exhilaration coursing through him is palpable. He has finally come back to this pivotal juncture in his life. It was here that he accepted the will, entrusted with the seeds of a new realm, destined to obliterate the entirety of the old world. The deities of the old world, the societal constructs, everything must be annihilated. For the new world must rise from the ashes of the old. A resounding voice reverberates across the frozen wilderness. Child, you have returned. The voice penetrates deep into his soul, evoking a sense of familiarity and nostalgia. It belongs to the will of the world, the entity that bestowed upon him the power and opportunity to alter everything. Indeed, I have returned, fueled by the flames of vengeance. The voice responds, It seems you have faltered. Can you recount your progress? Gao Yunjing, brimming with excitement, raises his hand and begins to enumerate. The water deities have been vanquished. The ice deities have been eradicated. The fire deities have been destroyed. With each fallen deity, he presses a finger down, akin to a child counting. Yet he is tallying the fallen gods instead. Then why have you returned? Your return signifies your failure. Care to elaborate? The voice, grand and soothing, resembles a mother comforting her child. Because of those treacherous traitors, Gao Yunjing sees, I was on the verge of confronting the Lord of the Gods, the Dark Sovereign, Yudu. I had even managed to seal the Dark Sovereign. But those treacherous scoundrels, they feasted on the remnants of the gods I'd slain to augment their own powers while simultaneously fearing me. So they ambushed me when I was at my weakest. With a disdainful sneer, Gao Yunjing declares, This time, I shall utterly dismantle this dark, decaying old world. His voice, frenzied yet elegant, resonates like a poetic incantation, echoing across the ice fields. After a prolonged pause, the voice resumes, I mourn their folly. This world has always required the cleansing of blood, whose blood matters not. Reborn. Gao Yunjing is filled with exhilaration, aware of the future that lies ahead. He is the prophet of this world. This time, he shall not fall into any traps, nor will he be ensnared in any dire predicaments. Armed with foresight, he is invincible. Nevertheless, child, the only contingency I left for you has been expended. The world has been shattered and reassembled, reversing the flow of time. But the cost is that, aside from you, there are other survivors. To put it simply, you are not the only one who has been reborn. Gao Yunjing gasps, What? If someone else finds the rebirth points, will I be rendered powerless? His current aptitude is merely that of a high-risk snowstorm, and he recalls the formidable foes he faces. Spirits are classified into 4 tiers. The first 36 are deemed taboo spirits. Those ranked up to 100 are high-risk spirits, followed by mid-tier spirits up to 300, and lower-tier spirits up to 600, with any beyond that considered utterly worthless. Most of his adversaries are among the first 36 taboo spirits, and even high-risk spirits frequently outclass him. A shiver runs down his spine at the thought. What kind of game is this? While other protagonists are reborn alone, why is he the only one who has trudged through this icy expanse for so long, only to discover that others have also been reborn? Do not fret, child. The will of the world seems to sense Gao Yunjing's anxiety. Those who are reborn alongside, you will be the ones who were closest to you before. Closest to me? Gao Yunjing's gaze shoots up to the azure sky, as clear as water. The person he was closest to in life, Lin Xiaoke? By the heavens, that backstabbing king. He wonders if he could survive 3 days if she were to be reborn with him. Wait. The person closest to me, Luo Baiyue. This is even worse. She possesses the 7th sequence, Heavenly Water, and the 4th sequence, Eternal Ice Domain. Both taboo spirits she has had since birth. Moreover, she is blessed with a favorable rebirth point. With her dragon-riding prowess, how could he possibly compete? Child, there is no need to panic. The probability of them being reborn with you is exceedingly low. How low? Gao Yunjing inquires. Imagine tossing an egg from the cosmos, perfectly landing on your ancestral grave, causing it to explode. Then, as the grave ignites, you pull out your phone to call for help, only to find there's no signal. That is the probability. That probability is essentially 0. Gao Yunjing laments. Come on, don't frighten me. I just returned from rebirth, and I cannot endure such scares. Ha ha ha. The world emits a deep, hearty laughter, I see you are a bit unhinged. Do not worry. This serves as your warning. Enough of this. Hurry and give me Yudwa. Yudwa is the only spirit without a sequence number and the very foundation upon which Gao Yunjing will establish a formidable judicator. Its abilities are extraordinarily potent by vanquishing foes. He can seize their spirits and even bestow spirits upon others. This power is akin to the ancient sovereign's dominion over life and death. The mightiest spirit known since time immemorial. Then accept the pure blood spirit, Yudwa, my chosen harbinger of the apocalypse. At the moment the will of the world concludes its proclamation, Gao Yunjing is struck by an excruciating pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. His blood begins to boil, the divine essence coursing through his veins. Humans acquire spirits because they endure the infusion of divine blood within their frail bodies. As a unique spirit, Yudwa manifests. It signifies that Gao Yunjing must contain the entirety of Yudwa's divine essence within his diminutive frame. Even having experienced this once before, Gao Yunjing still finds himself writhing in agony amidst the thick snow of the ice fields, the surrounding snow beginning to melt upon contact with him. White vapor rises from his body as his temperature escalates to an unfathomable degree. His bones shift and realign, while muscle fibers rejuvenate, all the while engulfed in immense suffering. The divine blood fortifies the individual's strength, but simultaneously erodes the human form. Gradually, Gao Yunjing curled himself up in the snow, bearing the excruciating torment brought on by divine blood, pain beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Time passed silently amidst the frost and wind. Gao Yunjing finally accepted the agony inflicted by all that was given and taken. Child, it seems you must depart from this mental realm. As the words fell, the paralyzed Yunjing suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 3. I am your betrothed whom you have never met. Pray tell, what would you do if, upon awakening from 3 years of paralysis, you found a maiden gently caressing your face, while behind her loomed a myriad of tangible, icy blue energies, one strand capable of claiming your life? What should one do? I await your guidance, for I am in dire need. Just as Gao Yunjing regained consciousness, he found himself in a daze, staring blankly at Luo Baiyue, who stood beside his sickbed. Great heavens! Luo Baiyue had truly been reborn alongside him. Moreover, she had thwarted his very point of rebirth. Observing Gao Yunjing's tranquil yet bewildered expression, Luo Baiyue seemed to glimpse the future of the man who would eventually toy with her every move. Luo Baiyue remained silent, her delicate fingers continuously brushing against him. Under normal circumstances, Gao Yunjing would have relished such attention. Yet now, with countless lethal energies hovering behind Luo Baiyue, he could not savor the moment. Due to his prolonged paralysis, Gao Yunjing had lost control over his body. Even the act of opening his eyes was aided by the will of the world. He was utterly incapable of speech, left only to gaze vacantly at Luo Baiyue as she carelessly stroked his face. However, to Luo Baiyue, the scene appeared differently. Gao Yunjing's eyes were strikingly beautiful, so enchanting that even a woman like her felt a tinge of envy upon closer inspection. His gaze, devoid of any hint of panic, radiated an aura of profound calmness. In this moment of shared sight, Luo Baiyue pondered a bold notion. Could it be that Gao Yunjing had also been reborn? This was not entirely implausible. After all, she herself had returned. The thought sent a slight tremor through her hand. Gao Yunjing had begun to regain control over his body. Yet he dared not move, for the chilling energies behind Luo Baiyue seemed to cascade like an inverted galaxy, suggesting her power was at least of C rank. As an F rank individual, Gao Yunjing instinctively resolved that he could not allow Luo Baiyue to discover his rebirth. Otherwise, facing her formidable prowess, he would surely find himself on a path to ruin. Yet, this girl seemed to derive excitement from touching him. Her hand trembled. Could she possess some peculiar penchant? After fighting alongside her in their past life, how had Gao Yunjing never discerned that this aloof ice goddess harbored such eccentricities? Nevertheless, Gao Yunjing's anxious expression did not escape Luo Baiyue's notice. Was he panicking? A hint of confusion crossed her face. What could possibly cause him distress? From her understanding of Gao Yunjing, panic was never a sentiment he exhibited. He had always been composed, even when bidding her farewell with a smile before his previous demise. If he were to live again, what could possibly unsettle him? Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Gao Yunjing stammered, "My lady, who exactly are you?" Although this was an act, he held considerable confidence in his performance. Luo Baiyue had fallen for his adept acting numerous times before, and this instance would be no exception. Me? Luo Baiyue stepped closer, sitting at the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "There shouldn't be anyone else here, right?" As she spoke, Gao Yunjing stealthily maneuvered his hand towards the call button. Gao Yunjing's performance remained impeccable, though the panic in his eyes was genuine. After being cornered by Luo Baiyue at the outset of his rebirth was enough to rattle anyone. "You truly do not know me?" Luo Baiyue found the current Gao Yunjing rather entertaining, fully aware of everything while remaining silent. The thrill of controlling the narrative while withholding information was unexpectedly delightful. In that moment, Luo Baiyue grasped why Gao Yunjing had willingly walked into her traps in their previous life. "Why should I need to know you? Even after enduring so much, I genuinely cannot comprehend the situation before me. What madness is Luo Baiyue enacting?" He longed to rise and angrily demand, "Who are you? Must I know you? Is it a crime not to recognize you? Are we bound by some engagement?" Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, for he was mindful of the girl's dignity. With considerable effort, Gao Yunjing managed a strained smile. "I am indeed ignorant and do not know you, my lady." "Am I truly so frightful?" Luo Baiyue beamed, her radiant smile illuminating her features. Indeed, she was exquisitely beautiful, and that smile sent Gao Yunjing's heart into a tumultuous flutter. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, he replied, "Not frightening at all, rather enchanting." A soft laugh escaped her lips as she leaned down, restraining his hand that reached for the call button, exhaling in a manner akin to fragrant orchids. "Then what is it that you intend to do?" "Ha ha ha! How could I?" Gao Yunjing chuckled nervously, attempting to divert Luo Baiyue's attention while strenuously breaking free from her grasp. With a decisive slap, he pressed the call button. As the sound echoed through the room, Gao Yunjing cast a triumphant glance at Luo Baiyue. "I advise you to take your leave soon. Otherwise, being expelled would reflect poorly upon you." Though he understood that pressing the button would yield no results, he feigned the demeanor of a petty victor, careful not to arouse her suspicion. Previously, whenever Gao Yunjing displayed that particular smile, it signified Luo Baiyue's imminent misfortune. Yet, her grip tightened around him, awakening a realization in Luo Baiyue. "Ah, yes. I have indeed been reborn. The advantage lies with me now." With this newfound perspective, when Luo Baiyue once again beheld Gao Yunjing's infuriating expression, her heart shifted from indignation to amusement. She released her hold on him, crossed one leg over the other, and perched at the edge of the bed with a playful glint. "What if I choose not to leave?" "Not leaving?" Gao Yunjing stared at Luo Baiyue in disbelief. She had entered the room of a paralyzed individual, fondled his face, and now, even after the call button had been pressed, she still refused to depart. Gao Yunjing fell into a profound silence, contemplating whether Luo Baiyue had left her wits behind upon their rebirth. A sense of helpless frustration enveloped him. He had once believed that returning to life would grant him mastery over all circumstances. Yet, he had not anticipated that this very rebirth would lead him to grapple with the unpredictable variable that was Luo Baiyue. The efficiency of the First People's Hospital in Xinjiang City was quite remarkable, as just a short while later, 3 or 5 nurses arrived, pushing a large array of equipment and medications, careening into Gao Yunjing's hospital room. Witnessing the scene before them, the nurses exchanged glances filled with silent communication. "Nurse A, what is going on?" "Nurse B, who are you asking?" "Nurse C, didn't Luo Baiyue specifically request to see Gao Yunjing? What is happening now?" "Neither of them is speaking. What should we do?" "Nurse D, I have no idea." "Nurse A, wait. Don't you think there seems to be something between the two of them?" "Nurse B, are you suggesting that this is a family matter?" "Nurse C, it certainly seems more than just a minor issue." "Nurse F, shouldn't we prioritize saving a life?" "Nurse D, I have no idea." "Nurse A, perhaps we should step back for now. The nurses, in unison, nodded in agreement and began to retreat from the room, laden with medications and equipment. In a desperate attempt to connect with the unfolding situation, Gao Yunjing cried out, "Help! Can't you see there's an unwelcome presence in this room?" The nurses froze in place, exchanging glances once more, and Nurse A, summoning her courage, turned to seek Luo Baiyue's counsel. "Let us go get a bowl of kanji to bring back." "All right." Subsequently, all the nurses turned a deaf ear to Gao Yunjing's pleas, methodically exiting the room. With a look of despair etched on his face, Gao Yunjing turned to Luo Baiyue and lamented, "Who exactly are you?" "I am your fiancé, whom you have never met," Luo Baiyue replied, tilting her head with a dazzling smile. Chapter 4. Are you planning to murder your fiancé? From the moment of her rebirth, Luo Baiyue began contemplating how to handle Gao Yunjing, recognizing him as an exceedingly dangerous and deranged individual. Such a person, once endowed with power and authority, becomes unstoppable. It is only individuals like him who possess the ruthlessness necessary to eradicate the divine from this world. Humanity, as a species, is inherently weak and prone to compromise. Yet, insane or not, observing the tear-stained visage of the youth on the hospital bed, Luo Baiyue acknowledged that her intentions in dealing with this matter were not entirely selfless. She harbored feelings for Gao Yunjing, a truth that would be met with disbelief. Even Gao Yunjing would refuse to believe that Luo Baiyue harbored an unexplainable affection for him. Perhaps it stemmed from her monotonous existence dedicated to training for the protection of humanity, which had ensnared her in a dreary abyss. At times, she felt akin to a soul trapped in a steel coffin, sinking beneath the waves, conscious yet powerless to resist. It was only when she first collaborated with Gao Yunjing against the formidable god of the long wind, Moyen, that she realized her own limitations. In that moment of peril, Gao Yunjing intervened, and to this day, she vividly remembers the lance that pierced the darkness, breaking through the long wind's blockade. Alongside the youth's upright figure, clad in black, he resembled the pitch-black night. Yet in her eyes, he was the radiant dawn. Though she was the one standing in the light, at that moment, she perceived Gao Yunjing as the beacon that shattered the night. The sensation was peculiar, akin to a stone dropping into stagnant waters. Though small, it set off ripples. Thus, she was selfish, regardless of the circumstances. She was unwilling to extinguish the life of this somewhat refined youth. "Are you truly going to kill your fiancé?" Gao Yunjing pointed at the ethereal, ice-blue mist emanating from Luo Baiyue. His eyes reflected a gentle plea, as he discerned the strands of pity lurking within her light chestnut irises. Although he could not fathom why Luo Baiyue displayed such compassion towards him, his instincts urged him to harness this moment of vulnerability. Otherwise, he was certain that she would not permit him to remain a variable in her future. Gao Yunjing was a master of performance. All his inner thoughts remained buried deep within, imperceptible to Luo Baiyue. "No," she declared, raising her hand, causing the cascading ice-blue mist behind her to vanish without a trace, as if it had never existed. The first layer of crisis was averted. Gao Yunjing understood that even if Luo Baiyue spared his life now, today would not simply pass without consequence. In essence, from this moment forward, the narrative of his prior existence would begin to be rewritten. "How will you prove our engagement?" he queried, choosing to take the initiative for self-preservation and to glean further information. Without unnecessary preamble, Luo Baiyue produced an aged and brittle piece of paper, tossing it onto Gao Yunjing's hospital bed. The document, no longer able to maintain its original form, curled up like an elderly figure nearing the end of life. Gao Yunjing picked up the paper, which bore the faded hue of twilight, and noticed that some areas were beginning to tear. As he lifted it, a soft rustling sound emanated from the fragile sheet as he meticulously scanned the fading ink. The contents were straightforward. Gao Yunjing merely skimmed through until his gaze landed on the final inscription, "Qingjiang City, Gao Yunjing." His hands trembled slightly, and his pupils constricted, the paper quivering in synchrony with the tremors of his grip. He found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a complex and ineffable emotion. It felt as though the world had transformed into an expansive game, with him as the player. Yet he had overlooked too many hidden narratives while fixated solely on the main quest during his previous life. Gao Yunjing lifted his gaze to meet Luo Baiyue's, revealing for the first time a look of bewilderment. It seemed he was struggling to comprehend this world. Noticing his dazed expression, Luo Baiyue tilted her head and smiled radiantly. "I'll come and take you away, my fiancé." At that moment, they had not yet become adversaries, and Luo Baiyue felt unburdened, eager to convey her true feelings. Since everything had begun to replay, it was imperative that they did not repeat past mistakes. "Excuse me," Gao Yunjing interjected, straightening up to interrupt her thoughts. "Would you mind stepping outside for a moment? I need a moment to collect myself." During his 3 years of paralysis, the First People's Hospital in Xinjiang City had merely administered glucose injections to sustain his vital signs, neglecting all other aspects of his care. Therefore, Gao Yunjing could aptly be described as having hair flowing freely, his naturally cascading black locks obscuring his murky gaze. Most of his pale face remained hidden beneath the raven strands, as if he never intended to reveal his true self to others. He had long concealed himself in a shadowy corner where light could not reach, allowing moss to envelop him without ever reaching out to embrace the light. In an inexplicable moment, as Luo Baiyue peered through countless strands of hair, she momentarily glimpsed the spirited youth from years past. They appeared to be the same individual, yet distinctly different. Ultimately, Luo Baiyue nodded in acquiescence and exited the room, leaving Gao Yunjing alone in the opulent yet desolate hospital chamber. Once Luo Baiyue departed, Gao Yunjing promptly closed his eyes, feeling the fervent surge of divine blood coursing through him. His memories began to resurface gradually. In order to be reborn amidst the endless expanse of the pristine white ice wilderness, Gao Yunjing has lost an abundance of memories, as well as a significant portion of his cognitive abilities. Consequently, he does not resemble a reincarnated individual. Rather, he appears akin to an innocent newborn. His current endeavor is to revisit these fragmented memories, striving to restore himself to his former state. Countless snippets of recollection surge forth like crashing waves, ephemeral yet resplendent, ultimately settling into tranquility. As Gao Yunjing opens his eyes once more, he reveals a pair of distant, profound eyes that seem to pierce into infinity. At this moment, the harbinger of the apocalypse returns. Gao Yunjing removes the syringe and begins to contemplate a solution to his predicament. The present certainties are that Luo Baiyue, much like himself, has also been reborn, and the good news is that she appears to harbor no animosity towards him. The bad news, however, is that she has stationed herself directly at his point of rebirth, which obstructs the realization of his subsequent plans. Knock, knock, knock. A series of crisp knocks resonate, accompanied by Luo Baiyue's melodious voice, reminiscent of wind chimes, filtering through the heavy door. "I have brought you porridge. May I enter?" Chapter 5, The End. Upon hearing her voice, Gao Yunjing turns to face the door, situated in the far corner of a room approximately 7 meters wide and 10 meters long. Beyond this space lie the bathroom, guest room, and living room, with a heavy aluminum door serving as the final barrier to his vision. A hint of a slightly deranged smile curves upon Gao Yunjing's fair, scholarly visage. "Since you have come knocking, Luo Baiyue, do not blame me for taking advantage of you." He promptly adjusts his demeanor, reverting to his previous, timid form, and timidly invites, "Please come in." Click. The sound of metal mechanisms clicking into place echoes as Luo Baiyue enters, holding a blue and white insulated food container. She could enter at any time, for this deluxe hospital room was financed by her own means, yet she still wishes to seek his consent. "Your health is not well. You have not consumed a drop of water for 3 years, so your stomach cannot tolerate greasy foods. Drinking some plain porridge may be more beneficial for you." Luo Baiyue's voice is tender as she places the insulated container on the bedside table. Her skin is flawless and fair, resembling the most exquisite porcelain in the world. As she speaks, she twists open the food container and retrieves a blue capsule from her spatial ring, subsequently opening it to pour out a light blue liquid. The spatial ring is a familiar concept to avid readers of novels. It possesses an enormous internal space, while occupying a minuscule portion of reality. Some scholars believe that the spatial ring serves as a conduit between the three-dimensional world and the four-dimensional realm, attributing its vast internal space to this connection. To such claims, Gao Yunjing scoffs. The material of the spatial ring is known as levitating stone, infused with the blood of the god of space, Qi Wei, after his demise, distorting the internal space and thus enlarging it. Gao Yunjing's gaze settles upon the porridge gifted by Luo Baiyue. The light blue liquid from the capsule has fully blended into the porridge as she gently stirs it with a spoon. The entire bowl of porridge is transformed into a beautiful, clear shade of light blue, which appears rather unappetizing. Good heavens! Has no one informed you that such a cold hue as blue fails to stimulate one's appetite? His lips twitch slightly. I must say, if you intend to poison me, do not be so blatant about it. Poison? Luo Baiyue glances at him, momentarily taken aback, before comprehending the insinuation behind his words. She merely finds it amusing. Raising the insulated food container, she delicately scoops a spoonful of porridge and brings it to his lips. What if it is poison? I shall personally feed you. You're the first man in this world to receive such treatment. Her smile is pure, akin to the pristine snow blanketing the icy wilderness. Gao Yunjing is acutely aware that it is not poison but an A-grade third-class potion, abbreviated as A3. Its purpose is to rapidly replenish the energy depleted within the human body and to mend the frailty of his weakened physique. He is astonished that Luo Baiyue even considers his 3-year paralysis an inherent weakness. Observing her unblemished smile, Gao Yunjing hesitates not, swallowing the exquisite porridge from a spoon in one swift motion. Knowing it may be poisoned, why would you still consume it? Luo Baiyue's voice is tinged with surprise. Unable to fathom why Gao Yunjing would swallow what he believes to be a poison trap. If it's poison, then so be it, Gao Yunjing replies nonchalantly, his tone carefree. To die beneath the peony is to die in style. With such a beautiful girl feeding me, why would I refuse? He casts a sidelong glance at her. Noticing the flush creeping up her earlobes, her fair face tinged with a delicate rosy hue. Is she shy? A tempest brews within Gao Yunjing's calm heart. Could it be that Luo Baiyue harbors feelings for him? How could that be possible? Yet her expression is undeniably one of bashfulness, prompting him to meticulously recall every moment they have shared. Regardless of his efforts, their encounters have either been at the negotiation table or on the battlefield. At best, during her moments of despair, when Gao Yunjing had merely mocked her under the shelter of a black umbrella. Could it be that a girl would find affection for someone in such a setting? One would expect romance to flourish in a more enchanting locale, like a Ferris wheel, a cinema, or an aquarium. The most intimate moment they have shared, he recalls, was when he impulsively brought her home and prepared dumplings for her. While the pot on the stove wafted steam throughout the warm, humid room, with her resting on the sofa, propped up on her delicate chin as she watched him. Beyond that, Gao Yunjing struggles to identify any spark of emotional entanglement between them. Hey, can you not see how a girl feeding a boy so intimately might be shy? Even if I am your fiancé, that hardly warrants such indulgence. Luo Baiyue chides, thrusting the bowl of porridge into Gao Yunjing's hands. All right, you eat first. I have examined your health. There are no issues, and you are fit for discharge. I shall go arrange the release paperwork. With that, Luo Baiyue swiftly turns and departs. After leaving the hospital room, Luo Baiyue produces a carrot-shaped voice recorder. Today is the year 942 of the Common Era. I met Gao Yunjing for the first time at the Qingjiang City People's Hospital. I am filled with joy. As dusk descends outside, the sun hangs low, casting a blood-red hue across the clouds. Gao Yunjing sits idly upon the hospital bed, enveloped in a golden glow. The insulated food container still radiates warmth, and the porridge remains comforting. In order to hasten the recovery of his bodily functions, he must endure the disinterest in food and consume it voraciously. His skeletal structure begins to shift slightly, muscle fibers undergo transformation, and his body emits faint sounds. Spirit not only bestows extraordinary abilities, but also offers a baptism of divine blood to humanity. Those who have been baptized by divine blood often exhibit physical attributes that deviate from the norm, whether in bone density and hardness, tendon resilience, or muscular strength. All are dramatically enhanced. The stronger one is the greater the amount of divine blood coursing through their veins, and the more intense the baptism, resulting in increasingly formidable physical attributes. At last, Gao Yunjing finishes the porridge in its entirety. His physique, once withered and frail, has now transformed into a robust and well-rounded form. He peeled off the blue and white striped hospital gown from his body, scrutinizing the changes in his physique. His muscular contours were robust, yet they would vanish into obscurity beneath clothing. As he clenched his fist, he felt an overwhelming force coalesce within it, akin to a cataclysmic surge. He cast aside the white covers enveloping him and stepped onto the solid wooden floor. The moment his feet met the firm surface, his legs buckled. The prolonged paralysis rendered his body unresponsive to his commands. However, the body enhanced by divine blood was inherently different, and Gao Yunjing swiftly reclaimed control. He spread his long and sturdy arms within the confines of the hospital room, resembling an eagle soaring in the sky. He inhaled the air with an almost ravenous desire, exhaling a long sigh. I have finally returned. Chapter 6. You should know how to drive, right? He approached the window, stretching languidly as the long-absent sunlight bathed him in warmth, with only the inexplicable presence of Luo Baiyue standing out among the familiar surroundings. Through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, Gao Yunjing beheld the lowly buildings below, the ordinary ward area of Xinjiang City People's Hospital, the place where he had endured for 3 years. The fading rays of the setting sun cascaded gently, and from his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the entire hospital. The cafeteria, the accommodation block, the parking lot, all converged beneath his inscrutable gaze. He relished the sensation of standing above, looking down, as if commanding the entire scene, instilling a sense of security as everything lay within his grasp. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he turned away from the grand window and made his way to the bedroom wardrobe. The white metallic frame, adorned with transparent glass, displayed an array of garments. In the premium ward of Xinjiang City People's Hospital, the wardrobe was thoughtfully stocked with clothing of various genders and sizes, ensuring that patients would not leave with nothing but their hospital gowns. However, the contents were devoid of luxury, lacking any semblance of high fashion, merely ordinary attire. After all, those who resided here were either affluent or distinguished, rendering the wardrobe a mere decorative element. Gao Yunjing was not particular. He nonchalantly selected a few pieces to don and approached a full-length mirror. The reflection revealed a youth with a pale countenance devoid of luster, exuding a faint pallor that seemed to blend seamlessly with the hooded, fleece-lined shirt he wore. He sported a pair of simple white trousers, the epitome of minimalism in his chosen ensemble. Curiously, he examined himself from various angles, reluctantly admitting that this outfit suited his current persona, radiant and cheerful. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. The discharge formalities had been completed. "Take off your hospital gown. It's time to leave," Luo Baiyue's voice chimed in, as lively as a wind chime. Upon seeing Gao Yunjing in that instant, Luo Baiyue froze, their gazes intertwining. Gao Yunjing smiled faintly. "What is the matter? Can't you recognize me in this guise?" It was not merely a matter of recognition. Luo Baiyue could hardly fathom that Gao Yunjing possessed such a gentle and sunlit demeanor. Standing in the golden glow of the setting sun, the fragmented rays danced across his features, bestowing upon him an unexpected warmth. Clad in loose, white loungewear, he resembled a spirited neighbor boy, brimming with vitality. In her memories, Gao Yunjing had always been draped in a harsh black trench coat, donned with black leather gloves, exuding an aura of coldness as he wielded a long gun, mercilessly slaying deities. Alternatively, he could be seen in a meticulously tailored black suit, adorned with exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, holding a goblet at a lavish banquet, engaging in light-hearted banter, only to later depart with effortless grace after assassinating a high-ranking official. Yet, she had never witnessed him in such a warm, sunny light. How could she not be momentarily entranced? After a brief daze, she managed to smile. "This outfit really suits you." "Really?" After undergoing the A3 treatment, The youth's skin was no longer wrinkled, his eyes no longer sunken, and his body no longer emaciated. His gaze regained its vivacity, and his physique returned to a healthy, normal state, albeit with a lingering pallor that endowed him with an air of fragility. When had she ever seen such a version of Gao Yunjing? Luo Baiyue immediately turned away, her hand brushing against her flushed cheeks. In a voice only she could hear, she muttered, "No, how can you be this embarrassing? Has your past life been forgotten?" They had known each other since 951, a bond spanning over a century. How could she blush and feel her heart race at the sight of his youthful self? Get a grip. As a natural-born spirit medium with 2 forbidden sequences, Luo Baiyue possessed an extraordinary control over herself, capable of manipulating her blood flow at will. Under her deliberate control, the speed of her blood circulation began to decelerate, and her racing heart gradually returned to normal. Transitioning from excitement to composure, she found it impossible to evade Gao Yunjing's perceptive awareness. The power emanating from Yudhua was overwhelming. Even the simple baptism of divine blood rendered Gao Yunjing extraordinarily formidable. A sly grin appeared on his face. "Luo Baiyue, you seem easier to handle than in our previous life." "Of course," she replied, turning back to him with a polite smile before pivoting away. "The expenses for your hospitalization have depleted your parents' inheritance. Your dilapidated neighborhood hasn't seen repairs in 3 years. It's likely no better than a dog kennel. Moreover, I doubt you retained any of your belongings like your phone, watch, or clothing. Currently, you find yourself homeless. However, considering our betrothed status, I am willing to offer you temporary refuge. Come with me." With that, Luo Baiyue led the way out of the hospital room. Parents' inheritance? Gao Yunjing frowned. His memories in this regard were nebulous, clouded by the passage of time and his inherent resistance to recalling them. Vague recollections surfaced. Both individuals were military personnel, yet their demise stemmed from the corruption within Xinjiang City, which had led to a pivotal decision being handed to a privileged offspring, resulting in their tragic fate on the battlefield. This seemed to be one of the reasons he later embraced Yudhua. However, this seemed inconsequential. What mattered now was how to eliminate Mayor Wang's son without alerting Luo Baiyue. His paralysis 3 years ago could not be entirely unrelated to Wang Hongfei, who had struck him multiple times from behind. Most crucially, Wang Hongfei possessed the talent of Sequence 64, Shui AI. If he were to eliminate him, his own Feng Shui Piaoyao would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. The mere thought of this exhilarated Gao Yunjing. This time, he had returned from the dead, and he would not let any remnants from his previous life slip through his fingers. "Where are you? Hurry up!" Luo Baiyue's voice called out. "Coming." Gao Yunjing quickened his pace to catch up with her. With the discharge procedures completed, they navigated smoothly to the underground parking lot of Xinjiang City People's Hospital. Luo Baiyue nonchalantly tossed the car keys to Gao Yunjing, striding confidently toward the opulent Maybach. "You don't know how to drive, right?" Gao Yunjing gazed at the unfamiliar keys in his hand, and then at the luxurious vehicle before him. In this rebirth, has Luo Baiyue truly lost her mind? Just as she settled into the car, a sudden realization struck her. Gao Yunjing had fallen into a coma at the tender age of 15, remaining in that state for 3 long years, which means he is now 18. How could he possibly drive? Chapter 7. Reconciling with Suffering. Ha! Luo Baiyue let out an awkward chuckle to mask her embarrassment, hastily exiting the vehicle to snatch the car keys from Gao Yunjing's hand. With a hint of feigned politeness, she said, "Apologies, I forgot about your previous condition." She clasped her hands together and bowed repeatedly in apology, appearing rather comical. "I will make time to obtain a driver's license." After saying this, Gao Yunjing lazily ambled to the passenger seat, opened the door, and took a seat. "You said it yourself. Once you get your license, the task of driving will be yours." Luo Baiyue's tone was playful, and she cheerfully settled into the driver's seat. Gao Yunjing cast a sidelong glance at the visibly excited Luo Baiyue, teasingly remarking, "Why are you so elated to have someone drive for you? With your status, there should be no shortage of suitors eager to take the wheel. Indeed, many wish to drive for me, but I have no desire to sit in their passenger seats." Luo Baiyue replied, not turning to face Gao Yunjing, but speaking her mind. I wouldn't be happy with just anyone behind the wheel. However, if it were my fiancé, that would be a different story. Gao Yunjing let out an awkward chuckle. He was at a loss for how to respond to Luo Baiyue's exuberance. In their past life, they were sworn enemies, and yet now, she was behaving in such an uncharacteristic manner that he found it difficult to adapt. Their encounters should have involved weapons and fierce combat. How could they now share a car, due to a mere marriage contract? Moreover, Luo Baiyue's demeanor was utterly perplexing. Undoubtedly, she had been reborn, but why? Knowing she posed such a significant threat, had she not chosen to eliminate him beforehand? This surreal existence left him feeling as though he were in a farcical play. At least say something to acknowledge me. Are you comfortable with a girl making all the effort to connect with you? Luo Baiyue could no longer restrain her sarcasm, feeling as though this boy was a completely different person from the one she once knew. Gao Yunjing, unable to endure her chatter, replied coolly, I don't even know your name, and I've been isolated for quite some time. Could you allow me a period of adjustment? My name is Luo Baiyue. You may address me as you wish. Since you currently prefer silence, I will simply outline your upcoming plans. Go ahead, I'm listening, he nodded, conceding to her. Your affinity is classified as Sequence 72, Wind and Snow Wandering, which is a high-risk ethereal spirit. You reached F-Class Strength 3 years ago, so I did not intend for you to repeat the year. Today is February 26th. Shortly, the first high school of Qingjiang City will commence. You will assume the role of a transfer student in your senior year. As for your university placement, I have already arranged it. Your high-risk level spirit will be sufficient for you to attend the same school as I. Also, you need a haircut. Would you prefer to choose your own style? Or should I decide? I'll defer to your judgment. Gao Yunjing felt inexplicably fatigued, a wave of drowsiness washing over him, making his voice sound weary. Even while driving, Luo Baiyue took the time to observe what was happening with Gao Yunjing. Upon realizing he was merely tired, she gently suggested, if you are sleepy, feel free to rest. I will have the hairdresser come to the house later. Okay, Gao Yunjing responded instinctively, his consciousness fading. Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting tune flowed throughout the Maybach. The music gentle as a spring breeze. At the ferry, love blooms amidst the thin snow of the mountains. The sunset reddens the eyes, waiting for the morning bell to chat. The beloved waits by the plum and willow, he is not by my side. Gao Yunjing abruptly broke free from the layers of fatigue enveloping him. This song had once been his absolute favorite. How could Luo Baiyue know? Or perhaps she, too, cherished this melody? As he saw Gao Yunjing suddenly open his eyes wide, Luo Baiyue couldn't help but smile smugly. This song was certainly not one she enjoyed. It had been specifically chosen for him. Listening to soft music could easily lull one to sleep. As for how she knew Gao Yunjing liked this song, the story was somewhat lengthy. She had once faced a significant issue with her talent, leading her team, the God-Slaying Squad, to fail in eliminating a recently awakened deity in time. That deity subsequently destroyed 2 human cities. And it was only after 2 S-class warriors were sacrificed that Gao Yunjing arrived to slay the weakened god. The incident left her utterly shattered. Millions had perished due to her failure. The impact was profound, prompting her to sever all ties with the world, escaping to another city, Qingyu City. There, she sat by the roadside, silently weeping as she hugged her knees. That day, it seemed she triggered the special ability of a heroine in a drama. Her sorrowful tears inevitably summoned rain. The downpour was heavy, splashing like fleeting, beautiful ephemerals. Passers-by, under their umbrellas, hurried past, indifferent to the sobbing girl on the roadside. Endless sorrow engulfed her like a ferocious beast devouring a defenseless little rabbit. The rain fell relentlessly upon her, and she felt as if she would be drowned by the deluge. At that moment, a black umbrella appeared above her, shielding her from the icy rain. Have you given up on your wish to save humanity after running so far? Gao Yunjing's voice was deep and magnetic as he led her home in a daze. Faced with Luo Baiyue's rumbling stomach, Gao Yunjing could only helplessly prepare her a meal of dumplings for comfort, during which he played that very song. The little white snake drenches linen, yet Su Xian forgot his umbrella. The girl crushed the swing, while the scholar failed for 10 years. Fate always chooses selectively, leaving many things unfulfilled. Hearing this, Luo Baiyue had once reproached Gao Yunjing with a hint of resentment, lamenting that she was already deeply affected. Yet he subjected her to such melancholy music, she couldn't fathom his reasoning. However, Gao Yunjing's response lingered in her memory. Things rarely go as planned, and often desires are thwarted. Everything appears so sorrowful, yet this song is not. Its essence was gentle and soothing, devoid of excessive complaints or burdens of suffering. Instead, it conveyed a sense of reconciliation with hardship. Ironically, Luo Baiyue, overwhelmed by setbacks and severed from the world, with no one, parents, friends, or teachers, able to find her, was sheltered from the pouring rain by none other than her sworn enemy, Gao Yunjing. To this day, she could still vividly recall that young man in a black windbreaker, his unfathomable eyes revealing tenderness for the first time. How absurd it was that she had fallen in love with her nemesis. Chapter 8. Is it expensive? It has always been this price. The journey continued in silence as the Maybach pierced through the rainy night, arriving at the North District of Qingjiang City at Baiyue Villa. Luo Baiyue expertly parked the car at her newly acquired property's garage and gently roused the boy beside her. "We're home. Wake up." Gao Yunjing groggily opened his eyes, sleep still clinging to his features. "What time is it?" Luo Baiyue retrieved her phone and glanced at the time, 6:30. The hairstylist should be arriving shortly. It was time to disembark. Gao Yunjing, still enshrouded in a lingering fatigue, dazedly opened the car door and stepped out. Qingjiang City lay in the northeastern region of the entire Yunhua Empire, and on this 26th of February, the season was in a delicate transition between spring and winter. The sky had already darkened. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing Gao Yunjing to shiver, and the heavy drowsiness that had ensnared him was abruptly dispelled by the chill. It was only then that he realized what he had done. He had slept soundly and unguarded in Luo Baiyue's car. How could this be possible? With a frown, he scrutinized his reflection through the car window, incredulous at the thought that he had unwittingly surrendered to slumber in someone else's vehicle. Could it be that the A3 agent in the porridge Luo Baiyue had prepared was somehow compromised? Closing his eyes, he focused on his body, but the invigorating flow of his blood coursed through him without any indication of distress. He furrowed his brow in confusion. Everything seemed fine. So why had he fallen asleep within her car? "Hey, why are you daydreaming? Come over here." Luo Baiyue, noticing Gao Yunjing standing still, swiftly approached him, taking his hand without preamble and leading him toward the apartment building. To dispel his doubts, Gao Yunjing could only muster a shy smile and ask, "Is this your home?" "Ah," Luo Baiyue replied with an air of nonchalance. "It's just a modest little apartment." The moment those words left her lips, she regretted them. Having momentarily forgotten that the youth before her was merely an ordinary boy who had suddenly awoken after 3 years of unconsciousness, not the spirited adjudicator she remembered. His mentality had stagnated at the age of 15. Even though Gao Yunjing was more mature than most, he could only be around 18 or 20 at most. Men within this age bracket are often prone to feelings of inadequacy, especially someone like Gao Yunjing, who currently had nothing to his name. As she anticipated, she soon caught a fleeting glimpse of self-doubt and discomfort reflected in the depths of his dark eyes. The grip of his hand around hers tightened slightly. At that moment, Luo Baiyue was filled with self-reproach. How could she be so foolish? Even after being reborn, she still brought along the persona of Gao Yunjing from her memories into the present. What she did not realize was that Gao Yunjing was relishing the warmth of her soft hand. It was so tender, so inviting that once grasped, one would wish never to let go. And indeed, he did not. After all, they were ostensibly engaged, so claiming a small advantage seemed hardly excessive, right? Gao Yunjing recognized that his thoughts were rather twisted and perilous. Yet after a century of solitude, he found it impossible to resist. The softness and warmth of her small hand seemed to draw him in, as if he could directly feel the delicate bones within. It was an indulgence he thoroughly enjoyed. Luo Baiyue wished to say something to alleviate the awkwardness, but she found herself at a loss for comforting words. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted the silence. "Excuse me, are you Ms. Luo? If so, I'm the private stylist you requested." Luo Baiyue cast a grateful glance toward the hairstylist, who was impeccably dressed in a tailored tailcoat and carrying a sleek black toolbox. "Quickly, let us get your hair sorted out," she urged as she pulled Gao Yunjing briskly toward the entrance of the apartment, with the stylist closely trailing behind. Upon entering the apartment, Gao Yunjing was momentarily taken aback by the layout. The door opened directly into a small bathroom, with the master and guest bedrooms flanking either side. The living room occupied the majority of the space, with a bar counter separating it from the kitchen. This meant that anyone seated on the sofa could easily observe the goings-on in the kitchen. This was reminiscent of the layout of the apartment he had once shared with Luo Baiyue in a previous life. In the living room, a massive floor-to-ceiling mirror stood before him, while Luo Baiyue reclined luxuriously on the soft sofa, seemingly enjoying herself. She merely communicated a few requirements to the stylist before neglecting him entirely. Gao Yunjing sat upright in a chair, allowing the stylist to manipulate his hair at will. As the stylist spritzed water onto his locks, he chattered incessantly, "Sir, your hair quality is rather poor. Would you like me to recommend some conditioners?" Indeed, his hair was in a dire state, having suffered from prolonged neglect and sustained solely by glucose-like substances to maintain his vital signs, resulting in dull, coarse strands. However, Gao Yunjing was not particularly inclined to engage with the stylist. Out of politeness, he simply replied, "No, thank you." The stylist, seemingly oblivious to the coldness in his tone, continued to prattle on. "Sir, with such a handsome appearance, poor hair quality can detract from your overall look. A subpar hairstyle may significantly impact your image." He persisted. "I recommend one of our conditioners. They're quite affordable, only 2,000 yuan per bottle. What do you think? 2,000? Upon hearing the price, Gao Yunjing involuntarily furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Isn't that a bit exorbitant for a bottle of conditioner?" "Exorbitant?" The stylist feigned surprise, covering his mouth in disbelief. "It's only 2,000. How is that expensive? This has always been the price, you know. If you think it's too steep, perhaps you should reflect on your own situation." "Reflect on my situation?" Gao Yunjing felt no surprise at this. Having lived over a century, he had witnessed far more than this. The stylist likely assumed that residing in such an upscale neighborhood meant he was affluent, hence the inflated price. "Precisely." The stylist placed his hands on Gao Yunjing's shoulders and whispered conspiratorially, "You should consider whether you've genuinely taken care of your health over the years. Your girlfriend is so beautiful and accomplished. If you don't elevate yourself, your inherent advantages may not show any immediate difference. But over time, the lack of self-care will eventually reveal its drawbacks." Before the stylist could finish, he was cut off by Luo Baiyue's icy voice. "I asked you to style his hair, not to chatter incessantly." Her voice was as chilling as a breeze descending from the icy peaks of a mountain. The stylist, taken aback, hastily completed Gao Yunjing's hairstyle, grabbed his toolbox, and hurriedly exited, his demeanor fraught with anxiety. The reason for his haste was simple. He had sensed Luo Baiyue's underlying threat. In this chaotic and brutal era, a stylist being murdered in a peripheral city like Xinjiang would hardly raise an eyebrow. Thus, he feared for his life, for in this time, the demise of an ordinary person would not merit extensive police investigation and would likely be dismissed as inconsequential. Gao Yunjing remained oblivious to the commotion around him, standing before the grand mirror to observe his new hairstyle. Upon closer inspection, he realized he looked rather appealing. "Stop admiring yourself. Take a shower and get some sleep. You have school tomorrow," he reminded himself. Oh, Chapter 9. A new desk in 3 minutes with a creaking sound that pierced the stillness. A boy clad in white casual wear entered. He was a striking youth, exuding a sunny charm, yet his scholarly features bore an expression of indifference. This boy was none other than Gao Yunjing. Without hesitation, he strode directly to the far-right seat in the second row of Class 34. The allure of that particular spot lay in its convenience for a swift exit after school. The desks at Xinjiang First High School are constructed from polypropylene, a material celebrated for its remarkable toughness, resistance to wear, corrosion, and high temperatures, not to mention its affordability. Gao Yunjing is rather indifferent to the quality of the desk. After all, with the college entrance examination looming in June, his stay here is fleeting. He sits on a blue stool, his right leg crossed over his left, idly toying with a butterfly knife he acquired from a vendor at the school gate. Before heading to school, Luo Baiyue had bestowed upon him a considerable sum of cash, amounting to a couple of thousand scattered in denominations. The butterfly knife dances in his hands, fluttering like a real butterfly. Though the blade is sharp, he pays it no heed. In this era, weapons are a commonality from childhood, and Gao Yunjing, having lived over a century in his previous life, is no stranger to them. The butterfly knife, being easily concealable and of high lethality, serves as an excellent alternative to a dagger, a weapon in which he is quite proficient. However, this scene unfolds differently in the eyes of his classmates, who whisper among themselves, "Wow, is it the new transfer student? So handsome." Indeed, he looks quite striking, but alas, he has usurped the position of Huang Laoda. I wager he shall be severely dealt with once Huang returns. What a pity for this fair-skinned lad. A pity? Why not save him then? Are you speaking nonsense? If I could take on Huang Laoda, would I be lamenting here? The murmurs reach Gao Yunjing's ears, not because he has an unusual penchant for eavesdropping, but due to his heightened hearing following the divine blood baptism he underwent. Furthermore, their hushed tones are hardly subdued. Yet, who exactly is this Huang Laoda? Gao Yunjing ruminates, straining to recall his scant memories of Qingjiang City, but finds no notable figure by that name possessing any considerable strength. Forget it, he decides. If I can't even remember his name, he is likely weak. Suddenly, the door bursts open with a resounding crash. As a figure clad in bean-shaped shoes and a tight red outfit stomps in, chewing on something indeterminate. This gaunt youth resembles a mere skeleton, striding towards Gao Yunjing. "Hey, who allowed you to sit here? Do you not know this is Huang Laoda's territory? Be smart and scram." Gao Yunjing finally lifts his gaze to meet the skeletal figure before him, unable to suppress a smirk at the absurdity of the situation. "No, it's you who should leave. Can't you comprehend that?" The self-proclaimed Huang Laoda, incensed, jabs a finger at Gao Yunjing, hurling insults. "Where do you come from? Do you know who I am, Huang Dainiu? Believe me, one phone call, and I can make your life unbearable. Leave," Gao Yunjing replies coldly. "What the hell?" Huang Laoda, enraged by the insult, contorts his body in a grotesque display and slams his hand onto the desk before Gao Yunjing with a deafening thud. He twists his neck, forcing a glare at Gao Yunjing, his voice a menacing growl. "You're asking for death. Don't blame me." Unfazed by the repeated provocations, Gao Yunjing chooses not to waste words. His gaze sharpens as he raises the butterfly knife in his right hand and drives it forcefully toward Huang Dainiu's hand. With immense strength, the blade pierces through Huang's hand and embeds itself in the blue plastic desk. Huang Dainiu emits a shriek of agony, the pain causing him to collapse to his knees. The surrounding students murmur in astonishment. "Damn, that new guy is swift." Indeed, I didn't even see him draw the knife before Huang Laoda's hand was impaled. If you ask me, that was a brilliant strike. Huang Laoda has been running rampant, flaunting his rank of 245 in the virtual realm like the wind, and now he's reaping what he sowed. Careful, buddy. If this newcomer doesn't deal with Huang Laoda, and he hears you, you want farewell. The discussions flow into Gao Yunjing's ears in an orderly fashion as he watches Huang Laoda kneeling in the aisle. How audacious for a mere mid-tier spirit to act so brazenly. What gives you the audacity? Wrong, big brother, I was mistaken, Huang Laoda sobs, tears streaming down his face. At times, the disparity in strength can be evident in a single move. Gao Yunjing's ability to pierce Huang's palm with the butterfly knife signifies a profound difference in power under similar circumstances. He could just as easily have ended Huang's life by striking his temple. This illustrates the gap in their capabilities. Though Huang Laoda is known for his arrogance, his true talent lies in reading the room and flattering others. In this moment, he acutely recognizes the imbalance in their strengths and promptly chooses to kneel and beg for mercy. Gao Yunjing, disinterested in wasting time on this skeletal figure, grips the butterfly knife still lodged in the desk and yanks it free. Huang Laoda cries out once more, the blade tearing through his flesh as it exits. The sharp edge grates against his bones, a pain unfathomable to the common man. Gao Yunjing pays no mind to Huang's suffering. Instead, he meticulously wipes the blood from the blade. He points the knife toward the desk, declaring, "In 3 minutes, I expect a new desk here." His tone is devoid of emotion, yet commanding, akin to an ancient ruler issuing a decree. Huang Laoda trembles, enduring the agony as he struggles to rise. "All right, I'll get you a new one right away." With that, Huang Laoda drags 2 hapless classmates from the back row, barking, "Damn it, can't you understand? Hurry and fetch a new desk for my big brother." The 2, chastised into silence, obediently carry away the damaged desk and replace it with a new one. Meanwhile, Huang Laoda slinks away, head bowed, resembling a defeated dog, breathing in the faint metallic scent of blood and feeling the fear emanating from those around him. Gao Yunjing allows a smile to grace his lips. This is the world he recalls. Chapter 10. I am his fiancé, the class bell rings. Yet Huang Laoda has yet to return, likely hindered by his injuries, seeking medical attention. The teacher enters the classroom, catching a whiff of blood, but having grown accustomed to such sights, strides to the podium to commence the lesson. In this world, violent incidents and fatalities are commonplace, particularly in these peripheral, underfunded high schools. Survival depends solely on one's strength. The weak perish, drawing no concern from others. Gao Yunjing's desk mate arrives late, and as the girl settles beside him, he comprehends Huang Laoda's desperation to claim this seat. The girl, exquisite in appearance, cannot be overshadowed even by the oversized school uniform that fails to conceal her alluring figure. Despite lacking deliberate adornment, she radiates beauty like a fresh lotus bloom. In terms of looks, Luo Baiyue pales in comparison to this girl, though it is possible that Luo Baiyue herself is not particularly stunning. Both he and Luo Baiyue could be considered a handsome couple, yet when placed alongside those of exceptional beauty, they undeniably fall short. In his previous life, both Luo Baiyue's cousin and her sister outshone her in appearance. In a realm where handsome men abound like fish crossing a river, Gao Yunjing's regal demeanor, reminiscent of an emperor, undeniably captivates attention, rendering others somewhat inferior by comparison. When Chu Hanjing noticed that the irritating figure, whom she had always sought to evade, was no longer beside her, she was momentarily taken aback. In her memory, that persistent nuisance would always find a way to intrude upon her space. She contemplated reprimanding the individual, yet the formidable backing of that figure deterred her from taking action. She was certain that even without a direct confrontation, it was the influence of the other party that had compelled that nuisance to retreat. Those possessing high-risk, ethereal bloodlines tend to resonate with one another. Thus, powerful individuals can effortlessly identify their equals amidst the throngs of humanity. Of course, if another chooses to conceal their prowess, they may remain undetected. However, the individual before her exhibited no such reservations. Chu Hanjing composedly returned to her seat and extended her hand towards Gao Yunjing with a bright smile, saying, "Let us be acquainted, shall we, my new desk mate?" "No, thank you," Gao Yunjing replied languidly, for he had no recollection of the girl beside him, indicating that, despite her possessing a high-risk ethereal lineage, she would have little significance in the future. What value is there in familiarizing oneself with someone of no consequence? He deftly retrieved his phone, connected to Bluetooth, donned his wireless earbuds, and laid his head upon the desk, succumbing to slumber. The equipment he possessed was generously provided by his wealthy fiancée, who would have imagined that the harbinger of the apocalypse had now devolved into a mere dependent. How delightful! Chu Hanjing's hand lingered in the air, her expression awkward as she ultimately retracted it with a forced chuckle. When a young man's face was fully exposed to her gaze, she froze in place. "Brother?" She yearned to inquire whether Gao Yunjing remembered her, but he had already drifted into sleep atop the desk. The teacher, upon noticing Gao Yunjing dozing, merely turned a blind eye. In their institution, educators were tasked solely with fulfilling their designated duties, indifferent to the antics of their students. Though Gao Yunjing rested his head on the desk, he was not genuinely asleep. Instead, he was contemplating how to eliminate Wang Hongfei, the latter belonging to Sequence 64, Snow Morning. shared a high-risk ethereal lineage with him, and had diligently cultivated his skills for 3 years, now attaining a C rank. As an F-rank individual, Gao Yunjing found this adversary quite formidable. The most viable strategy he could conceive was to elevate his own strength to D rank within the next 2 months, coinciding with the first large-scale training assessment in Xinjiang City on May 2nd. A survival test would be conducted in the nearby Luoyang Mountains, where he could orchestrate a beast tide to temporarily sever the connection between the invigilators and the examination. Following that, he merely needed to set traps to deplete Wang Hongfei's strength or engage him directly, relying on his body that had undergone the baptism of predation. Alternatively, he could resort to the least favorable option, which would involve killing more beings and devouring ethereal entities to bolster his power over the next 2 months. As various thoughts swirled amidst the monotony of the lecture, Chu Hanjing made attempts to engage Gao Yunjing in conversation. Despite his ability to sleep, he recognized that slumbering the entire day would serve little purpose, especially given that contemplating future actions with his current feeble strength would yield no fruitful results. Out of sheer boredom, he engaged in casual banter with Chu Hanjing, acknowledging her as a fellow high-risk ethereal lineage holder, realizing that with a bit of nurturing, she could potentially serve as an ally. Through their dialogue, Gao Yunjing discovered that Chu Hanjing's ethereal lineage was 1,000 mountains and 10,000 scenes, ranked 84. Should she manage to slay the earth deity Quirino and bathe in its divine blood, her lineage could evolve into heavenly motion and 10,000 scenes, which would be of great assistance to him. However, at present, the most pragmatic approach was to eliminate her and absorb her ethereal essence. Yet, consuming high-risk ethereal beings necessitated a considerable time interval. Currently, his predation ability allowed him to devour only one high-risk entity within a 6-month span. Furthermore, this position was reserved for Wang Hongfei. A melodic chime resonated through the air. The synthesized electronic voice announced, "Class is dismissed. Thank you for your hard work." Teachers and students. Upon hearing the dismissal bell, Gao Yunjing sprang to his feet and departed with remarkable speed, disregarding the ongoing conversation with Chu Hanjing. The warm glow of the setting sun enveloped him as he stretched his stiff limbs, leisurely strolling through the campus. His goal was clear: first, to procure herbs to incite a beast tide, and subsequently, to find a KTV establishment to clandestinely concoct potions. A splendid decision indeed. As he ambled along, he suddenly halted in his tracks. At the school gate stood a woman in a white dress, waving at him from beside a black Maybach. Luo Baiyue. What was she doing here? Before he could fully process the situation, Luo Baiyue had already approached him. "Why have you come to pick me up?" she queried with a hint of exasperation. "Am I not allowed to?" Observing her demeanor, Gao Yunjing found himself tongue-tied, wishing to tease her, but unable to muster the courage. "Classmate Gao, may I add you on WeChat?" Chu Hanjing's voice, delicate as a frail kitten, would have prompted any ordinary individual to turn around, utterly captivated. Absolutely beautiful. Yet, Gao Yunjing remained indifferent to her appeal, preoccupied with contemplating the potential utility of Chu Hanjing, leaving him disinterested in engaging her further. Finally reaching Gao Yunjing, Chu Hanjing's gaze fell upon Luo Baiyue, prompting her to awkwardly inquire, "And whom might this be?" "I am his fiancé, E." Chapter 11. Don't be foolish, behave yourself. Luo Baiyue immediately intertwined her arm with Gao Yunjing's, sensing his lack of enthusiasm toward her. However, she deemed this inconsequential. After all, she was not unattractive, and having lived together for years, it was only natural for him to develop feelings, even if he were a block of ice. The emergence of Chu Hanjing, however, posed a significant dilemma. First and foremost, Chu Hanjing was undeniably beautiful, a considerable advantage for any normal adolescent male. Secondly, the two were evidently classmates, and Gao Yunjing would remain at the school for at least 3 to 4 more months, ample time for emotions to blossom during adolescence. Thus, she felt compelled to assert her dominance immediately, the best course of action being to clarify her identity and directly undermine Chu Hanjing. Luo Baiyue now resembled a protective pup, unconcerned with societal norms, tightly clutching his arm. While she might not stand out as exceptionally stunning compared to some, she was undeniably striking and possessed a remarkable figure. He could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her touch. A smirk appeared on Gao Yunjing's face. He found Luo Baiyue's current demeanor unexpectedly amusing. As a fellow woman, Chu Hanjing sensed the hostility emanating from Luo Baiyue, the reasons being all too evident. With a shy smile, she attempted to clarify, "Miss, you misunderstand. Classmate Gao is new here, and I thought it would be nice to exchange contact information and add him to our class group." Luo Baiyue's fitting Chu Hanjing. Her gaze laced with suspicion. Is that truly the case? Baiyue, don't look at others like that. It's impolite, Gao Yunjing interjected. Grasping Luo Baiyue's hand as he addressed Chu Hanjing, "I appreciate your kind offer, but I believe I shall pass." He then took Luo Baiyue by the hand and walked towards the Maybach parked at the school gate. The poor girl, despite her statuesque height and mature demeanor, was carried away by Gao Yunjing as if she were mere quail. Gao Yunjing effortlessly settled into the passenger seat, while Luo Baiyue reluctantly took the driver's seat. Softly muttering, "You call me rude, yet you leave without saying goodbye and don't even acknowledge where your manners lie. What did you say?" Naturally, Luo Baiyue's quiet complaints did not escape his ears. Even without the baptism of Duo, the baptism of wind and snow was sufficient for him to hear her murmurs. "I said, after the college entrance examination, you should hurry and get a driver's license." "Got it," Gao Yunjing replied, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and skillfully preparing to light it. However, a chill emanating from beside him extinguished the flame. Luo Baiyue, her delicate hand enveloped in frost, admonished, "No smoking." "Oh," Gao Yunjing responded somewhat glumly, the cigarette rendered useless by the frigid temperature of Luo Baiyue's eternal ice domain. Without a cigarette to smoke, he reclined back in his seat, resting his hands behind his head. "So, why did you come to pick me up?" "What else could it be?" Luo Baiyue retorted with irritation. "Do you want to see what clothes you have left to wear?" Luo Baiyue's remark reminded him that he had nearly forgotten he only possessed the outfit he had worn out of the Qingjiang City People's Hospital. He propped his chin on his hand, gazing at the focused Luo Baiyue with a playful smile. "You care about me so much?" Hearing Gao Yunjing's somewhat petulant tone, Luo Baiyue's heart fluttered. "Brother, you spoke to me like this in our past life. Do we really need to fight for so long?" She steadied her tumultuous emotions, dismissing, "Who cares if you care?" As a reward, Gao Yunjing removed his Bluetooth earphones and placed them in her delicate ears, saying, "Please enjoy the music." The melodious strains of music enveloped Luo Baiyue's senses. The twilight poured into her vision like an ocean tide, painting the maple forests crimson all the way to the horizon. The Ferris wheel below continued its rotations, seemingly tireless in its quest. Luo Baiyue managed a resigned smile. Honestly, who listens to such soft music while driving? Her use of the term honestly pierced Gao Yunjing's heart like a dagger. "She called me honestly?" He couldn't help but lift his gaze to the driving Luo Baiyue. The girl, tall and poised at the wheel, her snow-like features adorned with a gentle smile, even extended a hand to ruffle his hair. "What did you just call me?" His disbelief was evident. "Don't tease, honestly." Luo Baiyue's tone was exceptionally gentle, even taking the time to tousle Gao Yunjing's hair. The term honestly sent delightful shivers through his heart, akin to electric currents. When did she become so flirtatious? Gao Yunjing fell silent, his century-long experience insufficient to navigate this situation. Luo Baiyue, too, remained quiet. She was merely following her cousin's advice that a mature woman might possess a considerable allure for a less mature young man. Yet, her cousin had left out many details. "Can you two not speak in such an ambiguous atmosphere?" A grand voice echoed in Gao Yunjing's mind. The world will, akin to an old man with a golden finger, could possess others, while this entity could slumber for 2 or 3 years. Gao Yunjing immediately calmed his mind to converse with the world will. "Ah, a rare visitor. Me?" The world will's voice was somewhat muddled. "Haven't I slept for long? You haven tea, but why awaken at such an opportune moment? What does it matter if I wake or not? You won't be able to handle this ambiguous environment anyway. It's better to chat with me." "Huh." Gao Yunjing scoffed disdainfully. "With a beautiful girl here, why would I talk to you?" "Well, She is indeed beautiful, but based on a portion of your shared memories. She seems to have pursued you for about 60 years, right? Your relationship is not merely antagonistic. It's one of deep conflict. Are you sure you two can reconcile? Gao Yunjing reclined further in his seat, fiddling with a butterfly knife, casually conversing with the world will. This incarnation of Luo Baiyue feels different. Indeed, the world will's logic was consistent. If it didn't understand, it would endorse. However, it quickly raised a question. Are you certain Luo Baiyue won't pursue you again for the sake of humanity? A long silence ensued as Gao Yunjing pondered this question, unsure how to respond. He understood. However, that Luo Baiyue was not one to be swayed by romantic notions. If he revealed his desire to annihilate the world, she would likely weep and drive a sword through his heart. She always had her own opinions. Chapter 12. The Doomsday Judge Wasted by Shopping. Having lived for over a century, Gao Yunjing was no fool. He could likely deduce the reasons behind Luo Baiyue's shift in attitude. In her eyes, he had endured a series of egalitarian experiences in society and deemed the current social system of humanity as rotten. It was only then that she would resort to violence to forcibly dismantle the existing societal structure. Now, Gao Yunjing was merely someone who had just awakened after 3 years of unconsciousness. Nothing had yet transpired. Luo Baiyue sought to remedy this, wishing to rekindle his sense of warmth towards the world, believing that only this could dissuade him from his thoughts of destruction. This was the so-called nurturing approach, a development from the roots. This idea was easy to guess, yet Gao Yunjing was reluctant to accept it. The reason was simple. If only Luo Baiyue had been reborn, it would be a story of redemption. He might genuinely find himself reassessing human society in her company. However, accompanying Luo Baiyue was also the Doomsday Judge Gao Yunjing from his previous life. This meant that Luo Baiyue's aspirations were destined to be unsuccessful. Gao Yunjing would not alter his intent to dismantle the old world's societal framework. Their ideological discord was irreconcilable. What are you daydreaming about? We've arrived. Luo Baiyue playfully pinched Gao Yunjing's left cheek, her tone indulgent. During his contemplation, Luo Baiyue had already driven to Qinjiang City's largest shopping center, Yunting International. The pair ventured into the mall, Luo Baiyue with a clear objective, leading Gao Yunjing straight to the couple section. This one suits you very well. Luo Baiyue pointed to a black trench coat. Gao Yunjing looked up to see the coat's simple yet elegant design, crafted from pure black fabric without excessive embellishments, exuding a clean and crisp appearance. Upon touching it, he could feel its high-quality material. The price was 34,000. Gao Yunjing had little understanding of prices. In his previous life, as a member of a killing organization, he had witnessed corrupt officials frequently assassinating one another at inflated costs. Thus, he had amassed considerable wealth, spending extravagantly without concern for cost. After all, these corrupt officials lacked nothing but enemies and needed someone to eliminate them, and the judge was precisely that person. Thus, the last occasion when Gao Yunjing glanced at prices was while shopping for vegetables. Are these prices not somewhat exorbitant? Luo Baiyue waved her bank card playfully before Gao Yunjing, proclaiming that a wealthy lady like her was not short of funds to pamper him. Let this young lady spend. Observing Luo Baiyue's extravagant demeanor, Gao Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle and queried, "So lavish? How shall I repay you in the future?" To this, she feigned deep contemplation for a few moments before pinching his cheek, declaring that he could repay her with flesh. The attendant, witnessing the flirtatious banter between the two, prudently kept her distance, refraining from intruding. Despite their modest attire, the pair exuded an extraordinary aura, merely standing beside them. She could feel an imperceptible authority that signified their superior nature, an innate dominance over those of lesser status. It was evident that both young individuals possessed advanced spiritual prowess. And as an ordinary clerk, she dared not interject. Let us take this set, and while we're at it, grab that couple's outfit as well. As someone accustomed to being spoiled, Gao Yunjing instinctively knew how to delight Luo Baiyue, even if circumstances would eventually compel them to clash. He still wished for them to relish this harmonious interlude. All right, Luo Baiyue handed her bank card to the attendant station nearby, swiping it with ease. The instinct to shop is ingrained in the female psyche, and Luo Baiyue was no exception. Gao Yunjing initially believed they were merely purchasing a couple of garments. Yet she led him on an extensive spree throughout the shopping center, oblivious to the true value of money. Whenever something caught her eye, she would whip out her bank card to buy. The number of shopping bags in Gao Yunjing's hands steadily increased. Who would have thought that the formidable judgment of the apocalypse found himself reduced to laboring as a mere shopper? Eventually, Luo Baiyue halted at a bubble tea shop within a mall. While she approached the counter to place her order, Gao Yunjing opted to recline in a chair. Observing this scene, Luo Baiyue found it amusing. The so-called Sword of Damocles, the judgment of the apocalypse, had stooped to such a state. Suddenly, as Gao Yunjing lounged, he furrowed his brow and straightened his posture, scanning the second floor of the shopping center. Relaxing his brow, he approached Luo Baiyue and said, "I'm going to the restroom. Please wait for me here." With that, Gao Yunjing wasted no time and swiftly exited the bubble tea shop. However, instead of heading to the restroom, he made his way toward a CAF tucked away in a corner. "Boss, the newcomer is no pushover. Perhaps we should withdraw," urged Huang Laoda, seated across from a burly man towering at 2 meters. He, too, felt troubled. Being inherently weak, suffering a setback was one thing. But he recognized that this boss was unwilling to yield. Seeking to save face was the most foolish move of all, should one possess sufficient strength. It was merely a matter of venting frustrations. But if one lacked the capability, the consequences would be dire, leaving no one with any advantage. The imposing figure in the main seat cast a sidelong glance at Huang Laoda, his voice rumbling. Even in beating a dog, one must heed its master. Moreover, my spirit is the 194 level King of Elephants. Do you truly believe I would lose? Besides, my elder brother is Wang Hongfei. Before Huang Laoda could respond, a voice, calm and devoid of fluctuation, interjected, "If you're so confident, what are you doing hiding here?" Gao Yunjing had stealthily positioned himself behind the burly man. Yet he refrained from striking just yet, mindful that Cloud Peak International was the largest shopping center in Xinjiang City, heavily guarded. It would be inappropriate to act in broad daylight. "Follow me to the restroom. Let us go. Who is afraid of you?" The burly man rose in indignation, tailing Gao Yunjing towards the restroom, recognizing it as the most suitable locale for their confrontation. This was an unspoken rule. Restrooms are often deserted, and even if a death occurred, as long as it was handled discreetly, it would not raise any unnecessary alarms. Huang Laoda glanced around, ultimately sighing in resignation as he followed suit. Upon reaching the restroom, Gao Yunjing turned to the towering figure before him, grinning widely. "Shopping today has left me quite fatigued, and my mood is rather foul. You injure my subordinate, which has put me in a similar predicament." The burly man drew a wide knife from his sheath, declaring, "Today, I'll take one of your arms. Does that sound agreeable? Let us see if you possess the capability." The burly man swung his knife, creating an impenetrable curtain of blades, his expression fierce as he lunged at Gao Yunjing. Gao Yunjing merely scoffed disdainfully, extending his hand through the blade barrier, resting it upon the man's shoulder and pressing down firmly. With a thud, the burly man knelt before him, and Gao Yunjing wasted no time activating his spirit. Huang Laoda felt his legs weaken, collapsing to the floor as he watched the savage scene unfold. After a full 5 minutes, the burly man ceased his contorted struggles. Gao Yunjing retrieved a butterfly knife, lightly tapping it against the man's body. In an instant, the burly man disintegrated into a pile of powder, and only then did Gao Yunjing turn to face the prostrate Huang Laoda. "I have no time to deal with you. You know how to handle the aftermath." "Why, yes, I understand," Huang Laoda stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Satisfied, Gao Yunjing nodded and began to exit, but halfway through the door, he turned back to Huang Laoda. "Boss, grandfather, what do you want?" After witnessing the previous horrific scene, Huang Laoda was so frightened that his heart felt like it would burst. The degree of terror on his face rivaled that of encountering the king of hell. "Nothing much, just bring me a Glock 17 tomorrow, along with Qingyun flowers, falling silver grass, and clear fulling." After stating his demands, Gao Yunjing handed Huang Laoda a piece of paper. It contains what I need. Bring it to school for me tomorrow. Chapter 13. You will do this, one to. Why are you back so soon? It's only been a few minutes. Gao Yunjing casually picked up the shopping bags resting on the chair, noting that the day was drawing to a close. It was time to head home. Luo Baiyue pouted, ultimately suppressing her lingering curiosity. All right, let us go. As she observed Gao Yunjing's tall silhouette leading the way, her emotions became somewhat complex. His meticulous designs were remarkably clever, leaving no trace of flaw. Yet, he overlooked one crucial factor. Luo Baiyue was the innate possessor of two forbidden spirits, or rather, she was the embodiment of two supreme deities. Although she detected no trace of bloodlust emanating from him, nor any indicators of a killer's demeanor, murder was still murder. Her senses were sharp enough to reach the restroom. Gao Yunjing had never truly been the person she had imagined. He may have returned, but he could also inherently embody this cold, ruthless nature. If he truly had returned, Luo Baiyue was uncertain how to confront the forthcoming events. Yet if he hadn't, his schemes were indeed chillingly profound. Why aren't you leaving yet? I'm here. I want to eat wontons. Wontons? Gao Yunjing responded with surprise, glancing at the time on his phone. At this hour, are there still places in Xinjiang City selling wontons? What time is it? 7 o'clock. Then there really aren't any. In the current climate, to survive well, one must avoid the streets after dark, ensuring that their establishments are securely closed. Otherwise, amidst the darkness, the malevolence of humanity becomes all too evident, and the outcomes are unpredictable. But I really want to eat. Luo Baiyue's voice was soft and delicate, trailing off like a teasing little kitten. However, the shop had already closed its doors. Oh dear, can you not do it? She was teasing, attempting to gauge Gao Yunjing's feelings towards her. If he were the Gao Yunjing she remembered, he would undoubtedly claim he could manage it for the sake of performance. Yet, given her understanding of him over the past 15 years, she knew he would be quite guarded, never exhibiting an overly casual demeanor. All right. I have no choice but to do it for you, she conceded. Luo Baiyue's heart sank. The likelihood of his return had increased. The night loomed like a voracious beast, consuming all in its path, while the streetlights wrested some light from its jaws. The Maybach glided over the elevated bridge, traversing the vibrant metropolis, eventually arriving at their shared abode. Gao Yunjing felt immensely satisfied with his own demeanor, oblivious to any discrepancies. Upon reaching home, he headed straight for the kitchen. He opened a refrigerator to find an assortment of ingredients: meat, vegetables, eggs, shrimp, and seaweed. The cupboard revealed flour, while the spice cabinet held oil and salt. Everything one could possibly need. As he turned to see the young girl languidly reclined on the sofa, he couldn't help but jest. Is this a trap you've set for me? The girl, akin to a little worm, finally mustered the strength to edge closer to the sofa's edge, resting her delicate hand against her fragrant cheek. I don't care. You promised me, she insisted. Play me a song. All right then, he replied. Her voice was soft, reminiscent of silver bells ringing in the gentle spring breeze. At the ferry crossing, I fell for the evening lotus in the thin snow of the deep mountains. The setting sun reddens my eyes, longing for morning bells to chat. My beloved is by the plum and willow trees, yet not by my side. His phone, generously endowed by Luo Baiyue, naturally had her fingerprint registered, allowing her to pry into his private messages without hesitation. Watching her intently sift through his chat history, Gao Yunjing found himself inexplicably amused. Stop searching. I only have your contact information. Luo Baiyue, feigning indignation with her arms crossed, declared, Fine, you pass this time. Now hurry and cook. All right, I truly cannot contend with you. Gao Yunjing retrieved 2 knives, methodically chopping the meat. Once the mixture was ready, he seasoned it with salt, then stirred it clockwise, gradually adding the prepared scallion and ginger water, followed by the shiitake mushroom water. After the meat absorbed the flavors, he incorporated egg whites, white pepper, chopped shiitake, and sesame oil, finishing with a touch of starch, mixing it all together. With the filling complete, he commenced kneading the dough. The quantity was sufficient for 2 bowls of noodles, and he began to knead the dough with a small amount of warm water. After 5 to 6 minutes, the dough became smooth, and he covered it with a bowl to allow it to rest for about 15 minutes. During this time, he prepared the wonton broth, crafting a flavorful base with 2 white porcelain bowls filled with shrimp, seaweed, egg strips, scallions, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and a hint of salt and sesame oil. With the preliminary tasks accomplished, all that remained was to wrap and cook the wontons. Boom! A clap of thunder illuminated the dark sky, as a tattered piece of paper was mercilessly torn apart by the downpour that swiftly engulfed the entire Xinjiang city. The sound of rain harmonized with the soothing music playing in the background. Luo Baiyue remained perched on the edge of the sofa, one hand cradling her delicate cheek, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the industrious Gao Yunjing. He worked with remarkable organization, effortlessly managing the tasks at hand without a hint of panic. The dough had rested sufficiently. Gao Yunjing took it out, kneading it for about a minute before creating a large hole and gradually expanding it. Eventually, the dough transformed into long strands of noodles. He pinched off small pieces, rolling them into smooth little balls. At this point, the ever-enthusiastic Luo Baiyue finally joined in. She skipped into the kitchen, her slender hands deftly shaping a small dough piece into a round ball. Seeing her assistance, Gao Yunjing reached for the rolling pin, preparing to flatten the dough. He placed the dough on the board and gently pressed down, forming a thick little round pancake. Then, using one hand to steady it at the center, he rolled it out with the other. In no time, a wonton wrapper as thin as a cicada's wing was ready. The two worked in perfect harmony, and soon every wonton wrapper was complete. Gao Yunjing skillfully took the wrappers, added the filling, and after a series of simple maneuvers, placed a wonton onto the board. The girl, now bored with the task, opted to retreat, washing her hands in the bathroom before returning to the sofa to lounge. The air was filled with warm, humid steam, gentle music played in accompaniment, and outside, a fine drizzle fell, the adorable girl keeping him company. For reasons unknown, Gao Yunjing found himself contemplating how delightful it would be to remain in this moment forever. Go boil some water. Oh, Luo Baiyue replied reluctantly, rising to fulfill the command. The wontons were quickly wrapped, and once they floated to the surface, Gao Yunjing retrieved them, placing them in bowls that had been prepped with the seasoning. He then ladled a small amount of broth into each bowl before setting them at the dining table. Time to eat. Coming. Chapter 14. The Kept Boy Big Brother. These are the herbs you requested. Huang Laoda placed a large plastic bag of herbs onto Gao Yunjing's desk. Though contained within a sizable bag, Huang Laoda had thoughtfully separated each herb into smaller plastic bags. He then leaned in conspiratorially. Big brother, here's the Glock 17 you wanted. Gao Yunjing casually accepted the Glock 17, appreciating its excellent performance. It was his favorite handgun. Since his rebirth, he had spent all his time with Luo Baiyue and had no opportunity to procure another, leaving such matters to Huang Laoda. Satisfied with the familiar herbs and firearm, Gao Yunjing nodded and instructed Huang Dainiu, find a quiet spot in the school restroom. Right away, Huang Dainiu promptly exited the classroom. Wait. Gao Yunjing's cool voice halted the hurried Huang Dainiu. What is it? The restroom must be completely cleared of smoke. Not a trace should remain. Ah, Huang Dainiu replied, looking troubled. Big brother, that is a bit difficult. The restroom at Xinjiang First High School was notorious as a smoking spot for boys, and over years, the stench had permeated every corner. Completely eradicating it was no small feat nevertheless. Gao Yunjing gave him no more than a passing glance, his tone flat as he said, I need it ready by the end of the first class, so hurry up. But before Huang Dainiu could finish, Gao Yunjing had already drawn the Glock 17 he had just received from him, expertly chambering around. Faced with the dark barrel of the gun, Huang Dainiu finally fell silent, scurrying off to find a solution. Who would have thought that the once-renowned Gao Yunjing was now under the thumb of a woman? The previously silent Chu Hanjing suddenly teased, You were once quite famous, weren't you? Was I? Gao Yunjing had forgotten much of his life before the age of 15. A century was indeed a long time, sufficient to erase many memories. Chu Hanjing, unaware of Gao Yunjing's inner thoughts, assumed he was merely joking. Certainly, if it were not for Wang Hongfei's snow mourning, you, as the prodigy of Xinjiang City, would undoubtedly hold the title of the foremost genius in the realm of the Void Spirit Sequence 72 with winds and snow blowing. At that time, A multitude of affluent young gentlemen would hover around you, and among the students, you were undeniably the brother of all. Gao Yunjing seemed to reminisce about his past. It appeared to serve no purpose. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to revisit the haunting memories and succumb to slumber. Observing Gao Yunjing, who had nestled his head upon the table, Chu Hanjian felt an indescribable pang of sorrow within his heart. Brother, have you truly forgotten? Or are you simply reluctant to mention me? Luo Baiyue reclined on the sofa, curled into a small corner like a cat, fervently hammering away at her keyboard. You must believe me. I have truly sensed the awakening of the divine here. Luo Baiyue interjected, Sister, we too detect the aura of divine revival. And our location is within a secondary city of the nation, which holds greater significance. The Yunhua Empire categorizes cities into 3 tiers. The central city, which is singular. The secondary cities, of which there are 4 surrounding the central city. And finally, the 3rd tier, known as peripheral cities. Xinjiang City falls into this last category, a place perpetually on the brink of destruction, yet equally poised for reconstruction. It serves as a pawn in critical moments, an award in times of lesser significance. Thus, no one would choose to explore the revival of divine beings in the context of saving a peripheral city. Luo Baiyue felt utterly helpless. The god of frost and snow would possess sea-level power upon awakening, and regardless of the circumstances, a deity is indeed a deity. Undertaking the assassination mission alone carried inherent risks. She yearned to persuade her team to join her in the endeavor. Please, trust me. I have thoroughly examined Anchang City. It is merely an ordinary phenomenon of heaven and earth, not indicative of divine revival. And Changjin replied, It is not that I am unwilling to believe you, Baiyue. Rather, according to our analyses, Anchang City is indeed the place where divine revival is most likely to occur. He continued, Please rendezvous with us first. If we do not detect the revival of the divine here, we will accompany you to Xinjiang City. Xiaozian added, Yes, Sister Luo, regardless of the situation, Xinjiang City must take precedence over Anchang City. Please believe me, there is truly no issue with Anchang City. Luo Baiyue insisted. Sister, why can you not trust us just this once? Are we, a group of experts, not as perceptive as you alone? Luo Baiyue conceded. I must admit that you, endowed with the dual taboo void spirit, are indeed stronger than us, but that does not grant you the right to dismiss our insights. Then believe in yourselves and go investigate whether there is divine revival in Anchang City. With her final words, Luo Baiyue, in a fit of rage, hurled her phone to the ground. Curse you, Luo Baiyue. No wonder Gao Yunjing would ultimately eliminate you. It was one thing to sing a different tune alone, but to incite the rebellion of others was intolerable. She simply could not endure it. The matter of rebirth was not something she could disclose to them. This group had prematurely concluded that Xinjiang City was of no importance, thus unworthy of their concern. Were it not for the overwhelming suppression exerted by the gods over other lower-tier void spirits, and the fact that only those 36 taboo void spirits could slay deities, who would bother with these fools? Luo Baiyue felt on the verge of madness, her hair disheveled as she sat on the sofa. At that moment, the door swung open, and Gao Yunjing, clad in a black trench coat, strode in. Who has upset you? He inquired, noting her phone lay shattered on the ground. Luo Baiyue gazed up at him dazed. He stood tall, casting a large shadow just by being there. His eyes, as pure as obsidian, remained unfathomably deep, as always concealing the thoughts within. In a fleeting moment, Luo Baiyue felt as if the spirited harbinger of the apocalypse from years past had returned. If you're feeling down, you ought to express it. Why sulk in silence? Gao Yunjing's voice was gentle, akin to the soft caress of a spring breeze upon willow branches. And no, it's nothing. Luo Baiyue was still reluctant to divulge the news of the divine revival to Gao Yunjing. She suspected he might have been reborn, albeit with most of his memories lost. If he were to engage with the notion of slaying a deity again, and if most of his memories resurfaced, she would have to personally end his life shortly after their reunion. Gao Yunjing took her delicate, fair hand in his expression earnest as he looked into her eyes. Your demeanor suggests otherwise, As a kept man by a wealthy woman, your primary duty is to alleviate her worries, is it not? Chapter 15. I accompany you. As Gao Yunjing spoke, Luo Baiyue couldn't help but laugh. How has my fiancé lowered himself to such a status? Unfazed, Gao Yunjing reclined on the sofa. Half raised his eyes to regard her, his voice deep and husky, laden with allure. Is this really what qualifies as a fiancé? My sustenance relies entirely on my fiancé's generous provisions. Calling me a kept man is hardly an exaggeration. Luo Baiyue playfully cupped his face. Oh, come now. How can you be a kept man? You are my future husband. The tender expression on the young girl's face reflected in his gaze, causing his heart to flutter unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily at a loss. What troubles you? Shouldn't you share them with your future husband? Well, sharing won't help. Besides, I can handle it on my own. Regardless, Luo Baiyue remained firm in her decision not to reveal the news of the divine revival to Gao Yunjing. Even if the god of frost and snow were to awaken at a diminished capacity, they would still possess sea-level strength. Presently, however, the apocalyptic judge, Gao Yunjing, only boasted a pitiful F-level power, and even if the god of frost and snow required 3 months to awaken, what progress could he make in that time? Moreover, he lacked the formidable void spirits he once commanded. Currently, his only spirit was the high-risk sequence 72 spirit, winds and snow blowing, whose bloodline directly traced back to the god of frost and snow. By such calculations, even should Gao Yunjing possess A-level strength, he would still be incapable of slaying the god of frost and snow. Whatever happens, Gao Yunjing's words were cut short by Luo Baiyue's interruption. The young girl clung to his arm in a playful manner. If you truly wish to alleviate my worries, why not prepare a meal? I'm on the verge of starving. Observing her demeanor, Gao Yunjing understood that pressing further would yield no results. Luo Baiyue was not going to speak. He rose and ruffled her hair, inquiring, "What would you like to eat?" "I desire steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, and cured meat," she enumerated eagerly. Gao Yunjing quickly interrupted her list, laughing in exasperation. "If you want all that, don't come looking for me. I certainly want tea. Then something simple will do, as long as it's something you prepare that I enjoy." "Very well. I shall go cook," he replied. As she watched Gao Yunjing's retreating figure, Luo Baiyue's thoughts grew increasingly convoluted. "Yunjing, do you not feel that our relationship is advancing too swiftly? Have you truly returned?" "If you have indeed returned," Luo Baiyue's eyes, once shimmering with the depth of water, transformed into a pure, icy blue in that moment, "then I shall keep you bound to my side." Unbeknownst to Gao Yunjing in the kitchen, while he prepared the meal, he was also contemplating the future. Currently, his strength was insufficient. He must eliminate Wang Hongfei by May to elevate his void spirit. As for slaying lower-tier void spirits, that was a matter he could disregard. The spirit he had slain yesterday, of an unknown nature, was hardly of any use to him, verging on being entirely worthless. The ethereal spirit of the Elephant King primarily serves to enhance power. However, the body that has undergone the baptism of bestowal and seizure can no longer be altered by a mere mid-tier ethereal spirit. Thus, he must hunt those who possess high-risk ethereal spirits to elevate his own strength. Hence, Wang Hongfei is doomed to die. As for the reason behind Luo Baiyue's melancholic demeanor, he need not speculate. It is simply that the Frost and Frost God is on the verge of resurrection, yet her teammates are utterly unwilling to believe her. In her previous life, Anchang City experienced an anomaly, leading everyone to suspect that a deity might awaken there, but it was merely an ordinary celestial phenomenon. Just as everyone began to relax, the Frost and Frost God awoke in Qingjiang City. Initially, Luo Baiyue, who possessed only sea-level strength, could manage it within the god-slaying squad. Alas, fate took an unexpected turn. On the very next day, following the resurrection of the Frost and Frost God, a chilling current surged from the north, crossing the undulating mountains and infusing the deity. Consequently, the Frost and Frost God's power surged to B-level, rendering Luo Baiyue's god-slaying squad incapable of resistance, resulting in severe injuries to all members. Eventually, Two A-level human warriors were dispatched to suppress the frost and frost god. And it was not until Luo Baiyue broke through to be level half a month later that she was able to slay the deity. This time, no matter what, Gao Yunjing must take the opportunity to slay the god immediately upon its resurrection. Everything he had missed in his past life, he would reclaim this time. Dinner is ready. Here I come. Luo Baiyue cheerfully approached the dining table. But just as she was about to dig in, she noticed Gao Yunjing sitting across from her, gazing intently. Why are you staring at me? Is there a flower on my face? They had been cohabitating for some time, and it was unusual for Gao Yunjing to fixate on her so. Can you kill a god on your own? Upon hearing this, Luo Baiyue's hand froze midair. Memories surged like a tidal wave, accompanied by an overwhelming fear of Gao Yunjing. Although he had always treated her well, the reputation of the end times judge was not unfounded. There was nothing he sought that he could not achieve. He was an insurmountable mountain, an invincible enemy, and the terror he instilled was indelibly etched in the hearts of those who faced him. Even now, as she seemingly held the upper hand, a deep-seated fear inexplicably enveloped Luo Baiyue. Gao Yunjing flung Luo Baiyue's phone onto the table. Next time, you should exert more force and completely destroy it, instead of allowing me to see your chat history. The screen, now resembling a spiderweb of cracks, displayed the messages between Luo Baiyue and her team. A sigh of relief washed over her. The person she feared had not yet returned. Your teammates do not believe you. I know. Luo Baiyue lowered her head deeply. Having presumed her authority would compel her team to place their unwavering trust in her. Yet reality dealt her a harsh blow. No one was willing to believe her. Or rather, it was not that they were unwilling, but that Anchang City was deemed more worthy of their efforts than Xinjiang City. Can you be certain that a god will indeed resurrect? I can, the young girl replied, her head bowed, her voice lacking strength. But no one is willing to believe me. So, you intend to go alone? Exactly. Gao Yunjing furrowed his brow and reprimanded her sharply. What can you accomplish alone? No matter how brilliant you are, that is a god. A living god. I have no choice. Luo Baiyue countered. The frost and frost god will awaken. And in a few months, a powerful cold current will sweep towards here. The effect of such a current on a newly awakened frost and frost god is something I need not elaborate on. But no one is willing to accompany you. It is too dangerous and not worth the risk. Let us leave Xinjiang City right after the college entrance examination and discuss matters later. Impossible, Luo Baiyue replied resolutely. I will not leave. Sighing helplessly, Gao Yunjing remarked, if my fiancé refuses to leave, then, as her fiancé, I cannot depart either. He gazed earnestly at Luo Baiyue, his dark eyes shining brilliantly like the sun. I will accompany you. Chapter 16. I knew you wouldn't want me to perish. No, Luo Baiyue rejected firmly. Gao Yunjing absolutely must not confront the frost and frost god. That was her unwavering bottom line. Even if the frost and frost god successfully resurrected and unleashed a cold wave, the damage to Xinjiang City would be limited. However, if Gao Yunjing were to lose control during this crucial period, the title of End Times Judge was not without merit. Currently, Luo Baiyue had already convinced herself that Gao Yunjing had most likely returned from Rebirth, albeit with fragmented memories. He had forgotten far too much, but as long as he remained under control, he was comparatively safe. Yet, should he encounter a god and regain his memories, the consequences would be dire. For now, it was sufficient just to keep him safe. You say it cannot be done, and thus it cannot? Gao Yunjing's arms were crossed over his chest, his gaze toward her inscrutable, his tone deep and sonorous, akin to a whisper from a demon. My fiancé, let us wager. I bet that when you slay a god, I will be there. You cannot just disregard my words, can you? Luo Baiyue's voice trembled with trepidation in the presence of Gao Yunjing's formidable will. Luo Baiyue found herself unable to resist. Back when she attempted to negotiate a peaceful resolution during the demise of Luo Baiyue, she had similarly faced Gao Yunjing in a dimly lit room, each seated on opposite sides of the table, with Gao Yunjing bearing the same demeanor. Luo Baiyue indeed met his demise. From that moment on, the terror of Gao Yunjing was etched in the hearts of all, earning him the moniker of Damocles' sword. It is not that I do not wish to heed your advice. If you venture forth alone, the risks are far too great. Having someone accompany you is ultimately safer. Luo Baiyue retorted defiantly. The source of the wind and snow's tumult originates from the frost and frost god. How can you confront it? When the cart reaches the mountain, a road shall appear. When the boat arrives at the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Gao Yunjing spoke slowly, placing a piece of braised meat into Luo Baiyue's bowl. I possess a fair understanding of deities. You mentioned the frost, and frost god will not awaken for another 3 months. We shall observe the situation during this time. His voice was cultured and congenial, yet each word bore an undeniable weight, rendering resistance futile. Luo Baiyue fell silent. In matters of slaying gods, he indeed surpassed her expertise. The meal proceeded in this oppressive atmosphere, with neither uttering a word, for they both understood that further discussion would be in vain. I am full. All right. Today you may rest. I will wash the dishes. Okay. Gao Yunjing replied nonchalantly before retreating to his room. It is not that I doubt you. Your current strength is undeniably weak, and the frost and frost god is perfectly capable of countering you. How can you slay a god? I understand your concern for Luo Baiyue's safety, but the dual taboo ethereal spirit is sufficient for her to defeat the frost and frost god. Currently, your only taboo is bestowal and seizure. Without the ability to plunder other ethereal spirits, it only bestows physical enhancements. You do not comprehend bestowal and seizure. I do not comprehend. The tone of the world's consciousness was incredulous. I single-handedly created bestowal and seizure. You claim I do not comprehend? Gao Yunjing sat on his obsidian eyes, reflecting a complex array of emotions. Those who craft rules do not necessarily understand them. Bestowal and seizure can directly devour living beings. Indeed, bestowal and seizure can accomplish that, but it requires the victim to offer no resistance, and the process is excruciating. Those with weak willpower are highly likely to perish. Huh. Gao Yunjing suddenly chuckled softly. I wager my willpower is strong enough. What are you planning to do? The divine blood belonging to predation began to boil within Gao Yunjing's body, surging forth to engulf the divine blood of Snowstorm. Have you lost your mind? Forcing the consumption of Snowstorm in your current state will provoke a violent backlash. Although predation is regarded as a forbidden spirit, its power remains feeble at the F rank. It could hardly manifest its characteristics. Conversely, Snowstorm, despite its weaknesses, is a high-risk spirit capable of a fierce counterattack that should not be underestimated. Such a reckless maneuver could spell disaster in an instant. The two streams of divine blood engaged in a relentless battle within Gao Yunjing, each clashing and wreaking havoc upon his body. While predation is formidable, it has yet to consume any spirits akin to a tiger freshly liberated from its cubhood. Snowstorm, though inferior to predation, is a high-risk spirit with inherent strength akin to a well-developed wolf. Both sides possess considerable power, placing Gao Yunjing in a dire predicament. The temperature in the room began to plummet, a thin layer of frost forming upon Gao Yunjing's brow, his lips turning a deep shade of blue. Madman, are you throwing your life away? If this situation were to continue, Gao Yunjing's body would ultimately be torn asunder by the two forces. Only a madman could inspire such dread. Surprisingly, Gao Yunjing was not rendered speechless by the cold. You speak the truth. The origin of Snowstorm, after all, is the deity of frost and snow, and thus it cannot harm me. However, you overlook one crucial detail. Possessing predation, I too am a deity. If I allow predation to consume Snowstorm, then Snowstorm shall belong solely to me. Should any error arise, it would be your demise. A madman never fears death. Gao Yunjing ceased to heed the world's consciousness and instead focused intently on controlling the divine blood of predation to devour Snowstorm. Despite his efforts, Snowstorm's counterattacks remained fierce, and a thin layer of frost began to form upon his body. The bone-chilling cold gnawed at his will, yet the frailty of his body could not deter him. Predation's assault remained relentless. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as his door was forcefully kicked open, and the icy-faced Luo Baiyue stormed in. Moments earlier, she had sensed the temperature in the room plummeting, Winter had long since passed, and the temperature should not be dropping further. Realizing something was amiss, Luo Baiyue, with her eternal ice domain, could immediately discern that the source was Gao Yunjing's room. Suspecting trouble, she disregarded propriety and kicked the door open, only to find nothing unusual upon surveying the area. When her gaze fell upon Gao Yunjing on the bed, she rushed to embrace him. This is bad. Why has his spirit begun to riot? Without time to ponder further, she prioritized saving him. Otherwise, the power of a high-risk spirit on the rampage could easily obliterate its owner. With a surge of power from her eternal ice domain, she absorbed the bone-chilling aura emanating from Gao Yunjing. Instantly, he felt the force of snowstorm diminish significantly, as if he had anticipated this. And he opened his eyes to see a familiar face. A smile crept across his lips. I knew you couldn't bear to see me die. Chapter 18. Sleep. Back in her room, Luo Baiyue tossed and turned, unable to sleep, her heart racing. Gao Yunjing was an embodiment of madness. His past, especially before the age of 15, revealed a boy inherently laced with a touch of insanity. Now that he had discovered a means to rapidly gain power, he had become one who relished the thrill of strength. Luo Baiyue feared that he lacked restraint. He was a person driven by ambition and pride. Yet his current sustenance relied entirely upon an unfamiliar fiancée. He would not settle for complacency. He would seek ways to augment his power, ensuring his own stability. Rolling restlessly on the large bed, she suddenly sat up and slapped the mattress. Why? When did he become so worrisome? Her gaze drifted to the ajar door. Their rooms faced each other. Initially, both Luo Baiyue and Gao Yunjing would close their doors at night. However, after the events of that evening, she had insisted that they keep their doors open together. Though she knew that after tonight's ordeal, Gao Yunjing would likely calm down for a time, her anxiety remained. Luo Baiyue's gaze lingered on the open door, her expression torn with uncertainty. At that moment, Gao Yunjing too found himself unable to sleep. The side effects of forcibly utilizing predation to consume snowstorm left his divine blood in a state of perpetual boiling. He was incredibly alert, and despite lying on a soft bed, fatigue eluded him. Having devoured snowstorm, his rank had surged, propelling predation to unprecedented heights. And his plans for May's hunt against Wang Hongfei were still very much alive. He was secretly strategizing on how to confront the deity of frost and snow, dismissing Wang Hongfei as a mere NPC not worth his consideration. As he pondered, he suddenly felt the bed beside him sink slightly. Opening his eyes, he peered into the darkness, his obsidian irises merging with the shadows around him. Yet, after the baptism of divine blood, night vision was a basic skill for him. Thus, he noticed the serene visage of a young girl beside him. How did she get here? Luo Baiyue lay with her eyes tightly shut, appearing to be in a deep sleep, clad in pink Hello Kitty pajamas, without a blanket, simply resting beside him. Gao Yunjing cautiously extended his right hand. Poking her cheek twice, the sensation remained soft and tender. It seems I've stumbled upon something amusing. He felt no need to hold back. After all, he was wide awake. His long, slender fingers began to poke and prod at her. Luo Baiyue, although not asleep, found it too awkward to open her eyes and meet his gaze, so she resolutely feigned sleep. However, she never anticipated that Gao Yunjing would be so idle as to poke her face for an extended period. Unable to endure any longer, she let out a soft grunt. Sleep, and in a bid to protect her face from his playful torment, she turned away, presenting him only with her back. Gao Yunjing gazed at her retreating figure, contemplating for a long moment. She offered herself up willingly. I cannot be blamed for this. Without hesitation, he extended his strong arm and encircled her delicate waist. With a gentle tug, he pulled her into his embrace. Luo Baiyue wanted to resist, but the disparity in their powers was vast. As a forbidden spirit, she held a significant advantage over him, being a level higher. If she were to truly resist, she feared harming Gao Yunjing, yet a mere token struggle would not suffice against him. Thus, she helplessly slid into his arms. The young girl's form was incredibly soft, like a puddle of water, warm and comforting, akin to a hand warmer, emanating a faint fragrance. Gao Yunjing understood that Luo Baiyue did not have a habit of wearing perfume. There was none in her home. This fragrance was simply her natural scent. However, it was not as exaggerated as described in novels, lacking any specific notes like milk or strawberry. The figure of Luo Baiyue emanates a faint and ethereal fragrance, which, if one were to seek a corresponding scent, might be likened to that of plum blossoms. Cradling the young girl, Gao Yunjing felt an unparalleled comfort. Nestled upon the soft bed adorned with a velvet blanket, holding the fragrant and delicate girl close. Had he known that embracing Luo Baiyue would be so delightful, he would have seized her in his previous life, sealing away her ethereal spirit to serve as a plush pillow. Luo Baiyue's cheeks flushed crimson throughout her life. She had never experienced such intimate contact with any male. Even in her previous life, her physical interactions with Gao Yunjing had not been this close. His physique differed markedly from that of the man her cousin had described. His body radiated a coolness akin to a gentle breeze. Yet the point of contact where his arm encircled her waist felt undeniably warm. The aura surrounding Gao Yunjing contrasted sharply with his refined and serene appearance. It was rather invasive, reminiscent of the cold winds from the north. The warmth of his breath cascaded against her neck, causing Luo Baiyue to feel as though ants were crawling upon her skin, an exquisite itchiness that drove her to distraction. "I know you're not asleep." In the profoundly quiet and confined space of the room, Gao Yunjing's cool and gentle voice stood out, almost impossible to ignore. "What are you doing?" Luo Baiyue stammered, her nervousness evident in her faltering words. Seemingly oblivious to her anxiety, Gao Yunjing tightened his hold, drawing them closer, separated only by the sheer fabric of their nightclothes. Luo Baiyue could acutely sense the rhythmic changes in Gao Yunjing's breathing. His hand rested upon her smooth, unblemished waist, and as her breathing quickened, so too did the rise and fall of her abdomen. "Don't be nervous. Just a moment ago, you were sitting on my lap. Was that not more intimate?" "Shut up." Luo Baiyue's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson. Gao Yunjing's words felt like a playful tease. How could she tolerate such a thing? After all, she was the one who had taken him under her wing. Certainly, she cannot stand for it. "Don't be angry. I merely wish to inquire why you found yourself on my bed. What do you think?" The young girl's voice was huffy, a clear reflection of her concern that this foolish boy might act impulsively and resort to using his blood ignition technique once more. The mere mention of this matter ignited her fury. She possessed limited strength, and yet he insisted on preserving his pride. Not only that, but he resorted to the use of a technique that could be classified as forbidden. With the enhancement of her ethereal spirit post-D rank, her control over herself had improved, and she would not perish from using blood ignition. "So, what are you trying to convey?" Her voice was laced with irritation, and Gao Yunjing could even see her cheeks puffing in indignation. He understood that if he continued speaking, it would likely lead to his doom. All right, I promise you. I will refrain from engaging in such dangerous acts in the future." "Really? Truly?" Chapter 17. Because I trust you. With a sudden motion, Gao Yunjing pulled Luo Baiyue into his embrace, the soft warmth enveloping him. Yet he found himself unable to focus on anything else. His sole intention was to draw closer to Luo Baiyue, facilitating her absorption of the cold energy emanating from his body. Throughout the exchange, she offered no resistance, instead tightening her grip around him. The two remained entwined, with Gao Yunjing's full attention consumed by the fierce battle between Yudhua and Fengxue Piao. Facing impending doom, Fengxue Piao resembled a cornered wolf, while the desperate tiger unleashed a series of frenzied counterattacks. The overwhelming cold energy surged recklessly, forcing even Yudhua, who had maintained the offensive, to retreat. Gao Yunjing's body temperature plummeted, the chill in the room growing more pronounced, until frost began to form upon the tiled floor. Lying in Gao Yunjing's arms, Luo Baiyue furrowed her delicate brows, sensing something amiss. Under normal circumstances, even during an ethereal spirit-esque rampage, such a formidable resistance should not occur. Eternal Ice Domain could barely balance Fengxue Piao. This did not feel like a mere spirit disturbance. Instead, it resembled a life-and-death struggle. With Fengxue Piao unleashing every ounce of its power without regard for consequence. Leaning closer to Gao Yunjing's ear, she whispered, "Bear with it. I will fully activate Eternal Ice Domain to help suppress Fengxue Piaoyao." With that, she closed her eyes, sitting upon his lap, while his head nestled against her graceful neck. Their movements were intimate, yet neither felt the slightest hint of shyness. As Eternal Ice Domain was propelled to its fullest extent, Fengxue Piaoyao lost all ability to resist. Succumbing entirely to Yudwa, the cold energy emanating from Gao Yunjing dissipated, the air within the room began to warm, and the thin layer of frost upon the ground gradually melted away. Luo Baiyue attempted to rise from Gao Yunjing's embrace, but found him firmly holding her slender waist, restricting her movement. At that moment, Gao Yunjing was engaged in concluding his task. Although Fengxue Piaoyao had been subdued, his internal condition was chaotic. Any external disturbance could trigger a chain reaction. Thus, the young girl remained seated upon his lap, her arms wrapped around his neck to prevent herself from slipping. With Fengxue Piaoyao incapacitated and its divine blood assimilated by Yudwa, the implications of devouring a high-risk, ethereal spirit were immensely powerful. The divine blood within Gao Yunjing began to surge, his power experiencing exponential growth as the essence rained down upon his sinews and bones. Every inch of his flesh and sinews greedily absorbed the energy from the divine blood, an almost ravenous consumption, and Gao Yunjing's aura began to swell. "Dihonk." With his eyes now wide open, his voice trembled with excitement. "I have reached D rank. Give me 3 more months, and attaining C rank will not be impossible. Are you pleased?" Sitting in his embrace, Luo Baiyue felt an overwhelming surge of anger, effortlessly pinning Gao Yunjing to the bed with a single motion. The icy blue hue of her eyes remained unyielding, her entire being sprawled atop him, her tone laced with a chilling coldness. "Why not take a look at what you have done? How dare you forcefully ignite your blood? Who gave you the audacity?" Blood ignition, as the name implies, entails igniting the divine blood within one's body. This technique forcibly unleashes the blood's potential for a short time, enhancing the user's power. For those with high-risk, ethereal spirits, the effects are magnified. If successful, even the weakest could see a significant boost in strength, while the strongest could elevate to an entirely new realm. However, the drawbacks are equally pronounced. Once ignited, the potent divine blood can lead to immense augmentation, but if one cannot suppress it, the consequence is death. From Luo Baiyue's understanding, only the method of blood ignition could have caused the situation Gao Yunjing found himself in. As he reflected, he grasped Luo Baiyue's meaning. The two scenarios were rather similar. Forcing the consumption of a high-risk, ethereal spirit at one's weakest was not unlike using blood ignition. No, there is some distinction, he thought. Using blood ignition does not guarantee death, but attempting to consume a high-risk, ethereal spirit in that state is nearly fatal. Thus, he gambled, wagering that Luo Baiyue would not hesitate to save him, believing she could not bear to see him perish. The young girl lay atop him, her brows furrowed, her face puffed in indignation, and for some reason, Gao Yunjing found himself wanting to laugh at the scene. He reached out to tousle her hair. "It's all right. I'm not dead. That is only because of me. Without my assistance, would you not have perished long ago?" A light laugh escaped Gao Yunjing's lips. "Because I trust you. I believe you would not let me die. Indeed, you have not." The word struck Luo Baiyue like a precisely aimed arrow, piercing her heart without the slightest margin of error. The one who once instilled fear in her now smiled and expressed gratitude. This sentiment was utterly irresistible to her. The young girl's form was soft, though she appeared tall and commanding, embodying the essence of an authoritative woman. When held in embrace, she felt delightfully plush. Luo Baiyue possessed an exquisite figure, and Gao Yunjing cradled her as if he had acquired a rare treasure, unwilling to release her even for a moment. "Oh, how did I not realize in my past life how comfortable it was to hold Luo Baiyue? I feel an urge to cherish her. But now, it seems I'm the one being cherished." A radiant smile adorned Gao Yunjing's face. "Regardless, in 3 months, I will be able to assist you." Luo Baiyue opened her mouth to reprimand him, but the words lodged in her throat. Was this not him? A self-reliant individual, resolutely unwilling to be a burden, even at the cost of his own life, striving to keep pace with everyone else. He had once been that way, regarding matters of wealth and existence as trivial, easily cast aside when necessary. Gao Yunjing, what am I to do with you? Enough. It is late. You should retire for the night. Gao Yunjing suppressed his reluctance as he bid farewell. Luo Baiyue's face had turned a deep crimson. He feared that if he held her for another moment, the young girl might simply burst forth with blood. I understand. Do sleep early. The warm, soft girl left his embrace, and Gao Yunjing felt a pang of loss. What a splendid pillow she made. To have her depart from his arms was disheartening. As he watched her graceful figure retreat, he suddenly sat upright, a realization dawning upon him with horror. He seemed to have developed an excessive attachment to Luo Baiyue. This was hardly a favorable omen. Their conflicts were irreconcilable, and they were ultimately destined to clash. With a sigh, Gao Yunjing shook his head dismissively. What was happening to him? Why should a harbinger of destruction, one who annihilates all, concern himself with such matters? How peculiar. Chapter 19. Young Master Wang, please. Gao Yunjing lay lethargically across his desk. Who could possibly sleep well when cradling a fragrant, soft young lady? He was unsure if others could manage it, but he certainly could not. In the dimly lit room, his eyes were wide open, while Luo Baiyue nestled comfortably in his embrace, lost in a deep slumber. He had intended to use her as a pillow, yet, as slumber overtook him, he unwittingly became her pillow instead. Who could have guessed that beneath the veneer of a frosty, authoritative woman, she was in reality a delicate girl clad in a pink Hello Kitty pajama set? Clinging to him without release, Luo Baiyue's development was indeed impressive. Gao Yunjing had nearly gone mad the entire night. It must be said that occasionally holding the young girl was truly pleasurable, but when it came to sleeping, he could do nothing but hold her. He might as well return to his former profession, earning some pocket money as an assassin. Lying half awake on his desk, Gao Yunjing felt as though he were being nudged. He groggily opened his eyes. What is it? Chu Hanjing, with a hint of concern, remarked, Yunjing, why don't you pay attention in class? You've been sleeping here every day. One till you fall behind in your studies? School courses? What relevance do they hold for someone like him, who relied on his fiancée's connections? Regardless of his academic engagement, with Luo Baiyue and a high-risk spirit, surely the universities of the Yinhua Empire would welcome him with open arms? He waved his hand dismissively, his voice muffled. No need. My fiancé, he has already arranged everything for me. I have been pre-admitted. With that, he disregarded Chu Hanjing and returned to his slumber. Observing the boy slumped over his desk, Chu Hanjing felt an inexplicable bitterness in her heart. Indeed, his fiancé, he was Luo Baiyue, and he was a high-risk spirit. What need had he for these trivial classes? Shadows danced across the desk as time slipped by quietly. In his dreams, Gao Yunjing perceived a persistent buzzing, akin to a fly, disrupting the once serene atmosphere. Abruptly awakened, a surge of nameless rage ignited within him. He slammed his hand on the desk, sitting up sharply, and coldly declared, "Can't you be quiet?" The clamor subsided immediately at his reprimand, all eyes turning towards him. It was then that he noticed a tall, imposing youth standing before his desk. The young man, wearing a smile, extended his hand. Gao Yunjing, we meet again? Gao Yunjing furrowed his brows, scanning the youth with a cold gaze. Who are you? The young man remained unfazed by Gao Yunjing's frosty demeanor, responding politely. It's quite normal for you not to recognize me. Leaning closer, he locked eyes with Gao Yunjing and spoke deliberately. I am Wu Hao, a spirit of sequence 169, Crimson Flame, a former lackey under your command. Recognition dawned on Gao Yunjing as he gazed at Wu Hao. Seeing the realization on Gao Yunjing's face, Wu Hao exhibited a satisfied smile. Not familiar? No matter, he continued. I'm merely here to convey a message. Young Master Wang requests your presence at the gathering of celestial spirits after school. I shall not attend. Gao Yunjing's rejection was resolute, even catching those around him off guard with its swiftness. Why not? A flicker of impatience crossed Gao Yunjing's features. Was it not obvious? The two of them were already at odds. For him to invite him to dine now was akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well, clearly ill-intentioned. You're quite right. Wu Hao agreed, nodding. However, do you truly possess the authority to refuse? With your current strength, I could easily carry you to the gathering of celestial spirits. Wu Hao, do not overstep. Chu Hanjing interjected, standing between the two. She feared that Gao Yunjing's impulsiveness might lead to conflict with Wu Hao. While Gao Yunjing was indeed gifted, Wu Hao was equally formidable. Moreover, Gao Yunjing had been incapacitated for 3 years, while Wu Hao had diligently trained during that time. Wu Hao had already stepped into the C rank. The disparity in their capabilities was stark. Wu Hao remained unperturbed by Chu Hanjing's presence, for he came bearing the name of Wang Hongfei. Aside from Gao Yunjing, no one else was deemed worthy to engage in this matter. Chu Hanjing, I understand your close relationship with him, but that does not grant you the audacity to interfere. It would be wise to refrain from meddling, lest you incur young Master Wang's displeasure. You are being excessively domineering, and I shall not stand idly by. Chu Hanjing, undeterred, was emboldened by a sense of justice. As Gao Yunjing sat in his seat, he could not help but furrow his brow at the unfolding scene. This Chu Hanjing had once shared a close relationship with him. Before the age of 15, his life had been devoid of any remarkable events. In fact, those early years paled in comparison to the vibrancy of his later life, leaving him with scant memories. Gao Yunjing, you ought to realize that aside from yourself, no one holds the power to decide this matter. Although Chu Hanjing is formidable, he was once inferior to you in strength. Moreover, with Wang Xiao now in the picture, I expect a satisfactory answer from you. I am merely an intermediary with no other options available. Does it concern you whether I have options or not? Gao Yunjing languidly rose to his feet and declared, let us settle this with a duel. If you win, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. However, should you lose, you will adhere to my wishes. Are you certain? Wu Hao's expression turned peculiar. He sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Gao Yunjing did not strike him as a reckless individual. Why would he propose such a condition that offered Wu Hao no advantage? If you continue to prattle, my response shall be one you would rather not hear. The weak can never fathom the strength of the strong. In the face of one who possesses Yudhua, you must either surpass him by several realms or possess a forbidden spirit of your own. Yet, given the current circumstances, as long as he chooses to remain concealed, no one will ever discern the extent of his power. Contemplating Wang Hongfei's methods sent a chill down Wu Hao's spine, leaving him unable to ponder deeply. After all, he was merely a messenger with no standing. He had no choice in the matter. Gritting his teeth, Wu Hao resolutely replied, I accept. Chapter 20, then I shall come to retrieve you. Is there not a bit of incentive in that? Incentive? Wu Hao furrowed his brow, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Brother Gao, this is not gambling. There is no need for an incentive here. Why isn't it considered gambling? Gao Yunjing retorted without reservation. A man who's been in a coma for 3 years, pitted against a man who has attended school for 3 years. Does that not constitute a gamble? You need not duel with me. You could simply meet with Wang Hongfei instead. Gao Yunjing scoffed without restraint. In these 3 years of unconsciousness, was I the foolish one? Or were you? Fighting me is a gamble. Meeting Wang Hongfei is no different. Is it? What? Are you so afraid of failing the task assigned to you? Wu Hao was unwilling to engage in further banter. Speak plainly. What do you desire? I require Xianjing and the blood of fire-type beasts. These are within your capabilities, are they not? With the revival of the divine, the bloodlines of the beast clans have similarly undergone a resurgence. Mythical beasts, once relegated to the realm of legend, have returned to the mortal world. However, these beasts do not pose a significant threat to humanity, as their bloodlines are exceedingly diluted and their degeneration is severe. Few possess the strength of divine beasts. They merely exist in abundance. Very well. As long as you agree to meet with Wang Xiao, even if it comes to no conflict, I shall ensure those items are delivered to you. That will not suffice. Gao Yunjing finally stood upright, his towering figure casting a shadow over Wu Hao. Not only do I want those items, but I also refuse to meet Wang Hongfei. With that, he strode purposefully from his seat toward the school as training ground, where a makeshift dueling platform had been erected, a mere elevated stage designed to alleviate internal strife. Fighting in such a place was hardly a concern, provided it did not disrupt others. Standing atop the platform, Gao Yunjing addressed Wu Hao. From your words, it appears we once shared a connection, though I have no recollection of it. Nevertheless, I am willing to grant you a reprieve. If you concede now and deliver what I require, I shall let you off this time. Otherwise, I am known for my mercilessness. You should be well aware of that from your past association with me. Wu Hao was acutely aware of Gao Yunjing's ruthless nature and, to be frank, he had no desire to engage in combat with his former mentor. Yet, there was no alternative. Wang Hongfei's orders were clear, aimed at demonstrating his authority over Gao Yunjing. Compared to Gao Yunjing, Wang Hongfei's methods were far more brutal, especially considering that his father was the mayor of Qingjiang City. In a nation where such figures were not to be trifled with, the mayor held the highest position, a veritable local tyrant. Here, the law was dictated by the mayor's whims, allowing Wang Hongfei to act with impunity, earning a reputation for his cold-heartedness and cruelty. Wu Hao could not dare defy Wang Hongfei's will. It appears you still wish to fight me, Gao Yunjing lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Why choose the path of self-inflicted suffering? Brother Gao, you have been in a coma for so long. I should possess a measure of confidence against you. Wu Hao drew a Tang Dao from the weapon rack, the weapon with which he was most proficient. The spirit surged forth, igniting the blade with a layer of searing flames, the inferno threatening to warp the very fabric of space. However, to Gao Yunjing, this display elicited nothing more than a disdainful smirk. The youth was, after all, still youthful and lacked the finesse to wield the spirit effectively. Enveloping the weapon in flames on such a grand scale was a gross misallocation of power. The correct approach would be to compress the flames and unleash them at the moment of attack. Wu Hao, however, paid no heed to Gao Yunjing's thoughts and charged forward with his Tang Dao. Ultimately, Wu Hao was merely a D-level fighter, while Gao Yunjing, also of D-level but wielding a high-risk spirit, was an insurmountable foe. In an instant, Gao Yunjing's eyes shifted to a brilliant icy blue, and the air around him grew frigid, a biting wind that gnawed at the bones. The howling cold whipped at his coat, the flowing black trench coat resembling an embodiment of night as he extended a hand, manifesting a spear of ice amid the swirling tempest. At that moment, Wu Hao realized something was amiss. Was Gao Yunjing's power not a bit excessive? His flames struggled to expand beyond a certain threshold, confined against an invisible barrier. The dueling platform was engulfed in howling winds, the ground already coated in a thick layer of frost, indicating that Gao Yunjing's prowess was no trifling matter. No longer concealing his true capabilities, Gao Yunjing, now free from his coma, revealed his true level, D-level. How had he achieved this? Merely days after awakening. He had ascended from F-level to D-level. Wu Hao, though lacking a high-risk spirit, was not foolish. He had witnessed Gao Yunjing at F-level and could hardly fathom the terror he now exuded. You've reached D-level? Wu Hao inquired, as if testing the waters with his assault. Indeed, Gao Yunjing replied, his voice carried by the howling winds that enveloped the training ground. The crowd gathered at the arena erupted in disbelief. Impossible. You've only just awakened. How can you possibly have made such a breakthrough? What a joke. If one could ascend a level in mere days, Wang Hongfei would have reached S-level long ago. Unlike the onlookers who were envious of his progress, Wu Hao felt the oppressive aura emanating from Gao Yunjing and recognized the truth in it. He believed that Gao Yunjing was not deceiving him. Silence. Gao Yunjing's voice, cold and menacing, resonated amidst the howling winds. At that moment, the temperature throughout the school plummeted below freezing. This was still Gao Yunjing exercising restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, everyone present would have been reduced to mere ice sculptures. Gao Yunjing's gaze shifted towards Wu Hao. Regardless of your thoughts, it's time to take action while standing here. Without waiting for Wu Hao's response, he seized his frost lance, causing it to tremble and shatter into countless resplendent ice shards. With a single hand, Gao Yunjing pointed at Wu Hao, and the exploding ice shards, seemingly imbued with intelligence, immediately surged toward him. Faced with this overwhelming assault, Wu Hao found himself devoid of even the slightest confidence to resist. The chasm between a high-level phantom and a mid-level phantom was simply insurmountable. In the face of absolute power, any form of resistance was utterly futile. Yet, unexpectedly, the sharp ice fragments halted just before Wu Hao. "You're nothing but a coward who dares not even resist. You should just leave," Gao Yunjing remarked before calmly stepping away from the competition stage. As the school bell rang, Gao Yunjing was the first to dash out of the school, adopting a standard sprint. Upon reaching the school gate, he noticed a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked there. The rear door swung open, revealing a young man seated inside, who patted the seat beside him as if inviting Gao Yunjing in. With a playful smile, the young man quipped, "Since you didn't come to invite me, I had no choice but to come fetch you." Chapter 21. Companionship in Dining and Play. Wang Hongfei. Gao Yunjing had anticipated that Wang Hongfei would not let things rest easily, but he had not expected Wang Hongfei to act with such swiftness. Waiting directly at the school gate, observing Gao Yunjing's hesitance, Wang Hongfei smiled. "Is it not permissible for old friends to reminisce? My apologies, but my fiancé is rather strict. Perhaps we should save our nostalgia for another day." "Ha ha." Wang Hongfei chuckled lightly, surprised to discover that Gao Yunjing, too, fell under the influence of a domineering fiancé. Why couldn't he be? Luo Baiyue's voice, as chilling as a winter's night, enveloped the scene as she stood beside Gao Yunjing, clad in a matching black trench coat. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly poised to pierce Wang Hongfei. Was there any issue with a husband being under the thumb of his wife? Of course not, Wang Hongfei replied, his gentle smile unwavering. However, he quickly shifted the conversation. "But Gao Yunjing, your actions might be somewhat inappropriate, don't you think? I recall your relationship with Chu Hanjing was quite well known." "Well known." Gao Yunjing's expression turned frosty, the temperature at the school gate plummeting. "Then please enlighten us about what our relationship was." Gao Yunjing was certain that his ties with Chu Hanjing had never transcended platonic boundaries, despite his hazy memories from before the age of 15. Yet, if there had been any ambiguous connection, he would undoubtedly remember it. But if he did not take the initiative now, upon returning home, the young girl would surely not be lenient with him. Luo Baiyue's current demeanor was unmistakably one of control. Even if one day she learned of her reincarnation, she would likely choose to maintain this control, as it seemed the most prudent course of action. This implied that Luo Baiyue could potentially transform into a Yandere at any moment. The nature of a Yandere is such that while their love stories may appear beautiful, being targeted by one is an absolute misfortune. Thus, he could only strive to suppress Luo Baiyue's tendencies as much as possible. What relationship need I clarify? Wang Hongfei showed no fear towards Gao Yunjing, instead maintaining his warm smile, akin to a reunion of old friends. A nostalgic glimmer crossed his handsome features. "You were once considered a woman repellent, yet here you are, surrounded by a young lady." Wang Hongfei's gaze shifted to Luo Baiyue. "Miss Luo, do you need me to mention who this young lady is?" "No need." Chu Hanjing's voice sliced through the crowd, reaching the trio. Her expression was cold as she regarded Wang Hongfei. "I do not comprehend your intentions. If you seek to sow discord within Gao Yunjing's marital relationship, I assure you I'm the least suitable pawn for your games. Our relationship is indeed common knowledge." Chu Hanjing did not glance at Wang Hongfei or Gao Yunjing, but directed her gaze at Luo Baiyue. "Sister-in-law, I am technically half a sister to Gao Yunjing." "Huh?" This sudden revelation left Luo Baiyue momentarily stunned. She had never heard of Gao Yunjing having a sister. Moreover, in her previous life, Gao Yunjing had never mentioned such a person. "Originally, my father was a gambler and my mother an alcoholic. They sold me off. Indeed, one for gambling and the other for drinking. They chose to sell me. Although I was sold, my life remained miserable. At that time, my phantom had yet to awaken, and I was sold to a place known as the Mortal Immortal. This establishment is merely a facade, appearing as a high-end restaurant and bar, while it actually engages in illicit activities. As a young girl sold to such a place, the nature of my work was all too evident. Fortunately, I was still young then, and they merely had me perform menial tasks. However, after I once stood up to a customer, they beat me severely and threw me out. It was during that time I met Gao Yunjing. He took me to the hospital and cared for me. When I asked what I could do to repay him, he said it was unnecessary, just a small act of kindness. Yet, I learned he had no family, so I clung to him, insisting I would be his sister. Chu Hanjing forced a bittersweet smile, though he clearly did not require such companionship. As the girl recounted this heart-rending experience, she remained remarkably calm, her voice trembling only at the final revelation. A vague, fragmented memory began to resurface in Gao Yunjing's mind. Indeed, there had once been such a person by his side. However, amidst rampant corruption among the officials of Qingjiang City, the compensation for his parents' deaths, along with a series of subsequent benefits, had barely reached him. Gao Yunjing himself had to rely on various means to survive. Adding another equally destitute Chu Hanjing to his circumstances could easily lead to starvation. Thus, he had been resolute in his refusal at that time. With a cold gaze, Chu Hanjing fixed her stare on Wang Hongfei. What more do you wish to say? He had nothing further to declare. It was time for him to depart. Luo Baiyue's voice was icy and unyielding, as she would never show leniency to others. She took Gao Yunjing's hand and led him back to her Maybach. Drive. At Wang Hongfei's command, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan departed into the distance, bringing this episode to an abrupt conclusion. The young girl in the Maybach regarded Gao Yunjing with a teasing smile. It seems our Gao Ge has quite an array of acquaintances and experiences. Listening to the girl's sardonic remarks, Gao Yunjing felt no desire to engage. Luo Baiyue had indeed managed to shield him from Wang Hongfei. However, the more he interacted with Wang Hongfei, the more their conflicts would become apparent to all. Should he resort to extreme measures against Wang Hongfei, even in the absence of evidence, he would undoubtedly become a suspect, even if he could evade suspicion. Luo Baiyue was no fool. He was genuinely afraid of her discovering his reincarnation. I'm talking to you. Is it your attitude? I am tired. I think I'll take a nap. With that, Gao Yunjing closed his eyes. What do you mean tired? Luo Baiyue could no longer contain herself, throwing herself against Gao Yunjing, leaning close to his ear. What should I do? I also desire Gao Ji's meticulous care. As the soft, fragrant girl nestled against him, Gao Yunjing wrapped his arms around her delicate waist to prevent her from slipping. His tone held a hint of amusement. You desire meticulous care, do you? Indeed. Brother Gao's meticulous care is something I, as your fiancé, deeply desire as well. Luo Baiyue's tone was affected, whimsically stretching her words as she played the coquette. Hee. Gao Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle, his hand gently gliding over the delicate curve of the girl's slender back. What more care do I need to provide? Accompanying you for meals, play, and sleep. What else is there? Chapter 22. My perverse techniques are superior. I don't care. I demand the same meticulous care that Chu Hanjing bestows. The little girl, throwing a tantrum, displayed a complete lack of reason. She lay atop him, burying her small face in his chest, her voice muffled, blowing warm, moist breaths against him. Must I truly indulge in her version of care? Absolutely. Very well. However, that means there will be no service for sleeping together. Why not? Luo Baiyue lifted her face, now flushed red as a tomato, and declared fiercely, I am your fiancé, E. What she can enjoy, I shall enjoy. What she cannot have, I shall have as well. Such a domineering little girl? Gao Yunjing's tone brimmed with indulgence. How had he never noticed how amusing Luo Baiyue was before? Regardless, I will have what she has, and I will have what she does not. Besides me, you shall have no other women. On what grounds do you assert that? How dare you ask? The little girl raised her tiny fist in indignation and playfully punched his chest, declaring, just let it slip that you are my fiancé, and see who dares to covet you. All right, let us head home. Sensing his innate spirit weapon, the crimson flame black dragon spear, about to slip from his control, Gao Yunjing hastened to change the subject, attempting to dislodge the girl from his lap. Yet, she was unwilling to budge, remaining sprawled across him, with only the fabric of their clothing as a barrier. Lifting her head, her pure, bright eyes fixed intently on him, she insisted, you must promise to provide me with meticulous care. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yunjing found himself both amused and exasperated. Was Luo Baiyue perhaps an ancient jar of vinegar? Once the vinegar pot is toppled, its tang could surely envelop the entire Yunhua Empire. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced. Fine. I will indulge this little vinegar jar of yours. That's more like it. Satisfied with his affirmation, the little girl finally dismounted from his lap. Luo Baiyue's fair, delicate hand rested atop his head as she grinned, reminding him, remember, only someone who loves you as much as I do can feel jealous. Everyone else are simply villains. Gao Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Luo Baiyue, looking like a whimsical seducer of an innocent child. What is this? Do you even realize, dear? One must admit, Luo Baiyue's mature demeanor, when calling someone dear, indeed possesses a lethal charm over men. Most importantly, when the little girl pouted, Gao Yunjing found himself utterly defenseless. He was truly captivated by Luo Baiyue's charms. Do you know what your statement is called in academic circles? For a fleeting moment, Luo Baiyue's hand stiffened. Before her voice, cool yet laced with allure, continued, what is it called, dear? Brainwashing. Upon uttering this, Gao Yunjing burst into laughter, his scholarly demeanor accentuated by a smile that resembled a blooming plum blossom, his tone laced with mirth. But as for you, my little vinegar jar, I find myself rather fond of you. The sleek black Maybach glided through the night, the streetlights casting warm, layered pools of light like a curtain of illumination. Soon, they arrived at their quaint abode. Since you love this little vinegar jar of yours, I shall train you tonight. Train me? Gao Yunjing frowned slightly, sensing an ulterior motive in her words. Though Luo Baiyue had always been the proactive one, she was the shy one at heart. Thus, he doubted that the training she spoke of was what he imagined. Luo Baiyue, too, sensed his misgivings and, blushing, retorted, You lecher. What are you thinking? I was contemplating having 5 children. Not a single one. I wouldn't bear any for you. 2 would suffice. Twins, 1 of each gender. I said no. Not a single one. Gao Yunjing opened the car door and stepped beside the girl, his long, elegant fingers lifting her chin. Your words do not carry weight. I will show you what it means to have the final say. As he gazed at the wooden sword in his hand and the poised Luo Baiyue across from him, he felt a pang of regret. The spacious living room had been cleared, providing ample space for their spirited display. With the wooden sword in hand, Luo Baiyue appeared poised and confident, declaring, This swordsmanship training is under my command, observing the wooden sword and the eager girl demonstrating her skills. Gao Yunjing couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Is this how you wish to change me? Previously, his favored weapon was the spear, known as the king of all weapons, challenging to master, yet immensely powerful. Now Luo Baiyue had handed him a sword instead. Must even his beloved weapon be altered? Hey, are you watching? I am. Then come here. What do you intend to do? Although he asked, Gao Yunjing obediently approached the girl. You and I shall exchange a few moves. Luo Baiyue swung her sword, charging straight for Gao Yunjing. Is this truly necessary? Gao Yunjing smiled nonchalantly, effortlessly blocking her strike with a clang. That was merely a test. Being able to block it does not signify much. With a fierce cry, Luo Baiyue unleashed a flurry of attacks, her sword slicing through the air like a roaring tiger. I told you, it's unnecessary. Gao Yunjing remained unmoved, wielding the sword as if it were an extension of his very being, blocking her onslaught at an acute angle. No more idle chatter. Luo Baiyue intensified her assault, executing a series of fluid sword techniques, her wooden sword transforming into a formidable weapon. Do not forget, what was my source of income before I turned 15? Gao Yunjing stood firm, merely flicking his wrist as the sword danced gracefully, deflecting her fierce blows. How is this possible? Luo Baiyue couldn't help but feel astonished. The intensity of her swordplay was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Indeed, she acknowledged Gao Yunjing's exceptional talent, which defied common standards, yet he remained steadfast, not shifting an inch. He merely relied on his upper body to fend off her relentless attacks, clearly demonstrating that Gao Yunjing was a master swordsman whose prowess belied his age. Very impressive, yet do not forget who I am. With her words, Luo Baiyue's swordplay transformed, shifting from a mere sequence of moves to a dynamic display of skill, her attacks pouring down like a torrential rain on a stormy night. The ferocity of her assault was akin to a force of nature, overwhelming everything in its path. Even in his previous life, Gao Yunjing had never been her equal in swordsmanship. Moreover, he had to conceal his true abilities, unable to reveal his full strength. Before long, Luo Baiyue's sword had sent his flying, marking his defeat. So what do you say? Do you yield now? Luo Baiyue raised her pristine chin, exuding triumph. The young lady is indeed formidable, Gao Yunjing remarked as he approached her side. However, I possess a technique that is even more impressive. What technique? In a sudden twist, Gao Yunjing swept Luo Baiyue into his arms in a princess carry, transporting her to the bedroom and tossing her onto the bed. My perverse techniques are superior. Chapter 23. A Life for a Purpose. The following day, Gao Yunjing, bearing the dark circles of despair beneath his eyes, stumbled into the classroom. His strength had proven woefully inadequate. No sooner had he collapsed onto his bed the previous night than he was felled by a single punch from a young girl. Yunjing, what happened to you? Naturally, as his desk mate, Chu Hanjing was the first to notice Gao Yunjing's panda-like eyes. Hearing the concerned tone in Chu Hanjing's voice, Gao Yunjing merely waved his hand in dismissal and rested his head on the desk, seeking solace in sleep once more. Suddenly, he felt a gentle poke, undoubtedly from Chu Hanjing. Though somewhat irked at the interruption of his slumber, he remembered how she had come to his aid the day before, and thus, with a good-natured sigh, he lifted his head to reveal his bruised eye. His voice, laced with fatigue, inquired, "I'm quite tired. If you have something to say, please be brief." A chilling sensation swept over him as he opened his half-closed eyes to see Chu Hanjing delicately applying a white ointment to his bruised eye with her fair, slender hand. Sensing his surprise, she blushed slightly and explained, "Today is the 100-day declaration. I thought it inappropriate for you to go out looking like this, so I wanted to apply some medicine in hopes of remedying the situation." "No need." Gao Yunjing's response was vehement. He straightened up and withdrew a tissue from his pocket to wipe away the medication. Given his physical prowess and his exceptional control over his body, this minor bruise hardly warranted concern. He had merely retained it to elicit sympathy from the young girl, hoping to gain an advantage. Zhu Hanjing, taken aback by his forceful rejection, lowered her head, murmuring an apology. Sorry. Sorry? Gao Yunjing turned his head in confusion to look at her. What do you have to apologize for? I only kept this bruise to garner sympathy and gain some advantage over Luo Baiyue. If I truly wished to eliminate it, I wouldn't need any ointment. Noticing Chu Hanjing's continued silence as she stared at the floor, Gao Yunjing felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Given her demeanor, it would have been strange if he had taken advantage of her at that moment. He had no intention of exploiting her goodwill. "All right, I'm not upset with you. Let me catch some sleep," he declared, channeling the divine blood within him to dispel the bruising around his eye. He then resumed his position on the desk. The once noisy classroom fell into a hush, yet no one dared to voice their curiosity, casting only glances before retreating back into silence. Chu Hanjing gazed at the boy slumped over his desk, pondering, "Am I truly the one being foolish, brother? Crimson flame flower, azure gold grass, blood of the demon tiger, gall of the red-armored snake." Luo Baiyue sat on the sofa, phone in hand, listing an array of herbs and materials derived from demonic beasts. The place where the divine is sealed is akin to a tomb for gods. Within lies the gods' attendants, who have been assimilated by the divine presence and lost their sanity. They will go to any lengths to protect the divine remains from harm. The power of these attendants is formidable. Since they have entirely lost their rationality, the majority of their energy is no longer required for cerebral functions, resulting in their physical strength being amplified. Moreover, the tomb of the deities is vast and intricate. The god of wind and frost is the offspring of the wind god and ice god, akin to the snow god, belonging to the lower echelon of the supreme deities. All the tombs of these gods share a common characteristic. The remains are interred in the deepest recesses. The attendants are scattered throughout the tomb, which is labyrinthine in structure. Currently, Luo Baiyue's strength is only at the sea level. With signs of divine resurrection appearing in Anchang City, she is unable to request any external support. Everything rests solely on her shoulders. To ensure the assassination of the god proceeds flawlessly, she must exercise utmost caution to avoid any missteps. The materials she has ordered are all fire-based, specifically designed to counteract the god of wind and frost. She aims to concoct a fire powder that will weaken both the attendants and the deity, although the most effective means would be a specialized bullet known as Flame Dan, which Gao Yunjing had created in a past life. Unfortunately, that particular item is notoriously difficult to forge, requiring the essence and blood of a fire-based, ethereal spirit, alongside an arcane crystal. Only those possessing a fire-based ethereal spirit can obtain the essence and divine blood. As she surveyed the meticulously listed materials and the plan she had crafted from memory, Luo Baiyue smiled. Divine being, my first battle since my rebirth is about to commence. Simultaneously, Gao Yunjing, no longer inclined to sleep, seized the opportunity during the school's 100-day declaration to scale the walls and escape the premises. After classes, he was typically picked up by Luo Baiyue, leaving him with little time for independent endeavors. Thus, he resolved to take advantage of this moment to act discreetly. Though Huang Daniyu had been assisting him, certain matters were better handled personally. To slay the divine, he needed to forge the Flame Dan, which necessitated a catalyst to initiate the synthesis of other components. The optimal catalyst, he determined, was none other than a fire-based ethereal spirit. Based on his research over the past few days, he had pinpointed his target, the leader of the poisonous snake gang in Xinjiang City, the Green Flower Snake. Ranked 164 Green Flame, he needed to act swiftly, as he must eliminate the Green Flower Snake and return to school before dismissal, leaving him with little time to spare. Inside a bar, a burly man reclined in a booth, surrounded by a group of inebriated revelers who poured alcohol down their throats as though it were water. In the man's arms lay a scantily clad woman, her pale skin exposed, radiating allure amidst the garish surroundings. Ha ha ha! The man guffawed, his hands roaming over the woman as she emitted soft moans, languidly draping herself against him. Big brother, he, a lecherous, scrawny man, rubbed his hands together, grinning with depravity. I want to have a go at that too. Damn, I love playing with leftovers. The burly man cursed, tossing the woman aside before seizing a waitress to his side. He ripped her clothing apart, and she could do nothing but submit to his advances, too intimidated to resist. Known on the streets as the Green Flower Snake, he possessed rank 164 Green Flame and wielded sea-level strength in the lawless territory of Xinjiang City. He acted with impunity, for the entire bar was his domain, and every woman within was merely a plaything to him. Beneath the booth, more half-clad women exposed their alabaster skin, victims of the Green Flower Snake's capricious whims. In this place, they were not considered human, as they possessed no power and were relegated to the lowest tier of existence. The scrawny man, rewarded by the Green Flower Snake, dragged a woman clad only in her undergarments to a shadowy corner to engage in unspeakable acts. Bang! With a resounding crash, the bar's door was forcefully kicked open, revealing a handsome young man clad in a black trench coat, his expression devoid of emotion as he stepped inside. Who dares? What do you want? The Green Flower Snake bellowed in rage, rising to his feet and snapping the waitress's neck with a casual motion, leaving behind only the vacant gaze of a life extinguished. I seek nothing but to borrow your life for a moment. Chapter 24. The bar battle. The youth's voice resonated like a glacial wind from the highlands, imbued with a chilling ferocity. You think you can kill me? The tone of the blue flower serpent dripped with disdain. He had arrogantly dominated the gray industries of Xinjiang City for many years, and never had anyone succeeded in slaying him. Rising to his feet, he drew a long knife from his spatial ring, bellowing, "Who dares to challenge me today? I shall turn you into mincemeat for my drink." Gao Yunjing had no desire to engage in conversation with this societal scum. Ironically, in his past life, his actions had been far more detrimental to society than those of the blue flower serpent. A howling cold wind surged through the shattered bar door, flooding the establishment and briefly awakening those who were ensnared by primal desires. They halted their debauchery, kicking the women aside, and brandished their cleavers with murderous intent. Sharp ice blades danced around Gao Yunjing's long, slender fingers, and with a single flourish, he carved 5 elegant arcs in the air. The ice blades seemed to come alive, swarming like frenzied bees, voraciously claiming the lives of all who stood. Damn it, watch how I end you today. The sight of his comrades being slaughtered in an instant ignited a fiery rage within the blue flower serpent, who charged forward with his long knife. Faced with this formidable opponent, Gao Yunjing chose to temper his previously unbridled arrogance. The blue flower serpent, a C-rank figure with extensive combat experience from years of gang warfare, posed a significant challenge, marking Gao Yunjing's first encounter in a level-up battle since his rebirth. In an instant, a long sword materialized in his grasp. Within the confines of the bar, a spear would offer little advantage, and he was not foolish enough to wield one. The longsword whirled, imbued with the essence of wind and ice spirits. Gao Yunjing summoned the wind spirit to empower the blade, granting him a speed akin to a raging storm. As a veteran of gang skirmishes, the blue flower serpent quickly discerned that this seemingly frail youth was no ordinary foe. Azure flames danced along the knife's edge. The faster the blue flower serpent swung his weapon, the more flames enveloped him, soon transforming his surroundings into a sea of fire. The intense azure flames warped the very air, sending waves of scorching heat toward Gao Yunjing. He could even smell the stench of burnt flesh. A testament to the blue flower serpent's devastating azure flame igniting the corpses on the floor. No longer relying on the wind spirit, which would only exacerbate the intensity of the flames, Gao Yunjing's eyes turned an icy blue. The howling wind ceased, and a flurry of snowflakes descended. An abundance of snow gathered, coalescing into a serpentine form of ice, imbued with a chilling aura, surging toward the blue flower serpent. The frigid presence instinctively alerted the blue flower serpent to danger, prompting him to abandon his attack and encircle himself with azure flames for protection. Disregarding the fates of his subordinates, mere expendables in his eyes, the pristine ice serpent collided with the blue flower serpent's flaming shield. Upon contact, the snow began to melt, diminishing the azure flames significantly. Yet, as the ice serpent neared its end, Gao Yunjing deftly retrieved his Glock 17, chambering around and aiming at the blue flower serpent's waning shield. The azure flames flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. As the blue flower serpent's figure emerged, Gao Yunjing fired without hesitation. The gunfire echoed through the bar, each shot striking true, leaving the blue flower serpent grievously wounded, yet still alive. Even the weakest azure flame was a mid-tier spirit of sequence 164. The copper-cased bullets disintegrated upon contact with the intense heat, diminishing their lethality. Unfazed, Gao Yunjing continued to unleash a torrent of bullets, swiftly reloading from his spatial ring, realizing that his fiery barrier would soon crumble. The blue flower serpent understood that he could not afford to let this continue. His life was at stake. He summoned all his flames, frantically channeling his spirit, conjuring a blue fireball that surged toward Gao Yunjing with the force of tempest. Upon reaching a certain proximity, the fireball erupted, showering the bar in a deluge of azure sparks that rained down like a torrential storm. In the face of the blue flower serpent's retaliation, Gao Yunjing remained remarkably composed, erecting formidable ice walls before him. To maintain his offensive, he even sacrificed a tight defense, allowing ice spikes to rise from beneath him, encasing him like a small prison. Within this icy confinement, Gao Yunjing stood unfazed, firing relentlessly, emptying his magazine in mere moments. His reload speed was astonishing, clocking in at under 2 seconds. Upon impact, the azure flames detonated against the ice spikes, scattering into myriad smaller sparks. He remained unfazed, encasing himself in a thick layer of ice to repel the flames. After all, this attire had been a gift from Luo Baiyue, and having donned it that very morning, he could not allow a single blemish to mar its fabric. As the bullets continued to rain down, the blue flower serpent struggled to maintain his fiery shield. Suddenly, a splash of crimson erupted, beautiful yet grotesque. It was a bullet that had escaped the flames unscathed. The hour of the blue flower serpent's demise had arrived. The cacophony of gunfire gradually ceased, leaving the bar in a haunting silence. Gao Yunjing lowered his slightly reddened firearm. In that moment, all of the blue flower serpent's minions lay slain, victims of the chaos wrought by the duel. while he himself crumpled to the ground like a discarded sack. The underworld king of Xinjiang City had fallen. Yet, this was of little consequence to Gao Yunjing. What truly mattered to him were the blood and heart of the blue flower serpent, crucial ingredients for his purpose. He swiftly approached the fallen figure, extracting a butterfly knife from his pocket and severing the blue flower serpent's carotid artery. The formidable physique of the serpent allowed him to linger on the brink of death. As blood gushed forth, Gao Yunjing promptly retrieved a quartz vial from his spatial ring, a preparation made at Huang Daniu's behest. As the blood filled 2/3 of the vial, Gao Yunjing held the butterfly knife firmly, extracting the most vital elements. Throughout the entire process, his movements were calm and deliberate, reminiscent of a skilled surgeon. Once he had procured all he needed, Gao Yunjing casually seized a lighter from the bar counter, ignited it, and tossed it onto the blue flower serpent's corpse. The residual divine blood of the fire spirit ignited upon contact, engulfing the bar in flames. Only a solitary figure slipped away into the night. Chapter 25. Today is your birthday. Yunjing, where did you go during the daytime declaration? In a hushed classroom, Chu Hanjing inquired softly. Gao Yunjing glanced at the clock, noting that there were still 20 minutes until dismissal. To alleviate his boredom, he chose to respond, I went for a stroll. I hadn't had a chance to explore much since I was always with Luo Baiyue. Oh, which university do you intend to attend? Yinhua University. Yinhua University stands as the pinnacle of educational prestige within the entire Yinhua Empire, nestled in the heart of the capital, Yinhua City. It attracts the nation's most brilliant minds and elites, boasting an unparalleled educational system and rigorous training programs. Most notably, high-risk virtual entities, uncommon in other regions, abound at Yinhua University, including several forbidden virtual beings. If he wishes to cultivate the skill of Yudhua, he must certainly enroll in Yinhua University. The last time he was truly formidable was also in Yinhua City, where he hunted down geniuses and subsequently slaughtered deities, thus becoming the harbinger of the impending apocalypse. Before he realized it, night had fully descended, signaling the end of the school day. Gao Yunjing hurried back to the Maybach of Luo Baiyue. He never carried a school bag, or rather, he had never brought one to school at all. With a swift motion, he opened the car door and threw himself inside. Ah, this is bliss, Gao Yunjing sighed, reclining with his head resting on his hands in the passenger seat. Drive on, driver. Luo Baiyue, observing the cat-like demeanor that Gao Yunjing had developed, found herself at a loss for words. In terms of outcome, he was undoubtedly far superior to his previous incarnation. Yet, in terms of sentiment, she couldn't shake the feeling that this nurturing had been somewhat of a failure. Gao Yunjing had grown increasingly audacious, taking liberties with her at every opportunity. Why aren't we moving yet? Noticing the car remained stationary, Gao Yunjing opened his eyes and inquired, Goodness, are you particularly fatigued these days? Why are you always so sluggish? This was a question that had long lingered in Luo Baiyue's heart. Gao Yunjing's daily routine consisted of languishing at school without even a book in hand, rendering any form of study impossible. Upon returning home, they would only practice swordsmanship for a brief period before she prepared dinner. To be honest, she envied Gao Yunjing's leisurely lifestyle. Yes, quite tired, Gao Yunjing declared, taking advantage of the moment to lay his head on the young lady's lap. Her legs were long and supple, soft as her own demeanor, exuding a unique fragrance. The touch of her skin was tender and smooth, akin to the finest jade. In recent times, his favorite pastime was resting on a young lady's lap, relishing the rare moments of leisure. What could possibly be tiring? Luo Baiyue remarked, starting the Maybach and leaving the school grounds, spending each day indulging in meals, games, and sleep to entirely please you, the affluent lady. How could that not be exhausting? Although Gao Yunjing feigned hardship, he was undoubtedly relishing his circumstances. Comfortably sprawled on the young lady's elegant legs, he half closed his eyes, free from any burdens. As for winning Luo Baiyue's favor, it was a jest. He had been secretly plotting how to secure her by his side once he revealed his rebirth. As the streetlights flickered to life, the inky darkness enveloped the world. The Maybach gleamed, navigating the bustling cityscape, while Gao Yunjing quietly lounged like a cat on her lap. Luo Baiyue had never considered refusing him. She drove with one hand resting gently on Gao Yunjing's head. This nurturing dynamic brought her profound joy. In a vibrant city, an array of vehicles formed long lines, with traffic lights dutifully regulating the flow. The bustling city center sparkled with dazzling neon lights, and a shiny steel forest was rife with enticing desires. As Luo Baiyue drove her beloved car, observing the city's orderly operation, Gao Yunjing resembled a peacefully sleeping feline. There were no burdens of humanity's future, no need to slay resurrected deities, nor the intrigues of a complicated family environment. The air was filled with tranquility, and she never felt the need to disguise her true self in his presence. She was simply a young girl who liked to be pampered, and Gao Yunjing undoubtedly delighted in her affection. Sometimes, she pondered if the day would come when the world would once again tremble at the mere mention of the apocalyptic judge, Gao Yunjing. If he were to act recklessly, disregarding all laws, he would likely bring an end to the deities in this chaotic era. Gao Yunjing would loom above all those burdened by guilt, akin to the invisible sword of Damocles hanging over them. Would she be able to relinquish the weight that had long encumbered her? Could she leap into Gao Yunjing's embrace like an ordinary girl? Perhaps, in that moment, he would hold an umbrella, standing amidst the dark, rain-soaked night, his strong arms outstretched to welcome her. Then he would take her home, to their modest abode, where Gao Yunjing would personally prepare a bowl of wontons. She would sit on the sofa, watching him as the air filled with the dampness of steam, and soft melodies flowed through the room. During a pause at the traffic lights, Luo Baiyue glanced down at the sleeping Gao Yunjing on her lap. In slumber, he appeared so tranquil. His features were gentle and refined, reminiscent of a scholarly youth. His eyes sparkled with warmth, and his smile was like a gentle spring breeze. Yet he possessed an undeniable aura of dominance. In his previous life, Gao Yunjing was precisely this kind of individual, embodying the elegance of a well-bred nobleman. However, once he took action, he transformed into a ruthless, merciless ruler, indifferent to reason and solely focused on results. Had she truly altered him in this life? She remained uncertain. As Gao Yunjing's childhood seemed far from joyous, his nature seemingly set in stone. Yet, before her, he never displayed that unapproachable sharpness, only looking at her with adoration. The Maybach glided silently toward a high-end restaurant, Jushingu. Once parked, Luo Baiyue gently roused the slumbering Gao Yunjing. "Sweetheart, wake up." Gao Yunjing rubbed his sleepy eyes, his voice muffled. "Are we home?" "Not yet," Luo Baiyue teased, elongating her words as if to playfully torment him. "Then where are we?" "Yuxianye. Yuxianye." Gao Yunjing shook his head, shaking off the drowsiness, and asked with curiosity, "Is today a significant occasion? Why are we here?" "No." Luo Baiyue smiled, feigning mystery as she lowered her voice. "Today is indeed a very important day." "What day?" Gao Yunjing's confusion deepened. As far as he knew, today was neither a holiday in the Yunhua Empire nor Luo Baiyue's birthday. What could it possibly be? "Fool!" Luo Baiyue extended a delicate, slender finger to poke Gao Yunjing's forehead, her tone teasingly reproachful. "Today is your birthday." Chapter 26, The Tipsy Young Lady. Seated in the opulent, exquisitely decorated private room of Jushingu, Gao Yunjing still found it hard to believe that today was his birthday. He had long forgotten when he had last celebrated such an occasion, or rather, birthdays had never held any significance in his life. He possessed no recollection of them at all. The duo was situated in the topmost private room of Jushingu, the finest venue for conversation in the entire Xinjiang city. Aside from specialized locations, beside the dining table stands a grand floor-to-ceiling window from which one can gaze down upon a wide, tranquil river. The radiant hues of neon lights dance upon the water surface, transforming the calm river into a vibrant tapestry of colors, shimmering gently as it flows serenely. This is the Qing River, the major tributary coursing through the heart of Xinjiang City, serving as the lifeblood of the city's transportation system and its primary water source. The city itself derives its name from this very river. From this vantage point, one can behold vast stretches of the Qing River and the bustling thoroughfares, with orderly, wide roads resembling the veins of the city. The relentless flow of traffic upon these arteries is akin to the ceaseless surge of blood that sustains the city's vitality. Even amidst the current era, the main thoroughfares of Xinjiang City remain teeming with vehicles, a testament to the dazzling prosperity of the Void Spirit era. Yet, this prosperity is built upon the suffering of countless individuals from the lower echelons of society. The city's opulence is sustained by the very lifeblood of those it exploits. The Void Spirit era epitomizes authority, where even the mightiest modern technologies falter before the terrifying and forbidden Void Spirits. The existence of high-risk S-class Void Spirits leads to a situation where the powerful commit acts of lawlessness without fear of retribution. While formidable Void Spirits may enhance efficiency and propel societal productivity, they have done little to improve the conditions of the underprivileged. Gao Yunjing observes the opulent decor of the grand Jushin Pavilion, and through it, he perceives the countless souls who have met untimely ends. Yet, this is of no concern to him. After all, everything will ultimately crumble, and the fates of others hold little significance for him. Today marks his birthday, the first he has celebrated since his parents' demise, and it is also the first time the young girl has taken it upon herself to organize the occasion. Today, Gao Yunjing intends to indulge in enjoyment, to revel in the intoxicating allure of the night. Luo Baiyue lifts the carefully selected bottle of wine, signaling to him, Roman Icani. I believe you will appreciate it. Roman Icani is crafted from a world's most challenging grape variety, Pinot Noir, yielding an exceedingly scarce annual production, thus commanding a steep price. However, in his past life, Gao Yunjing had never particularly favored this wine, not due to financial constraints, but rather because he was not fond of such vintages. The essence of this wine lies not in its flavor, but in its representation of status and identity. In comparison, Gao Yunjing had no particular favorite wine. Yet today is different. Today, it is the young girl who has invited him to drink. He raises his glass and remarks, "Next time, let us refrain from such extravagance. I cannot discern the quality of the wine. Being with you is all that matters." What a charmer! How many young ladies have you deceived? He muses, gazing at the playful girl, bemused. Before turning 15, he had no money to deceive. After turning 18, it was all about her. Oomph! The young girl haughtily snorts. Raising her glass once more, "Happy birthday?" "Thank you. Happy birthday." Such simple words. Yet Gao Yunjing feels a certain enchantment in them. Her voice, laced with a playful lilt, pierces his heart like a blade. It seems that this seemingly mundane day is, in fact, rather delightful. "Serve the dishes. Serve the dishes." Luo Baiyue waves her small hand, and the door to the private room swings open, revealing a line of servers bringing forth the culinary delights. Just as a server begins to explain the dishes, Gao Yunjing raises a hand to interrupt. No need for explanations, just serve the food and leave. Faced with such an unreasonable patron, the server can only endure and swiftly exit the room. Before long, all the dishes are laid upon the table. Most of the dishes ordered by Luo Baiyue are traditional Chinese cuisine, paired with the exorbitantly priced Roman Icani, a rather incongruous fusion of East and West. However, aside from a few sips of wine at the beginning, the two have not touched it since, instead engaging in light-hearted conversation as they dine. As time passes, the city in the darkness grows increasingly resplendent, the night becoming ever purer, and the bustling streets begin to exhibit a hint of relaxation. Gao Yunjing finishes his meal early, remaining in his seat, his gaze fixed upon the young girl, reluctant to part for even a moment. Noticing her set down her utensils, he inquires, "Are you done?" "Yes." Luo Baiyue replies lightly, picking up her bag and rising, "Let us go home." Upon returning to the car, Gao Yunjing instinctively leans against Luo Baiyue's lap, inhaling her unique fragrance as drowsiness overtakes him. Luo Baiyue, waiting at a red light, gazes down at the young man resting on her lap. The colorful lights cast a glow upon his youthful face, half illuminated and half shrouded in shadow. As soon as they arrive home, Gao Yunjing feels someone embrace him from behind. Turning around, he finds the young girl with her flushed cheeks nestled closely against him. Although they had not consumed much Roman Icani, Their lack of familiarity with the wine meant they had resorted to other drinks, leading to Luo Baiyue, whose tolerance is already low, becoming inebriated. In truth, she ought to be quite intoxicated, but she had been resisting the effects with her divine blood. Despite the fact that no one dares to arrest her for drunk driving in this world, the repercussions of such actions are far from trivial. A minor accident could lead to hospital stays for both. Now that they have finally returned home, Luo Baiyue decides to abandon her restraint and allows the intoxication to take hold. With her naturally soft physique rendered even more pliable by the alcohol, she loses her support, nearly collapsing against him. Unable to do otherwise, Gao Yunjing lifts her and carries her to the sofa. Even in her inebriated state, Luo Baiyue is not placid. She resembles a clingy kitten, desperately burrowing into his embrace. Naturally, Gao Yunjing cannot refuse the young girl who has willingly offered herself to him. With a swift movement of his powerful arms, she finds herself seated upon him. Luo Baiyue clings tightly to him, her fair cheeks slightly flushed, rendering her irresistibly alluring. Inhaling the cool, crisp scent reminiscent of a northward winter wind emanating from Gao Yunjing, her drunkenness gradually morphs into drowsiness. The young girl nestles into his embrace, falling asleep, while Gao Yunjing, half-lidded, holds her close, succumbing to the encroaching weariness. "Behave yourself," sounds a melodious voice of Luo Baiyue, her sultry tone piercing through his slumber, the ringtone of his phone. He stirs, shaking off the drowsiness to answer. "Hello, brother, could you step outside for a moment?" Few possess his contact information, especially since he has refrained from communicating with others post-awakening. The only woman who fits this description, besides Luo Baiyue, is Chu Hanjing. Gao Yunjing furrows his brow, puzzled as to why Chu Hanjing seeks him at such a late hour. Seemingly anxious to avoid misunderstandings, Chu Hanjing hurriedly clarifies. "It's not about stirring trouble between you and your sister-in-law. It will only take a few minutes. Just come outside. I'm waiting for you downstairs in your building." Considering it will only take a few minutes, and although there are whispers around campus suggesting Chu Hanjing harbors feelings for him, his years of experience inform him that there is no romantic entanglement between them. He can sense her dependence on him, yet it feels more like a subservient reliance. Thus, Gao Yunjing does not dwell on it and decides to comply with her request. "Very well, I shall descend now." Upon ending the call, Gao Yunjing intended to rise and retrieve his clothing to head downstairs, only to discover that Luo Baiyue had ensconced herself around him like a sloth. Her long, supple legs encircled his waist, while her delicate arms draped over his neck, effectively binding him with her limbs. In an attempt to extricate himself, Gao Yunjing exerted considerable effort, but he quickly realized that Luo Baiyue possessed remarkable strength, leaving him insufficiently powerful to break free. Faced with the futility of his struggle, he resorted to the only option left, awakening the slumbering Luo Baiyue. If all else failed, he would have no choice but to decline Chu Hanjing's invitation. "Little vinegar pot, little vinegar pot, wake up, wake up," he called out repeatedly to the sleeping girl, yet received no response. With a resigned sigh, he contemplated employing a more drastic measure. His long, fair fingers slipped beneath Luo Baiyue's garment, targeting her most sensitive waist. With a resounding thud, Gao Yunjing was met with a merciless punch from Luo Baiyue, sending him sprawling. Although it stung, he had regained his freedom. Dusting himself off to avoid waking the slumbering girl, he prudently retrieved a life-size stuffed bear from the room, placing it in her embrace. Only then did he seize the black trench coat hanging on the rack and hastily make his way downstairs. As he descended, he spotted Chu Hanjing standing beneath a street lamp, bathed in its warm amber glow. Dressed in a pristine white dress, she exuded a delicate, gentle beauty, her features softened further by the light. It was undeniable that, in terms of appearance, Luo Baiyue paled in comparison to Chu Hanjing. Upon seeing Gao Yunjing emerge, Chu Hanjing's eyes sparkled with delight as she hurried toward him. The moment she opened the stairwell door, her gaze fell upon Gao Yunjing's darkened, panda-like eyes, prompting a suppressed laugh from her. "What are you laughing at?" Gao Yunjing asked, somewhat baffled by her amusement. "Do I appear particularly comical?" Noticing his bewilderment, Chu Hanjing, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Brother, Did you get up to mischief with sister-in-law again? Gao Yunjing clicked his tongue in mock discontent, half-jokingly retorting. Can it be considered mischief between a husband and wife? Setting aside whether you are indeed being mischievous, Chu Hanjing continued, retrieving a rectangular, exquisitely wrapped gift from her shoulder bag and presenting it to him. Brother, happy birthday. Her petite hand held the beautifully crafted gift firmly as she extended it toward him. He gazed at it in disbelief. Aside from Luo Baiyue, he had not expected anyone else to remember his birthday. Raising his eyes to meet Chu Hanjing's clear, gentle gaze, he was struck by the warmth of her smile. The soft, golden light enveloping her made her expression resemble a pure spring, silently nourishing his weary heart. It was easy for Luo Baiyue to know his birthday. With her background, she could easily uncover all details with a mere inquiry. However, Chu Hanjing was different. If she truly wished to know his birthday, it could only have been from the times he had celebrated it in the past. The greatest challenge lay in the fact that, after the tragic demise of his parents due to the corrupt decisions of unscrupulous officials, Gao Yunjing had ceased to celebrate his birthday altogether. In those days, he had been destitute, struggling to survive on meager means. With his parents' compensation funds embezzled and their assets seized by so-called friends. As a child, he had been forced into child labor to scrape by, later resorting to dubious means to stabilize his life. Thus, the notion of celebrating a birthday had long since faded from his thoughts. Therefore, the fact that Chu Hanjing remembered his birthday genuinely astonished him. Noticing Gao Yunjing's silence and reluctance to accept the gift, Chu Hanjing pouted in exasperation. Brother, this gift isn't expensive. You need to feel obligated in return. Gao Yunjing had an aversion to feeling indebted. If someone gifted him something he could not refuse, he would ensure to reciprocate at an appropriate time. Chu Hanjing understood her non-blood-related brother well enough to recognize his instinctual hesitation. Thank you, Gao Yunjing finally smiled, a flicker of warmth breaking through his otherwise jaded demeanor. Despite the trials he had endured, he had not lost the capacity for emotion. Many members of the organization he had founded shared profound bonds with him, including the treacherous Lin Xiaoke, the seemingly cold-hearted yet warm-hearted Lu Qingqing, the luckiest protagonist Yang, and the reticent assassin by Dan, among others. He possessed the full spectrum of human emotions, making the acknowledgement of his birthday all the more touching. How did you come to know my birthday? He inquired. I once found a diary you discarded in a fit of school-related stress. It contained your birthday, she revealed. Really? Such a thing exists? Gao Yunjing was genuinely at a loss. Enough of that. Chu Hanjing sighed, exasperated. You should head back quickly before sister-in-law wakes and gets jealous. Goodbye, brother. She waved and hurried out of his sight. Gao Yunjing, holding the gift, suppressed his curiosity and did not open it. After being away for some time, there was a chance Luo Baiyue would awaken upon noticing the absence of warmth from the stuffed bear. As he pushed open the door to his home, he found the petite girl completely enveloped in the enormous stuffed bear. Hearing the door creak, she lifted her head, her rosy cheeks flushed, and teased, Goodbye, brother. Chapter 28. The Moth That Has Never Seen the Light. The girl nestled in the bear's embrace, her large, watery eyes fixed on him, her soft voice sending gentle currents through Gao Yunjing. He shrugged off his oversized trench coat, hanging it on the rack, and placed the carefully crafted gift from Chu Hanjing on the coffee table. Seating himself on the sofa, he scooped the girl from the bear's hold, and she offered no resistance, allowing him to cradle her in his arms. His long fingers playfully brushed against her delicate nose as he teased. Feeling jealous, are we? What do you think? Luo Baiyue retorted, her fingers playfully pinching Gao Yunjing's waist. Despite his well-built physique, honed through trials rather than training, she exerted just enough pressure to rouse him from his daze. Her head nestled against his chest, her voice soft and lilting, she continued, Gao Yunjing, how could you be so shameless? I traveled all the way from Yinhua City to Xinjiang just for you. I've taken care of your every need, acting as your little benefactor, and yet you left me on the sofa while you gallivanted off. Where did you go at this late hour? Gao Yunjing raised an eyebrow, pinching her peach-like cheek, marveling at its softness and delightful texture. A potent scent of vinegar permeated the air, Could it be that you are merely a small jar of vinegar? The man's voice resonated deep and magnetic, akin to a meticulously brewed elixir that had undergone a lengthy fermentation, quietly echoing in the dimly lit room. No, Luo Baiyue lifted her petite face. Long concealed against his chest, her tone laced with a hint of pride. I am aged vinegar of a century. Gao Yunjing understood that Luo Baiyue was not genuinely jealous. She had simply indulged too much, the alcohol inciting her playful antics. Nevertheless, she was indeed his little girl. What could he do but acquiesce? Luo Baiyue clung to him like a needy kitten, her limbs entwined with Gao Yunjing's as her cherubic face rubbed against his body, embodying a charmingly spoiled cat. I am aged vinegar of a century. Would you despise me? Never. Gao Yunjing genuinely pondered, I truly don't understand why I am so fond of you. Do you possess some magical charm? You feel like a blazing fire, while I am but a moth that has never glimpsed the light. Luo Baiyue's voice dwindled to an almost imperceptible whisper. Lying on the sofa, Gao Yunjing was already besieged by an overwhelming drowsiness, his eyes half closed in a haze of sleepiness. The warm breath of the little girl in his embrace wafted over him, and he chuckled softly, pondering why Luo Baiyue held such affection for him. Gao Yunjing was also curious as to why their long-standing adversaries coexisted so naturally. Their lives unfolded with such ease that at times he felt as though they had known each other for an eternity, almost as if they had shared a life as husband and wife. Long enough for their hair to turn gray and the sun to set in the west. The little girl nestled in his arms had fallen silent, her breaths the only testament to her slumber, affirming that she had drifted into sleep. Soon, Gao Yunjing's captivating eyes could no longer remain open, and he succumbed to a deep sleep. Time sped by rapidly after the birthday celebration. Gao Yunjing had completely mastered whirling snowstorm, and his daily routine involved languishing at school. At home, he practiced swordsmanship with Luo Baiyue for a while, prepared meals, and then continued his leisurely pursuits. Following that was the cherished time of shared slumber. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and before he knew it, May had arrived, bringing a stir to all the schools in Xinjiang City. The imminent city-wide examination loomed, a comprehensive test of survival skills. Gao Yunjing's excitement surged. He had reached the pinnacle of D-rank strength. If he could devour Wang Hongfei's illusory spirit during the city-wide examination, he would undoubtedly ascend to C rank. This would level the playing field, erasing all his previous disadvantages. The school bus designated for transporting students to the examination site had already arrived. The homeroom teacher of Class 4 of the senior year entered the classroom, clapping his hands to restore silence. The teacher was a tall, slender, elderly man. Though aged, his eyes sparkled like those of a hawk, sharp and keen. His voice, though not loud, resonated with calm authority, echoing through the quiet classroom. Today marks the city-wide examination, the final test before your college entrance exams. I shall keep my words brief. The task is a wilderness survival test with but one rule: no killing. If you understand, step outside now. Instantly, the classroom filled with the sounds of desks and chairs scraping against the floor. Brother, your strength isn't sufficient yet. Be cautious of Wang Hongfei. Chu Hanjing's voice brimmed with concern. It was common knowledge that Wang Hongfei and Gao Yunjing were not on good terms. The last time, Wang Hongfei had attempted to intimidate Gao Yunjing, but to his surprise, Luo Baiyue had intervened, thwarting his plans. Though Wang Hongfei had not reappeared since, Chu Hanjing knew that given Wang Hongfei's temperament, he would not rest easily. The citywide examination was the perfect opportunity for Wang Hongfei to strike. All right. Gao Yunjing turned to Chu Hanjing, whose face was etched with worry, and flashed a radiant smile. Don't worry, I will definitely avoid him. As long as you think that way, I can relax. In a moment unseen by others, Gao Yunjing revealed an excited and manic grin, murmuring to himself, Wang Hongfei, your first offering awaits me. The school bus, a typical large yellow vehicle accommodating around 52 passengers, was ready. Just as Gao Yunjing was about to step aboard, a familiar voice called from behind. Hey, come here, I'll give you a ride. He turned back in surprise to see Luo Baiyue, clad in a crisp beige trench coat, leaning against her luxurious Maybach. Upon noticing him, she raised the car keys with a playful flourish. Why are you here? Why can't I be? Luo Baiyue smiled. How can my darling be squeezed in with so many others? Besides, the noise in there must be unbearable. You, my dear, love tranquility. I wouldn't want you disturbed. Gao Yunjing smoothly took his place in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed intently on her. Luo Baiyue, fully aware of his intentions, chuckled softly and slid into the driver's seat. True to form, the next moment found Gao Yunjing resting his head on her lap, his voice brimming with contentment. Let us depart, my fiancé. Chapter 29, The Layout, Part 1. A gentle breeze caressed the mountains, bending the grass in a graceful bow. The air was redolent with the fragrance of flora. The wide, rushing river stirred up countless splashes, sparkling silver-white under the sun, with a delicate mist suspended in the air. Gao Yunjing opened his arms wide, embracing the vastness of nature, his eyes closed as he savored the essence of his surroundings. The chatter of leaders prior to the city-wide examination faded, washed away by the serene environment. While he relished life with Luo Baiyue, he still felt the weight of numerous constraints, unable to do many things. It was only at this moment that he experienced a rare sense of freedom, unencumbered and free to indulge his desires. Gao Yunjing's well-defined fingers retrieved a glass vial from his pocket, containing a fine, reddish powder akin to dust. This was the concoction he had secretly crafted in the restroom, boiling blood powder. This substance would ignite the ancient bloodlines within beasts, causing their rationality to be devoured as the blood surged. Simply put, it could incite a beast tide. Wang Hongfei's status was significant. To eliminate him without attracting scrutiny required utmost secrecy. Such occurrences were virtually impossible in Xinjiang City. But the city-wide examination was set to unfold in a desolate ruin beyond its borders. Under these circumstances, even the most stringent of precautions could lead to unforeseen incidents. Naturally, in the past, given Mayor Wang's meticulous nature, the likelihood of accidents was minimal, yet a cold smirk crept across Gao Yunjing's lips. If natural accidents were improbable, then they must be orchestrated. However, having just arrived, he was in no rush to unleash the boiling blood powder and provoke a beast tide. This powder was incredibly light, akin to dust. With the slightest breeze, it could swiftly envelop an entire area. Thus, Gao Yunjing had no concerns about the time required to trigger the beast tide, hindering his plans. What he aimed to accomplish was to meticulously observe all terrain zones, identifying the most advantageous landscapes that would shield him from the onslaught of beasts. Clad in a flowing black trench coat, the youth embarked on his aimless exploration. The sky was engulfed in a suffocating darkness. The pale moonlight dimmed as if devoured, while the stars huddled together for warmth. The night breeze grew chillier, laden with moisture. A Xinjiang hedgehog lay incapacitated, its sinews severed, collapsing helplessly onto the soft, muddy ground. Nearby, a young man wielded a butterfly knife, deftly slicing through the hedgehog's succulent flesh. Not far off, a bonfire blazed with vibrant orange flames, casting a warm and fervent glow that dispelled the oppressive chill of the night. Gao Yunjing tended to the fire while diligently dissecting the now defenseless hedgehog, a pot perched above the flames. Scattered on the soft earth beside him were an assortment of jars and bottles, their surfaces shimmering with a warm radiance in the firelight, his carefully packed seasonings. The survival test permitted the use of spatial rings, provided they contained no high lethality weapons. After all, the primary threat stemmed from the ferocious, ghost-like beasts. As for sustenance, his body, having undergone the baptism of divine blood, possessed an astonishing resilience against hunger and cold, capable of enduring half a month without water, without any adverse effects. However, his benefactor, a petite, wealthy woman, was unwilling to let him go unprepared. She had come to meet him prior to his departure, bringing along a multitude of essentials he required. This included the seasonings he had directly embedded into the soft earth, and the iron pot resting atop the bonfire. As for the ingredients, the petite, wealthy woman had not given them a thought, for Gao Yunjing was far from being incapable of foraging for food. Rather, it was her concern that he might find unseasoned food unpalatable that prompted her to bring over all her home seasonings. The butterfly knife danced gracefully in his hands. Gao Yunjing's technique was impeccable, his movements precise and elegant, akin to performing a high-end surgical operation. The Xianjian hedgehog's body was swiftly dismantled, the butterfly knife pressed against its ribs, his arms straining with visible veins. Under the tremendous force, the knife scraped against the bones, producing a jarring crack as the ribs were cleaved into manageable pieces through sheer brute strength. The neatly arranged ribs were placed atop the pot lid, and Gao Yunjing stood up, striding towards the riverbank to rinse away the blood from the bones repeatedly. The crystal-clear river water was tainted with a faint pink hue, meandering away with an irrevocable resolve. The traces of blood were quickly diluted by the vast river, disappearing without a trace. Once satisfied that the bones were free of blood, Gao Yunjing returned them to the pot lid and subsequently into the bubbling cauldron. The gentle warmth of the fire cast a delicate golden hue across Gao Yunjing's fair and unassuming visage as he picked up a seasoning jar embedded in the ground. With a serious expression, he moved with precision and grace, an alluring vitality evident in his demeanor. After establishing the basic broth, he rose once more, cradling a bundle of vegetables, of which these green plants were abundant amidst the mountainous terrain. He returned to the crystal-clear river, continuing his vegetable washing endeavor. Gazing upward, he beheld the pitch-black night, an abyss of darkness so pure it was impenetrable. The evening breeze was sharp like a chilling blade, brushing against his neck, causing him to instinctively draw back. After an entire day of exploration, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the mountain range. His next task was to cleverly utilize his wind-based ethereal spirit to disperse the boiling blood powder into the nostrils of the designated beasts, inciting chaos among them, ultimately luring his target, Wang Hongfei, to the desired location, the peak of the Luoyang mountain range, Yuhui Mountain, following the complete diffusion of the boiling blood powder. Inciting a frenzy among the beasts, Yuhui Mountain would provide sufficient elevation to isolate the creatures, allowing him to unleash his full potential. As the river grew increasingly frigid under the night sky, Gao Yunjing finally finished washing all the vegetables, skillfully drawing forth the butterfly knife once more, using the pot lid as a cutting board to commence his vegetable preparation. The orange flames of the bonfire licked eagerly at the pot's base, the water within already boiling to its limit, the aroma of meat wafting along the riverbank. When the moment was right, Gao Yunjing cast all the prepared vegetables into the pot, the icy greens plunging into the seething heat. The temperature of the broth plummeted sharply, failing to reach its previous boiling point in the short span thereafter. Yet Gao Yunjing continued to stir the pot with his butterfly knife. He possessed unwavering confidence in his culinary skills, for his endeavors were always methodical, meticulously planned before execution. As he gazed at the simmering pot, an unbidden smile crept across his face. The youthful grin, typically radiant, bore an unsettling chill in this moment. Wang Hongfei, do not disappoint the grand gift I have so carefully prepared. Chapter 30, The Layout, Part 2. A room resembling a grand screening hall was adorned in resplendent opulence, teeming with a throng of dignitaries, all impeccably dressed. Their collective gaze was largely fixated on a massive display screen, segmented into numerous smaller screens, each showcasing an individual candidate. The assembled elite surveyed the scene like deities casting their eyes upon mere ants scurrying below, oblivious to the scrutiny above. The powers that be in Xinjiang, seated at the highest tier of the screening hall upon plush leather sofas, were flanked by elegantly attired attendants. The attendants bore silver trays laden with extravagant wines and the finest cigars, readily accessible for their amusement. Yet, one individual stood apart from the rest. She sat in serene silence, untouched by the crowd, not out of isolation, but rather due to the unapproachable air that surrounded her. Throughout, her expression remained impassive, her gaze piercing and unwavering, akin to a blade of ice in the heart of winter. Luo Baiyue sat there with an unyielding calm, her focus laser-sharp, fixated intently on Gao Yunjing. The dim lighting of the room, save for the soft glow emanating from the central display, rendered it impossible for anyone to discern the focus of her attention, nor did anyone dare to inquire. In fact, her very presence imposed a profound silence upon the typically boastful officials. She meticulously followed the movements of the figure on the small screen, and one could not help but acknowledge the formidable mental fortitude exhibited by Gao Yunjing. Alone for the first time in the vast mountain range, most would experience a degree of tension, yet Gao Yunjing displayed no signs of anxiety whatsoever. He resembled a carefree traveler, meandering from one site to another, absorbing the beauty around him with every step. As night descended, while others hastily sought shelter, Gao Yunjing leisurely hunted a Xianjian hedgehog before embarking on the preparation of soup. Compared to his peers, he appeared almost unnaturally composed and nonchalant. Yet this demeanor was quintessentially him. It was only with this calm and self-assured man that she felt a trace of familiarity. As he leisurely finished the broth simmering in the pot, Gao Yunjing expertly navigated his way to a secluded cave, where he waved his hand to encase the entrance in a sheath of ice. The screen soon bore no trace of his presence. Within the confines of the cave, Gao Yunjing kindled a fire and spread a thick layer of hay before collapsing into a slumber. However, it was not true sleep. The moment he lay down, the warm flames were extinguished. The heavy, oppressive ice sealed the cave entrance, blocking any glimmer of light from penetrating the darkness. His vision was momentarily shrouded, allowing Gao Yunjing to plunge his thoughts inward, and he briefly muted his sense of smell under the influence of his conscious will. Next came his hearing. Gradually, he intentionally dulled all 5 senses, entering a state of heightened perception. The unique divine blood of the wind element surged within him. Urging him to seek out Wang Hongfei alone would be exhausting. The only recourse was to harness the power of the ethereal spirit, though his current abilities were too weak to maintain focus without shutting down his other senses. The winds of the night became his eyes, sweeping tirelessly across the mountain range, and Gao Yunjing's awareness expanded to envelop the entire expanse. He perceived those hiding in the trees, within caves, and even those burrowing into the earth. The moonlight cast a gentle glow, outlining the myriad shadows of trees, granting Gao Yunjing a comprehensive view of the mountains, where every detail was laid bare before him. Nothing could obstruct his gaze. Wang Hongfei's position was swiftly laid bare beneath his watchful eyes. Wang Hongfei, displaying a modicum of wisdom, had chosen a cave where the roaring flames dried the dampness of the air. Shadows flitted about, some chopping wood, others adding to the fire, some preparing food, and others readying themselves to cook. Wang Hongfei sat atop a thick layer of hay beside the fire, surrounded by his loyal subordinates gathered over the years. The flickering flames illuminated one side of Wang Hongfei's face, revealing a tempest of emotions, while the other side remained cloaked in shadow. His long, handsome brows were knitted in a frown, his voice icy and piercing. "Haven't you found Gao Yunjing yet?" The individual preparing the meal stiffened, trembling as he replied, "Not yet." "Are you all worthless?" Wang Hongfei's voice suddenly escalated, his body leaning back, his face shrouded in darkness. No one could discern his expression, nor did anyone dare to meet his gaze, the aura of authority palpable. All activity ceased as they awaited his reprimand. After a long silence, Wang Hongfei simply waved his hand in resignation, his tone devoid of anger. "Enough. We shall search again tomorrow." Everyone bowed their heads, resuming their tasks, while the hidden Wang Hongfei's handsome features remained devoid of any visible emotion. This was the demeanor expected of a leader, to conceal his feelings, a skill he had previously failed to master. Thus, most favored the seemingly weaker Gao Yunjing. Wang Hongfei's method of dealing with such matters was straightforward. If a problem could not be resolved, one must eliminate the source of the problem. And so, on his return home, Gao Yunjing was brutally struck down, plunging into a 3-year coma. Initially, all believed him to be dead, yet he had merely become a shell of his former self. Nevertheless, this did not pose an issue. 3 years was ample time for Wang Hongfei to bolster his strength, rendering him capable of effortlessly crushing Gao Yunjing. What no one anticipated was that Luo Baiyue, the most talented individual from Yanhua City, was in fact Gao Yunjing's fiancée. Even more astonishing was that Luo Baiyue did not come to break off the engagement. Instead, she took Gao Yunjing to her home for close protection. Wang Hongfei's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging radiating an aura of power. He could not comprehend it. How could this be? In terms of lineage, he was leagues ahead of Gao Yunjing. In strength, he surpassed him significantly. In appearance, he was not lacking. But why? What he could not ascertain. Wang Hongfei knew how to act. Veiled in darkness, no matter how warm the flickering flames, they could not illuminate his inscrutable visage. Suddenly, Gao Yunjing sprang upright in the cave, opening his dark, serene eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He retrieved a lighter from his belongings and tossed it onto the previous fire pit. With a resounding bang, the lighter exploded, its heat reigniting the fire, casting warm, bright flames that dispelled the darkness of the cave, illuminating Gao Yunjing's chilling smile. Do not rush, Wang Hongfei. We shall meet tomorrow. Chapter 31. The Surrounding Ambush, Part 1. Lying upon the thick, warm hay, Wang Hongfei suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, which should have been heavy with sleep, but were now filled with vigilance. He scanned his surroundings, only to find his subordinates sprawled on the ground, lost in slumber. With little regard for the situation, Wang Hongfei kicked the nearest person awake, one of his most capable aides, the ethereal spirit sequence 135, Yao Lei. The drowsy figure blinked, opened his eyes, about to speak when Wang Hongfei's cold, low voice cut through the air. Lower your voice. It was rare to hear Wang Hongfei speak in such a tone, and the man looked up in surprise at his leader, who appeared as a wary beast whose territory had been encroached upon. Even the slowest of minds should have grasped the gravity of the situation, and he hurriedly roused the others around him. Thus, in this chain reaction, all awakened groggily, their eyes meeting the serious expression of their leader. Brother, what do you sense? Shoo. Wang Hongfei placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and closed his eyes, shutting off his vision. He opted for the same method Gao Yunjing had employed the previous day, silencing unnecessary perceptions to enhance those that mattered. After a long moment, he spoke softly, sounds of chaotic footsteps and unending cries of battle. Wang Hongfei's eyes flew open, his voice low and astonished. It's a beast tide. What? How is that possible? Upon hearing this revelation, his subordinates murmured in shock. Cheng Tian furrowed his brow, disbelief seeping into his voice. Brother, are you certain? The city government would have conducted thorough inspections during the city-wide competition. Among the many subordinates present, only Cheng Tian dared to voice such a question, for he was Wang Hongfei's most trusted individual and possessed the highest combat prowess aside from him. At the mention of this topic, Wang Hongfei wore a scornful expression, his voice dripping with derision. Those government officials? You expect them to actually care? You really trust them to handle this? Having grown up amidst a sea of corrupt officials, Wang Hongfei harbored nothing but disdain for them. What shall we do then? Hearing Cheng Tian's inquiry, Wang Hongfei's gaze darkened, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his features as his penetrating, icy stare swept across the crowd. Aside from me, no one else can hear the beast tide sound, which means it is still quite far from us. At this very moment, we must divide into multiple small teams and swiftly retreat in various directions before the beast tide fully erupts. If circumstances permit, we shall regroup in this cave once the tide has subsided. Very well. As a loyal subordinate, Cheng Tian naturally harbors no objections to Wang Hongfei's resolution, which is precisely why the inherently suspicious Wang Hongfei places unwavering trust in him. Let me lead a team of the weaker ones, Cheng Tian began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by Wang Hongfei's frigid voice, his gaze dark and unfathomable. Cheng Tian, you will accompany me. The others may form their own teams. No one questioned Wang Hongfei's unilateral decision to alter Cheng Tian's plan. Only Cheng Tian gazed at Wang Hongfei in astonishment. The others knew Wang Hongfei merely as a tyrant, obstinate and ruthless. Yet, it was only Cheng Tian who had spent the most time with him and shared the closest bond, who understood why Wang Hongfei insisted on pairing the two strongest individuals together. Regardless of who teamed with him, the outcome would remain unchanged. Wang Hongfei had not disclosed the complete truth to everyone. He certainly harbored secrets, yet Cheng Tian could utter not a word. For the warning in Wang Hongfei's sidelong glance was unmistakable. Before long, all teams had been assigned, and Wang Hongfei gestured for Chang Tian to follow him. We depart now. The vast cave, once bustling with countless individuals, was suddenly devoid of all presence. In the forest, Chang Tian and Wang Hongfei sprinted at breakneck speed. Wang Hongfei violently cleaving through every obstructing branch and vine. Chang Tian cast a worried glance at Wang Hongfei, hesitating to voice his concerns. But all his subtle gestures were not lost on Wang Hongfei. Unexpectedly, Wang Hongfei halted, his cold, indifferent gaze fixed on Chang Tian. "Speak your mind. What do you wish to ask?" His tone was devoid of any emotion, as tranquil as the depths of an unfathomable well. Realizing he could no longer keep his secret from Wang Hongfei, Chang Tian decided to speak up. "Brother, those people will die, won't they?" "I don't know. It depends on luck," Wang Hongfei replied. "So, they will die," Chang Tian asserted, his tone resolute. Wang Hongfei's expression remained unchanged, a testament to his true nature, even the corners of his eyes betraying a chill. "You, who know me well, should understand why I must act this way. Allow me to reveal what I have sensed. The beast tide is not as far from us as I initially claimed. Its numbers have reached an outrageous level, and with just the two of us, we cannot protect anyone. In the face of such a formidable beast tide, the municipal government of Xinjiang City would not mount a swift rescue. Our survival rests solely in our own hands. Bringing along such a burden would not only seal their fate, but could very well lead to our own demise." Wang Hongfei spoke with fervor, as if a politician passionately delivering a campaign speech. Chang Tian lowered his head, acutely aware that every word Wang Hongfei spoke was true. Yet he was not the heartless politician Wang Hongfei was. The thought of so many vibrant lives embarking on an irreversible path under his gaze filled Chang Tian with profound guilt. "One must make choices, Chang Tian." Wang Hongfei retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, offering it to the dazed Chang Tian. "What we do is merely for self-preservation. It is an undeniable fact. This world is indeed one of moral decay and twisted humanity." Exhaling a plume of smoke, Wang Hongfei released it like a delicate white ribbon, hovering gracefully around him. "I offer you a choice, Chang Tian. You may turn back now and reveal that cruel truth to them. I will not hinder you. The decision is yours." Chang Tian pressed his parched lips together. He could not bear to deliver the grim fate awaiting them. "If you cannot answer, then follow me." With that, Wang Hongfei disregarded Chang Tian entirely and continued to race through the forest. Concealed within his sleeve was a folding knife, poised to strike with the lethal precision of a coiled serpent. Chapter 32, The Encirclement, Part 2. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a pink powder that shimmered like the aurora, enveloping the treetops of the forest. Though it was daytime, the vibrant hue cast a sunset glow across the landscape. The beasts resting on the ground gradually opened their eyes, their once placid gaze now transformed into a vivid crimson, brimming with the desire for slaughter. An increasing number of beasts awoke, rising to their feet, their blood-red eyes merging into a singular crimson glow. The air was filled with dangerous growls, and a massive tiger, perched upon a rock, opened its eyes, its powerful limbs supporting its colossal frame. A swirling current of air coiled around its nostrils, and its fierce roar emanated like a surging tide, momentarily stifling the horde. Yet soon, the tiger's golden-red eyes began to shift to a deep crimson, its muscular body rippling with power, forming an exquisite silhouette. Roar! The tiger unleashed a thunderous roar that resonated through the mountains, sending tremors through the massive bodies of the beast horde. Slowly, the tiger descended from its rocky perch, the morning sunlight casting a radiant glow upon its pure white fur, shimmering like crystal. A single horn atop its head glimmered with an icy brilliance, while three tails behind it stood erect like iron rods, each movement stirring the howling winds. The entire beast horde followed in the tiger's wake, forming a deadly procession. Far away, Gao Yunjing opened his eyes, rubbing his temples, feeling the ache from prolonged use of the ethereal spirit. He had utilized this ability to monitor Wang Hongfei, pushing the winds to every corner of the mountains, while systematically spreading the blood-boiling powder among the beast packs. According to his calculations, Wang Hongfei was likely to arrive at the peak of Luoyang Mountain within 4 hours, and Gao Yunjing knew it was time to prepare. Having maintained a single position for too long, his limbs stiffened as he rose, struggling as if bound. Upon reaching the cave entrance, he positioned himself, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated the thick, icy barrier. As Gao Yunjing withdrew his reddened fist, he murmured to himself, "The ethereal spirit truly is effective." As the beast tide erupted across Luoyang Mountain, the images in the central monitoring room flickered erratically. The officials who had previously been jovial now rendered silent. "Major Wang, should you explain the situation?" Luo Baiyue's voice floated through the monitoring room. "Miss Luo, Luoyang Mountain is a desolate region. The consequences of forced surveillance mean that even the slightest disturbance will disrupt the monitoring feed. But worry not. The mountain has been meticulously examined by government officials, and all potential threats have been eliminated." Mayor Wang replied nonchalantly, confident in his thorough inspection. Such a commotion would likely be Wang Hongfei's ruse to eliminate Gao Yunjing, especially since Luo Baiyue aligned herself with him. Under the watchful eyes of many, should Gao Yunjing meet his end, the consequences would be dire. However, should an unforeseen beast tide occur, and if Gao Yunjing were to inadvertently fall victim, it would bear no relation to them. Luo Baiyue fell silent. Her desire to charge directly into the Luoyang Mountains to uncover the truth was palpable. Yet, during their journey, Gao Yunjing had confided in her, when they found themselves alone in the vehicle, that this grand competition would inevitably encounter unexpected events. He urged her not to be anxious or overthink, but rather to await the outcome with tranquility. Gao Yunjing had foreseen the impending turmoil. Soon, the fragmented images on the display screen began to falter, eventually transforming into monochromatic static. Ultimately, after revealing the last image, everything faded into oblivion. Luo Baiyue could only catch a glimpse of Gao Yunjing donning a peculiar smile. Was he actually smiling? That fleeting expression appeared gentle and sunny, yet to Luo Baiyue, it bore an inexplicable eeriness. It resembled the mask of a jester, both frenzied and graceful, imbued with a sense of compassionate pity. A long blade stirred a white light, the chilling air pervading the mountains and forests, as an enormous monkey collapsed helplessly before Wang Hongfei. The creature, battered and bruised, bore no traces of blood. Even the air was devoid of any sanguine scent. Cheng Tian stood quietly by, observing as Wang Hongfei forbade him from intervening during their escape. Wang Hongfei feared that Cheng Tian's violent thunder would obliterate the beast's body, causing a gruesome scent to swiftly permeate the forest, alerting the frenzied horde to their escape route. Thus, Wang Hongfei took it upon himself, wielding his formidable icy aura to inflict wounds upon the approaching beasts while simultaneously staunching their blood flow. Wang Hongfei sheathed his pristine blade and stood still, calming his breath, which had been thrown into disarray by the intense exertion. "Run!" He suddenly sensed an ominous shift, barking the command, and without further pause, he exerted all his strength to flee. The ground trembled beneath them, and Cheng Tian's complexion turned ashen. He sensed the terrifying tide of beasts approaching at an alarming speed. It seemed the brothers who fought alongside them had perished, and Cheng Tian internally condemned those weaker souls to a grim fate as he too fled in desperation. Leading the charge, Wang Hongfei unsheathed his blade, swirling it around him as the swirling snow transformed into lethal edges in his grasp. One by one, the ferocious beasts fell before him, yet more relentless foes surged forward. Cheng Tian brandished his weapon, a 2-meter-long halberd, its swing stirring the winds, as pale purple arcs of lightning twisted around it, crackling in unison with the sounds of the advancing beast tide. With a thunderous crash, Cheng Tian's assault proved devastating, clearing a swath through the horde, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh. "Well done, Cheng Tian," Wang Hongfei exclaimed jubilantly as the brief respite allowed him to gather strength, channeling all his might into his ethereal essence. A colossal dragon of snow materialized, the temperature plummeting, and with all his might, Wang Hongfei swung his blade. The dragon roared in fury, its immense power momentarily halting the advancing tide as it crashed to the ground, transforming into a roaring avalanche. The beast tide found itself thwarted. "Run!" Wang Hongfei bellowed once more, urging Cheng Tian to escape through the snow-laden forest. Suddenly, a tremor emanated from the left, as the beast tide stirred up a cloud of grayish-yellow dust, blotting out the sky. High atop a cliff, Gao Yunjing observed every movement of the mountains below. This grand gift from Wang Hongfei cannot be evaded. Chapter 33. The Encirclement, Part 3. The relentless waves of beasts, akin to an unending tsunami, could easily crush the spirits of the most steadfast. Yet, Wang Hongfei was no mere weakling. He promptly adjusted his mindset and thrust his blade fiercely into the ground. In an instant, a brilliant white erupted from the earth, forming an inverted circle high above. The frenzied beasts collided with it, momentarily dazed, but the following beasts, driven by rage, continued their charge. Chaos ensued among the horde. But this did not imply that the snow wall's defense was impenetrable. Wang Hongfei sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes tightly shut, as the snow began to flow like a white river, replenishing the primary direction of the beast tide's assault. Cheng Tian, exert all your strength to channel the ethereal essence. If I falter in maintaining this defense, you must attack immediately, Wang Hongfei commanded urgently, his words firing like bullets. Upon receiving the command, Cheng Tian brandished his halberd, his eyes transforming into pure blue-violet, arcs of electricity dancing wildly around him. The crackling sounds echoed continuously as the currents surged forth like a raging river along the halberd. Cheng Tian's hair stood on end, embodying the very essence of a thunder god, exuding an aura both powerful and lethal. As Wang Hongfei sensed the defense on the verge of collapse, he abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly unsheathing his blade, his tone grave. 3 seconds remaining. 3. The desperate sounds of the beast tide crashing against the snow wall dominated the space, while Cheng Tian's body crackled with lightning, coiling like a serpent. 2. The snow wall began to seep with the crimson blood of the beasts, a faint red hue becoming evident, as Wang Hongfei remained ensnared in the swirling white. 1. The snow wall collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the frenzied beasts surged forth, only to be met with the wrath of raging thunder and a howling avalanche. In that moment of confrontation, Wang Hongfei turned to flee. In such circumstances, a direct confrontation was impossible. Only by conserving strength could they hope to survive. Cheng Tian, witnessing Wang Hongfei's seemingly treacherous retreat, was not surprised. This was the true nature of Wang Hongfei's self-serving disposition. The two fled with the wind at their backs, the howling gales rushing past their ears, not exchanging a single word. They ran, desperately fleeing, knowing that only by reaching higher ground could they ensure their safety. Unfortunately, it seemed as though an invisible hand orchestrated the tides of beasts from all directions, and Wang Hongfei once again sensed the dread he wished to avoid. A tempest of dust enveloped the sky like a tsunami connecting heaven and earth, the grayish-yellow heavens painting a picture of despair as the ground trembled and the forest shook. The beast tide appeared inexhaustible, closing in from all sides. Cheng Tian and Wang Hongfei exchanged glances, fatigue evident in both their eyes. Having fully exerted their ethereal essence twice to repel the beast tide, their own strength had waned significantly. The advancing tide was akin to adding insult to injury. "What do we do, big brother?" Cheng Tian inquired, desperation creeping into his voice. What else could they do? A flicker of grim determination flashed in Wang Hongfei's dark eyes as he swiftly dispatched the beasts with his glimmering blade. "Kill. As long as we slay enough. They will regain their senses and retreat." This was their only recourse. They had no time to strategize against the beast tide. Once more, they channeled their ethereal essence to the utmost, knowing that any misstep could spell their doom. The most viable option was to endure the tide with their formidable physiques. Blessed by divine blood, Cheng Tian refrained from idle chatter. With a flourish of his long spear, he conjured a tempestuous force, shattering the advancing beasts with an overwhelming onslaught. The frenzied creatures, driven by bloodlust, left behind a trail of devastation, snapping ancient trees like twigs and rending the earth with gaping wounds. This was an act of pure destruction. Wang Hongfei, drenched in the searing blood of the beasts, wielded his blade with heightened ferocity, his eyes gradually transforming into a stark white, a manifestation of divine blood being unleashed. This transformation not only augmented his ethereal power in the short term, but also fortified his physical form. Seizing the moment, two serpents entwined around Wang Hongfei's legs, and as he struggled to evade, a tiger lunged, claw outstretched toward his back. In that critical instant, Wang Hongfei remained unfazed, positioning his blade defensively behind him, successfully parrying the tiger's ferocious strike. However, the sheer force of the attack forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his body pitching forward. Alarm bells rang in Cheng Tian's mind as he realized the peril. Wang Hongfei's prowess eclipsed his own. Should Wang Hongfei perish, the burden of the beast tide would squarely fall upon him. Without further deliberation, he summoned his ethereal energy once more, manifesting a dazzling lightning dragon that carved a path through the throng of beasts. In that fleeting moment, Wang Hongfei seized the opportunity, drawing a concealed dagger from his sleeve and striking the tiger's throat. Hot blood spattered his face, yet he paid it no heed. With a surge of ethereal energy, he transformed the serpents, binding his legs into ice, shattering them with a mere exertion of force. With his blade raised, a fierce glimmer in his gaze, he confronted the now cowering beasts. By this juncture, nearly half of the creatures had fallen to their combined might, and with Cheng Tian's earlier awe-inspiring strike, coupled with Wang Hongfei's blood-stained visage, the tide had turned. However, due to his limitations, Gao Yunjing, despite harboring countless strategies and bizarre concoctions in his mind, could only concoct a low-grade potion, boiling blood powder. While it could incite a fleeting bloodlust in the beasts, it ultimately lacked the power to dominate the situation. Faced with Wang Hongfei, who was a veritable embodiment of menace, blood-soaked, fierce-eyed, and emanating an aura as chilling as a ravenous tiger, the beasts eventually regained their senses, retreating cautiously before turning to flee. Observing the retreating tide of beasts, Wang Hongfei exhaled a sigh of relief, stabilizing himself by embedding his blade in the ground. The earlier ambush had indeed been perilous. The tiger's surprise attack had disrupted his internal energy, yet Cheng Tian's full-force strike had evidently quelled the beast's surge. If he maintained the appearance of formidable strength, the beasts were likely to be deterred, and indeed, this proved true. Divine blood coursed through his veins, continuously mending his wounds. With a forceful application of his ethereal energy, he staunched the bleeding from his back, relying thereafter on his innate healing abilities. Once his internal state stabilized, Wang Hongfei unsheathed his long knife and approached the now weakened Cheng Tian, assisting him to his feet. Cheng Tian's condition was markedly worse, having pushed his ethereal energy to its limits 3 times in succession. It was no surprise that he could scarcely endure such exertion, especially after having only recently forced himself to break through to sea level with the aid of potions. Before long, the two found refuge in a cave to recuperate. After a period of rest, Wang Hongfei's wounds began to scab over, and Cheng Tian regained roughly 60% of his combat strength. Cheng Tian cast a worried glance at the narrow sky above the cave. The beast tide seemed to be waning. "Let us go out and take a look." "Very well," Wang Hongfei replied, but before he could finish his sentence, a menacing growl reverberated throughout the dark, empty cave. Chapter 34. The Encirclement, Part 4. A magnificent white tiger emerged slowly from the shadows. It exuded an air of authority, its pristine fur shimmering as if oiled, radiating a crystalline brilliance. Most strikingly, a long, sharp horn protruded from its forehead, where the character for king would typically appear. Its 3 tails swayed like steel rods, producing a sound akin to the slicing of air. The unicorn crystal tiger. At this moment, Wang Hongfei's composure nearly shattered. The unicorn crystal tiger was arguably the most formidable beast in the entire Luoyang mountain range. Capable of wielding both light and slaughter as powers, its physique as unyielding as steel, a perfect assassin warrior without any weaknesses. The tiger's imposing presence, coupled with its unmarred, glossy coat, indicated its dominance over this forest realm. Yet, its typically golden eyes now glowed a disturbing crimson, a clear sign of the beast tide's influence. Though the beasts affected by the tide lost their sanity, their strength invariably surged. Escape was no longer an option. Together, they stood no chance of outrunning the unicorn crystal tiger. Let us prepare for battle. Wang Hongfei maintained a calm demeanor, his towering figure positioned at the cave's entrance. His long knife drawn in an instant and held before him. I will take the lead, you provide support. With that, Wang Hongfei's eyes transformed into a pure white, his black cloak billowing against his muscular frame. His long knife became a curtain of slashing steel, sweeping toward the unicorn crystal tiger like a relentless tsunami. In response to the onslaught, the tiger let out a resounding roar, its muscles bulging as its form shifted to a blood-red hue. This was the tiger's unique ability, slaughter, which temporarily enhanced its attack power and agility. Wang Hongfei's ferocious strike was effortlessly deflected by the tiger's paw, while Cheng Tian's spear shot forth like a dragon breaking the surface of water, aimed directly at the unicorn crystal tiger. The tiger displayed its extraordinary reflexes, swiftly lowering its body to evade the crushing blow. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hongfei's gaze sharpened. His long knife descended like a meteor from the heavens, piercing the tiger's foreleg. Yet the blade barely penetrated the beast's formidable flesh, halting in its tracks. Abominable creature, Wang Hongfei exclaimed in frustration, shouting, "Let us focus our strength and incapacitate its foreleg." Cheng Tian remained silent, instead thrusting his spear toward the same target. As their combined might surged forth, even the tiger's robust form faltered, and the long, white blade began to embed itself deeper. With a deafening roar, an indescribable brilliance erupted, emanating a wave of heat and intensity that sent both Wang Hongfei and Cheng Tian, wounded and weary, hurtling backward. Wang Hongfei collapsed, every slight movement sending searing pain through his body, likely indicating fractures. Cheng Tian was not faring better. The unicorn crystal tiger extended its blood-red tongue, adorned with barbs, licking its whiskers. Felines, by nature, are savage creatures, often relishing the torment of their prey. At this moment, the two hunters had become mere victims, at the mercy of their relentless predator. As the unicorn crystal tiger approached leisurely, Wang Hongfei's eyes glinted with a barely perceptible ferocity, and he resolutely declared to Cheng Tian, "Our conditions are dire. We must not hesitate to pay the price. Let us unleash our ethereal energy with reckless abandon." Agreed. Cheng Tian, without a moment's doubt, commenced the unrestrained operation of his ethereal energy. The ensuing storm of lightning became uncontrollable, twisting and leaping, scorching his body in the process. Despite his flesh darkening from the electric onslaught, Cheng Tian gritted his teeth, purple-red divine blood oozing from his wounds. The unicorn crystal tiger seemed to sense the prey's desperate struggles for survival and accelerated its pace, charging forward with the ferocity of a raging tempest. Its maw, reeking of blood, lunged at Wang Hongfei. The malevolence and ferocity in Wang Hongfei's gaze were unabashedly evident as he frantically compressed his heart, releasing a torrent of divine blood that momentarily restored his arm. Without hesitation, he seized Cheng Tian and flung him towards the gaping jaws of the unicorn crystal tiger. Cheng Tian was utterly unprepared. The tiger's immense jaws effortlessly severed his body in two, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yet at that moment, Wang Hongfei had no time to ponder Cheng Tian's gruesome demise. He grasped the long knife that had been his steadfast companion and hurled it with all his might into the tiger's cavernous mouth. As the tiger's jaws opened wide, the knife plunged effortlessly into its colossal form. An eruption of violent power ensued, culminating in a deafening explosion as the unicorn crystal tiger collapsed helplessly to the ground. Its innards had been utterly ravaged from within, for Wang Hongfei had channeled all his ethereal strength into that one strike. The tiger's vulnerable insides could not withstand such force. Gazing at the lifeless unicorn crystal tiger, Wang Hongfei finally exhaled a sigh of relief, propping his battered body against the stone wall of the cave. His eyes fell upon Cheng Tian's corpse, frozen in a state of disbelief, yet a shadow of sorrow did not grace his countenance. Clap, clap, clap. Slow yet resonant applause echoed through the cave, and a tall figure emerged from the light at the entrance, his features obscured by the brilliance. All that could be discerned was his black trench coat and the black leather gloves adorning his hands. Young Master Wang, you have truly presented me with a splendid performance. The man's voice was laced with a playful tone, leisurely and unhurried, yet brimming with pointed mockery. Who are you? Wang Hongfei's voice was frail and devoid of strength. After enduring prolonged flight, he was on the brink of exhaustion. Who am I? Does young Master Wang really not know? The man stepped forward, the light diminishing to reveal his refined and scholarly features. Gao Yunjing. Wang Hongfei's pupils trembled as the once impassive mask of his face finally revealed a flicker of emotion. Indeed, it is I. Gao Yunjing observed Wang Hongfei's expression of fear with satisfaction, nodding with a tone of derision. Young Master Wang, do you think if I were to kill you now, anyone would be the wiser? Wang Hongfei struggled to raise 5 fingers, his voice steady. 50 million for my— Not enough. 100 million. Is young Master Wang truly this wealthy? Does the mayor possess such fortune? Are you feigning ignorance? Wang Hongfei could no longer contain his frustration. Gasping, 200 million for my life. From this moment forth, I shall not trouble you again. You may seek me out should the need arise. How can I trust you? Record it. I have a recording pen in my pocket. You can take it out, and I will record whatever you wish to say. Would that suffice? Gao Yunjing's face broke into a bright, cheerful smile, his voice light and clear. Deal. Chapter 35, The Final Kill. Wang Hongfei spoke the truth, indeed. There was a black recording pen tucked in his jacket pocket. However, Gao Yunjing did not rush to record, instead playing with the pen in his dexterous fingers. His calm demeanor did not mirror Wang Hongfei's urgency. What are you doing? Record it. Patience. Gao Yunjing leaned against the stone wall, gazing down at Wang Hongfei. Young Master Wang, I believe we should not record as you suggest. You see, your current state can hardly be described as half alive. It is more accurate to say you are on the brink of death. If I were to attempt to save you and you perish along the way, would Mayor Wang not have me executed? Even with the recording pen, they would merely claim I coerced you. After all, the evidence you leave behind would only indicate that I was the last person you saw before your demise, leaving the cause of your death a mystery. What do you propose? Faced with overwhelming power, Wang Hongfei had no choice but to concede. He could feel the dire state of his body. It was critically poor. Without timely medical attention, he would not only die, but also suffer lasting consequences, an outcome he could not endure. Quite simple. Gao Yunjing picked up a stone, crushing it into fine particles with a light squeeze. Like this stone, we shall fabricate a suitable cause of death. What would constitute an appropriate cause? Gao Yunjing gestured towards the lifeless Cheng Tian, his body severed in two. That would certainly suffice. Wouldn't it? I understand. Wang Hongfei's voice was tinged with profound desolation and solitude. Faced with the choice of life and death, he could only relinquish everything in exchange for survival. Good, you understand. Gao Yunjing pressed a button, activating the recording pen. Wang Hongfei's weak voice emerged. My name is Wang Hongfei. During the citywide competition, I was attacked by a beast tide. To protect the surviving forces, I chose to disperse with several others. Accompanying me was the ethereal sequence 135, Yaolei. After numerous encounters with the beast tide, we eventually fled to a cave. Here, we encountered a unicorn crystal tiger of at least C-rank strength. In the crucial moment between life and death, we fought with all our might and ultimately slew the unicorn crystal tiger. However, Cheng Tian was gravely injured, his body nearly severed in two, in his struggle to survive. He targeted my A3 potion. Yet, given his current state, any potion would be futile, though I noticed his gaze towards me was not right. If you discover this recording, it will serve as my last testament. Cheng Tian killed me in his desperate bid to live. Wang Hongfei attempted to speak further, but his parched lips would permit no sound. He cast a hopeful glance at Gao Yunjing. Gao Yunjing maintained a warm smile, generously extending his arm to welcome young Master Wang back. Wang Hongfei had no mind to concern himself with Gao Yunjing any longer. He was utterly depleted. without immediate sustenance. He would surely perish here. Skillfully, he retrieved a vial of blue liquid from the lining of his trench coat, flicking his finger to dislodge the seal. The radiant and enchanting azure liquid flowed into his mouth, visibly mending his injuries at an astonishing rate. Divine blood surged once more like a raging river. Yet Wang Hongfei did not intend to kill Gao Yunjing, for he lacked the strength to do so. The A3 potion could only provide a brief restoration. It could not restore him to his former combat prowess, while Gao Yunjing remained largely unscathed. Struggling to regain his footing, Wang Hongfei kept the long knife unsheathed, acutely aware of Gao Yunjing's infamous ruthlessness. He could never afford to lower his guard. Once upright, and his basic physical condition somewhat restored, Wang Hongfei did not linger, but hastily made for the cave entrance. At that moment, he dared not look back. Any misstep could provoke Gao Yunjing, the once living embodiment of death, to alter his mind. With that recording pen in hand, should Gao Yunjing kill him, it would raise no suspicions among others. Gao Yunjing strolled over to Cheng Tian's corpse, retrieving the long spear discarded nearby. It was Cheng Tian's prized weapon. Crafted from a blend of precious materials, including purple goldstone, blue steel, and laurisa. Even without deliberately summoning the ethereal spirit, merely grasping this weapon and giving it a gentle swing would evoke the resonant sounds of thunder and wind. Fine, dense arcs of electricity would dance around it. Alas! The master willing to pay a princely sum for its creation has perished here. No one dared to pick up the long spear. Gao Yunjing caressed the weapon as if it were not merely a spear, but rather a beloved he could never forget, murmuring softly to himself. The treasured artifact, shrouded in dust, epitomized solitude. Both it and its master shared the fate of unquiet souls. His peripheral vision caught sight of Wang Hongfei, who was about to flee towards the cave entrance. Thus, he decided to unleash its final power for retribution. The spear slipped from his grasp, slicing through the air with a series of sonic booms, as blue and purple lightning surged with ferocious might, resembling an enraged dragon. The crackling arcs of electricity were thick as serpents, the force of the thunder becoming uncontrollable, like a rampaging beast unleashed. The sharp, elongated spear effortlessly pierced Wang Hongfei's chest. His mangled body swayed like a leaf caught in the wind, struck by an arrow. He turned with great difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief and the fury of betrayal. He wished to utter something, yet found himself utterly voiceless. The terrifying force of the thunder had obliterated his body in an instant. Only a meager amount of adrenaline sustained his life, merely prolonging the inevitable. With a gleeful fervor, Gao Yunjing clapped wildly upon witnessing that expression, akin to a child finally obtaining the candy of their dreams. Splendid. Perfect. That is precisely the expression. Wang Hongfei's eyes, typically as inscrutable as an ancient well, now reflected his sole connection to the outside world. His dark gaze gradually filled with rising anger. Yet this only served to heighten Gao Yunjing's excitement. He wore an expression of rapture, as if he had just indulged in a potent opiate. Indeed, it was just so. He owed his gratitude to Wang, the young master. Without your rich display of emotions, any discovery of your corpse would have betrayed the truth. Gao Yunjing admired the scene, pacing back and forth like a mad artist reveling in his masterpiece. Ultimately, Wang Hongfei's eyes lost their brilliance, becoming vacant. He was dead. A powerful force surged into Gao Yunjing's body. However, Yu Duo was no longer the initially feeble spirit. The power of Shui AI was swiftly subdued. Gao Yunjing dared not refine it at that moment. He had to wait, for his divine-killing bullet had yet to arrive. Chapter 36, Flamme. The supply of boiling blood was finite. To encircle Wang Hongfei, Gao Yunjing spared no expense, summoning the entire Luoyang mountain range. Consequently, the beast tide could not endure for long. It was now nearing its end, allowing those with some strength to emerge and move about. Gao Yunjing retrieved his phone from Cheng Tian, inputting a series of complex codes that disabled the lock screen. He deftly located the contacts of several others and began sending messages. Cheng Tian, Hurry to the cave located 150 m up the western slope of Luoyang Mountain. My brother and I await you here. Qin Haohan, received. Baiyue received. Luo Baiyue, received. After returning the phone to its place, Gao Yunjing exited the cave to prepare the array needed for refining the bullets. Such arrays could be found everywhere. The Yunhua Empire referred to them as formations, while the Western Dominion called them alchemical arrays. Despite the variety of names, they were essentially strange symbols drawn and ignited with peculiar abilities. Gao Yunjing carefully extracted paint from his inner lining, composed of all the medicinal powders purchased by Huang Danian, combined with the divine blood contributed by the Qinghua serpent. The gentle breeze could not disperse the pervasive stench of blood. Countless beast carcasses lay strewn across the desolate earth. A heavy burnt odor lingered as one of the men traced arcs with his hands, intense heat instantly filling every corner of the space. The beast hides were scorched, leaving gaping charred holes, and as the flames receded, only 3 figures remained standing. Luo Tianyu, pay attention next time. A young woman lightly fanned her nostrils, attempting to dispel the acrid odor. Luo Tianyu cast a disdainful glance at her, coldly retorting, Qin Haohan, be mindful of your status and refrain from directing your finger at me. What, Luo Tianyu, are you not satisfied? Qin Haohan narrowed her elongated phoenix eyes, a dangerous aura radiating from her, causing the temperature in the air to spike abruptly. Both of you be silent. A youth with an unusually youthful appearance admonished the bickering pair. Though his appearance was boyish, his voice lacked any semblance of authority. Yet, this seemingly adorable boy could silence the two with a mere reprimand, devoid of intimidation. Baijue's expression turned icy as he slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the two. For the last time, if there's any more arguing, I shall have no choice but to meet the boss alone. The 2 tall figures bowed respectfully. Understood. Gao Yunjing straightened, one hand on his waist while the other wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead, relieved to have completed the drawing. The formation encompassed 3 circular arrays surrounding a central one. He lifted his gaze towards the foot of the mountain, where the shadows of the trees loomed and the gentle wind stirred, creating a thick green haze of overlapping foliage. The beast tide continued to rage below, as clouds of dust rose, testifying to the chaos. Estimating the strength and timing of the 3, Gao Yunjing spoke softly to himself, inaudible to anyone else, this moment. It's almost time. Sure enough, the instant his words fell, the wind conveyed the message he desired. Confronted with 3 mid-level fire spirits, Gao Yunjing had no intention of confronting them directly. He turned and gracefully departed. As long as the array could be initiated, these 3 would not escape. The obstructive trees were violently uprooted. Baijue's youthful visage seemed to be cloaked in frost as he scanned the surroundings. His gaze finally settled on a cave slightly to the left. The cave is there. Follow me. Without hesitation, the trio advanced. The moment they approached the cave, a surge of red light enveloped them in layers of crimson barriers. What is this? Luo Tianyu shouted, struggling with all his might to break free, only to find the red light akin to quicksand. The more effort he exerted, the deeper he sank. Be quiet. Qin Haohan remained relatively calm, a ball of fire materializing in her delicate, pale hand. Boom! Following a violent explosion, the 3 remained trapped within the red barrier, which seemed devoid of any physical form, as the raging flames could not consume it. Stay calm. Baiyue could only strive to maintain his composure, surveying the mountains. I know you're watching. Speak. What are your terms? Our leader is Wang Hongfei, the son of the mayor of Qingjiang City. Name your price, be it women or wealth. Just say what you desire. Yet the only response was the desolate silence of the mountains. Suddenly, a red object emerged, pulsating rhythmically like a drumbeat. Luo Tianyu leaned closer to observe, nearly crying out in terror. It was a heart that continued to beat even after being severed from its body. Countless minute crimson threads pierced through the skin of the 3 individuals, surging towards their pulsating hearts. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a pristine crystal stone hurtled towards them, only to explode violently above their heads, transforming into 12 larger shards. The hearts continued their robust beating, the delicate crimson threads flowing into them, while the 12 shards abruptly plunged into the hearts. Gradually, the blood-red threads emanating from the three began to stream into the hearts, then through the hearts into the 12 shards. Helpless, the trio could only watch this horrifying spectacle. Those were not mere threads, but their very blood. Devoid of divine blood, their powers would swiftly diminish. They struggled desperately to resist, but it was all in vain, as they could only witness their lifeblood being siphoned into the 12 bullet-like fragments. Just as they felt death approaching, the shards became entwined with the crimson threads, suddenly halting their absorption. In that moment, words escaped them, leaving only a glimmer of hope, soon overshadowed by despair. The divine blood did not cease to flow. Instead, it enveloped the 12 fragments before igniting into fierce flames, fervently refining the shards. Gao Yunjing observed silently from above. To him, the lives or deaths of these three were inconsequential compared to the bullets capable of slaying deities. Soon, they lost everything. Their divine blood turned them into desiccated corpses, their faces etched with agony and despair in their final moments. Yet, Gao Yunjing felt no pity, for he was acutely aware of the countless lives these capricious individuals had taken. He gracefully materialized at the scene, the 12 flames extinguished, leaving 12 flawlessly crafted, crystal-like bullets suspended in the air. Gao Yunjing reached out to take the 12 bullets, his gaze shifting down the mountain, where the swirling dust finally settled. The beast tide had come to an end. Chapter 37. Termination of the examination. The beast tide had finally concluded, and the central display screen resumed its surveillance footage. Yet all officials in Xinjiang City held their breath in trepidation, too fearful to utter a sound. They witnessed a scene they would never forget. Wang Hongfei had been impaled from behind by a long spear. Even from several dozen meters away, they could feel the overwhelming fury of the mayor above them. How could Mayor Wang maintain his composure upon witnessing the murder of his most cherished son? His grip tightened around his cup, the immense pressure causing spiderweb-like cracks to form. With a resounding crash, he crushed the precious blue and white porcelain cup in his hand. Gritting his teeth, he managed to utter a phrase: examination, terminate, issue, problem. Luo Baiyue gazed incredulously at the screen. Wang Hongfei had perished, seemingly without cause. Though there was no apparent connection to Gao Yunjing, she sensed something amiss. Just before their departure, Gao Yunjing's calm and steady gaze had unnerved her, accompanied by prophetic words: "Do not panic, do not worry, await the results quietly." Yet the crime scene was too immaculate. A single glance revealed the truth of what had transpired. The personnel in the central monitoring room scattered like frightened birds and fish, while Luo Baiyue stood, peering through the display at Gao Yunjing's final glance. The tall youth concealed himself in a cramped corner of a narrow cave, his scholarly face bearing an indescribable weariness, resembling an injured little rabbit. Once everyone departed, Mayor Wang remained alone at his elevated position, silent, contemplative, and grief-stricken. An overwhelming sorrow surged forth, engulfing him like a tsunami. Despite wielding the power of life and death over Xinjiang City, in this tumultuous era, he embodied the law and will of the city. Yet now his pride and joy, his only offspring, lay dead. Though he possessed everything, he remained oblivious to the identity of his son's murderer. Cheng Tian, a mid-tier entity of the ethereal sequence, attempting to slay someone with a high-risk ethereal presence was akin to chasing phantoms. Just how weakened would Wang Hongfei need to be to fall to Cheng Tian? However, examining the scene, who else could it possibly be? Gao Yunjing? What ist? Though he possessed a high-risk ethereal presence and was indeed formidable, he could never alter the fact that he currently held only a D-grade level, and moreover, half of his ethereal presence belonged to Wang Hongfei's subordinate. The notion of him being capable of killing Wang Hongfei was implausible. A sense of confusion and helplessness, foreign to a ruler, beset the powerful mayor of Xinjiang City. In a fit of madness, he seized whatever was at hand and hurled it against the colossal display screen at the center. It was as if the cold reality depicted on the screen was a mere illusion. If he could shatter it, perhaps his beloved son would return. The sound of shattering echoed for an eternity. When he finally ceased, even the immense mahogany round table beside him had been thrown aside. The display screen bore a pitiful visage, with gaping cracks resembling canyons across its surface. It swayed precariously, threatening to collapse at any moment. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, the suspended screen plummeted to the ground, shattering into fragments. As he surveyed the chaos around him, he suddenly rose, his gaze steady and his demeanor akin to the unyielding earth. He transformed back into the authoritative ruler he was. Yet within those steady eyes flickered a hint of indescribable madness. Hongfei, you shall not have died in vain. Luo Baiyue had just arrived at the exit when a towering figure enveloped her, and in an instant she was tightly embraced, the weight of Gao Yunjing pressing down on her frail shoulders. Her petite, delicate nostrils flared slightly as the crisp, cold aura of Gao Yunjing enveloped her like a wintry breeze. "I'm so tired," Gao Yunjing murmured, burying his head in her long, snowy neck, resembling a spoiled puppy. "Let us go home and rest. Forget about the exams. As long as I'm here, you can go wherever you wish." "Oh," Gao Yunjing feigned surprise, meeting Luo Baiyue's sparkling eyes filled with mirth. "I must thank my wealthy sister immensely." Smooth talker Luo Baiyue chuckled softly, taking his hand as they made their way to the parking lot. Gao Yunjing offered no resistance, obediently following Luo Baiyue back to the car. The moment they returned to the vehicle, Gao Yunjing sensed the temperature inside plummeting, continuing to drop further. Turning his head, he encountered a pair of brilliant ice blue eyes devoid of compassion, only cold indifference. "Speak, what have you been hiding from me?" Luo Baiyue's voice struck like a venomous serpent, sending chills down Gao Yunjing's spine, igniting a panic akin to a nuclear explosion within him. What did she know? With a vague inkling already forming in his mind, Gao Yunjing resolved to test the waters. He adopted a pitiful demeanor, feigning sorrow on the verge of tears, as he began to extract items one by one from his spatial ring. Luo Baiyue felt equally uncertain. If Wang Hongfei's death bore no relation to Gao Yunjing, then what did Gao Yunjing's words prior to the competition signify? If Wang Hongfei's demise is indeed intertwined with Gao Yunjing, then the intricate machinations and cunning strategy, along with the seemingly plausible death scene, all bear the hallmark of a seasoned criminal. Does Gao Yunjing possess such formidable prowess at present? As various items were laid bare, Luo Baiyue cast her gaze downward, her eyes falling upon an array of books: 100 common home dishes, 100 common breakfast recipes, 100 common lunch recipes, and gourmet illustrated guide. Why are all these tomes related to culinary arts? Luo Baiyue furrowed her elegant brows, raising her eyes skeptically towards Gao Yunjing, who appeared pitifully absorbed in his rummaging. This time, the selection of books had shifted. Fundamentals of Western cuisine, how to prepare French cuisine, comprehensive guide to basic Western ingredients. This, Luo Baiyue found herself momentarily speechless. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Yet, the contradictions and enigmas surrounding this matter remained elusive. Only this remained. With a sorrowful expression, Gao Yunjing produced a Glock 17 and handed it to Luo Baiyue. She accepted the handgun, deftly removing the magazine to discover it contained only ordinary brass bullets. However, given the circumstances, Luo Baiyue still harbored some doubts. After all, one must be cautious in these treacherous times, especially as she was now nurturing the future harbinger of judgment in this apocalyptic era. Wasn't it said that one should have eyes in the back of their head, comprised entirely of such vigilance? With a voice feigned to be frigid, she inquired, "Is Wang Hongfei's matter unrelated to you?" To her astonishment, Gao Yunjing nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is related to me." Chapter 38, Childhood Memories. Related? Luo Baiyue gazed at Gao Yunjing, who wore an air of nonchalance, her surprise evident. "You admit it? Why not?" His indifferent tone suggested he was recounting the most mundane of events. He relaxed against the backrest, yet an aura of formidable presence emanated from him, instilling a sense of pressure. Suddenly, Gao Yunjing turned his head, his gaze piercing like a bullet. "Luo Baiyue, you don't genuinely believe I am a good person, do you?" "I The stark contrast between his demeanor at that moment left Luo Baiyue momentarily befuddled, her response faltering. In the preceding instant, he had appeared as a wounded, aggrieved little rabbit, yet now he resembled an emperor seated upon a lofty throne at the world's end. Do you know how I lived before? Gao Yunjing grinned, a sardonic smile spilling forth from the corners of his mouth, though it remained unclear whom he was mocking. I can't even remember how old I was when my parents died. The officials in Xinjiang City certainly did not care about the lives of the impoverished masses. Do you know how they perished? He turned his head, closing his eyes as he settled into what he deemed the most comfortable position, beginning to speak in a languid manner. The current mayor is a second-generation bureaucrat. Over half of his achievements are fabricated. In his youth, he commanded a battle, the report declaring it a resounding success, having dealt a significant blow to the beasts with minimal casualties on our side, which were deemed negligible. Yet in truth, that battle mobilized over half of Xinjiang City's active police and border forces, alongside the Special Handling Bureau. Given Xinjiang City's scale, mobilizing such a vast number of personnel to counter that beast tide should have been a mere formality. However, our young Mayor Wang was indeed very young, just a child. Not only did he lack the courage to face the ominous, tide-like surge of beasts, but he also failed to command the battle. And thus, my parents perished. Ordinarily, there would have been compensation following their deaths, yet all was embezzled by those officials. There were over 140 of us who, bereft of parents, labored as child workers to survive. Child workers, the most vulnerable to exploitation. We often toiled for over half the day without receiving any wages, and when we did, it was meager. Among that group, there was a young man named Yang Ge, who was a few years my senior and took great care of me. Without him, I would not have survived. But Yang Ge died, despite Gao Yunjing's tone remaining eerily calm. Luo Baiyue could sense an undercurrent of desolation akin to a tsunami beneath that serenity. Her heart seized for reasons unknown. Was this truly the society she had fought to protect? She was aware of the rampant corruption, yet what could be done in these apocalyptic times? Surviving and establishing a city for humanity was already a monumental feat. Luo Baiyue once believed that humanity's sins did not warrant death, yet now, for some inexplicable reason, the indelible monument in her heart began to tremble. Gao Yunjing continued to recount his sorrowful childhood. At that time, the wages we earned as child workers barely sufficed to fill our stomachs, even for the cheapest food. There were several consecutive days when none of us received any pay. We were on the brink of starvation when Yang Ge stealthily pulled me aside, discreetly handing me a piece of steamed bun while others were distracted. As he spoke, Gao Yunjing extended his long, slender fingers, his voice heavy and slow. Just that one bun, and Yang Ge starved to death. Yet here I am, this coward still alive. His gaze turned towards Luo Baiyue, those captivating eyes dark and profound, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Do you know when I first experienced the sensation of being full? It was when I had just awakened my ethereal essence and was taken away by others. They dressed me in an expensive, custom-tailored suit and treated me to a sumptuous feast that I can assure you I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. It was the first time I felt truly full, to the point of bursting, as if oil were about to seep from my throat. Their condition was that I must kill someone. You killed? Gao Yunjing lifted his indifferent gaze, the previously unfathomable darkness in his eyes, now revealing a distinct glimmer of mockery. What else could I do? Do you think those who took me would let me go? I had no choice. Luo Baiyue felt a pang of sympathy as she embraced Gao Yunjing, her delicate, pale hands gently caressing his broad back. He offered no resistance, allowing himself to lean against her lap. After completing the task, they rewarded me, and for the first time, I entered a restaurant openly, greeted with smiles by the servers who had previously regarded me with disdain. That was when I first understood the power of money and authority. His clear, water-like eyes bore into hers, his voice softening. Yet what good was it? The ethereal essence was not something a mere child could wield. I survived by killing. And it was during that time I encountered Chu Hanjing. For reasons unknown, I felt compelled to save her. So I took her to the hospital and paid for her medical expenses. It wasn't too much, considering she had already awakened her ethereal essence. and her physical condition was relatively decent. Gao Yunjing buried his head against Luo Baiyue's smooth, elegant legs. I can hardly imagine how I muddled through those days. Later, as my ethereal essence advanced, I was exceptionally admitted to school due to the high risk associated with my power. At that time, I was formidable and ruthless. I quickly gathered a group of wealthy young men who lavished money upon me, expecting me to stand up for them in critical moments. Do you know? A single car they handed me was worth more than the commissions I could ever earn from taking lives. In that moment, I understood how rotten this world truly is. Gao Yunjing's voice transformed from a monotone to an impassioned crescendo, his tone becoming resounding and forceful. At that moment, I resolved to eradicate all the corrupt officials in this world. I seek justice for the innocent parents who perished in battle. I demand retribution for Yang Ge, who starved to death alongside his family. Surprisingly, Luo Baiyue said nothing, merely continuing to stroke Gao Yunjing, akin to soothing a ruffled cat. The interior of the car fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, Luo Baiyue broke the stillness, declaring, "I will accompany you." "What did you say?" Gao Yunjing abruptly lifted his head, staring at Luo Baiyue in utter astonishment. It was no wonder he reacted so. He had truly not anticipated such words from her. Shouldn't she be admonishing him against resorting to violence? Luo Baiyue gazed earnestly at the bewildered youth, enunciating each word deliberately. "I will accompany you." Chapter 39. Will you abandon me? Observing Luo Baiyue's steadfast expression, which bore no hint of jest, Gao Yunjing found himself at a loss. He had envisioned countless scenarios, even preparing for a potential violent outburst from Luo Baiyue. Yet none of those possibilities materialized. Her unexpected shift left him disoriented. He hesitantly returned to rest his head on her lap once more, pondering, what if this corrupt official were your most trusted kin? "That person is you," Luo Baiyue replied, her voice calm and gentle, as if reciting poetry. For reasons unknown, Gao Yunjing turned to face her. She too lowered her gaze and offered him a faint smile. Her once icy blue eyes had softened into a gentle hue, now a delicate shade of tea. They were tender, reminiscent of a deer hidden within an undiscovered woodland. Her gentle gaze flowing like a brook. Her pale amber eyes were pure and unblemished, reflecting the clouds and sky. Gao Yunjing could not help but recall their first encounter, which took place in the year 951. In his previous life, Yudhua did not unfold with such tranquility. He had long fled from Wang Hongfei's pursuit. During that harrowing escape, he had recklessly consumed everything in his path, regardless of its strength or compatibility. Consequently, Yudhua encountered complications, as the forces within him were fundamentally discordant, tormenting him for an extended period. The only solution then lay in seeking an ethereal spirit with strong compatibility to absorb, alleviating the internal conflict and contradiction. It was at that banquet where Gao Yunjing first encountered Luo Baiyue. The young girl was truly unlike anyone else. She had even adorned herself with simple makeup, sitting there in solitary boredom. Remarkably, as Gao Yunjing drew closer to her, the tumultuous power within him subsided, prompting him to engage with her eagerly. Perhaps it was the stark contrast of their surroundings that allowed them to converse joyfully. It was during that moment that Gao Yunjing discovered Luo Baiyue possessed an extraordinary ability to suppress the turmoil within him. This was the reason he had always been drawn to her. The night sky that evening was adorned with the soft, elegant glow of the moonlight filtering through layers of branches, reminiscent of lingering snow. In Luo Baiyue's tea-colored eyes lay a reflection of the entire world. Now, within those same eyes, there was a boy of refined appearance. His emotions stirred. He straightened up, no longer reclined on Luo Baiyue's lap, leaning instead against the opulent leather seat. He could portray 1,000 personas, embodying a myriad of emotions. He could be the Prince Charming of every woman's fantasy, the aloof and indifferent CEO, or the mature and steady elder brother. Yet, he could not portray his true self. He found it impossible to confront the unabashed gaze of Luo Baiyue. He could not do it. When Yang Ge had shared that bond with Gao Yunjing, he had unwittingly left behind a timid version of himself. Such is the essence of humanity. Those who excel in performance often seek to conceal something. Gao Yunjing had consistently played the role of a formidable and detached judge of the apocalypse, striving to hide the feeble Gao Yunjing within. The formidable figure who had orchestrated strategies during the city-wide competition, leaving the first genius of Xinjiang severely injured without even a direct confrontation, had vanished, leaving behind a coward who could not face his own emotions. Watching Gao Yunjing's tall frame curled up on a luxurious leather seat, Luo Baiyue remained silent. Merely starting the car, the Maybach roared to life, the engine emitting a thunderous growl, its sleek body slicing through the darkness like a blade. The two passengers shared an unspoken silence. Luo Baiyue was unsure of what to say. She had never witnessed this version of Gao Yunjing, lost and despondent, akin to a wounded creature abandoned by the world. She hesitated, uncertain whether to offer comfort, as her feelings always came slowly, marked by indecision. Did someone as proud and self-satisfied as he truly require consolation? Being inherently inarticulate, she found silence to be the most prudent choice. Yet her instincts urged her to break the quietude. Tentatively, she inquired, what's wrong? Nothing, just feeling a bit down, he replied. Share what troubles you. I am here for you. Luo Baiyue extended her hand, hoping to clasp Gao Yunjing's. In that moment, he did not hesitate, reciprocating her gesture, his gaze, heavy with emotion, locked on a Luo Baiyue, who was intently focused on driving. With a raspy voice, he asked, will you abandon me, no matter how I change? The young girl shot him a mock reproachful glance. If I intended to abandon you, why would I seek you out? I mean, regardless of how I transform, will you still stand by me? Why pose such questions? Luo Baiyue did not respond directly, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. This was a question she could not answer forthrightly. If Gao Yunjing were to revert to his former self, she would surely tighten her grip on her sword. A chuckle escaped Gao Yunjing, a knowing smile gracing his features as he released her hand, turning his gaze toward the vibrant city outside the window. Some truths need not be spoken. Akin to the glittering facade of the city, everyone was aware of the darkness lurking beneath, yet no one dared to voice it. Suddenly, Gao Yunjing felt an inexplicable aversion toward his current self, so weak. Only the weak would concern themselves with the fear of abandonment. In the days spent with Luo Baiyue, he had grown accustomed to adopting the identity of the weak. It was truly distasteful. The two remained silent throughout the journey until they returned home, at which point Luo Baiyue had gathered her emotions, eager to revisit the earlier topic. However, this time, Gao Yunjing was unwilling to continue. After a simple wash-up, he retreated to bed, leaving Luo Baiyue puzzled as to the reason behind his melancholy. Thus, she acquiesced to his silence. Fortunately, when she offered her soft embrace as a pillow, Gao Yunjing did not reject it, holding her tight. As night enveloped the world, silence reigned. The window was ajar, and the night air was as cool as water. Luo Baiyue, lost in a deep slumber, was abruptly awakened by the icy night breeze. Discovering that the person who should have been beside her was missing, she sprang upright, beginning her search throughout the room. It was not long before she spotted the tall figure on the balcony, where he should have been in bed. The moonlight cast simple strokes across the floor, outlining his silhouette. Gao Yunjing was clad in a black loungewear, the brisk chill of the wind lifting the hem of his attire. A white dove approached gracefully from the distance, its feathers immaculate and pure, reminiscent of rice paper immersed in ink. The dove obediently perched upon his broad shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against his cheek. Moments later, it took flight with a slender object resembling a pen, disappearing into the depths of the night. Lurking in the shadows, Luo Baiyue suddenly felt a shiver run through her, as if a chilling breeze had surged directly to the crown of her head. It was then that she noticed the young man, his head bowed, fixated on the glass table beside him. The surface of the table reflected his profound gaze, which was unwaveringly directed at her. Chapter 40, Be Good, Don't Move. She had been discovered. How could this be? However, Gao Yunjing offered Luo Baiyue no respite for contemplation. Striding over with his long legs and wrapping an arm around her slender waist, pinning the delicate girl against the wall. He leaned down, burying his head in her soft, flowing hair, his voice low and husky. Why are you awake? Guess Luo Baiyue retorted defiantly, twisting her wrist and pushing him back against the wall, lifting her long, pale leg to completely restrict his movement. The proximity between them was so intimate that Gao Yunjing could even hear the rapid beating of her heart. Yet at that moment, he did not interpret Luo Baiyue's actions as flirtation. The power emanating from her delicate, porcelain-like hands was surprisingly painful. In her light brown eyes lay a hint of interrogation. Don't you think our relationship has progressed, rather, too naturally? Luo Baiyue's tone lost its usual chill, taking on a teasing lilt. Yet beneath her tenderness, Gao Yunjing sensed an icy undertone of suspicion. Ultimately, Luo Baiyue had begun to harbor doubts, particularly regarding details that Gao Yunjing had never noticed before. We've known each other for far too long. Even if we were acting, many things would naturally go overlooked. You've returned, Gao Yunjing. All right. I admit you're not as foolish as I thought. Now that he had been recognized, Gao Yunjing saw no reason to maintain his guise. His powerful hands grasped her delicate wrist, the force causing her to wince slightly. Luo Baiyue, unwilling to yield, retaliated in kind. Their wrists intertwined like two serpents, entwined yet refusing to part, though the reality was far from that. It was a form of close combat, akin to grappling. This marked the first confrontation since their rebirth, with Luo Baiyue clearly holding the offensive. Gao Yunjing was firmly suppressed. However, his advantage was not easily expanded. He skillfully defended against Luo Baiyue's relentless attacks. Amidst the alluring haze of the night, Luo Baiyue discerned the faint smile adorning Gao Yunjing's face. It was a smile that appeared warm, yet was laced with mockery, a smile she had fallen victim to countless times in her previous life. A pang of bitterness coursed through her as she retorted, "So, you've been deceiving me all along? It was all an act?" Though they were embroiled in fierce combat, Luo Baiyue still found time for banter. In response to her question, Gao Yunjing replied with a smile, "Not quite. I genuinely enjoy holding you while you sleep at night and lying on your lap. Hey, did anyone ever tell you that as quite perverse?" Realizing the conversation was leading nowhere, Luo Baiyue swiftly withdrew a long sword hanging on the wall. The smooth surface of the blade gleamed with a cold light, resembling a dragon as it struck forward. Gao Yunjing reacted swiftly, pivoting to evade, drawing another sword while quipping, playing so viciously. This is an apartment building, not a sprawling villa occupying several blocks. Luo Baiyue hesitated, cautious of using her ethereal abilities. Gao Yunjing was equally restrained, as long as neither resorted to their powers. All be well. The clash of swords resembled flowing water, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of blows. Gao Yunjing's swordsmanship was formidable, while Luo Baiyue executed each strike with precision, targeting vital points, and Gao Yunjing, equally unyielding, turned their spacious room into a battlefield. The coffee table lay askew. A chunk of the bar separating the kitchen from the living room was severed, and evidence of their tumultuous skirmish was strewn about. Several of Luo Baiyue's strikes aimed at Gao Yunjing's face, but his quick reflexes allowed him to narrowly evade. Both had undergone the trials of forbidden abilities, and their physical prowess was nearly equal in the early stages. Without relying on their powers, Gao Yunjing proved to be an exceptionally formidable opponent. Moreover, their familiarity with one another meant that Gao Yunjing could anticipate Luo Baiyue's next move. In a short span, neither could discern a clear victor. While Gao Yunjing was bound to lose, Luo Baiyue dared not prolong the confrontation. No one knew when Gao Yunjing had returned or how long he had been plotting, nor the depth of his hidden cards. Gao Yunjing, you are not my match in your current state. Surrender your sword, and for the sake of our marriage, I may spare your life. Luo Baiyue observed that it was not only she who had become overconfident upon returning. Gao Yunjing had as well. His swordplay shifted seamlessly, and in an instant, he closed the distance between them. As he approached at a rapid pace, Luo Baiyue scoffed derisively. "What good does that do you? You'll find out now." Rather than defending against Luo Baiyue's next strike, Gao Yunjing opened his arms, seeking to embrace her. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Luo Baiyue hesitated, and that brief instant allowed Gao Yunjing to seize her with unyielding force, pulling her onto the sofa behind them. Seated on his lap, Her delicate waist was ensnared by his long, powerful arms. Their entangled position was undeniably intimate, with Gao Yunjing burying his head in the graceful curve of Luo Baiyue's neck, inhaling her scent as one would a cat. "Let go!" Luo Baiyue exclaimed sharply, attempting to rise in defiance, only to find a rigid object pressed against her temple. Gao Yunjing's languid, opulent voice broke the tension. "Be good, don't move." His tone was rich and magnetic, reminiscent of a cat teasing its prey. If not for the Glock 17 pressed against her, they might have seemed like a loving couple. Gao Yunjing sensed that the girl in his embrace was less than compliant, tightening his grip as if to fuse their beings together. His voice, low and provocative, echoed with a hint of danger. "This isn't just any bullet. It's a flame bullet, capable of slaying even gods. At this proximity, if it were to misfire..." With a resounding bang, the gun fired, causing Luo Baiyue to flinch in shock. Gao Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle wickedly. "Hey Luo Baiyue, are you really that afraid of me? Because I genuinely believe you could blow my head off with a single shot." The girl's tone was earnest, as if she truly believed her words. In truth, Luo Baiyue understood that Gao Yunjing would never harm her, regardless of the era. "Luo Baiyue, I believe we can have a conversation. Put down your weapon. Currently, it is you who holds the weapon and is threatening me." Chapter 41. Inexplicable. "What do you think we can discuss?" Luo Baiyue's voice was icy and laced with mockery. She never believed that two individuals with fundamentally conflicting ideologies had anything to converse about. In times when we shared a common goal, we engaged in numerous negotiations. Yet, never once did you place a gun in my head. The sarcasm in the young girl's voice was palpable, yet Gao Yunjing seemed oblivious, pressing his face close to hers. "Do not say such things. At present, I am no match for you. If I were to summon my ethereal spirit, I would barely last 2 minutes. Hence the need for caution. If you wish to converse, lower your weapon." Luo Baiyue's tone was frigid and unequivocal. "Very well." To her surprise, Gao Yunjing actually lowered the gun he had held to her temple, resting his head softly on her shoulder. "Can we talk now? What exactly do you want?" Despite having relinquished the gun, Luo Baiyue was reluctant to engage in combat. Firstly, in such a densely populated residential building, any altercation could easily harm bystanders. Secondly, she did not trust that Gao Yunjing had no other contingencies, and relinquishing her chance for survival would be recklessly foolish. "I no longer wish to engage in violence with you." Gao Yunjing's voice carried a hint of grievance. This was truly exhausting. "Huh?" Luo Baiyue scoffed derisively. "Do you truly expect me to believe that? Why would you doubt me?" He held the soft girl tightly, the scent of her delicate fragrance filling his senses. "For a century, I have been relentlessly hunted, fleeing, searching for opportunities to slay gods. This existence is exhausting." His embrace, and even through the thin fabric of her nightgown, Luo Baiyue could feel the warmth radiating from him. "In truth, I had already been reborn when you visited me at the hospital. My subsequent life has merely been a continuation of that ruse." Upon hearing this, Luo Baiyue did not exhibit much reaction. The events leading up to this revelation had already planted seeds of suspicion within her. "However, living with you has been remarkably comfortable and easy, a sensation I have not experienced in over a century." "Comfortable?" Luo Baiyue turned to meet his gaze, her striking phoenix eyes reflecting scorn and derision. "You seem anything but comfortable, concealing your creation of the Flame Dan from me, while orchestrating Wang Hongfei's untimely demise. You truly are a busy man. As for ease, do you not find your words absurd? Living behind a mask that is not your own and calling it easy? Gao Yunjing, how long do you intend to play this game? You have already exposed your secret of rebirth. Should we not be at odds?" Enveloped in shadows, the faint moonlight cast a pallid glow on the ground, obscuring their expressions. Only the chill of her mocking words hinted at the emotions brewing beneath the surface. "You have always believed this to be my performance? What else could it be?" A sharp pang of emotion pierced Gao Yunjing's heart, an indescribable sensation enveloping him. He wondered how she perceived him. Despite Luo Baiyue's compliant presence on his lap, her lack of struggle, and the warmth of her body against his, he felt as though he were holding sand slipping through his fingers, or a mere wisp of air. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. With a forceful grip, he cupped her delicate face, compelling their gazes to lock. He tightened his embrace around her waist, as if he intended to merge their beings into one. In the dim light, Luo Baiyue discerned the depths of his dark, profound eyes, swirling with a myriad of emotions, a tapestry woven with threads of sorrow, anguish, yearning, and attachment. She could not articulate what she saw. His gaze reflected too many sentiments, to the point of obscuring his true feelings. Yet this time there was something distinctly different. The emotions emanated from the depths of his being, illuminating the darkness like the first light of dawn, inescapable and radiant. Luo Baiyue, I must earnestly convey that our past life together held no pretense. And what of it? Her voice remained icy, a smirk gracing her lips. You wish to negotiate? Then relinquish all your weapons, including your ethereal spirit, and remain quietly by my side. Can you do that? I cannot. After a prolonged silence, Gao Yunjing's voice emerged, tinged with melancholy. I cannot accept a life devoid of strength, as insignificant as dust. Are you willing to trust that I will change? I do not. Luo Baiyue's rejection was cold and unyielding. She resembled a hedgehog, coiling defensively, her sharp quills poised to pierce any attempt at contact. Their current posture was laden with unspoken intimacy, yet the sharp barbs of their dialogue shattered the tender atmosphere. Luo Baiyue, your reactions are excessively intense. In your presence, I have no choice but to be so. We can genuinely converse, setting aside our mutual obstinacies. I am truly weary. A century may seem brief, yet it is ample time for one to accumulate burdens. What can we possibly discuss? I am willing to become your most formidable weapon, while you care for it with tenderness. How does that sound? Gao Yunjing's voice was husky and subdued, each word striking at the fragile strings of Luo Baiyue's heart. Was she truly angry? Perhaps not. She simply did not know how to confront the reality of their century-long enmity, coupled with their days of intimate coexistence. If you are embracing the version of me from the past, your words might indeed breach my defenses. Bathed in the hazy moonlight, Gao Yunjing beheld the girl in his arms, her luscious lips reminiscent of a rose swaying in the wind, perpetually tantalizing his dwindling reason. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and kissed her. At the moment their lips met, Luo Baiyue's face flushed crimson. Her delicate hands instinctively struck at his broad shoulders. Was Gao Yunjing unwell? How could he remain emotionally engaged after her relentless mockery? As he savored the cool softness of her lips, Gao Yunjing gripped her head firmly, deepening the kiss. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released the girl, who was nearly breathless. Do you still believe my feelings for you are insincere? This is our first embrace across 2 lifetimes. You must be mad. The moment her bindings were released, Luo Baiyue sprang up and shoved Gao Yunjing out the door, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. Leaning against the door, she covered her flushed face with her hands. Everything felt utterly bewildering. From Gao Yunjing's unprompted revelation of his rebirth to their swords drawn against one another, and now, inexplicably, his kiss. It all left her in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the transformations in her emotions. She merely felt her heart pounding like the resonant drums of a battlefield, as if something within her had shattered the chains of convention and broken free from the confines of her family, soaring high into the skies. Chapter 92. Alkish. Gao Yunjing, having been cast out of his home, dazedly touched his lips. A kiss. Everything that transpired tonight was inexplicably surreal. Yet one thing was certain. The matter of rebirth had been exposed, and Luo Baiyue indeed harbored no resolute intent to kill. Otherwise, she could have effortlessly eradicated him within 2 minutes using her ethereal prowess. Yet she refrained from doing so. Was it for the sake of these residents? Nonsense. Allowing him to grow would mean nurturing a being that once contemplated the annihilation of human society. Could Luo Baiyue truly not discern the gravity of the situation? As for the current predicament, it seemed she was merely acting out of spite. After all, time was on her side, and he harbored no fear of failing to placate her. Gao Yunjing reached out and knocked on the door. Woe is me, Luo Baiyue. Do you truly wish for me to wander the streets? A furious, somewhat petulant voice came from behind the door. How could a mighty judge of the apocalypse be unable to secure a mere place to stay? Indeed, I cannot, Gao Yunjing lamented, his forehead pressed against the door, weeping as if he were a pitiful, kept man. What a disgrace. Currently, I am a man maintained by my fiancée, shameless. Luo Baiyue's voice was laced with exasperation. How could you utter such words? What is there to be embarrassed about? Gao Yunjing, adhering to the principle of shamelessness when one has a face to lose, retorted with conviction, do I possess the means myself? All the expenditures are funded by your support. Hence am I not being kept? The marriage contract explicitly states that we are betrothed. Open the door, open the door. Faced with his relentless barrage of words, Luo Baiyue could no longer restrain herself and flung the door open, glaring at him with fury. What do you want? Gao Yunjing's demeanor transformed, shedding the previous air of insolence as he spoke with calm composure. I merely wish to discuss matters. I believe we should improve our relationship. What is there to improve? Could you perhaps soften your tone? Not a chance. Gao Yunjing wore a warm smile, nodding. It seems I must refrain from being overly gentle. The next moment, a black handgun was drawn from his waist, pressed against Luo Baiyue's forehead, his voice low and menacing like a serpent poised to strike. Now, I demand negotiations. And if I refuse, then it becomes a matter of life and death. Gao Yunjing's face displayed impatience as he forcefully grasped Luo Baiyue's hand, thrusting the fateful weapon into her grasp. He then raised her hand to his forehead. Come now, pull the trigger and end my life. Rest assured, this gun is loaded with flaming bullets. One shot will certainly be fatal. Luo Baiyue lifted her gaze to meet Gao Yunjing's, a dangerous glint emanating from her eyes. Do you think I lack the courage? You simply do not dare. Gao Yunjing asserted with unwavering confidence, unperturbed despite the deadly weapon pressed to his head. On what grounds do you believe I would hesitate? A haughty, confident expression adorned Gao Yunjing's delicate features. No one but me can contend with the you do. I possess dual forbidden ethereal powers. How can you claim otherwise? Luo Baiyue's temples throbbed, akin to a serpent striving to break free from its cage. Very well. Gao Yunjing shrugged, feigning indifference. I present you with two options. Either pull the trigger and kill me, or lay down the weapon and continue living as betrothed. You. Luo Baiyue was rendered speechless by his brazen demeanor. Was this a form of coercive courtship? Her hand, once steady with the gun, began to tremble, ultimately leading her to hurl it onto the sofa in frustration. Fiery and resolute, she turned on her heel and retreated to her room. Gao Yunjing, left standing at the door, felt no discontent. Instead, a confident and assured smile crept onto his lips. Everything was returning to the course he had anticipated. Indeed, Luo Baiyue would not take his life. From the very beginning, he had wagered that she would not choose to kill him after weighing the pros and cons. Thus, he acted without restraint, audaciously. The truth remained that Luo Baiyue had never intended to slay him. Otherwise, given his current strength, it would have been effortless for her to seize the gun from him. As for the bullets in that gun, they could not possibly be flaming. In the event that Luo Baiyue defied his expectations and truly wrested the weapon from him, the consequences would be dire. Bang! Bang! 2 shots of flaming bullets would be enough to incapacitate even Luo Baiyue's formidable physique, let alone his more fragile one. The first 2 shots were blank rounds, insufficient to inflict fatal harm even at close range to an ordinary person. As for him, even at point-blank range, it would yield no effect. Typically, after firing 2 rounds and finding them ineffective, one would opt to abandon the current weapon for another. Thus, Gao Yunjing reached for the Glock 17 discarded on the sofa, removing the magazine. Tightly packed within were 2 brass bullets, followed by transparent projectiles resembling crystals, interlaced with faint red threads, like uniquely twisted bullets ablaze. The 2 initial blanks were mere prelude to the lethal flaming bullets. Now, Gao Yunjing cast a sidelong glance at the firmly shut door. Shedding his black trench coat and hanging it on a nearby hook, he proceeded to the kitchen, expertly donning a pink apron adorned with Hello Kitty, and opened the refrigerator. Before long, the kitchen was enveloped in a medley of delectable aromas, as if the scents possessed a will of their own, swimming through the kitchen, gliding past the living room, and infiltrating Luo Baiyue's room. Gao Yunjing seemed addicted to cooking, the blue flames of the gas stove roaring, the sizzling sounds of stir-frying echoing ceaselessly. On the other side of the wall, Luo Baiyue, inhaling the fragrant dishes, quickly deduced what Gao Yunjing had prepared. Dompa pork, chicken soup, sweet and sour pork, sot ed lettuce, all her favorites. The young girl curled up in a corner of her bed, clutching her Hello Kitty blanket, grumbling softly. How despicable, resorting to food to tempt me. I, Luo Baiyue, would rather starve than step out of this room to eat a morsel of his cooking. Resolute, she pulled the blanket over her head, striving to block out the enticing aromas. Yet, Gao Yunjing had no intention of ceasing his culinary endeavors, as if he would not relent until every last item in the refrigerator was utilized. The delicious scents grew ever more potent, meticulously tailored to Luo Baiyue's preferences. Luo Baiyue patted her flat stomach. After all, she had hardly eaten anything in the days leading up to watching Gao Yunjing's competition. Though her divine blood had fortified her physique, allowing her to endure without sustenance for half a month, it did not equate to a lack of hunger. Just as the young girl wallowed in her grievances, a knock echoed at her door. Chapter 43. Breaking Free from Hell. Gao Yunjing's voice, now gentle, bore no trace of the earlier menace when the gun was pressed to his head, nor the pitiable tone of having been expelled from his home. Come out for dinner. As an apology, I've prepared all your favorites. I refuse. What a joke. Who do you think I am? A peerless genius blessed with dual, forbidden, ethereal powers. How could one possess such a lack of resolve as to partake in his meal? The dining area gleams with bright lights. However, it is rather a misnomer to refer to this space as a restaurant. It is merely a table crammed into the far corner of the kitchen. Yet, this ambience does little to diminish the voracious appetite of Luo Baiyue, who sits opposite Gao Yunjing, devouring her meal with the ferocity of a tempest. He is acutely aware of her discerning palate. She only relishes the dishes crafted by a select few. In Xinjiang City, the only culinary delights that satisfy her discerning taste are those prepared by Gao Yunjing or herself. With the citywide competition underway, he is unable to be by her side to whip up her favorites. As for Luo Baiyue, after witnessing the beast tide, it is likely her heart remains tethered to his safety, leaving her with little inclination to cook for herself. Thus, he has taken the liberty of preparing a far more abundant feast than usual, having steamed 4 bowls of rice alone. Not to mention the bountiful spread of dishes that adorn the table, an entire roasted duck, a whole pig's trotter, a lamb leg, and various succulent steaks. However, under Luo Baiyue's relentless onslaught, these delicacies quickly dwindle. Observing the girl who had vehemently protested just moments ago, now indulging with great delight, Gao Yunjing could not suppress a light chuckle. Unfazed by his ambiguous expression, which could be construed as mockery, Luo Baiyue thought little of it. After all, one cannot allow themselves to starve while feasting upon such a banquet. She resolved to consume every last morsel, all the while plotting to starve this insufferable fellow. Gao Yunjing lifted a glass from the table, sipping water that, in his hands, bore the essence of fine whiskey. Yet, his attire, a Hello Kitty apron, seemed rather incongruous with his otherwise distinguished demeanor. Suddenly, he leaned across the table, his eyes filled with a forlorn yearning as he gazed at Luo Baiyue, who was tidying up after their meal. Finished? Well then, can we have a proper conversation now? Luo Baiyue leaned back, reclining against the tall, wide-backed chair, one hand resting on her somewhat rounded abdomen as she gestured grandly. Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss? How about an alliance between us? Fear not. I harbor no intentions of annihilating human society, should such a catastrophe arise. I would hold no advantage. Luo Baiyue arched her elegant brows in intrigue. Do go on. There are numerous parallels in our proposed alliance. First, we both seek to vanquish the gods. Second, we share a dissatisfaction with the current societal structure of humanity, which desperately requires reform. Third, we both fight as solitary warriors. I have yet to locate my past life as comrades, and your team appears to harbor doubts regarding your trustworthiness. While this incident may seem to stem solely from a divergence of opinions within your team, what of the future? Would you still dare to entrust your life to those who do not fully believe in you? As for me, aside from you, there is no one I can place my absolute trust in. We can rely solely upon each other. Gao Yunjing's tone bore a tinge of melancholy, reminiscent of a poignant, lyrical poem. Luo Baiyue laughed, albeit somewhat strained, as she endeavored to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Look at you, speaking as if we are monarchs in this world. Kings are meant to walk alone, are they not? Indeed, we are what others deem natural rulers. Gao Yunjing abruptly halted, lifting his gaze to Luo Baiyue, his obsidian eyes resembling an abyss, exuding a chill of solitude akin to an abandoned cub, lost and helpless. Yet, until we ascend to true kingship, we can only find warmth in each other's company upon this desolate throne. Luo Baiyue found it difficult to endure Gao Yunjing's sudden solemnity mixed with a hint of sorrow. All right, spill the details of your plan. Very well. Gao Yunjing swiftly regained control over the tide of emotions that had threatened to overflow, his sadness ebbing like a receding wave. The sole reason I found myself betrayed and hunted by humanity in my previous life is that you lacked a true understanding of politics. You possessed immense power, akin to a well-maintained firearm, yet it was only drawn at critical moments. Who fell to the ground in a pool of blood mattered not to them, nor did it concern the gun itself. Thus, we must infiltrate the upper echelons of politics and gradually seize genuine authority over humanity. Agreed. Luo Baiyue nodded, albeit with a hint of trepidation. But I am not well-versed in political maneuvers. I am aware of that, Gao Yunjing replied, his tone steady as he sat upright in his chair. At times, Luo Baiyue could not help but acknowledge that Gao Yunjing seemed to possess an innate political acumen. His mere presence exuded a dignified and solemn air. His methods were ruthless, executing tasks with the authority of an ancient emperor, leaving no room for dissent. Leave the politics to me. Your role is to provide assistance at crucial moments. As for contending with these cunning old foxes, I shall handle that. Gao Yunjing suddenly turned his gaze away from Luo Baiyue, staring into the inky blackness of the sky, his tone grave and composed. And finally, this matter pertains to the establishment of our alliance. Speak. What do you wish for me to provide you? Luo Baiyue was all too aware of Gao Yunjing's ulterior motives. In their previous negotiations for alliances, he had always sought some advantage before he would relent. This request is rather straightforward. Gao Yunjing slightly turned his head, revealing a gentle smile. What is it? You scoundrel. In the boundless black sky, a few pure white waterfowl melded into the inky expanse. A magnificent edifice rose majestically in the heart of the city, towering over the steel forest, reminiscent of a sovereign surveying all beneath it. Atop the building lay an open terrace, featuring an octagonal pavilion. A dignified middle-aged man sat there, quietly sipping tea, a sleek black recording pen resting beside a delicate blue and white porcelain tea set. The pen was activated, unleashing long-buried secrets. My name is Wang Hongfei. During the citywide competition, I encountered an assault from a beast tide. To safeguard the remaining forces, I chose to disperse with several parties. After a lengthy silence, the voice on the recording returned to calm. It seemed Wang Hongfei's demise had reached a conclusion. Yet, how could a murder case conclude with merely a recording pen? If the pen was removed from the scene, there should have been traces left behind. Why did the chaotic scene bear no signs of others' presence? Mayor Wang sipped his exquisite red tea, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a low, mournful voice emanated from the recording pen, chilling him to the bone. Mayor Wang, the ghosts you condemned to death have returned from the depths of hell. Chapter 44. The Manjusaka Swaying in the Wind. Ghosts I have killed. The usually composed Mayor Wang could no longer contain himself, leaping to his feet and swiftly dialing a number. His actions betrayed a hint of panic and chaos. And after a series of beeps, the call was finally answered. Before the voice on the other end could utter a word, Mayor Wang interjected, Chun-He, immediately check the graves of those who perished 12 years ago at the Hero Memorial. See if there are any disturbances. The person on the other end sounded as if just roused from slumber, their voice still groggy, yet could not suppress the surging anger. Enough, Wang Jixin. How terrified must you be? It has been 12 long years. Are you so untrusting as to leave me here as the gravekeeper? It is still the dead of night, and you call me to survey that graveyard. Wang Zhixin, if you're so terrified of ghosts, then why did you make those choices in the first place? If you were to believe in spirits so fervently, why not go to a temple to burn incense and pray? Wang Zhixin paid no heed to the fury emanating from the other end of the line. He merely urged with an anxious tone, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. I insist you go now. Chunhe, do not forget, you were complicit in those events too." "I understand," Chunhe bellowed from the other end. "I'm going to take a look right away." "Do not hang up," Wang Zhixin quickly reminded him. "Understood." Chunhe's voice conveyed impatience, followed by the rustle of clothing and the jarring sound of a wooden chair scraping against the floor. After a flurry of chaotic sounds, a heavy door slammed shut, followed by the hurried and disordered footsteps. The phone line crackled with the howling wind, intertwined with Chunhe's labored breathing. "Damn, why is the wind so fierce tonight? Is it windy there?" Wang Zhixin furrowed his thick brows as he currently stood on the rooftop of the tallest landmark in Xinjiang City. Logically, this should be the windiest place, yet it was not. The wind here was quite gentle, and there was hardly a breeze in the vicinity. Indeed, it's exceptionally windy. I'm beginning to suspect someone has summoned a wind spirit. If it weren't for your late-night call compelling me to come here, I would. Chunhe's tirade abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of wind and rustling leaves on the line. "What is wrong? Speak." Wang Zhixin instinctively sensed something amiss and swiftly left the octagonal pavilion, striding towards the edge of the building, gazing westward. There lay an immense cemetery, vast and imposing, with neatly arranged gravestones, akin to silent soldiers awaiting inspection. It was solemn and grave. This was where he had made his debut in the political arena 12 years ago. A stage set by his forebears, commanding all available forces of Xinjiang City to fend off a beast tide. Logically, he should have stood in the command center, overseeing the battlefield's tumultuous changes, issuing concise orders. Ultimately, the beast tide was successfully repelled, and he would have gained renown. However, things did not unfold as anticipated. Faced with the overwhelming tide of beasts, he faltered and fled. It was Chunhe who had urged him to escape at that time. Thus, due to the commander's cowardice, over half of Xinjiang City's fighting force perished needlessly. After fleeing the battlefield, he and Chunhe sought refuge in a KTV, indulging recklessly, numbing themselves with alcohol, until eventually his elders found him, leading him to return and command the war. Yet, the grim reality remained that countless innocent lives had been lost because of his timidity. This became a dagger embedded in Wang Zhixin's heart, a relentless torment. Hence, upon assuming power, he spared no expense to establish a cemetery for those who perished during that battle, appointing Chunhe as its caretaker. Now, Chunhe's tone bore none of the earlier ire, instead resembling a house devoid of a foundation, utterly unstable. Before each gravestone stood a cluster of red spider lilies. Wang Zhixin felt a chill coursing through his veins, akin to ice shards. Chunhe inspected the cemetery every morning and afternoon. If there truly were a significant number of spider lilies arranged before the gravestones, Chunhe would undoubtedly be aware of it. This implied that the flowers had been placed there within a single afternoon. The whirring of a rapidly spinning helicopter blade, accompanied by a howling wind, cut through the darkness, casting a robust oval beam of light upon the cemetery. This was the helicopter Wang Zhixin had dispatched 3 minutes prior. Under the bright illumination from the helicopter, Wang Zhixin beheld the clusters of spider lilies that Chunhe had mentioned, each one blooming vibrantly before the gravestones. These were the snow-red, enchanting flowers that supposedly grew voluntarily along the banks of the river Styx, offering solace to wandering souls. There were also the flowers that symbolized death, known as Higanbana. Now, vast swathes of spider lilies had taken root before the orderly gravestones, if it were not for the absence of a proper river in the cemetery. Wang Zhixin might have mistaken the place for the underworld. The hills and valleys were awash with the snow-red blooms, swaying gently in the wind, as if bidding farewell to departed souls. This usually composed and dignified mayor felt his limbs grow cold, as if losing all sense of control. The spider lilies danced like an unparalleled ballerina, with the night serving as the perfect backdrop and the neatly arranged gravestones as mere accompaniment. From the other end of the phone, Chun He's furious roar pierced through. Wang Zhixin, you must know something, don't you? You never concern yourself with cemetery affairs. Yet today, you frantically called me to come here. Speak up if you know anything. Chun He's once robust voice now twisted with extreme rage, resembling a lion poised to pounce from within a cage. Wang Zhixin swallowed hard, his throat constricting, and slowly gathered his thoughts to speak. Today, I received a voice recorder delivered by a white dove. I examined the recorder thoroughly and found it to be utterly ordinary. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. Thus, I let down my guard and turned it on, only to hear the last thing I wanted to listen to. It contained a recording made by Wang Hongfei just before his death, a lengthy confession that sounded hastily constructed. We both know Wang Hongfei was murdered, and the only traces left at the scene were those of him and Cheng Tian. Yet this recorder, which should have been at the search site, inexplicably vanished, as if taken by an invisible specter. Enough. Enough. Chun clearly had no interest in hearing Wang Zhixin's narrative and impatiently interrupted him. Get to the point. I don't know how to convey this. Wang Zhixin's expression revealed his uncertainty. Just listen for yourself. The recorder was activated once more. The chilling, ghostly voice, echoing like a wraith drifting through the realms, spoke with boundless madness, reciting a poem of unparalleled beauty. Mayor Wang, the ghosts you wronged all those years ago have returned from the depths of hell. Chapter 45, The Divine Slaughter, Part 1. As dawn broke, the gentle warmth of the morning light streamed through the expansive glass windows, casting a parallelogram of shadows upon the floor. The young man on the bed lay sprawled, his skin exposed in generous swathes, the black blanket rumpled in a rugged manner. Ignoring the indecorous pose, the youth's fair skin and delicate features, when illuminated by the sunlight, shimmered with a scattering of golden hues. Gao Yunjing slowly opened his eyes, sat up, stretched lazily, and then slipped into his slippers to head to the bathroom to wash up. Ever since his rebirth was revealed, Luo Baiyue had adamantly refused to share a bed with him, insisting on a separation. Gao Yunjing glanced at the youth in the mirror, noting the absence of the characteristic exuberance and pride typical of his age. Instead, he bore a gentle demeanor, and he felt that with those deep, dark eyes, if he merely let them droop in a helpless manner, they could evoke a motherly instinct within any woman. His skin was fair and unblemished, graced with a visage that possessed an undeniable allure for women. As Gao Yunjing brushed his teeth, he pondered how he had exhausted every possible means these past few days, even going so far as to point a gun at his own temple. However, Luo Baiyue resolutely declined the request to share a bed. Although it would not disturb his slumber, the absence of his embrace rendered his heart as restless as a cat's scratch. After completing his morning rituals, Gao Yunjing emerged with his tousled hair resembling a bird's nest, clad in a black silk nightgown. Approaching the refrigerator, he had yet to open it when he noticed a yellow sticky note affixed to the top. He reached up to retrieve it. Today, I am visiting an old friend in Xinjiang City and may not return for the day. Please stay at home and take care of yourself. Luo Baiyue. Gao Yunjing curled his lips in disdain, muttering under his breath, "When did you acquire friends in Xinjiang City?" He casually discarded the note, opened the refrigerator, took out a slice of toast, and spread some blueberry jam on it, commencing his breakfast. After a simple meal, Gao Yunjing returned to his room, donned his ever-present black trench coat, and removed the sword from its perch on the wall. Once fully prepared, he adorned himself in a sleek black pinstriped coat, a pure silver ring gracing his finger, exuding an air of crisp elegance. As he opened the door, a chilling gust rushed through the small entrance, surging violently into the room. Beyond the threshold lay a vast expanse of pale ice walls tinged with an icy blue hue, causing the indoor temperature to plummet instantly. The imposing ice wall before him exhaled wisps of white mist, as if the room had been ensconced in a colossal air conditioner. Seemingly unfazed by the sudden appearance of the ice wall, Gao Yunjing placed his hand against it, swiftly perceiving its extent. It was a massive and formidable ice shell that enveloped the building on all sides, yet was devoid of any inhabitants. The ice's density was astonishing, akin to ancient frozen glaciers, rendering it impenetrable by Gao Yunjing's ethereal spirit or physical form. It was evident that only Luo Baiyue could wield such power in all of Xinjiang City. The rationale behind this was straightforward. Today marked the day of the frost and wind god's resurgence. In his past life, Gao Yunjing had fled like a lost dog during the god's beheading operation, remaining oblivious to the exact timing of the reawakening. His long, slender fingers glided across the icy surface. Are you still unwilling to allow me to slay the god? I fear that by stripping the divine of their power, I might disrupt the delicate balance between us, consequently threatening human society once more. A mocking smile crept upon his lips as he retrieved the Glock 17 concealed at his waist, the magazine already emptied by Luo Baiyue. This fact left no room for doubt, prompting him to open the magazine. As expected, the bullets that should have been tightly packed had vanished, leaving behind an empty shell. Gao Yunjing clenched his fist and struck his abdomen forcefully, a dull thud echoing through the air before resting his hand on the shoe cabinet, bending over and coughing violently. He opened his mouth wide, as if to expel something, his fist relentless in its assault on his midsection. Eventually, a long strip wrapped in butter paper was expelled, and Gao Yunjing rushed to the bathroom to purge himself thoroughly, hastily unwrapping the butter paper to cleanse his hands. Only after ensuring everything was pristine did he pause, his gaze fixating on the open butter paper, which revealed 2 bullets arranged side by side. In total, there were 11 bullets, with one encased in brass nestled within the Glock, successfully deceiving Luo Baiyue. Each bullet shimmered like crystal, transparent, yet containing countless twisted patterns reminiscent of dark red veins, akin to flames raging within. Flame Dan. On the night of his rebirth, Gao Yunjing had exposed the existence of the Flame Dan for self-preservation. If Luo Baiyue sought to completely restrict his movements, she would undoubtedly seize the Flame Dan. However, it was clear that Luo Baiyue could never anticipate Gao Yunjing's cunning. The Flame Dan was concealed within the butter paper, forcibly swallowed and hidden in his abdomen, rendering it virtually undetectable to her. Gao Yunjing skillfully reloaded the bullets into the magazine and aimed at the thick, frigid ice wall outside the door. Suddenly, he hesitated, sprinting to the entrance to remove the shoe cabinet, then shifting the sofa and coffee table against the wall. Once assured that the doorway was devoid of obstructions, he raised his weapon again. Bang! The thunderous gunshot reverberated, yet the formidable ice shell was not pierced, though a sizable hole was created, revealing jagged shards of ice within. The dark red patterns of the Flame Dan spread across the ice cavity, resembling molten lava hissing and bubbling. As the ice wall shattered, a cacophony of frigid winds surged into the room, and Gao Yunjing found a thin layer of white frost forming beneath his feet. The entrance was strewn with broken ice shards and debris. This shot, if it had struck true, could have severely injured even the recently revived deity of ice and snow. Yet it failed to penetrate the thick ice shell. Gao Yunjing found himself momentarily astonished, unable to fathom the extent of Luo Baiyue's fortifications on the ice layer to achieve such a formidable barrier. It was undeniable that the once naive girl he had toyed with had matured, managing to ensnare him without his awareness. Given Luo Baiyue's current prowess, to create such a layer of ice, she must have sacrificed an entire night of sleep. Without further hesitation, Gao Yunjing leveled his firearm and fired 2 more shots, generating an even greater impact. The room quickly filled with the steam of violently evaporating water, the once spacious living area engulfed in a white haze. Shards of ice from the explosion splattering against Gao Yunjing's form. The continuous hissing sound of the clash between extreme temperatures echoed relentlessly until a gust of wind swept in, silencing all. Gao Yunjing glanced toward the entrance, where the aluminum door frame had warped from the force of the explosion, and the solid, pale ice layer had finally been breached. Without a word, he cooled the handgun, holstered it at his waist, and strode forth decisively. Chapter 46, Slaying the God, Part 2. Lush tree trunks obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only slivers of light to cascade to the ground like falling rain. Towering mountains, resembling the spine of a prehistoric beast, encircled a vast clearing. Geographically, when such immense mountain ranges enclose an area, is termed a basin. Smaller versions are referred to as sinkholes. Xinjiang City evidently lacked the colossal mountains to form a local basin. It was merely a large sinkhole. The environment below was exceedingly harsh, overgrown with weeds and inhabited by various monstrous beasts, rendering it largely unvisited. Yet today, an unexpected guest arrived, a slender girl clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit, a long sword at her side. Her light brown eyes sparkled with nostalgia as she walked, pausing intermittently, seemingly circling in place, searching for something. Time had passed too long, and Luo Baiyue could no longer recall the entrance to the frost and wind god's tomb. If Gao Yunjing were present, he might have leveraged his profound understanding of the divine, along with his peculiar ethereal abilities, to locate the entrance. However, Gao Yunjing had been left behind at home the previous night. She should be grateful for Gao Yunjing's inattentiveness to detail, which had revealed her rebirth, thus providing her with an excuse to sleep separately. Otherwise, had they shared a bed, no matter how stealthy her movements, Gao Yunjing would undoubtedly awaken and thwart her plans. The house, both above and below, as well as to the left and right, had been entirely acquired by her, after which she fortified the heavy layer of ice throughout the night. Now, Luo Baiyue was willing to wager that Gao Yunjing could only pace helplessly in his home, utterly at a loss. As for the weapon capable of shattering that thick ice shell, it had long been retrieved by Luo Baiyue. One must admit that Gao Yunjing had concealed the flame elixir remarkably well, employing a brass casing as a clever distraction. After much wandering, Luo Baiyue finally stumbled upon an extraordinary tree which towered above the others in an almost exaggerated manner. Its dark green canopy spread outward, resembling a colossal umbrella that obscured the sunlight streaming from the azure sky. All surrounding trees appeared to shrink in its presence, as if it were a sovereign basking in sunlight, receiving the homage of its subjects. Yet this was far from normal. With identical soil, light, precipitation, and temperature, how could such a towering tree emerge? There must be a singular reason. This grand tree concealed an unknown secret beneath its roots. Perhaps it was a site for murder and burial, or a leak from improperly stored fertilizer, or even a grave, a divine grave. Regardless of its nature, it was still a grave, a resting place that required countless divine attendants to guard over it. However, beings endowed with immense power and divine favor must first undergo death. Only the deceased can forcibly accept the divine baptism without succumbing to death. Thus, the fallen divine attendants became the finest fertilizer. Once Luo Baiyue had approximately pinpointed the location, she wasted no time. The divine tomb lay buried deep, and she certainly could not dig her way down. Instead, she opted for a more straightforward and efficient method: detonation. Although causing an explosion in such a densely vegetated area was undoubtedly imprudent, Luo Baiyue was confident in her ability to control the impact of the blast. The winds, previously stifled by the thick foliage, roared back to life as her light tea-colored eyes transformed into pure ice blue. Layer upon layer of pale ice accumulated, forming a half-encased sphere. The ice continued to build until her complexion turned pale and her brilliant ice-blue eyes reverted to a soft tea hue. Without hesitation, she retrieved a small grenade from her spatial ring. Specially customized, it appeared to be a mere compact grenade, seemingly lacking in power, yet capable of collapsing an entire building. Luo Baiyue acted without delay. After activating the grenade, she hurled it beneath the tallest tree. With a resounding boom that echoed like the roar of mountains, a torrent of flames and thick gray smoke erupted, spreading like a tsunami. The terrifying force unleashed a wave of heat that surged toward the heavy ice layer Luo Baiyue had prepared. The dense black-gray smoke quickly enveloped the semi-spherical structure, rendering visibility non-existent. One could not see their own hand in front of their face. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur. The pale ice layer began to dissolve, transforming into a gentle stream that rushed towards the flames at the tree's core. It was unfathomable to think what catastrophic disaster would have ensued had Luo Baiyue not meticulously prepared the ice to mitigate the explosion's effects. A full 3 minutes passed before the terrifying force finally subsided. Luo Baiyue opened her calm eyes, surveying her surroundings. The ice layer had effectively shielded her from the most immediate impact of the explosion. The flames, now confined to the stout trunk, flickered as the shockwave's energy dissipated, and the thick ice layer could no longer endure, shattering into fragments. The scene, reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster, was merely routine for Luo Baiyue. She commanded a vast reservoir of water, extinguishing the flames. She swiftly approached the formidable tree, beneath which a terrifying chasm of several dozen meters had been blasted open, all thanks to the grenade's tremendous impact. A chill enveloped Luo Baiyue, coalescing into a magnificent icy blue river hanging in the air. This represented an absolute zero chill, which she unhesitatingly unleashed into the opening, fully aware that it might hasten the awakening of the frost god. Yet she had no choice. Her time was limited. She needed to swiftly eliminate this deity and return with Gao Yunjing to Yunhua City, her most secure haven. The reason was clear. Gao Yunjing had not forgotten his thirst for vengeance. Recently, news had been dominated by a trending topic. The martyr cemetery in Xinjiang City had overnight become adorned with vibrant red spider lilies. It was evident that such extensive work could only have been executed by someone wielding the power of a wind spirit. In the entire city, Gao Yunjing was the only one with such profound mastery over the wind element. Certainly, he would seek revenge, and the means would undoubtedly involve slaying this deity to strip it of its power, followed by wreaking havoc in the heart of the Xinjiang city government. However, Luo Baiyue feared that should Gao Yunjing's power increase, the balance between them would be disrupted, jeopardizing the fragile alliance they had only recently forged. While there might be feelings between them, such emotions could not interfere with their respective stances. Drawing her sword, Luo Baiyue cautiously descended, and soon she beheld a towering silver gate. This was the entrance to the divine tomb. Her hand clenched silently, for the true battle was about to commence. Chapter 47, Slaying the Divine, Part 3. Placing her hand upon the door, intricate, mysterious patterns gradually emerged on the pure silver surface, pulsing rhythmically as if the door itself had a heartbeat. This was the first step in unlocking the divine burial site, breaking the restrictions left by the deity with sufficient force. In an instant, Luo Baiyue's pupils transformed into dazzling ice blue, her inky hair billowing as if stirred by an invisible wind. As the temperature within the space plummeted, a thick layer of frost began to form on the silver door. With a firm push, the door creaked open, its sound reminiscent of long-neglected hinges, sending shivers down one's spine. Stepping inside, she found the interior of the tomb encased in thick ice, with howling winds that flowed like an unending stream, and the smooth ice surface reflecting her silhouette. Before her lay 3 diverging paths, each etched with ancient and intricate patterns. Each entrance led into an abyss of darkness, yet the carvings within exuded a dignified grandeur. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Baiyue entered the leftmost ice tunnel, guided by memories from a previous life that would lead her directly to the deity's eternal resting place. As she traversed deeper, she encountered exquisite ice sculptures adorning the walls, illuminated by the flickering glow of candle holders extending from either side. However, the candles were not made of red wax, but rather composed of pristine white snow, radiating a pure and untainted light. This place appeared immaculate, a realm of absolute purity. The monotony of Luo Baiyue's footsteps intertwined with the howling winds, creating a singular sound, ethereal and lonesome. At last, a figure emerged, shattering the tranquility. Its form was indistinct, humanoid yet towering, draped in a pure white cloak, with a mask devoid of color save for white, seemingly fused to its face. Long strands of white hair cascaded downwards, trailing onto the ground. The divine attendant appeared pristine and holy, resembling an ethereal spirit amidst the snow. Only Luo Baiyue understood that this seemingly elfin being had lost all semblance of reason, reduced to a mere automaton. The objective of the divine attendant was straightforward: to obliterate anything that should not exist. Its hands, concealed beneath layers of snowy garments, had transformed into twisted claws. The divine attendant moved with astonishing speed, akin to a gust of wind, and in an instant, its pallid claws lunged towards Luo Baiyue. With a resonant clang of metal colliding, the divine attendant fell, its distorted, razor-sharp claws severed cleanly, while its neck gaped open without a single drop of blood spilling forth. Luo Baiyue remained vigilant. A solitary divine attendant posed little threat, especially one of approximately F-rank strength. However, this realm was rife with divine attendants. Soon, a multitude of them encircled her, each clad in flowing white cloaks, their pure white masks erasing any trace of their features. Their aura flowed, embodying various ranks from F, D, to C, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in Luo Baiyue's light tea-colored eyes. As Gao Yunjing had remarked, sometimes the most terrifying entities in a graveyard are not the deities themselves, but the countless divine attendants that relentlessly attack without fatigue. Drawing a Glock 17 from her waist, Luo Baiyue fired several shots, creating gaping holes in the chests of the divine attendants, melting water cascading down. To specifically combat the divine attendants, Luo Baiyue's bullets were specially crafted. The brass casing enveloped explosive powder that erupted like fireworks. They emitted no cries of anguish, only a sharper whistle of wind. Their unique communication signal, as Luo Baiyue understood she could not afford to linger. Once a horde of divine attendants amassed, even with weapons designed to counter them, death would become inevitable. Her primary objective now was to slay the god of frost and wind. Once the deity perished, the divine attendants would lose their source of existence and wither away. With this thought, Luo Baiyue aimed her Glock at the nearest divine attendant, firing several rounds to momentarily suppress it before turning deeper into the tomb. The divine attendants, reacting swiftly, surged forward, their white garments and rapid movements rendering them ghostly apparitions. Luo Baiyue sprinted ahead, pursued relentlessly by the spectral divine attendants. Confronted with the torrent of white phantoms, she maintained her composure, occasionally firing to repel them. Yet, the pathways of the divine tomb were numerous, and in her haste to retreat, she had lost her sense of direction. The young girl smacked her forehead in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Luo Baiyue, what are you thinking? You've even forgotten the route." She had lost track of where she was, with thousands of pure white divine attendants gathering behind her. A fierce glimmer flashed in her light tea-colored eyes as she drew her sword, the pale and exquisite blade radiating a glacial light that instantaneously encased the foremost divine attendant in ice. No longer willing to delay, she decided to demolish this labyrinthine tomb. With a soft sigh, she lamented her earlier intent to conserve energy. Luo Baiyue's light tea-colored eyes transformed into a resplendent icy blue. As the ice around her began to melt, she charged forth, the ice walls automatically parting before her. She embodied a true uncrowned monarch of this realm, impervious to harm. As everything instinctively yielded to her presence, the divine attendants, relentlessly pursuing her, were buried and intercepted by the surging icy wave. The flowing divine blood heightened Luo Baiyue's perception of her surroundings as she placed her hand upon the icy surface. With a mighty push, the ethereal essence unveiled everything within her line of sight throughout the tomb. Finally, the resting place of the divine was no longer shrouded in mystery. Luo Baiyue's eyes, reminiscent of a nimble fawn, were filled with cold indifference. All shattered and unshattered ice melted at that moment, only to reassemble around her, forming a straight and luminous passageway. This corridor led directly to the eternal resting place of the god of frost and wind, with the divine attendants firmly obstructed by the thick layers of ice. Gripping her Glock in her left hand and resting it against the sword in her right, she cautiously advanced step by step. The divine tomb occupied an expansive area, its hollow chamber soaring over 20 meters in height, spanning several hundred meters in length and width, resembling the base of a grand vase. A blend of pure white and icy blue exuded an air of opulence and grace. Atop the highest tier of layered steps lay the coffin of the god of frost and wind. Luo Baiyue ascended the steps with utmost caution. The energy spent forcing her way here was already taxing her strength. Every step onto the high platform was measured, revealing a coffin adorned with exquisite carvings. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the empty tomb, and after a moment of silence, the coffin emitted a piercing sound and slowly shifted. To her astonishment, the one waiting to greet her was but an ant. Chapter 48, The Slaughter of Gods, Part 4. The voice that echoed was ethereal yet desolate, as if it bore the weight of millennia of solitude, awakening to find the space utterly vacant. It was the culmination of profound disappointment. The youth within the icy coffin rose, his features exquisitely handsome, like a precious gemstone meticulously sculpted by divine will. Even in this frigid realm, where temperatures plummeted to -40 degrees, the youth's complexion remained rosy, his skin delicate and fair, akin to a newborn babe. His brows held a gentle glimmer of warmth. Compared to the similarly gentle and refined Gao Yunjing, this youth who had just emerged from the icy coffin was undeniably more striking. The youth regarded Luo Baiyue with languid indifference, his eyes sweeping over her with casual scrutiny. Nonchalantly, he extended a hand, each finger resembling plump, delicate green onions. His tone was calm and gentle, yet carried an unmistakable air of condescension. "Very well, since you're the first to welcome my awakening, I shall grant you the opportunity to become my attendant." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the vast space. Not merely 3 shots, but the last 3 bullets remaining. After firing, Luo Baiyue did not immediately reload. Instead, she drew her longsword, aimed it at the neck of the god of frost and wind, and struck. The god of frost and wind frowned, raising a palm that emanated an icy aura, erecting a wall of ice before him. The brass casings of the 3 bullets melted under the searing flames, transforming into 3 flaming serpents that surged forth. The serpents collided with the icy blue wall, shattering into vast flames before erupting in an explosion. The god of frost and wind retracted his hand, revealing his delicate, fair palm now marred by char burns. Faced with the radiant sword light, the god of frost and wind merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the strike. Yet Luo Baiyue, who in her past life had partnered with Gao Yunjing to annihilate a significant portion of the divine pantheon, would not be so easily subdued. As her sword missed, she twisted midair and delivered a powerful sidekick to the god of frost and wind's waist. Caught off guard, he was sent tumbling off the high platform. The deity, defiled by a despicable ant, was consumed by a wrath poised to engulf the world. Regaining his footing on the vast ice surface, the god of frost and wind's voice remained calm as water, yet concealed an unfathomable fury. "Who are you?" Luo Baiyue seized the opportunity to swiftly replace the magazine in her handgun, buying time as she remarked, "What is wrong? Don't you recognize me anymore, Klaus?" The audacity of the vile race to utter the name of a deity. Klaus raised both hands high. The wind swirling through the air erupted with a sharp, thunderous roar, responding to the once exalted deity. "My most loyal servant, your supreme god has returned to this world. Now, greet me." Each word resonated with immense pressure, the howling winds growing ever more piercing. Yet beyond that, there was no further reaction. Klaus, somewhat bewildered, lowered his raised hands and surveyed his surroundings, confusion evident in his azure-white eyes. "Do not waste your efforts, Klaus. This land of your eternal slumber is now under my dominion." After loading her firearm, Luo Baiyue brandished her longsword and charged once more. "Since you seek death so fervently, I shall grant you liberation today." Klaus, no longer hesitating, recognized that he had just returned and could not break through the terrain altered by Luo Baiyue in such a short time. With a swift motion of one hand, several enormous ice pillars emerged from the inverted triangle, their icy edges gleaming, propelled by the wind, racing towards Luo Baiyue at tremendous speed. Without a change in expression, Luo Baiyue raised her handgun and fired 3 shots in quick succession, shattering Klaus's assault. As a deity, Klaus understood the unfavorable nature of the current situation and opted not to confront Luo Baiyue directly. Instead, he continually employed his control over the winds to evade her fierce onslaught. Luo Baiyue remained unfazed. This was a game of hunting, and only the patient hunter would emerge victorious. Moreover, she had a formidable trump card, Flame Dan, if she seized the right moment. A single shot would leave the god of frost and wind severely wounded, if not dead. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Submit at once, and I may pardon your transgressions. Klaus, already riddled with bullets, his once pristine white robe now tattered, bore blood that was pure white, rendering the damage to his attire nearly invisible. Regrettably, the response to his earnest entreaty came in the form of Luo Baiyue's merciless bullets. A flicker of anger finally crossed Klaus's face. With a sweep of his snowy sleeves, he thundered, "My servants, tear her apart." The sound of shattering crystals echoed through the space as the ice walls could no longer withstand the near-manic assault of the divine servants. They surged forth in a frenzy, while Klaus, the god of frost and wind, sat nonchalantly atop his coffin. Luo Baiyue's expression soured. She had not anticipated that these mindless divine servants would be so formidable. Faced with a white torrent, she could only wield her longsword, slicing through the air with chilling elegance. The power of ice grew increasingly terrifying as countless divine servants transformed into splendid ice sculptures under the cold light. Bullets freed themselves from their brass casings, morphing into twisted, menacing serpents of flame. Upon detonating amidst the throng of divine servants, they ignited a vast expanse of crimson blossoms. Although numerous, the speed of Luo Baiyue's slaughter was no less impressive. Klaus, who had been passively observing from his coffin, could no longer contain himself. He rose and conjured a pale, frosty dagger that materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, Klaus drew the blade across his wrist, pure and unblemished as divine blood. As white as milk gushed forth. "My servants, accept the power I bestow upon you. Fight for me." The divine servants besieging Luo Baiyue, at that moment, caught the scent of blood, surging eagerly toward the elevated platform. The pristine divine blood cascaded down the steps as the servants, resembling pitiful mice, pressed their faceless visages against the ground. In their fervor to claim the symbolic essence of power, the divine servants began to turn on one another, their sharp, twisted claws tearing through layers of white robes. The remnants of their garments fluttered like a snowstorm. Klaus stood upon the platform, his once rosy and radiant visage now pallid. Yet he extended his wrist, allowing the pristine blood to drip freely. The first to obtain the divine blood began to mutate, their humanoid forms twisted, growing taller. Ice shards pierced through their once pristine white robes, now exposed. Their featureless faces cracked open, revealing rows of jagged teeth. The divinities that once stood upright now transformed, ultimately becoming monstrous creatures that crawled upon the ground. Klaus smiled, pointing towards Luo Baiyue. "Go, my dear children, tear her apart." Chapter 49, Godslaughter, Part 5. The macabre scene unfolding before Luo Baiyue did not evoke even a flicker of discomfort. This was merely the god of frost and wind. The truly grotesque spectacle had been when she and Gao Yunjing had joined forces against the god of blood. The deformed, lizard-like divine servants roared as they charged at Luo Baiyue. "Begone!" A cold, indifferent reprimand echoed throughout the vast tomb as a sharp, elongated ice spike erupted from the mirror-like surface. The fortunate divine servant who first claimed the divine blood was impaled, suspended in midair by the ghastly ice spike. The divine blood surged within Luo Baiyue, the ethereal power rising and reverberating within the tomb. Countless slender, razor-sharp ice spikes erupted from the elevated steps. The grotesque, writhing divine servants, caught in a frenzy, were impaled by the sudden onslaught of ice spikes, their pale blood dripping slowly, blossoming into white flowers upon the ground. "Is this truly the extent of your brutality?" Klaus maintained his smile, unperturbed as he clapped his hands. The shrieking winds instantaneously severed the ice spikes. The bodies of the fallen divine servants were swiftly torn asunder by the living ones, who voraciously consumed their remains. The divine servants that devoured their fallen brethren began to feel invigorated, their powers escalating. "I'm sorry, Klaus. Today, you must perish here." More slender, sharp ice spikes fused together, twisting into the form of a blue ice dragon, its gaping maw poised to devour and slaughter. Observing the carnage wrought by the ice dragon below, Klaus grew intrigued, remarking with a playful tone, "Oh, you can now manifest the ethereal into beast form? This ethereal being is quite an interesting fellow." The howling winds, accompanied by the pristine frost, coalesced into a massive white serpent, engaging in a fierce struggle with the blue ice dragon. This was a duel of ethereal beings. The ice dragon unmistakably held the advantage. No matter how fiercely the white serpent fought, it merely slowed the dragon's relentless slaughter. At that moment, the divine servants ceased their internal conflicts. They had completed their transformation, each resembling howling hounds as they swarmed past the ice dragon and serpent. Grinning fiercely, they charged at Luo Baiyue, deftly evading the sudden spikes of ice that erupted in their path. Luo Baiyue found herself ensnared once more in the throng of divine servants. Her radiant ice-blue eyes surged like a tide as she pointed a finger. The thick layers of ice erupted like a cataclysmic tsunami, transforming even those divine servants blessed by divine blood into exquisite ice sculptures. Luo Baiyue's complexion paled slightly, though she possessed the strength to vanquish these divine servants. It did not come without consequence. As she beheld the fallen servants, Klaus felt no sorrow. Instead, he threw his head back and howled with manic laughter. "Ha ha ha! Interesting. Truly fascinating." Klaus lowered his azure and white eyes. Upon awakening, encountering such an intriguing being was indeed a balm for his gloom. A tempest swirled around Klaus, and the pristine, sacred white snow was gradually stripped away. Luo Baiyue understood the immutable law of immobility during transformation, with a swiftness that was almost imperceptible. She swiftly changed the magazine and fired her weapon. The searing flames instantly elevated the temperature of the tomb, transforming the mirror-like icy ground into a slick surface, creating ripples across it. The ice was melting. If the previous shot resembled a fiery python, then this one was akin to an enraged dragon ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Trailing a long red tail, the flaming dragon descended with an aura of devastation. And Klaus, caught in the vortex of the storm, sensed an anomaly. The colossal white python, engaged in battle with the ice dragon below, lunged forward recklessly, using its snowy form to shield against the flames of retribution. Faced with this sudden impediment, the might of the flame essence mercilessly pierced through everything, and within moments, the entire white python was evaporated by the inferno. Observing the strangely powerful flame essence, Luo Baiyue gasped, "My goodness, is this thing really that formidable? Has Gao Yunjing been upgraded again?" In the next moment, a snow-white hand emerged, capturing the enraged flame dragon in an instant. The tempest and frost began to subside, revealing Klaus's slender form. At that moment, he donned immaculate white armor, a flawless construction characterized by intricate, elaborate designs. Each component was indispensable, tightly woven into this near-perfect armor. And the ferocity in Klaus's gaze, visible beneath his helmet, was unmistakable. The flame dragon, now ensnared, continued to resist fiercely, but as the grip of the white hand intensified, its struggles began to diminish. Although Luo Baiyue was somewhat taken aback by the potency of the flame essence, she knew all too well that attempting to slay a god with just one essence was akin to a child wielding a sword against a general, even if that general had shed his armor. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted as Luo Baiyue emptied the freshly loaded magazine. The bullets, expelled with ferocious force, caught Klaus's attention as he flinched, extending a hand to catch all the projectiles midair. This feat was not particularly challenging. Yet should any of those bullets strike his body, the pain would be akin to hot oil splashing upon the skin. Klaus could still feel the searing agony from the wounds inflicted by Luo Baiyue's gunfire beneath his armor. In that very moment, the previously subdued flame dragon exploded with ferocity, its roaring flames engulfing the entirety of the tomb's upper expanse. The warm yellow flames illuminated the dark, frigid atmosphere. The flames raining down from above resembled a storm of fiery arrows, compelling Klaus to retract his hand. Despite being clad in armor, he could not escape the burns. and even the outermost layer of armor began to char. Klaus gazed at Luo Baiyue with curiosity. This individual seemed to possess an endless array of fascinating elements. In the next instant, a longsword imbued with extreme cold and sharpness charged toward the platform. Klaus, with a swift motion, conjured a massive sword into existence. Gripping it with both hands, he swung it backward, summoning a howling wind, while the pervasive chill exuded a dreadfully intimidating aura. Though Luo Baiyue's assault was fierce, it was not without reason. Sensing the imminent danger behind her, she positioned her longsword at a cunning angle to block the attack, seizing the opportunity to draw her pistol and aim at Klaus. Such a close-range attack left Klaus no room to evade. He could only endure the seemingly toxic bullets striking his form. The exquisitely intricate armor initially provided a modicum of defense, yet was soon shattered by the subsequent 2 shots. The first exchange concluded with Luo Baiyue gaining the upper hand, yet the immense exertion left her breathless and fatigued. Seizing the moment, Klaus transformed his dual-handed sword into a spear, casting it forth with the force of wind and thunder, striking true. Although Luo Baiyue managed to block the spear with her sword at a critical moment, the overwhelming power still sent her tumbling from the platform. Chapter 50, The Slaying of Gods, 6. Klaus stood upon the platform, his gaze disdainfully assessing the fallen Luo Baiyue, his voice cold and mocking. "You, such a feeble human, dare to aspire to slay me?" Luo Baiyue, sprawled on the ground, raised her head with a hint of a sardonic smile, lamenting her own frailty while simultaneously feeling the pain from her inflicted wounds. "Klaus, do you truly see yourself as some supreme deity?" What she said held truth. At that moment, Klaus's opulent armor had become tattered and riddled with holes. The flames continued to sear his exposed wounds, the pain penetrating to the marrow, incessantly diminishing his combat prowess. Yet, he remained unfazed, extending his hand once more to conjure a spear, descending the steps with deliberate calmness. His gaze brimmed with mockery, akin to a hunter who had cornered his prey but was in no rush to deliver the fatal blow, instead relishing the torment of the chase. Observing Klaus's ostentatious demeanor, Luo Baiyue managed a faintly weary smile. "Klaus, do not mistake my warning. Those who delay and indulge in their own bravado often meet their demise swiftly." "Oh," Klaus feigned shock, erupting into exaggerated laughter. This is my resting place. The fact that you, an insignificant ant, have managed to intrude here is already astonishing. Do you truly believe there is anything left?" This desolate tomb echoed with every word. And even the most numerous divine attendants of the past had been thoroughly eliminated by Luo Baiyue's relentless efforts. This vast sepulchre now seemed to contain only Klaus and Luo Baiyue. Suddenly, Klaus shifted his tone, extolling Luo Baiyue's prowess. "I must admit, you are indeed a formidable human. If you had brought along another competent ally to distract the divine attendants, perhaps today you might have truly slain me." In that moment, he relinquished the arrogance of divinity, appearing more like a leader conversing amiably with the common folk, albeit still from a position of superiority. Overlooking it all, Luo Baiyue responded with a smile. "Those like you, often on the brink of success, tend to fall victim to their own hubris. But I am not human. I'm a god, the supreme deity." Klaus advanced step by step, brandishing his spear. "Let me see what else this feeble human can muster." Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion interrupted from above. Shattered ice fragments cascaded down, fine ice shards fluttering like snowflakes. A dark silhouette plummeted from the sky, wielding a long sword that radiated brilliant light. The opponent's body moved with extraordinary agility. Just before landing, they executed a swift kick. The immense force of the kick sent Klaus sprawling to the ground. The sword, sharp enough to slice through iron as if it were mere tofu, pierced through Klaus's form. Gao Yunjing, gripping a Glock, pressed the muzzle against Klaus's neck and fired. The deep, resonant gunfire echoed, accompanied by the incessant clamor of the worlds within his mind. Yes, just like that. Strike his spine, then obliterate his heart. Gao Yunjing executed his movements with a crisp precision, a single shot piercing the heart of Klaus, followed by 3 more shots that severed the vertebrae in various locations. The fluidity of his actions was mesmerizing, rendering even the most brutal of slaughters a sight of aesthetic beauty. The once mighty god of frost and storm knelt in a humiliating posture, impaled by a long sword, meeting his demise. For flames, each originating from a different direction, had utterly obliterated this exalted deity. Luo Baiyue stood transfixed, witnessing this scene unfold in less than a minute. This once supreme god reduced to a lifeless corpse. In the art of god-slaying, Gao Yunjing was indeed a master. Having just vanquished the god of frost and storm, Gao Yunjing suddenly raised his gaze, aiming his weapon at Luo Baiyue. His eyes were deep and enigmatic, akin to a pitch-black night that obscured the emotions hidden within. Coldly, he remarked, "Luo Baiyue, you still do not trust me. The reason you confine me to your home is your fear that, after slaying deities, I might acquire their powers, thereby disrupting the balance between us. You dread that you cannot restrain me, and you fear I might unleash destruction upon everything. Do you not?" Luo Baiyue offered no rebuttal. Gao Yunjing understood her better than anyone else. Their previous lives had seen them engage in countless battles and fight side by side on numerous occasions. Gao Yunjing possessed an innate ability to perceive the hearts of others, and Luo Baiyue, by nature, was not adept at concealing her true feelings. "Luo Baiyue, I'm not a block of ice." Gao Yunjing's voice, steady yet laced with tremors, revealed a flicker of vulnerability. "Why can you not believe that I can change?" Luo Baiyue hesitated, unsure of what to argue. The one reluctant to trust Gao Yunjing was herself. In the face of his probing questions, she merely lowered her head, resembling a schoolgirl chastised by her teacher. "Could you at least react?" Gao Yunjing's tone brimmed with impatience. Whenever problems arose, Luo Baiyue would retreat into silence, as if rendered mute. "What those who did not know of my rebirth? Why am I met with such silence now? I was wrong." The young girl finally spoke, her voice soft and lacking conviction, so faint that it could easily be overlooked if one did not listen carefully. Gao Yunjing disregarded the lifeless cloths and sat upon the frost-laden steps, regarding Luo Baiyue with a piercing gaze that betrayed his growing agitation. These trivial matters should not have angered him, yet Luo Baiyue's reaction was infuriating. Why could she not simply embrace him and play the charming fool? Where was her ability to soothe him? Instead, she bowed her head as if she had committed a grave error. At that moment, Luo Baiyue seemed to have an epiphany. Timidly, she raised her gaze to meet Gao Yunjing's, then cautiously approached his side. She cast aside any pretense of modesty, having shared a bed with him for countless days. Before he could fully register her actions, she nestled into his embrace, akin to a devoted puppy seeking the affection of its master. "I was wrong. Please do not be angry anymore, all right?" Her voice trailed off, entwining her arms around his neck, their eyes locking as her light brown irises brimmed with appeasement. "You wish to avoid inciting my anger?" "Indeed," he replied with a smile, the frost in his expression thawing as warmth filled his brow. His pitch-black eyes radiated a sense of attachment. Gao Yunjing intertwined his fingers with Luo Baiyue's delicate, pale hand, his expression serious as he articulated, "Then let us forge a bond in blood." Chapter 51. Are you satisfied now? A bond in blood. At the utterance of this phrase, Luo Baiyue's fragile form trembled involuntarily. The concept of a blood pact was Gao Yunjing's most notorious method from their past life, wherein both parties swore an oath using their divine blood as the source. Such a pact meant that should one party betray the other, their blood would boil and ignite, ultimately consuming the traitor in flames. In their previous life, the reason Lin Xiaoke, a rebellious underling of Gao Yunjing, had never succeeded in killing him was precisely due to this blood bond. It was the most stringent means of controlling another. Luo Baiyue had witnessed many fall victim to this pact, their divine blood erupting in a fiery demise. Those who perished did so in excruciating agony, their skin blistered in crimson, steam rising from their bodies, blood seeping from their eyes. The slow nature of such deaths added to the torment, leaving a lasting impression on her. With such a horrifying precedent, fear began to blossom within Luo Baiyue. She timidly wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest, her voice muffled and shaky. Is there no other way? Of course there is. Gao Yunjing maintained a warm smile, embodying the role of a caring elder brother. Really? Luo Baiyue's face lit up with surprise, her expression brimming with joy as she gazed at him. Yet in the next instant, she froze, unable to move. Feeling the firm press of a hard object against her waist, she knew it was his Glock. The flames he possessed had not been seized by Luo Baiyue. The initial flame was merely a ruse. She dared not gamble on how many flames he still held, for at this proximity, even one could spell her doom. I never imagined you would refuse such a simple request. Perhaps you harbor no feelings for me? Gao Yunjing's tone was flat, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet his eyes gleamed with a ferocity reminiscent of a ravenous wolf. Luo Baiyue realized that if she could not present something genuine and trustworthy to Gao Yunjing today, she might as well plan her burial. He buried his head in her luxuriant, dark hair, whispering close to her delicate ear, Luo Baiyue, I do not wish to sever our bond. Then let's forge a pact in blood. Acknowledging her lack of choices, Luo Baiyue acquiesced to Gao Yunjing's will. That is the right attitude. In the next instant, Gao Yunjing forcefully grasped her head, kissing her without reservation. Luo Baiyue's pupils dilated in shock as she pounded against his broad back, attempting to halt the kiss. However, no matter how fiercely she struggled, Gao Yunjing held her tightly, intensifying the kiss as he pressed down on her head. In the vast, desolate grave, the stark contrast of white and blue painted a monotonous backdrop. On the intricately crafted, opulent steps, the deity was pinned in a kneeling position. Pale blood trickled down the length of the sword, while the steps were scattered with the dismembered bodies of divine attendants, the ground littered with lifeless forms. The howling wind carried a sharp sound, enveloping the scene in a chilling, eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, pain shot through her lips, a rich, metallic sweetness filling her mouth. Luo Baiyue, somewhat resentful, struck at Gao Yunjing. If you wish to kiss me, do it properly. Why must you bite like a dog? Defiantly, she retaliated, biting down on his lip. Their crimson blood mingled within their mouths, a peculiar sensation spreading throughout her being. Luo Baiyue sensed a unique transformation in her power, as if her control over ethereal entities had heightened. She soon realized that this kiss was far from Gao Yunjing merely taking advantage of her. The turmoil within his body surged uncontrollably as Gao Yunjing felt an overwhelming heat envelop him. There are myriad ways to forge a bond with blood, and the contracts he entered into with ordinary members were akin to master-servant agreements. Should they dare to betray him, death would be their swift retribution. However, he himself was unbound by such limitations. His contracts with individuals like Lin Xiaoke and Lu Qingqing were of an equal standing, marked by absolute parity. Yet, the contract he had forged with Luo Baiyue was an entirely different matter. Their divine blood intertwined in a profound entanglement, forming a bond of shared fate. The moment one party's life force waned, the other would instantly perceive it, binding them in an equal identity, constrained by the terms of their covenant. In this scenario, the most crucial aspect was the exchange of divine blood, for only through the confluence of their most vital powers could they establish a telepathic connection, regardless of the distance that separated them. To simplify, it was akin to quantum entanglement. The divine blood of Yudhua was inherently aggressive and voracious, while the two rare divine bloods of Tianshui and Yongbingyu would undoubtedly tempt Yudhua to its core. This incessant boiling of divine blood within him was a manifestation of Yudhua's instinctive resistance. Gao Yunjing instinctively tightened his embrace around the young girl in his arms. Their bodies pressed closely together. For ease of movement in the forest, Luo Baiyue had donned a form-fitting black outfit, its only distinguishing feature being its thinness. Gao Yunjing, on the other hand, wore a simple white shirt paired with a black trench coat that Luo Baiyue had gifted him. While Luo Baiyue was already tall among women, Gao Yunjing's physique had surged dramatically following the baptism of divine blood, resulting in a significant increase in height. The elegant and assertive Luo Baiyue appeared almost delicate in his embrace, her slender form enveloped by the oversized black coat. The warmth of her soft body against him was palpable, a stark contrast to their somewhat scant attire. At that moment, their closeness felt akin to a pair of lovers sharing pajamas on a chilly night. After a prolonged moment, they parted their lips, and Luo Baiyue gasped for breath. Her entire body languidly draped over Gao Yunjing. "Are you satisfied now?" she inquired. "Of course I am," he replied, rising to his feet and lifting the limp Luo Baiyue in a princess carry, striding confidently out of the divine tomb. Luo Baiyue, nestled against him, offered no resistance. His previous fervor had nearly left her breathless. "How'd you find this place?" she asked, her voice soft. "Was it truly so difficult?" Gao Yunjing responded with an air of nonchalance, navigating the labyrinthine tomb with unwavering certainty at every junction. Amused by the scene, Luo Baiyue teased, "You look like a headless fly, careening about. Just don't end up trapped here after slaying the deity." Gao Yunjing chose not to engage with her jest, but rather posed a more pressing question. "Now that we've killed Kelosi, shouldn't we be leaving? Aren't you going to take the college entrance exam?" She shot back, indicating they ought to seek out Lin Xiaoke. Chapter 52, No Disdain. By the time Gao Yunjing departed the divine tomb at a leisurely pace, the sky had darkened, heavy clouds obscuring the moonlight. The pitch-black night, coupled with the howling winds akin to ghostly wails, rendered the overgrown landscape even more eerie. Nestled in Gao Yunjing's embrace, Luo Baiyue instinctively shrank closer, resembling a frightened quail. Amused, he glanced down at her, a smile playing on his lips. "Are you still afraid of ghosts?" "You already knew that," she retorted, shooting him an irritated glance. It was truly exasperating for him to feign ignorance about her fears. Unfazed by her pout, Gao Yunjing shrugged. "What is there to fear? You personally vanquished those very specters." "That feels different," Luo Baiyue protested, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "In what way is it different?" He countered, still unperturbed. "You bravely faced the divine beings. What is there to dread in this haunted environment?" In terms of sharp wit, Luo Baiyue recognized that even two of her could not match Gao Yunjing's clever tongue, so she resolved to abandon her retorts. Puffing out her cheeks, she declared defiantly, "Yes, I am scared. And so what? You're stuck with me now, so you can't complain." "I have no disdain," Gao Yunjing replied, his voice laced with affection, radiating warmth akin to the midday sun. Faced with such a charming Gao Yunjing, Luo Baiyue felt her heart flutter as if she had stumbled upon a pot of honey. "Big brother, who taught you to be so charming?" she exclaimed. "As a single man for nearly a century, how could you possibly possess such allure?" "Luo Baiyue, your face is flushed," he observed. "Oh, I know, she replied, feigning annoyance while burying her rosy cheeks in his chest, quietly muttering, "Is it so strange? Regardless of how familiar we are, I'm still just a girl who has never been in love. Isn't it perfectly normal to feel shy? Has anyone ever told you that your blush is quite endearing?" he inquired. "All right, enough." Luo Baiyue, unable to withstand his straightforward compliments, playfully swatted at his broad shoulders. "Where did you learn all these things? Do I need to learn?" Gao Yunjing gazed down at the young girl, her face a delightful shade of crimson, as she nestled closer to him. "Isn't that adorable? Let us hurry. We need to eat dinner, take a shower, book our tickets, and head to Yinhua City tomorrow morning to find Lin Xiaoke. We cannot afford to waste any time," he urged. "All right." Gao Yunjing carried the young girl toward the stationary Maybach at the sinkhole. The location was rather remote, making it quite time-consuming without a vehicle. The only means of transportation had initially been driven away by Luo Baiyue, which left Gao Yunjing with no choice but to walk here. Fortunately, he had passed by a motorcycle dealership along the way and had seized the opportunity to purchase a Ducati Dragon. The motorcycle was entirely black, with only its edges adorned in red. It boasted a parallel twin-cylinder four-stroke water-cooled engine at 400 cubic centimeters, embodying both aesthetic appeal and cost-effectiveness. Priced at around 12,000, the allowance from Luo Baiyue, the little heiress, had sufficed. After placing the young girl into the Maybach, Gao Yunjing returned to his Ducati Dragon. As the Maybach's window descended, Luo Baiyue's head peeked out. "Are you really planning to ride that back?" Donning the helmet he had received with the motorcycle purchase. Gao Yunjing glanced at her. "If you let me rest on your lap, then I might consider it." "Dream on." Luo Baiyue rejected his audacious request, swiftly retracting her head and starting the Maybach. The vehicle sliced through the darkness like a blade, speeding along the highway. "Why are you going so fast?" Gao Yunjing ceased his idle chatter, twisting the throttle, causing the Ducati dragon to roar like a beast unleashed, surging forward. After returning home and finishing dinner, Luo Baiyue remained steadfast in her decision not to share a bed with Gao Yunjing, darting back to her room like a startled rabbit. "Are you really that guarded?" he remarked with a hint of amusement as he collected the dishes post-meal. Approaching the sink while washing the dishes, Gao Yunjing suddenly lifted his gaze to the dark night outside, where the wind howled ominously. A lewd grin spread across his refined features. "Ha! Luo Baiyue, you can't escape me." As everything fell silent, the room succumbed to darkness. After showering, Gao Yunjing returned to his room, but refrained from browsing videos or reading novels. Instead of closing her eyes, beneath the tranquil and undisturbed night sky, a tempest raged. The wind howled, a mournful wail echoing like the cries of restless spirits. The air crackled, producing sharp explosive sounds as the gusts intensified, morphing into the anguished lamentations of vengeful phantoms. Huddled in a corner of her bed, wrapped in her Hello Kitty blanket, Luo Baiyue trembled with fear. The wind darted between the towering structures of the apartment complex, enveloping her in a chilling symphony of eerie howls. She felt as if the entire building was besieged by a multitude of grotesque apparitions, and her dread of these entities was palpable. The warm glow of the bathroom light seeped through the door, where Gao Yunjing was showering, accompanied by the soothing sounds of running water, offering her a modicum of comfort amidst the chaos. Suddenly, with a soft click, the bathroom light extinguished, and the sound of water ceased, quickly followed by the creak of the door opening. Gao Yunjing had finished his shower, and this signified the departure of the comforting illumination, while the cacophony of the outside wind continued unabated. It felt as if the triumphant, malevolent spirits were brazenly mocking the frightened Luo Baiyue, who could no longer withstand her mounting terror. "Gao Yunjing?" she timidly called out. The source of her trepidation, Gao Yunjing, had no intention of retreating, but instead lingered at her door. As expected, she had succumbed to her fears. Clearing his throat, he feigned indifference and inquired, "What's wrong?" "I'm scared." "Scared? Of the wind?" Biting her lip in frustration, Luo Baiyue understood the nature of the tempest outside. It was June, after all. How could a city in the north, like Xinjiang, experience such ferocious winds? After absorbing the powers of the wind and frost deity, Gao Yunjing could conjure a typhoon with a mere flick of his finger. This was clearly a cunning ploy devised by him to ensure they would share the same bed. Truly, she had never misjudged him. The scheming scoundrel. Sighing deeply, Luo Baiyue realized that it was impossible to compel Gao Yunjing to cease the tempest outside due to his nature. Yet, she was genuinely terrified in such an environment. Reluctantly, she surrendered. "Gao Yunjing, don't think I'm unaware of how this wind came about. I'm offering you an out. If you don't want to sleep with me, stay away from my door." Chapter 53. I await the day you firmly choose me. With his objective achieved, Gao Yunjing had no desire to indulge in the perverse amusement of forcing Luo Baiyue to plead for their shared slumber. Suppressing his yearning, he acquiesced. "Then I shall come in. Then get lost if you're not coming in." Through the door, Gao Yunjing could sense the girl's fury, imagining her fair complexion, akin to a freshly peeled duck egg, flushed with embarrassment. "Ha ha ha, I'm on my way," he grinned wickedly. A mischievous smile plastered on his face as he pushed the door open. As soon as the door swung ajar, a white pillow came hurtling towards him, accompanied by Luo Baiyue's lamenting voice. "What a pity, wrong target." Gao Yunjing caught the pillow that had smacked his face, and despite the situation, his gentle features contorted into a comically lewd grin. "Heh heh heh, little yellowster, Akon." Before Gao Yunjing could settle onto the bed, Luo Baiyue had already cocooned herself in the blanket, rolling about until she resembled a spring roll. Climbing onto the bed, he pinched her exposed cheek and chuckled. "What are you doing?" "Oomph," Luo Baiyue retorted proudly. "My mother said to be wary of you nasty men." Gao Yunjing's previously mischievous smile evaporated instantly. Ouch. What are you doing? Are you wary of your fiancé as well? Who should be the most cautious, if not you? Do you want to compare how different I am now from before my rebirth? Gao Yunjing shrugged nonchalantly. What is the difference? Just look. Previously, you were cold and unfeeling. Your eyes perpetually exuding an aura of aloofness, as if repelling others. Hearing Luo Baiyue recount his past demeanor, Gao Yunjing could no longer contain himself and interrupted. Wait, let me say something. You have to consider the possibility that I was merely too lazy to engage with anyone. And besides, I haven't been like that when I'm around you, have I? Not wanting to discuss it further, Luo Baiyue felt a surge of frustration. Right? Once we start collaborating, you'll surely take advantage of me. You, who looks so good, yet have such a petty demeanor. How do you manage with a gun? I feel like you should wield a sword instead. I shall bestow upon you the title of Petty Emperor. Gao Yunjing lamented dramatically, little jealous jar. You can't say that about me. Running such a large organization, isn't easy. You don't understand the struggles of managing daily necessities. Stop. Isn't the funding for your entire organization handled by Luo Qingqing? What does that have to do with you? Hey, don't mind that. Regardless, the organization is mine, so of course, I have to worry about it. Luo Baiyue could no longer contain herself. She reached for another pillow and swung it fiercely at Gao Yunjing's delicate face. I can't argue with you. Time for sleep. With that, she turned her back, pressing against the wall like a little worm. Then let us sleep. Gao Yunjing lay on his side, pulling her, now wrapped like a spring pancake, into his embrace. What are you doing? Luo Baiyue began to thrash violently upon finding herself in his arms. Sleeping. Gao Yunjing replied matter-of-factly. Then go sleep somewhere else. Impossible. I can't sleep without a pillow. How did you sleep in your previous life? Did you snuggle with other women? Luo Baiyue expressed her strong dissatisfaction and twisted like a little worm. Cough, cough. Gao Yunjing cleared his throat and began to seriously explain, this is akin to an addiction. If you've never experienced it, you won't know the feeling. I was a lifelong bachelor, and I had never held a girl while sleeping, so naturally, I had no such thoughts. Are you implying it's my fault? How could I dare? Gao Yunjing instantly leaned in to nuzzle Luo Baiyue's soft and smooth face like a pampered puppy. Sometimes, I genuinely don't comprehend your attitude towards me. Luo Baiyue's voice lost its usual vigilance and instead conveyed profound disappointment. What is unclear about my attitude towards you? It makes me feel as if we are both near and distant. In our previous life, we stood on opposing sides, yet in this life, we can share the same bed. This feeling is surreal, almost intangible. Gao Yunjing released his hold on Luo Baiyue, lying flat on the bed. Yet she ceased her struggles and leaned against him. Your situation reflects a fear of loss. The same person evokes such stark contrast within you, making it challenging to adjust. The young girl listened quietly. She was not adept at rebuttals, especially since she harbored some disdain towards her current self. On one hand, she accepted Gao Yunjing, yet on the other, she felt an intense repulsion. This dissonance felt as if it split her into two beings. She loathed her indecision and yearned to grasp her true feelings. Uncharacteristically, Gao Yunjing ceased his playful antics and earnestly assisted the young girl in analyzing her emotions. Little jealous jar, may I pose a question? Go ahead. How much do you truly know about the Cloud Empire? Also referred to as the Clear Moon Empress. She is regarded as humanity's guardian deity. But do you genuinely comprehend the land you have tirelessly protected? This question left Luo Baiyue at a loss. In her previous life, she was indeed adored by many, yet she had little understanding of this land. Her existence revolved around training and delving into the ancient divine lineage, seeking signs of divine resurrection. Accompanied by her team, which was heralded as the future of humanity, she stormed the tombs of the gods, vanquishing those newly revived deities. Such a life was monotonous and dreary, akin to that of an ascetic in a temple. In his voice, Gao Yunjing conveyed a sense of weariness, his tone both gentle and authoritative. Shall we finally live for ourselves this time? To hell with divine resurrection. Humanity's future. Wasn't it true that my actions in the past serve humanity's future? Yet, why did I still meet my demise? Wasn't it the unscrupulous, beastly politicians who were to blame? Listen to me. We have finally been granted a chance to choose anew. Do not be burdened by the shackles imposed upon you. They are merely chains forced upon you. Gao Yunjing propped himself up, his obsidian eyes blazing like the sun at noon. Luo Baiyue, this time I feel it would not be so bad to share a lifetime with you. What do you think? However, she felt overshadowed by many who excelled beyond her. Chu Hanjing with her striking looks and figure, leaving Luo Baiyue feeling inferior to her cousin. In terms of talent, they were not vastly superior to her. Wrong. Utterly wrong. Gao Yunjing's deep voice resonated sharply in the quiet darkness. I cherish you for who you are, Luo Baiyue. Not for your appearance, your physique, your talent, or your lineage. Simply for you as a person. Luo Baiyue fell silent, having lived for over a century. She had never encountered such fervent and candid affection. At that moment, she felt flustered, unsure of how to respond, and thus chose silence. Gao Yunjing seemed to understand. Ceasing his declarations of love and reclining back onto the bed. Luo Baiyue, I will not pressure you to make a choice. After all, the shackles from your previous life are far too numerous, making it difficult for you to be as resolute as I am. But that is fine, as a free spirit. I have all the time in the world. I will wait for the day you firmly choose me. Chapter 54, Two Honest Hearts. Luo Baiyue, cocooned in her quilt like a spring roll, extended her arm to encircle Gao Yunjing's neck, drawing herself closer until their faces were nearly touching. Her voice was soft, reminiscent of a mountain stream or the gentle breeze upon a river. You know that I'm slow to warm up and clumsy when it comes to emotions. Aside from slaying deities, I hesitate over many things. At times, I even loathe myself. Having accepted you, I still push you away due to the past. Turning her gaze towards Gao Yunjing's striking profile, she admitted, but I can confess one thing. I like you. Before her words could fully escape, she felt an overwhelming force, a heated and solid body enveloping her. Just as she was about to speak, he kissed her. Gao Yunjing's actions differed from his previous roughness. This time, he was tender, treating Luo Baiyue as if she were the most precious porcelain in the world. In this instance, it was also the most fervent. Gao Yunjing drank deeply from her, prying open her tightly clenched teeth. Unlike their earlier passive encounters, Luo Baiyue found herself responding, wrapping her arms around him, willingly reciprocating. Just as Gao Yunjing's dwindling reason was about to be consumed by the flames of desire, he finally broke the kiss, leaving Luo Baiyue breathless. Are you still willing to indulge me in this state? Aren't you afraid of being overwhelmed by my primal instincts? Luo Baiyue seemed to take a moment to adjust after the kiss, burying her flushed face into the quilt. A muffled voice emerged from within. I'm over 100 years old. Observing this, Gao Yunjing couldn't help but chuckle, feeling both shy and amused at her bold remarks. Cocoon like a silkworm. Luo Baiyue began to roll on the bed, layers of the quilt peeling away like an onion. Her alluring figure finally came into view. Her face is crimson as the evening sky, biting her lip and unable to meet Gao Yunjing's gaze. If you truly wish for it, I can accept. Hearing her audacious words, Gao Yunjing let out a soft laugh, reaching into the quilt to pinch her cheek. Accept what? Being betrothed does not equate to being married. Luo Baiyue timidly peeked out, her eyes meeting Gao Yunjing's profound gaze, which concealed his emotions. Perhaps we should discuss such matters when I marry you. Indeed, amidst towering skyscrapers, Wang Jixin stood silently by the rooftop, gazing westward. The martyrs' cemetery had been sealed off by him and his men, with helicopters patrolling day and night, casting immense oval beams of light onto the ground. He had refrained from dismantling the Manjusaka, firmly believing that the perpetrator would return to observe their handiwork. Chunyi had fled, unable to suppress his overwhelming fear, and could no longer serve as the cemetery's guardian. Wang Jixin bore him no ill will. The situation was too uncanny. Have you found any abnormalities? A rugged voice emerged from behind him. It belonged to a muscular middle-aged man, towering nearly 2 meters tall. Clutching a bottle of Maotai liquor, he relied on the high-proof alcohol to quell his dread. Wang Jixin shook his head silently and replied, Do you genuinely believe this is the work of ghosts? Not really, Chunyi responded. The cemetery held a staggering 40,000 graves, lined up like a battalion. Even if it were the work of spirits, achieving this level of chaos in a single afternoon seems implausible. Wang Zhixin returned to his octagonal pavilion, retrieving a document and casually handing it to Chun He, who wore a white short-sleeved shirt. This is a unified investigation of all the families of those who died in battle. Anyone who might seek revenge is listed here. Although 40,000 had perished in battle, the number of descendants capable of seeking vengeance was scant, and few names appeared on the document. Chun He took it without care, flipping through the pages while complaining. The strongest among them is only at the C-grade level. Are you certain they possess that capability? Otherwise, do you truly believe the vengeful spirits of the fallen have returned? Chun He's expression turned peculiar as he began to speak, but the roar of an armed helicopter drowned out his words. The helicopter did not land, but instead lowered a rope ladder, from which a fully armed special operations soldier swiftly descended. The soldier sprinted to Wang Zhixin's side and reported loudly, "Report. Everything is normal at the 3rd Martyrs Cemetery in Xinjiang City." "Very well," Wang Zhixin nodded. "Return to your posts and continue your watch." "Yes." In the dark of night, the helicopter's lights illuminated the top of the towering building, where Wang Zhixin, clad in a sleek black suit, appeared to meld into the shadows. Following a concise report, the helicopter resumed its patrol above the cemetery. "Wang Zhixin, you must have your own theories as well." "No? Given the tumultuous winds you mentioned that night, I suspect that someone has employed a wind-based spirit. Only under such circumstances could one plant 40,000 spider lilies in such a brief span of time. However, this implies that the individual possesses a mastery over spirits that is quite formidable. A person of such caliber could easily eliminate both you and me." Wang Zhixin cast a sidelong glance at Chun He. The situation was shrouded in mystery. All we need to do is prepare ourselves and wait in silence. Chun He took another swig from the Maotai in his hand, which, despite being a premium liquor, he consumed as if it were a cheap second-rate spirit from the roadside. He waved dismissively, saying, "Let us just wait then. What a day to oversleep." In a flurry, Luo Baiyue hastily packed her belongings while lamenting about Gao Yunjing. Wasn't he usually one to stay up late and rise early? Why of all days did he wake up late today, with toothpaste foam still in his mouth? Gao Yunjing mumbled indistinctly, "Who knows? Finish brushing your teeth first." In response to Luo Baiyue's firm demand, Gao Yunjing could only rinse and spit out the foam before speaking. "Why are you in such a rush? The high-speed train is at 7:20, and it's only 6:55 now. We have nothing much to pack, so we have plenty of time." After uttering this, he refrained from further chatter, returning to his room to quickly gather a few items before seizing the keys to the Maybach and dragging Luo Baiyue towards the exit. Hey, you haven't even passed your driving test yet," Luo Baiyue exclaimed, attempting to stop him. "Let me drive. With your driving skills, we'd surely be late." Gao Yunjing retorted casually as he started the Maybach. The once silent vehicle roared to life, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it sped towards the high-speed train station. Chapter 55. Eyes in the shadows, the majestic mountains rose in layered splendor, their verdant trees exuding an ancient aura, occasionally accompanied by the distant cries of monkeys that added to the desolate ambience. The pristine white high-speed train wove effortlessly through the mountains, its form agile and powerful, effortlessly traversing even the most rugged terrains. This was the most advanced train of the Yunhua Empire, named Restoration, constructed entirely from precious metal known as azure gold steel, which, despite its lack of notable advantages, is highly resistant to corrosion, possesses excellent toughness, and boasts great strength. It can reach a maximum speed of 700 km/h, serving as the lifeblood of the entire Yunhua Empire. Each train employs the most sophisticated numerical control technology, with real-time data on speed, fuel consumption, and maintenance available at the Yunhua Transportation Bureau. Without these high-speed trains, the cities of the Yunhua Empire would be isolated islands, utterly disconnected from one another. In terms of living arrangements, Luo Baiyue generously utilized her financial prowess. The two were accommodated in a top-tier single room on the train, led by impeccably dressed staff. They arrived at one of the 10 exclusive compartments aboard the train. Gao Yunjing first noted the room number 07 before surveying the surroundings. The train, entirely white, stood at a height of 4 meters, featuring small windows at the very top. These minuscule windows, reminiscent of ancient skylights, were designed to maximize structural stability. The glass used was uniformly composed of robust composite materials. Sunlight streamed through the small windows, illuminating the interior, while the train's pristine white body enhanced light reflection, allowing for maximum brightness from minimal sources. After ensuring everything was in order, Gao Yunjing waved off the staff and drew a Glock pistol from his waist. With one hand firmly on the door and the other gripping the firearm, he displayed an air of vigilance. Seeing his heightened alertness, Luo Baiyue rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Brother, didn't you say you've abandoned your past life? You're no longer a fugitive. You are now a legitimate citizen of the Yunhua Empire. Moreover, this room is booked under my name. Who would dare to harm me?" Her words served as a wake-up call to Gao Yunjing, who sheepishly holstered his weapon. Offering a dry smile, "This is just muscle memory." "Then put away that muscle memory," Luo Baiyue retorted, pushing the door open and stepping into the room. The interior was not particularly spacious, perhaps around 30 square meters, yet it was well equipped with a table, sofa, bathroom, and bed, all maintaining the high-speed train's predominant white theme. Luo Baiyue carelessly tossed her luggage onto the sofa and flopped onto the bed, exclaiming in delight, "Ah, bliss!" Unlike the indulgent girl, Gao Yunjing's first action upon entering the private compartment was to close the skylight above. The white azure gold steel slowly descended to cover the small window, plunging the compartment into darkness. Rows of small night lights above flickered on, casting a gentle, warm glow throughout the space. Yet, Gao Yunjing remained unsatisfied. He located the light control switch and extinguished all sources of illumination. Observing Gao Yunjing's extreme caution, Luo Baiyue remained unfazed, reclining on the bed like a languid noblewoman from the last century. "I've told you, no one dares to monitor a room booked in my name. Your actions are futile," she said lazily. "Is that so?" Gao Yunjing replied, his voice steady and calm, albeit tinged with a hint of detachment. He swiftly approached beneath the dining table and pulled out a minuscule, white spherical object with ease. The table's corners were interconnected with multiple small white spheres, which Luo Baiyue had assumed were mere design elements. Hence she had not paid them any mind. It was only after Gao Yunjing effortlessly retrieved one that she became alert, rising swiftly yet delicately, akin to an agile cat. Gao Yunjing could not have forcefully extracted the small white sphere from the table. It was evident that she had overlooked it. In the pitch darkness, their bodies, having undergone a baptism of divine blood, possessed the basic ability of night vision. They could clearly see the small sphere in Gao Yunjing's hand, which emitted a faint red glow, flickering like a candle flame swaying in the wind. Had they not possessed extraordinary vision and found themselves in complete darkness, they might have easily overlooked this tiny surveillance device. Before Luo Baiyue could approach, Gao Yunjing's slender fingers crushed the miniature monitor with little effort. "What are you doing?" Luo Baiyue exclaimed, her eyes widening in indignation as she realized her room had been under surveillance. In such a scenario, failing to raise a ruckus at the Yunhua Transportation Bureau would be a disservice to her former title as the Empress of Qingwei. "Don't overthink it," Gao Yunjing replied coldly. "Do you really believe this is the work of a pervert? Such inconspicuous methods, and you didn't even sense a thing. Do you think an ordinary person could achieve this?" "What do you mean?" She pressed, her curiosity piqued. "I've told you before, in your past life, you were merely a tool for them, a creature they cultivated to combat the divine. Thus, you will never escape their watchful gaze. Then you shouldn't have destroyed it." Upon learning the truth, Luo Baiyue was not angered, but rather filled with urgency. After all, having lived for over a century in her past life, her psychological endurance had reached a considerable threshold. What troubled her more was the possibility that, should Gao Yunjing's assertions hold true, her reckless destruction of the surveillance would undoubtedly alert the enemy. It is crucial to remember that her current capabilities pale in comparison to those of her previous existence. She remained the obedient child in her parents' eyes, rather than the revered guardian of humanity, the moonlit Empress. He was still merely a student who had relied on connections to gain favor, not the apocalyptic judge who instilled dread in the hearts of all. What do you fear? Gao Yunjing appeared remarkably calm. For the small confines of the private room, rendered sofas to serve the purpose of chairs, he naturally settled onto the sofa, confident that as long as she retained her value, they would not take any drastic action against her. The reason I destroyed the surveillance is that our conversation cannot reach their ears. What do you wish to say? At that moment, Luo Baiyue found herself devoid of panic, having grown accustomed to leaning on Gao Yunjing. Do not forget, in his previous life, he was the guardian of humanity. Mere strength is insufficient. Some deities are foolish enough to roar at the world upon their revival. Yet, others merely blend into the throng, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Seated on the sofa, both shared a silent understanding, opting not to turn on the lights. Only in darkness could they discuss matters best kept hidden from the light of day. Chapter 56, The General Souls. Luo Baiyue must perish. This much I am certain of. Luo Baiyue nodded, harboring no objections to Gao Yunjing's intent to eliminate him. Luo Baiyue was a deranged individual, obsessively infatuated with her, even contemplating her confinement. Most importantly, every suitor who dared express their intentions towards her had met with untimely ends, orchestrated by Luo Baiyue's nefarious methods. Moreover, he was a coward at heart. At the most critical juncture, betrayed the deity. This transgression crossed Luo Baiyue's bottom line. So this high-speed train journey to Anchang City is solely to eliminate Luo Baiyue? Gao Yunjing shook his head in denial. I am traveling to Anchang City to prepare a gift for Lin Xiaoke. What kind of gift? The General Souls. The General Souls? Luo Baiyue's delicate brows furrowed in confusion. Isn't the anomaly in Anchang City due to irregular air currents? That is partially correct, but what caused the irregular air currents? What has resulted in the abnormal temperature, precipitation, sunlight, and humidity in Anchang City? The current calendar marks the onset of the deity's revival, ushering in calamity for humanity. A span of over 900 years. For centuries ago, a general surnamed Zhao perished there. Are you referring to Zhao Fusheng? Precisely. Gao Yunjing nodded with satisfaction, reaching out to ruffle Luo Baiyue's small head. You're quite clever. Let us stick to the matter at hand. Luo Baiyue admonished, brushing his hand away with a serious expression. I do not recall any general souls associated with Anchang City. As the name suggests, the general souls are remnants left behind by those who commanded troops after their demise. These souls are not the traditional concept of spirits or departed souls, but rather an essence cultivated during their leadership, the strength and type of which correlate with the character of the individual. Gao Yunjing feigned a look of grievance after having his hand swatted away, but dutifully responded. Do you remember the deepest part of that tomb? The figure clad in armor seated upon the highest throne? Are you implying that the armored figure represents the general soul? Indeed. That entity possesses C-rank authenticity, with strength reaching B rank. Obtaining the general soul from it is no small feat. Isn't there one that belongs to you? Gao Yunjing suddenly shifted to sit beside Luo Baiyue. The sofa was already small, and Gao Yunjing's towering frame, after receiving the divine blood baptism, made the remaining space feel even more constricted. Why are you sitting so close? It's quite cramped. Luo Baiyue felt a twinge of discomfort, but did not resist the intimacy, merely acknowledging the tight quarters. Indeed, it is cramped. Gao Yunjing wrapped his arm around Luo Baiyue's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly onto his lap. Will you perish if I do not take advantage of you? I am here to assist you in breaking through. How can you lack trust in me? Am I the type to exploit others? Are you not? Even in the darkness, their gazes remained bright, and Gao Yunjing could distinctly see the girl perched on his lap, rolling her eyes dramatically. Then you might as well remove your hand from my leg. I doubt any breakthroughs require such contact. That's merely interest. Do you not understand? Gao Yunjing fully embraced the spirit of shamelessness, having already claimed his advantage. Fine. Enough of this. Luo Baiyue sighed, choosing to comply as she adjusted herself comfortably in Gao Yunjing's embrace. How do you plan to assist me in enhancing my strength? You must have felt your power increasing as you allied with the blood. You transferred the power of the frost and frost god to me? Luo Baiyue looked up at Gao Yunjing in astonishment. A person who constantly pursued strength would actually relinquish it? Quite astonishing indeed. Seemingly weary of her incredulous gaze, Gao Yunjing finally withdrew his hand from her smooth, fair thigh, flicking her forehead lightly. Please, do not mistake me for someone insatiable. You are already my cushion. How could I give you nothing in return? Then do not use your hands. Luo Baiyue's fair forehead quickly flushed with color, clearly not from shyness, but rather from his playful strike. Gao Yunjing did not respond, but instead lifted her in a princess carry to the bed, leaning down so their eyes met. What do you intend to do? Though it sounded like a question, Luo Baiyue's soft tone resembled more of a playful tease. However, Gao Yunjing had no intention of indulging in flirtation with her. With a serious tone, he stated, I will transfer all the power of the frost and frost god to you. But you must understand that this process involves seizing the authority of the frost and frost god. It is not an innate acquisition, but rather an acquired one. The risk factor is extremely high. Remember, if any issues arise, push me away forcefully and cease your divine blood flow. And you? Me? Gao Yunjing chuckled inexplicably. Your concern is sufficient. If you feel indebted, then hold on to me, just as before. Do not disappoint my goodwill. This is the power I bled for to eliminate Wang Zhixin. Gao Yunjing left no time for Luo Baiyue to inquire further, leaning down to kiss her while simultaneously biting her lip. At this juncture, Luo Baiyue had no choice but to obediently bite down on Gao Yunjing's lip in return, their divine blood merging within their mouths. One stream of divine blood surged with vigor, brimming with boundless vitality, yet slightly immature. The other bore a profound and lofty power, tinged with a sense of death but undeniably noble. As these two streams intertwined, it resembled water plunging into boiling oil, an unstoppable and tumultuous force clashing against each other. On one hand, Gao Yunjing exerted himself to expel all the power of the frost and frost god, while on the other, he sought to suppress the seize and bestow. This entity, akin to an emperor wielding the power of life and death, drew its strength from an insatiable thirst for authority and greed. Now, Gao Yunjing had audaciously betrayed the rightful usage of this entity, freely offering divine power that was almost within his grasp. Seize and bestow would naturally not permit such an affront. Its power was forceful and domineering, unwavering as ancient emperors. Even as the master of this ethereal spirit, Gao Yunjing must endeavor to suppress the rebellious instincts of his own body. Luo Baiyue's eyes widened in shock. She could sense the tumultuous energy swirling around Gao Yunjing, a clear indication that the spirit was on the brink of uncontrollable fury. What manner of spirit is this? To remain on the verge of a rampage, even in such circumstances, can it truly be classified as a spirit? Though her mind was rife with criticism, the immediate concern was to quell the spirit's incessant turmoil. Recalling Gao Yunjing's earlier admonitions, she pressed her hands firmly upon his shoulders and shoved him, only to find his wide eyes fixed intently upon her, his arms encircling her delicate waist. Acknowledging his unwillingness to relent, she thought to herself, fine, let him believe he is in control. Changing her grip, Luo Baiyue clung tightly to him. On the pristine bed, the disheveled bedding bore witness to the fervent embrace of a man and woman, entwined like mating serpents. Chapter 57. The Bronze Tomb at Long Last. An indeterminate amount of time passed, during which Luo Baiyue's body was on the verge of numbness, and the high-speed train had long since reached its destination. However, upon arriving at a particular location, the train would cease its operation. A high-speed train typically traverses the route between two cities only once, generally to facilitate multiple journeys. Several trains are deployed, yet their numbers remain limited, usually just one in the morning and one in the evening. This is due to the precious nature of the materials involved, necessitating maintenance after each journey, as each train is permitted only a single run per day. No one would intrude upon the secluded intimacy of the two. The long-repelling divine blood finally ceased its boiling, transitioning from a fierce struggle to a tranquil coexistence. Luo Baiyue felt the power within her surging wildly, reaching B-level. It is worth noting that after attaining sea level, each breakthrough typically requires extensive accumulation of time, with some individuals spending decades to achieve it. Such is the arduous nature of enhancing one's strength. Yet, now, merely through kissing Gao Yunjing and lying together for a day, she effortlessly ascended. Once Gao Yunjing had completely channeled the power of the god of frost and wind and subdued the rebellious spirit, he found himself utterly exhausted, having completed all necessary tasks. Throughout the day, Luo Baiyue had been absorbed in the fusion of their divine essences, and when all was said and done, both were completely drained. No one suggested venturing out to find another room. After all, this high-speed train would not resume service until 7:20 the following morning. During this interim, this compartment was truly a private sanctuary for the two. In the darkness, they exchanged a knowing smile and surrendered to a deep slumber, wrapped in each other's arms. In the shadowy, desolate corridor, bronze candlesticks emitted a ghostly glow. The sound of footsteps echoed eerily in the stillness, the flickering candlelight illuminating the striking features of a young man. With his sharp brows and starry eyes, he was undeniably handsome. Had he chosen to venture into the world as a gigolo, he would surely ascend to the rank of king among them. Baijiang, have you sensed anything amiss? A warm, melodious voice, akin to a mountain oriole, softly called to the brooding youth. No. Luo Baijiang shook his head. Zian, have you noticed anything? Xiaoziun also shook her head. I have not perceived anything unusual. Luo Baijiang nodded in understanding, retrieving his phone from his pocket to locate the group chat, instructing everyone to gather at the starting point. After sending the voice message, he tucked his phone away and swiftly retraced his steps. The corridor, entirely forged from bronze, bore candlesticks shaped like various mythical beasts, vermilion birds, cloud horses, and fox spirits. Instead of burning candles, ethereal blue flames flickered in the air, filling it with a damp scent. Xia Yunji quietly followed behind Luo Baijiang. Their pace was swift, and soon they emerged from the corridor into a grand hall. Bronze pillars supported the vaulted ceiling, adorned with intricately carved clouds that encircled the towering columns, while a bronze dragon emerged and disappeared amid the clouds. Beneath the hall, 9 passages awaited. Luo Baijiang and Xiaoziun exited from one, while others appeared from different entrances. Only 4 individuals remained. This small team originally comprised 5, but regrettably, the team leader, Luo Baiyue, insisted on her conviction regarding the alleged resurrection of deities in Xinjiang City and temporarily departed. We have thoroughly explored this area, but unfortunately, we have discovered nothing. The speaker was a tall, fair-skinned young man, striking in appearance, clad in a white trench coat and sporting golden-rimmed glasses, exuding a commanding presence. And Changjing turned his gaze to the usually reticent Luo Baijiang. Baijiang, have you made any discoveries? I believe this site may be the tomb of Zhao Fuxing. And Changjing's expression softened, encouraging him to elaborate. With the elder's approval, Luo Baijiang began to articulate his theories with fervor. The entire structure is composed of bronze. However, this lowly metal has long been abandoned. Yet here stands an exceptionally magnificent bronze palace. He gestured toward the sculptures adorning the bronze door, noting the remarkable craftsmanship. The others followed his pointed finger, observing that the bronze door was intricately carved with images of bulls, fish, snakes, and other creatures, each one executed with exquisite detail, every hair and scale rendered with precision. While the ancient bronze smelting and casting techniques were indeed advanced, they were merely superior to those of other nations at the time. The artistry of this bronze palace seemed too sophisticated to be the product of ancient craftsmanship. Many would be inclined to believe it was the result of modern manufacturing. Moreover, the pervasive humidity and chilly temperature within the palace suggested it was buried deep underground. Likely a tomb. Those knowledgeable about burial customs would understand that it is a grave affront to enclose a deceased in metal. While numerous metal artifacts or coins may accompany a burial, the entire tomb should never be constructed of metal, as it would imprison the soul of the deceased, condemning it to eternal unrest, a malevolent fate. Can you cease showcasing your knowledge, please? Get to the point. The voice was sharp and unyielding. The group turned their gazes toward her, She was a striking woman with an alluring figure, her captivating phoenix eyes filled with a cold intensity. She was Luo Baiyue, Luo Baiyue's closest cousin and the only one willing to believe in her. Regrettably, when Luo Baiyue had sought out a discussion regarding the resurrection of deities, Luo Baiyue was preoccupied with family matchmaking, missing the entire affair. By the time she learned the full story, the higher-ups had already dispatched the team to Anchang City. Reluctantly, she had followed the team to this location. Luo Baiyue, stung by Luo Baifeng's biting remarks, could only truncate his explanation. The bronze here could only have been crafted by Zhao Fuxing utilizing his ethereal spirit. Indeed, and Changjing nodded. Zhao Fuxing's ethereal spirit, laws of bronze, could indeed create such a grand palace. Yet we remain caught in this loop. I believe I have discerned how we might gain entry, Luo Baiyue said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he pointed sequentially toward the 9 bronze doors. The 9 bronze doors should be derived from the principle of unity within multiplicity, as suggested by their orientations. Upon closer inspection, several individuals discerned that the 9 animals stood proudly, their lively eyes gazing up at the towering bronze dome. Are you implying that the entrance is above? And Changqing inquired cautiously. No, Luo Baiyue enigmatically pointed towards the faintly visible bronze dragon amidst the cloud. Did no one notice that the amalgamation of these 9 creatures forms a dragon? At that moment, the group finally turned their gaze upwards, beholding the majestic bronze dragon concealed within the cloud cover. The dragon exuded an air of authority, its head raised high above the clouds, while its intricately carved bronze eyes possessed a profound, dignified, and lofty essence. The direction in which the bronze dragon gazed pointed directly beneath their feet. Baiyue, are you suggesting that the entrance is below us? Indeed. Chapter 58, The Bronze City. Luo Baiyue meticulously circled the vast bronze ground beneath him, then crouched down, pressing his hands firmly against the broad surface. His muscles tensed beneath his clothing, the prominent veins resembling fierce serpents, as an overwhelming force surged forth. Gradually, the bronze ground began to shift, and after 9 rhythmic movements corresponding to the 9 animals, the long-enshrouded bronze city finally revealed its true visage. The bronze surface parted into 9 sections, slowly retracting to unveil a resplendent and towering city beneath. From above, the city appeared as a mosaic of structures, each building arranged with impeccable order, and wide bronze streets capable of accommodating several vehicles side by side, alongside majestic towers showcasing the remarkable craftsmanship of its creators. At last, the enigma that has confounded us for days has been unraveled, and Changqing exclaimed, delivering a hearty pat on Luo Baijue's shoulder. Baiyue, this time we all rely on you. I shall certainly commend you for this achievement. Now is not the time for accolades, Luo Baiyue interjected sharply, dousing the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. It seems we cannot descend. Luo Baiyue recognized the predicament. Although they had discovered the Bronze City, their critical flaw was that they stood directly above it. The tallest edifice in the Bronze City was merely a 9-story building, situated 30 to 40 meters below their current position. Among those present, Luo Baiyue possessed the golden jade dragon elephant spirit that enhanced his physique. Luo Baiyue wielded the fire-related crimson flames. Xiaoyun had the assassination-oriented thousand illusions. And Changqing commanded the thunderous, 9 heavens divine thunder. Clearly, none among them possessed the strength to leap such a considerable distance in a single bound. With the enhancement my spirit grants my corporeal form, I should be able to jump down without issue, Luo Baiyue declared, surveying his companions. Wait a moment, let me see if I can find a rope, and Changqing said, rummaging through his spatial ring. Even with a rope, it may not be of use. Luo Baiyue pointed towards the original bronze doors. Do you see any bronze sculptures suitable for securing the rope? And Changqing fell silent, having just discovered a rope. Honestly, you all are quite foolish. Luo Baiyue rolled her eyes, snatching the rope from Changqing's hands. You all seem to recognize nothing beyond your spirits, do you? Luo Baiyue, possessing the greatest strength, suggested, you hold the rope from above. The others can descend using it. Must we necessarily secure the rope to a stationary object? Luo Baiyue flung the rope back at him with disdain. The rope was a remarkably thick hemp cord, its surface coarse, for an ordinary person without calloused hands. It would soon chafe and injure. However, Luo Baiyue was no ordinary individual. Endowed with a forbidden spirit focused on physical enhancement, this rope felt almost pliable to him. In response to the jests of his elder sister and the folly of his companions, Luo Baiyue chose to remain silent, tying the robust hemp rope around Luo Baiyue's slender waist. A long, mirror-like blade appeared in Luo Baiyue's hand, its surface gleaming as she cautioned, "Remember, should any unforeseen danger arise, I will sever the rope immediately. You all must flee without hesitation. If I meet my end, you must return and sincerely apologize to Luo Baiyue. Questioning the captain and undermining her authority is unbecoming of a team member." Without awaiting their reactions, Luo Baiyue leapt into the void, her form slender and graceful. As she descended, the thick hemp rope resembled a delicate kite string, with Luo Baiyue being the kite dancing on the wind. She landed with utmost grace, making no sound, as the mirror-like blade ignited in fierce flames. The crimson fire radiating intense heat that warped the surrounding air. Surveying her surroundings, the bronze city remained eerily silent, its ancient architecture meticulously arranged, with towering structures crafted entirely from bronze. Even the trees lining the pathways were forged from bronze, creating an impression of a seamless creation, as if birthed from a single molten amalgamation. The slender branches of the bronze trees intertwined, extending to the very end of the bronze avenue. After taking a few more cautious steps and finding no immediate threats, Luo Baiyue tugged on the rope secured to her waist twice, signaling that all was clear. The rope, tightly bound around her waist, was swiftly retracted, soaring away like a dragon soaring through the clouds. Before long, Xiaoziun, tethered by the rope, also descended slowly, though as she landed, her dagger lightly clinked against the bronze ground. The resulting hum, generated by the metal's vibrations, echoed continuously. What started as a minor sound rapidly amplified within the colossal structure of the bronze city, transforming it into a massive amplifier. Luo Baiyue swiftly covered her ears, narrowly avoiding the cacophony that threatened to rupture her eardrums. White Phoenix, this bronze city feels rather peculiar. Its design seems intended to overwhelm intruders with sound, Xiaoziun remarked. I am aware, Luo Baiyue replied, an icy glint flickering in her phoenix-like eyes. In a swift motion, she launched her gleaming blade towards a nearby bronze tree. The mirror-like blade, radiating extreme heat, sliced through the tree with ease, like a hot knife through butter. The relentless vibrations ceased abruptly. At this juncture, Xiaoziun finally took the opportunity to scrutinize her surroundings, observing that the severed bronze tree had been interconnected with its neighboring branches. Given that all the bronze branches were slender and delicate, their vibrational capabilities were naturally amplified, resulting in the incessant sound. All right, there's no longer any danger. Let them descend. Understood. Xiaoziun, the youngest among them at merely 12 years of age, exhibited an innocent enthusiasm, drawing closer to Luo Baiyue. Her starry eyes brimmed with admiration as she exclaimed, White Phoenix, how are you so formidable? You acknowledge my prowess? Luo Baiyue teased, playfully pinching Xiaoziun's chubby cheeks. When your sister Baiyue suggested heading to Qingjiang City first, why didn't you side with her? White Phoenix, please stop pinching my face. Xiaoziun protested with all her might, finally escaping Luo Baiyue's playful grasp. With her hands on her hips, she huffed, White Phoenix is unfair to children. Who is being unfair? Luo Baiyue countered. It is precisely the case. A consensus among experts after 3 days of calculation suggested that in Chang City may be witnessing a divine resurgence. Clearly, it was your sister Baiyue who doubted us. How could we possibly be blamed for not supporting her? All right, Luo Baiyue, with her delicate hands, once again caressed and kneaded Xiaoziun, her voice gentle yet firm. You must remember, when it comes to the revival of deities, the calculations we make do not always reflect the truth. Baiyue's divine blood is the most potent, and at times, her feelings bear greater credibility. Chapter 59, Journey Eastward. Just as the two engaged in their idle chatter, and Changjin and Luo Baiyue successfully descended upon the bronze city. Is such exquisite bronze craftsmanship truly within the realm of human capability? And Changjin marveled at the masterfully constructed bronze city before him. The intricate workmanship of the bronze was breathtakingly refined. Even the veins of the leaves on the ancient bronze trees were distinctly visible. The bronze pavilions were even more remarkable. They appeared to be a singular mass of bronze, cast and molded into form. Yet, in truth, every door, window, and internal decoration bore no difference from reality. If one were to strip away the bronze exterior, one could easily mistake this for an ancient city. This was likely a replica of the ancient Anchang city, probably the true resting place of Zhao Fuxing. Luo Baiyue explored the surroundings. The bronze city stood grand and imposing, with each structure achieving an unparalleled fidelity of reproduction. For a moment, the group found themselves at a loss. Even though this city was modeled after the ancient Anchang city, time had transformed it beyond recognition. The main thoroughfares had likely changed, and historically, Anchang city had always occupied a prosperous location. Had it not been for the sudden revival of deities and the rampage of beasts, the Yinhua Empire would still be flourishing, and Anchang city's status might rival that of present-day Yinhua city. Thus, Anchang city has always been an expansive metropolis. Amidst this grand bronze city, the four of them felt like mere specks of dust, easily diluted even in the vast ocean. After a moment of contemplation, and Changjin voiced his speculation. In terms of ancient urban construction, the primary function should still revolve around political governance. Therefore, the heart of this city should be where the local government is situated. From my vantage point above, I discern that this street is the most grandly constructed, likely serving as the main thoroughfare of the city. Let us proceed along this main street towards the city lord's mansion. Perhaps there we may uncover the true nature of this tomb. Since there are no better alternatives, we might as well heed in Ji's counsel, Luo Baiyue, a man of action, declared decisively after hearing and Changjin's thorough and rational analysis. I have no objections, agreed Luo Baiyue, finding the plan reasonable. I'll follow Sister Baiyue, Xiaoyun meekly stated, lacking any authority among the group. Thus, the four proceeded along the broad main street, wide enough for 7 or 8 horse-drawn carriages to traverse, adhering to the ancient custom of revering the East. As they journeyed eastward, the myriad bronze edifices dazzled them with their brilliance. This further solidified their belief that they had stumbled upon Zhao Fuxing's tomb. The metallurgical techniques of the Bronze Age simply could not account for such craftsmanship. This place no longer hosts taverns or similar establishments, Luo Baiyue remarked, astonishment flickering in his eyes. Indeed, and Changjin quietly concurred, the market here is distinctly delineated, showcasing a typical distribution of ancient architecture. The absence of taverns indicates we have departed from the trading district. Let's forge ahead. With a grand wave of her hand, Luo Baiyue took the lead, continuing eastward. The group exchanged glances, each silent yet obediently following the lead of their formidable sister. At last, a magnificent bronze palace appeared before them, its vast courtyard and towering architecture imposing and majestic. Everything was meticulously arranged. Even the grand bronze doors were adorned with exquisite reliefs. Standing before the doors, the group felt like mere children before a titan. The construction method suggests this must be the main structure, and Changjin mused, circling the grand gates. Despite the muscular exertion, the colossal bronze doors remained immovable, standing resolutely like the mightiest fortress, impervious to attack. Let me handle this. Luo Baiyue stepped forward, placing his hands upon the bronze doors. His light brown eyes shimmered with a golden hue, and beneath his black shirt, his muscular arms swelled, causing his loose garments to cling tightly to him. The bulging veins upon his arms resembled coiled serpents, as he felt an unyielding weight pressing down upon him. The bronze gates towered at 6 meters, equivalent to 2 stories in height, and appeared to be at least 20 centimeters thick. Even the most rudimentary bronze casting would be exceedingly heavy, let alone these gates forged from the mystical, regal bronze. The weight was beyond comprehension. Luo Baiyue, currently at C rank, will be considered formidable among local guards. His strength was formidable, reaching 20,000 pounds, yet he still found himself at a loss against the immense bronze gates. Enough with the brute force. Luo Baiyue unsheathed her gleaming blade, heat radiating from it. Sister Baiyue, isn't that also brute force? Xia Ziyun quipped timidly, resembling a frightened quail. What do you know? Luo Baiyue retorted. If even Luo Baijiang's strength cannot budge it, then it is clear that sheer strength is insufficient. There is a high likelihood that we have overlooked something. This bronze city was constructed to a scale of 111, and it is not currently the hour for the city gates to be open. Thus, these massive bronze doors must be locked. With a delicate yet firm gesture, Luo Baiyue's slender hand brushed against Luo Baijiang, dismissing him as one would shoo away a chick. She then inserted her reddened blade into the crevice of the bronze door, applying pressure downwards. Sure enough, she soon encountered resistance. However, this resistance posed little challenge to Luo Baiyue. Her divine blood surged within her, the searing flames not spreading outward but constricting around the blade. Finally, as Luo Baiyue's long knife descended, a crisp sound echoed from behind the door, reminiscent of metal meeting the ground. At that moment, Luo Baijiang pushed forward with all his might, and the bronze gates creaked ominously before slowly swinging open. The resplendent bronze palace was now fully revealed before them. 12 colossal bronze pillars, intricately designed, supported the main structure of the palace, encircled by railings adorned with 12 different animals. At the very center, the floor gleamed like a mirror, shimmering with radiant brilliance, flanked by tables, with the throne perched atop all the embellishments. As their gazes shifted to the throne, their once calm pupils began to react violently, akin to a droplet of water splashing into boiling oil. There was someone seated upon the throne. Chapter 60. The bronze-armored figure. The figure upon the throne, clad in intricately designed bronze armor, exuded an aura of unmatched authority merely by sitting. The exquisitely crafted ancient bright armor reflected an otherworldly light, and the metallic disc upon his chest gleamed resplendently. A 4-foot-long bronze sword rested beside him, as he appeared to be a sovereign from the heavens or a general emerging from the carnage of the battlefield. Beneath the throne lay a mountain of stacked white bones. The sole peculiarity lay with the figure seated upon the bronze throne, seemingly shrouded in an air of secrecy, entirely enveloped in gleaming bronze. The mask and helmet were fused together, while powerful hands emanated a metallic sheen. Was this being alive or dead? Luo Baijiang's voice quivered with uncertainty. Perhaps we should depart. The younger and less mature Xia Ziyun timidly concealed herself behind the graceful form of Luo Baiyue. Only in Changjin, summoning courage, stepped forward. Advancing a few paces into the assembly hall, where the mirror-like bronze floor reflected his elongated silhouette. With hands clasped in a gesture of respect, and Changjin bowed deeply. Addressing the figure with deference, I inadvertently intrude upon your repose, esteemed elder. Might I inquire as to your identity? In response to Changjin's inquiry, a profound silence enveloped the room, an extended stillness wherein all present held their breath, eagerly anticipating a reply from the imposing figure upon the bronze throne. Just as Changjin was on the verge of straightening up, a voice, aged yet commanding, finally resonated. You have stumbled into another's tomb by mere happenstance? And Changjin maintained his composure, lowering his head further, his tone increasingly respectful. I assure you, esteemed elder, my intentions are pure. This place is indeed unusual and may have repercussions for the city below. I have been dispatched to investigate. You are filled with trepidation. The figure on the bronze throne observed, his tone remaining calm, though his raspy voice resembled the rough texture of tree bark, sending shivers down one's spine. A single bead of sweat, the size of a pea, slipped from Changjin's porcelain-like visage, splattering against the polished bronze floor with a sharp crack, scattering into countless minuscule droplets. Suppressing his inner fear, Changjin maintained a steady tone, acknowledging the formidable presence of the elder before him. Naturally, I am somewhat flustered in the presence of such an exalted being. Indeed, you possess the gift of eloquence, the figure on the bronze throne remarked. his tone indifferent yet tinged with praise. "Your words flatter me." Rising slowly from his seat, the bronze-clad figure's armor creaked ominously, the polished surface gleaming under an unseen light. He was a towering figure, approximately 2 meters 45 centimeters in height. In the grand assembly hall, intricately carved bronze pillars depicted dragons soaring through the clouds, casting a regal, imposing gaze upon Chongjin. Standing upon the ascending steps, the armored figure looked down upon Chongjin, who bowed respectfully. With deliberate clarity, he intoned, "It is a pity that one who trespasses upon the resting place of the dead must face dire consequences." The weight of each word bore down upon the assembly like a palpable despair. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chongjin tensed his legs, springing away like a startled rabbit. In the next moment, a colossal bronze sword plunged into the ground where he had just stood, its immense force embedding it a foot and a half deep. It appeared that negotiation was no longer an option. Without hesitation, Chongjin summoned a silver-white spear, crackling with violet arcs of electricity into his grasp. The bronze-clad figure descended the steps with a terrifying aura, as if a tempest of unimaginable ferocity had been unleashed. The bronze palace resonated with a low hum, as if heralding the coronation of a king. "Charge!" Upon realizing the discussions had collapsed, Luo Baiyue wasted no time. Brandishing her long sword and surging forward, flames roaring like the hues of sunset. A conflagration erupted before Chongjin, engulfing the space in a sea of fire, hurtling toward the bronze-clad figure. Xiaoxian, wielding a dagger, flowed into the shadows like a pool of water, akin to a leopard poised in the treetops, ready to strike. The raging inferno crashed against the bronze figure, yet it did not deter his advance. He strode forth unfazed, approaching the site where the colossal sword had been embedded. The sword, measuring 4 feet in length and 5 fingers in width, was indeed a true giant among swords. The armored figure gripped the sword with both hands, yanking it free with a resounding clang, the blade glinting ominously in the light. Lifting it high, he brought it down with tremendous force, as if cleaving the very air itself, and in an instant, it was upon Luo Baiyue. A sharp metallic clash reverberated throughout the grand bronze hall as a slender axe emerged from the side, deflecting the trajectory of the bronze sword at a critical moment. Luo Baiyue, with an expression of indifference, wielded the axe, his muscles taut, his once fair skin now streaked with hints of gold. His eyes had transformed, losing their original hazel hue. "Esteemed elder, I beg your pardon for any offense." Though his words were polite, Luo Baiyue's actions were swift and decisive, swinging the axe with formidable strength, forcing the bronze-clad figure to retreat step by step. And Chongjin, brandishing his spear, became a lilac-hued specter, the sound of thunder crackling through the hall in a continuous echo. Each thrust targeted the joints of the bronze figure's armor, unleashing the wrath of thunder like an enraged dragon. Luo Baiyue wasted no time. Her blade began to twist, the crimson flames gradually darkening. Finally, a long sword forged entirely of black-red flames materialized, the searing heat causing the temperature within the bronze palace to soar. While Chongjin and Luo Baiyue engaged the bronze figure, Luo Baiyue seized an opportunity to strike, landing a blow that marred the previously immaculate armor for the first time. A grotesque, blackened scar marred the surface of what was once a mirror-like sheen, and upon witnessing the damage to his cherished armor, the bronze figure's voice resonated with fury, akin to the relentless tolling of a great bell. "You shall all perish. Perhaps you should speak less." Taking advantage of the bronze figure's moment of speech, Chongjin released his spear, enveloping it in a tempest of lightning. The lilac arcs coiled around the spear, ultimately transforming it into a furious dragon of thunder that struck the bronze figure's helmet. The mask proved inadequate protection, shattering upon impact, scattering fragments like rain from the sky. In that moment, the true visage of the bronze figure was unveiled, halting the mutual assault for a brief instant. Luo Baiyue, incredulous, touched her face, unable to believe her eyes. "Is this real?" Chapter 61. A half-broken bronze face. Beneath the bronze mask lay a human visage, though the edges had succumbed to corrosion. The face gradually morphed into bronze, with sharp features exuding a decisive aura of lethality, a piercing gaze imbued with authority. This face unmistakably belonged to Zhao Fuxing. It was no wonder the group remained transfixed. Zhao Fuxing had been dead for countless years. Everyone had assumed that the bronze-clad figure was merely a guardian conjured by Zhao Fuxing through some arcane spirit. Who could have anticipated that the very being who had vigilantly watched over this tomb was, in fact, its master? As the shattered mask lay in ruins, the bronze figure, seemingly averse to the light, swiftly shielded his face with a hand glimmering with metallic luster. In the next instant, another bronze mask appeared, devoid of features save for 2 holes for sight. You should not gaze upon my face, just as you ought not to know that I yet live. You live? Luo Baiyue's astonishment quickly morphed into disdain. Zhao Fuxing has been dead for 423 years. By what right do you claim to be him? Do I still need to provide proof of my identity? Of course. Luo Baiyue replied with an air of inevitability. Otherwise, why would the state issue you a birth certificate? At this moment, no one dared to instigate a war lightly. Despite the combined efforts of Luo Baiyue and Chongjing and Luo Baiyue, they were unable to make a significant impact on the bronze-armored figure. Even the adept assassin Xiaozian would find her efforts futile, for the heavy bronze armor absorbed the majority of the damage. Were it not for the presence of Luo Baiyue, a premier human shield, Luo Baiyue and Chongjing would have long since fled. With a silver tongue, Zhao Fuxing brandished his longsword, summoning gusts of wind with each swing. The terrifying force temporarily subdued Luo Baiyue, while the bronze pillars of the palace began to stir as the bronze dragon atop them came to life. As it broke free from the third circle, the dragon lunged menacingly at Luo Baiyue and Chongjing. Hidden in the shadows, Xiaozian gripped her dagger tightly, contemplating a strike to relieve her companion's pressure. Yet she understood her role as an assassin was to wait for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Thus, she remained concealed in the darkness, silently observing the trio's plight. Each swing of the bronze-armored figure's sword resonated with overwhelming force, capable of shattering all in its path. Even Luo Baiyue, known for his strength, dared not confront it head-on. And Chongjing's condition was even more precarious. The palace itself was forged of metal, and as a lightning elemental, his attacks also posed a threat to his allies. He refrained from unleashing his full potential, aware that despite their enhanced physical prowess from divine blood, they could not endure the relentless surge of high-voltage electricity for long. He had to restrain himself, only daring to use his powers when striking the bronze-armored figure. The relentless assault of the bronze dragon forced Chongjing to remain on the defensive, leaving him little time to counterattack. As the situation grew increasingly dire, a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in Luo Baiyue's phoenix-like eyes, her divine blood surging. The blackened, twisted blade cleaved through the air, radiating a searing heat compressed into a singular line. The imposing bronze dragon, relying on its massive form to overpower its foes, absorbed incoming attacks with its thick bronze scales. However, the sheer force behind Luo Baiyue's strike sent the scales flying, nearly tearing the dragon asunder. Instinctively sans signe danger, the bronze dragon recoiled, relinquishing its relentless assault on Luo Baiyue. In that fleeting moment, she retrieved a Colt Python revolver from her spatial ring. This formidable firearm, known for its immense destructive power, was enhanced with specially crafted, enchanted bullets, known as the Executor, designed for pure annihilation. Bang! 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 The shots rang out in succession, causing the bronze dragon to shed its scales, inflicting gaping wounds across its massive form. The dragon roared skyward, its cries reduced to the harsh screech of metal scraping against metal, before it fell helplessly onto the mirror-like ground. At that moment, Luo Baiyue's arm trembled slightly. Her spirit form did not prioritize physical enhancement, and the recoil from the Executor bullets was daunting. Yet, there was no time for respite. Steadying her breath, she aimed the dark muzzle of her weapon at the bronze-armored figure that was suppressing Luo Baiyue. 2 deafening gunshots rang out, and her arm went numb, rendering her unable to maintain her grip on the Colt Python. Faced with the overwhelming force of the shots, The bronze-armored figure had no choice but to evade. In the midst of this evasion, Xiaoxian surged forth from the shadows, her dagger poised to strike at the vulnerable point behind the armored figure's neck. Regardless of the creature's might, control ultimately hinges on the spinal cord's connection to the nervous system. A severed spinal cord would render even the most formidable of beings powerless. Xiaoxian's strike was a culmination of countless preparations, her dagger as sharp as a serpent's fawn. With laser-like focus, she executed her plan flawlessly, slicing through the bronze-armored figure's spinal column. Deprived of its neural control center, the armored figure collapsed to the ground, yet it still clutched its massive sword, struggling to maintain its stance. "Well done, Ziyun," Luo Baiyue sighed in relief, casting a quick glance at her trembling arm before swiftly looking away. "Then hurry and help me." And Chongjing, who had been relentlessly pressured by the bronze dragon, called out for assistance. He felt the most constrained. If he unleashed his full power, the bronze dragon would be unable to counter him. Unfortunately, the conductive nature of the metallic ground prevented him from doing so. "Here I come." Luo Baijue's method of support was both simple and brutal. Unable to charge in, he seized the bronze dragon's tail with both hands, channeling his strength to hurl the creature away. "Wow, such brutality?" And Chongjing remarked, unable to suppress his amusement at the violent spectacle. The bronze dragon was sent crashing into the bronze-armored figure, the two constructs colliding like children seeking solace in one another. Suddenly, an unexpected twist occurred as the bronze dragon opened its mouth, and a diminutive bronze dragon emerged from within. With elongated, sharp claws, it furiously grasped the bronze-armored figure, tearing through its heavy armor with ease. The small bronze dragon then burrowed into the armored figure. Chapter 62. The Bronze Dragon Man. The armored figure, once kneeling with the support of its bronze sword, seemed to gain a semblance of life as it stood new. The body of the bronze dragon began to merge with it. The armored figure's form grew increasingly volatile, its anatomy shifting from human-like to more reptilian traits. Its stout hind legs transformed, while its bronze hands morphed into razor-sharp claws. The armor itself began to mutate, transitioning from a gleaming surface to a protective layer of scales. The previously featureless bronze mask elongated, and the observation holes morphed into fierce, dragon-like eyes. Long, spiraled horns sprouted from its helmet. With a mighty roar, the newly transformed creature donned thick bronze dragon scales, its once human form now twisted beyond recognition. The hands, now elongated, bore lethal claws, while the bronze mask resembled a dragon's visage, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. The observation holes had transformed into piercing dragon eyes, radiating a chilling azure glow. At this juncture, the bronze-armored figure could no longer be referred to as merely an armored being. It had transcended into a hybrid of man and dragon, embodying the essence of a bronze dragon man. The entire process unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Before anyone could even react, the armored figure had completed its transformation. Could it possibly merge? A transformer, perhaps? Luo Baijue's incisive sarcasm always seemed to arrive at the most critical moments. Xiaoxian once more adeptly melted into the shadows, preparing to execute her deadly ambush once again. Yet, it was evident that the bronze dragon man had no intention of granting her this opportunity. With a powerful slap of its fan-like claws against the ground, the entire bronze palace seemed to respond to the king's summons, shaking violently. A resounding wave of sound rolled forth, akin to the relentless roar of crashing waves. Xiaoxian stumbled from the darkness, her doll-like face ashen, her slender, frail body trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, this foe would not be easily subdued. Baifeng had already lost an arm, and Ziyun's condition was far from optimal, with my ethereal spirit also unavailable. Even facing such dire circumstances, and Chongjing forcefully steadied his mind, calmly analyzing the situation. "Baijiang, you and I will hold the rear. Baifeng, you take Ziyun and retreat first." At this point, Luo Baiyue had no time for melodramatic farewells. No one wished to abandon the others only to perish together in this place. As long as these two burdens could escape, Luo Baiyue and Chongjing could act without restraint, ultimately finding a chance to flee. Luo Baiyue swiftly approached the still trembling Xiaozun, placing her arm upon her elegant, swan-like neck. The two began their withdrawal. However, the bronze dragon man was not amenable to such a retreat. It propelled itself backward, transforming into a fleeting bronze apparition, swiftly darting past Chongjin and Luo Baiyue. Extending its elongated, sharp claws, its ferocious gaze seemed intent on tearing the two asunder. With no other choice, Luo Baiyue reluctantly released her uninjured hand, allowing Xiaoyun to tumble to the ground, and turned to strike back with her sword. A slender shadow shot forth, only to be violently repelled, as Luo Baiyue was impaled against a bronze pillar by the immense force. A metallic taste flooded her mouth, and she could no longer suppress the crimson blood that spilled forth. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyun's pupils dilated, her divine blood surging within her, momentarily quelling her trembling form. The dagger reappeared in her hand, shadows swirling as she aimed a fierce strike at the bronze dragon man's neck. This blow channeled all of Xiaoyun's strength. The dagger, engulfed in shadow, transformed instantaneously into a massive longsword. A powerful aura erupted forth, even drawing a flicker of astonishment from Luo Baijiang's otherwise stoic face. Alas, such a formidable attack proved utterly feeble against the bronze dragon man, whose form twisted, rendering the dagger's thrust into its shoulder almost ineffective. In response, the bronze dragon man swatted Xiaoyun away, sending her flying like a leaf caught in the wind, landing softly beside Luo Baiyue. Her apricot blossom eyes dimmed, she uttered, "Sister Baiyue, I try my best." Just then, Luo Baiyue launched a fierce assault, his arm bulging with veins as he gritted his teeth and brought his axe down with ferocity. The bronze dragon man merely extended a hand to seize Luo Baijiang's weapon, casting it aside before plunging a claw into his body. With a dismissive flick, it discarded him like refuse, leaving gaping wounds that flowed with crimson life. In the next moment, the bronze dragon man lunged at Chongjin, sending him hurtling away with a single punch. Now, within the bronze palace, only the bronze dragon man stood, while Luo Baiyue and Xiaoyun huddled beneath the towering bronze pillar. Luo Baiyue, clad in white, was now drenched in blood. His once serene gaze ignited with fury, and Chongjin was no better off. His right arm hung limply, likely broken, as he leaned against his spear, barely maintaining a half-kneeling position. The imposing bronze dragon man loomed like an emperor, while the small group resembled mere ineffectual rebels. In that moment, the bronze dragon man, with its elongated claws, gripped the bronze greatsword embedded in the ground. Raising the sword overhead, a fierce glint ignited in its azure eyes as it approached Luo Baiyue with deliberate intent. "It is this insufferable woman to blame. Had it not been for her, I would not have needed to manifest such a formidable form." The bronze greatsword was brandished with a force capable of cleaving mountains, descending with devastating might. Luo Baijiang's muscles tensed, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Xiaoyun summoned an unexpected surge of strength, forcefully pushing Luo Baiyue aside, just in time. The bronze greatsword embedded itself 2 feet into the ground, and it was only Xiaoyun's critical intervention that spared Luo Baiyue from a tragic fate. "Do you truly wish to die?" The bronze dragon man's gaze, devoid of emotion, settled upon Xiaoyun's unremarkable figure. "I will eliminate this troublesome pest before dealing with you." With that, the bronze dragon man yanked the greatsword free, the metallic sound echoing ominously. Once more it raised the sword. Yet Xiaoyun found herself devoid of the strength to push Luo Baiyue away again. Blood gushed from beneath Luo Baiyue, his once handsome countenance now marred by crimson. And Chongjin struggled repeatedly to rise, but ultimately slumped to the ground, completely incapable of maintaining even a kneeling posture. The bronze greatsword descended like a rampaging dragon, its weight akin to a mountain, crashing down with the force of an ancient guillotine. Chapter 63. Oh, I sincerely apologize. The temperature within the bronze palace plummeted abruptly, as an icy frost dragon roared through the main entrance. Its resplendent ice-blue form shimmered with a gentle glow. The frost dragon swept in, accompanied by a fierce wind. Before the bronze dragon man could react, it was seized in the dragon's maw, its colossal frame thrust back onto the throne, faced with such overwhelming force. The bronze dragon man's resistance was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly futile. As the frost dragon dissipated, the truth of its form became clear. A sword, a blade as pristine as freshly fallen snow. The bronze dragon man's immense body was pierced through, the slender blade embedding itself entirely, pinning the once mighty creature to the throne. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed, and Luo Baiyue strained to turn her head. The owner of the footsteps emerged from the indistinct glow, her tall, slender figure barely distinguishable from the light itself. As she drew nearer, a delicate, youthful face emerged, revealing exquisite features. Little sister. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Luo Baiyue's heart soared with joy, her phoenix eyes brimming with delight. Let us discuss matters later. Luo Baiyue swiftly ascended to the bronze throne. The bronze dragon man still clung to life. After all, it was the lingering spirit of the renowned General Zhao Fuxing, not one to concede easily. The bronze dragon man's rugged claws grasped the sword's hilt, and as it exerted force, the bronze scales of its skin stretched and flexed like muscle. You are merely a C rank. It would be wise to abandon any thoughts of challenging me. Luo Baiyue's delicate hand rested on the bronze dragon man's jagged exterior. An ancient, glacial chill poured forth from her seemingly fragile fingers, flooding into the vast body of the bronze dragon man. The bronze dragon man had just released his claws, preparing to launch an attack on Luo Baiyue. But before he could strike, his body gradually stiffened, rendering him immobile. At that moment, Luo Baiyue, lying on the ground, noticed that he was being cast under a towering shadow. Before he could raise his head, a faint voice emanated from above. Open your mouth. Struggling, Luo Baiyue lifted his gaze to the source of the voice. It was a tall young man, whose demeanor was as gentle as the spring breeze of March, exuding the refined grace of a gentleman. His skin was as smooth as that of a well-cared-for woman, albeit lacking in color, which lent him a pallid yet haunting beauty. Between his slender, onion-white fingers, he held a test tube filled with a pale blue liquid, the A3 agent. Gao Yunjing furrowed his brow. Given his current identity, it was indeed inappropriate to eliminate this bothersome individual in public. Not only could he not kill him, but he also had to save him. What a nuisance. If you refuse to open your mouth, it seems you don't require it. I do, Luo Baiyue exclaimed in a fluster, though his physical prowess was formidable. The claws of the bronze dragon man had already pierced through his arms. He currently lacked the strength to stand independently. Yet the A3 skill was his most urgent need to regain his footing. Seeing Luo Baiyue open his mouth, Gao Yunjing wasted no time. He twisted open the vial and, looking down from his elevation, poured the agent as if he were watering a plant. The azure liquid cascaded down like a delicate waterfall, and Luo Baiyue did his utmost to widen his mouth to receive the substance. Observing this scene, Xiaozian wore a peculiar expression and subtly inched closer to Luo Baiyue, whispering, Sister Baiyue, why do I feel as though this person is targeting Luo Baiyue? Isn't it obvious? Luo Baiyue replied. Which family administers potions in such a manner? The potion was soon depleted, and at that moment, Gao Yunjing applied pressure with his fingers. The shell of the A3 agent was not particularly sturdy. It promptly shattered, and the sharp fragments mingled with the remaining liquid, flowing into Luo Baiyue's mouth. Cough, cough, cough. His arms had already healed, and he immediately propped himself up to expel the potion he had ingested. Oh, I apologize for not controlling the force and breaking the vial. I trust you won't mind. Gao Yunjing's tone, ostensibly full of concern, was laced with icy sarcasm. It's nothing. Luo Baiyue finally lifted his head to glance at Gao Yunjing, whose eyes, calm in the presence of others, now seemed to harbor a lurking wolf within. Yunjing, it's in your hands, interrupted Luo Baiyue's voice from the bronze throne, breaking the tense standoff between the two. All right. Gao Yunjing's gaze shifted from Luo Baiyue as he drew a Glock pistol from behind his waist, aiming it at the bronze dragon man nailed to the throne. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, each bullet melting as it exited the chamber. The roaring flames resembled an enraged serpent, biting into the bronze dragon man. To avoid drawing attention, Gao Yunjing had swapped the bullets in his gun for those specially made by Luo Baiyue. While their power was no match for the Flame Dan, they were sufficient to eliminate a severely injured bronze dragon man. The flames clashed against the metal, creating explosive sounds as the extreme temperatures obliterated the already fragile metallic structure. Before the bronze dragon man could be fully incinerated, he shattered into countless pieces, a cascade of fiery bronze shards tumbling from the throne. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable force surged within him, akin to the ferocity of a wild beast, the will of Zhao Fuxing, the renowned general, feared in life, left behind an indomitable will in death. Gao Yunjing understood that while the bestowal and seizure could suppress the will, such forceful restraint would only wear it down. Lowering his voice, he urged, "Follow me, and you can fulfill the unaccomplished desires of your past life. I promise that if you come with me, I will lead you in slaying gods. What purpose does guarding this meaningless bronze city serve? Why not take your power and do something far more audacious?" Gao Yunjing's words pierced the heart of the resisting will like a dagger, causing it to hesitate amidst its struggle. Sensing a glimmer of hope that verbal persuasion might sway the will, he pressed on, "Your resistance is futile. It would be better to comply and come with me. I know you retain fragments of his consciousness. Do you not wish to see the world outside?" The will ceased its struggle. The sound of metal grinding echoed in its mind. "It seems you are unable to utilize my power. How troublesome." A booming voice suddenly resonated, revealing the omnipotent presence of the world will over the soul. "Who are you?" The will's voice trembled with fear. "Silence." Gao Yunjing's sharp command interrupted their dialogue, declaring resolutely, "A friend of mine possesses a talent that aligns with you. If you agree, you shall follow me. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to forcibly extinguish your will. Choose wisely." After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the will, under the scrutinizing gaze of the world's will, finally relented. "I agree." Chapter 64. Why does my head feel so bright? Are you insane, Gao Yunjing? You would willingly surrender to the divine power? What then is the use of this ethereal spirit? The world will scold it in exasperation. Am I not a madman? Gao Yunjing retorted coldly. And do not assume the intense reaction of bestowal and seizure escapes my notice. We are partners. Do not interfere with my decisions. Let me act as I see fit while you remain in slumber. His tone was frigid, reminiscent of a severe winter that transported listeners to the desolate extremes of the north. The world will ultimately had no words left to say. Or perhaps there was nothing it could say. Gao Yunjing was a reborn individual, a true prophet, rendering any argument futile. Once more, the world will succumb to slumber. Finally, Gao Yunjing could redirect his attention to the battered figures within the bronze palace. While he was lost in thought and conversing with the two consciousnesses, Luo Baiyue had attentively administered the A3 agent to the others, excluding Luo Baiyue, who had already consumed his share. Their grievous injuries healed rapidly, with gaping wounds visibly stitching themselves together. Unlike Luo Baijue's fierce gaze, the others regarded Gao Yunjing with a friendlier demeanor. "Oh, sister, is this your betrothed who has been lost to the world?" Luo Baifeng's dazzling Danfeng eyes flitted over Gao Yunjing, noting he resembles a little puppy. "Hello, sister," Gao Yunjing replied, his handsome face radiating a bashful smile as he greeted her politely. Luo Baifeng felt her heart melt at the sight, turning to Luo Baiyue. "Do you think our family could arrange a fiancé for me as well?" "Of course, they have," Xiaoziun chimed in cheerfully, wrapping her arms around Luo Baifeng's delicate elbow. "Weren't you just on a blind date before we came? Oh, you little rascal. How dare you tease me?" Luo Baifeng playfully swatted Xiaoziun's chubby cheeks with her fair hand. Watching this harmonious scene unfold, Luo Baiyue couldn't help but smile gently, but suddenly. She felt a searing gaze upon her. It was not the fervent look of Luo Baiyue, whose eyes burned with a morbid desire, as if intent on incinerating everything in sight. Rather, this gaze, seemingly fiery, was as tranquil as still water, yet flowed relentlessly like a mighty river. Luo Baiyue lifted her gaze, only to discover that the owner of that piercing stare wore no smile. In the familiar warmth of playful banter between Luo Baifeng and Xiaoziun, even the usually somber and brooding Luo Baijiang would occasionally allow a faint smile to escape him. Yet, the one who bore that gaze remained entirely expressionless, as if the gentle harmony surrounding him held no allure whatsoever. We should leave. The last high-speed train to Yinhua City, train 740, departs tonight. Understood. Luo Baiyue skipped eagerly, bounding over to embrace Gao Yunjing, completely ignoring the astonished expressions of those behind her as she urged, "Let us go. Let us go." It was only after the two intertwined figures had departed from the Bronze Palace that Xiaoziun, somewhat belatedly, pinched Luo Baifeng's plump thigh. Luo Baifeng yelped in pain, swatting away Xiaoziun's mischievous hand, her voice laced with irritation. "What was that for?" "Nothing," Xiaoziun replied nonchalantly. "I just wanted to see if that scene was a mere illusion." "Did you think it was an illusion? If it hurts, then it must be an illusion, right?" Luo Baifeng teased, stretching Xiaoziun's slightly chubby cheeks. "You're still quite young, yet so devious. But is that really the issue?" And Changjin's gaze pierced through the Bronze Palace, fixated on Gao Yunjing's tall silhouette. His voice was steady yet hoarse. "I recall Baiyue has some aversion to men, doesn't she? Moreover, this sudden arrival seems to possess considerable strength. D-class, on the verge of breaking into C-class. Likely within the next few days," Luo Baijiang interjected, breaking his silence. And Changjin stroked his chin, methodically analyzing impressive strength. "He is probably among the top 36 in the sequence, just like you and I. Moreover, it seems he has had contact with Baiyue for quite some time. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why she, who usually despises men, would be so close to him." And Changjin's complex expression swept across the group. How many individuals like him could possibly exist in the Yinhua Empire? A top 36 spirit that has gone unnoticed? What do you mean? Luo Baifeng began to realize the peculiarities intertwined within this situation, following in Changjin's line of thought. Candidates for the divine slayers, secretly nurtured by the upper echelons of the state. Luo Baijiang's tone was markedly different from the others. It was decidedly assertive. "Indeed. And Changjin's side, aside from the higher authorities, I cannot fathom who else possesses such capability. However, if he is a talent cultivated in secrecy, why would he suddenly reveal himself? And why such a close relationship with Baiyue? There's another detail. I don't know if you all noticed," he continued. "Just now, while Baifeng and Ziyun were playing, everyone laughed except for this sudden arrival. Did you observe his gaze? It was as still as a stagnant pond, devoid of the enthusiasm typical of someone his age." "Enough." Luo Baifeng suppressed her inner doubts, interrupting in Changjin's conjectures. "If there were any issues, Baiyue would inform us. There's no need to speculate here." And Changjin fell silent, refraining from further deductions as he sheathed his spear into a spatial ring and slowly exited the Bronze Palace. Luo Baijiang also chose silence. Perhaps he was more adept at it. He hastened a few steps to catch up with Changjin, walking side by side. Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue walked side by side along the snack street. The high-speed train was indeed train 740, but the current time was still a tangible 5:20. Regardless of others' thoughts, Gao Yunjing could no longer contain himself. They had not even sipped a drop of water since the divine blood transition last night. Indeed, while the body, rejuvenated by the divine blood, was remarkably resistant to hunger, being merely resistant did not equate to being unhungry. Gao Yunjing's hand were laden with a plethora of snacks: grilled cold noodles, fried skewers, hand-grabbed pancakes, and stinky tofu. Meanwhile, Luo Baiyue held onto a skewer of Odin, feeding Gao Yunjing while also indulging herself, the two sharing bites in harmonious enjoyment. The onlookers behind them silently observed the scene. Xiaoziun touched her own head. "Sister Baifeng, why do I feel like my head is so shiny? Do you even need to feel it?" Luo Baifeng sighed, pressing her palm to her forehead. "I suspect that Luo Baiyue's outing has led to her being possessed." Chapter 65. You prefer women. "So, who exactly is this person?" And Changjin inquired. "Haven't I already mentioned?" Luo Baifeng remarked, casting a sour glance at the affectionate couple. "They are betrothed since childhood." "My sister has a fiancé?" Luo Baiyue could no longer maintain his characteristic silence, and his voice trembled with disbelief. In the bustling snack street, curious glances were cast toward the handsome youth, their expressions revealing confusion. How could the younger brother be so oblivious to his sister's circumstances? Yet, Luo Baiyue seemed entirely unaware of this, his gaze dark and foreboding, akin to a wolf lurking in a wilderness. She has a fiancé. Why was I not informed? Keep your voice down. Luo Baiyue's disregard for the stares of passers-by did not extend to Luo Baiyue. Even the elders are unaware of how she learned this. What gives you the right to know? No one has ever mentioned such a thing. It would be strange if you knew. How could this be possible? Luo Baiyue's clenched fists trembled, the veins on his arms bulging alarmingly, as though they might burst through his skin at any moment. Actually, this is rather good. And Changjin comforted, patting Luo Baiyue's shoulder. At the very least, Baiyue will have a place to belong, even if she despises men. No, this is not good. Luo Baiyue shrugged off Changjin's hand, his voice rising in a near-hysterical roar, akin to a cornered beast in despair. At this point, the entire snack street could hardly ignore their commotion. Observing the crowd pointing fingers, murmurs, and the incredulous stares, Luo Baiyue finally recognized that he had lost his composure. Frantically waving his hands, he clarified, "No, that is not what I meant. It's just that this guy has an unclear identity. Who could trust him with my sister?" Unclear identity? Luo Baiyue scoffed, a derisive laugh escaping her lips as she handed her phone to Luo Baiyue. "Take a look for yourself." Luo Baiyue's complexion paled as he accepted the phone, his body trembling as if jolted by electricity. And Changjin, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in closer. "Let me see." The grandson of Gao Changong from the Yinhua Empire. And Changjin's gaze seemed to be affixed to the screen, every movement a tremendous effort as disbelief washed over him. He is the grandson of Shoubei Hanfeng? Otherwise, who else could be so closely tied to Luo Baiyue since childhood? Luo Baiyue retorted, snatching the phone back from Luo Baiyue's hands. "Do you think just anyone could be betrothed to her?" At this moment, Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue were already enjoying their food and drinks, having moved ahead along the snack street, while the reactions of those behind them were evident to the couple's keen senses. However, they chose to disregard the commotion, reveling in each other's company like any ordinary couple. Let us go, let us go. Hot pot time." Upon spotting a hot pot restaurant, Luo Baiyue eagerly tugged at Gao Yunjing, rushing into the establishment. Once seated, Luo Baiyue dashed to the condiment station, exclaiming, "You order the dishes. I'll prepare the dipping sauce." "That girl," Gao Yunjing mused, watching Luo Baiyue flit about like a swallow in the rain, and he shook his head helplessly. He picked up his phone to scan the QR code beside the table, beginning to place their orders. As Gao Yunjing immersed himself in the task of ordering, a delicate fragrance wafted toward him. "I find myself quite curious about the capabilities of your little puppy, which can so captivate someone as disdainful of men as Luo Baiyue." It is Luo Baiyue. Luo Baiyue did not err in stating that Luo Baiyue surpasses her in both figure and beauty. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes resemble pools of autumn water, revealing both the innocence of a young girl and an alluring charm. Her long, snow-white thighs are perfectly proportioned and gracefully straight, a sight that could be likened to a work of art. In just a brief moment, her presence has caused the male patrons of the hot pot restaurant to glance back repeatedly. The alluring hint of her fair skin is enough to leave countless men spellbound. However, to Gao Yunjing, all of this appears as a perilous temptation. A mere glance could lead to the loss of his beloved wife. Fortunately, having encountered this earthly goddess several times in his past life, he has developed a fundamental resistance to her allure. With unwavering focus, he browses the menu on his phone, occasionally selecting dishes that Luo Baiyue desires, and replies casually, "Perhaps it's love at first sight." "Love at first sight, my foot," Luo Baiyue scoffed, her arms crossed and her left leg perched atop her right. The notion of love at first sight is one she finds utterly incredulous. Countless men have approached her, flowers in hand, feigning deep affection with declarations such as "a glance spans a millennium," and to behold Luo Baiyue is to ruin one's life. Little do they realize, The feigned passion in their eyes is quickly consumed by an insatiable desire. What is this so-called love at first sight, if not mere lust? Seemingly reading her thoughts, Gao Yunjing cast a sidelong glance at her and stated in a flat tone, then that would simply be lust. Luo Baiyue supported her exquisitely beautiful face with her hand, tilting her head with a radiant smile, her red lips parting to release a fragrant breath. What if I too wish to indulge in lust? Gao Yunjing halted his ordering, shutting his phone and resting his head against the back of the chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. His tone remained as calm as still water. Devoid of any detectable emotions, there's no need to test me. You prefer women. Luo Baiyue's brows momentarily furrowed before she smiled again, her expression blooming like a field of roses, indescribably beautiful. What if I find you quite appealing and choose to prefer men? Then I can't congratulate my girlfriend for having a cousin with a normal sexual orientation. As Gao Yunjing remained impervious to her advances, Luo Baiyue decided to abandon her probing. By the way, why have I never heard of someone like you? Just an unknown person. How could you possibly have heard of me? TCH, Luo Baiyue snorted disdainfully. Fine. I shan't disturb your little world. Just as Luo Baiyue stood to leave, Luo Baiyue returned in a flurry, carrying 2 plates of dipping sauce. Without hesitation, she leapt into Gao Yunjing's embrace, their faces pressed closely together. My cousin is quite beautiful, isn't she? Upon hearing this, Gao Yunjing could not help but realize that the ancient vinegar jar was being stirred once more. With a hint of resignation, he ruffled the young girl's hair and replied, I've seen her in my previous life. Moreover, your cousin doesn't have a preference for men. She merely came to test me. Do you really have to feel jealous about that? Do you think I care about the feelings of the things you desire? Hey, what kind of remark is that? Gao Yunjing's hand once again found its way to Luo Baiyue's delicate waist. At least I treat you well, right? Climbing onto the reward list. Ha ha ha. Dark and twisted, crawling and screaming. This worthless piece of trash can also make it onto the reward list. Ha ha ha. Chapter 66. Why don't you just kill me? All right. Luo Baiyue's sensitive waist was extremely ticklish, unable to withstand Gao Yunjing's playful torment. After resisting for a mere fraction of a second, she surrendered. I won't eat that mysterious vinegar anymore. Not at all. Spare me, hero, spare me. At this moment, Luo Baiyue's already supple body melted against him like a puddle of water, as weak as a willow. Satisfied, Gao Yunjing ceased his mischievous antics, contentedly stating, Now that's more like it. While the two exchanged flirtations, Luo Baiyue, seated in the most secluded corner of the hot pot restaurant, glared at them with a dark expression. His grip on the drink bottle tightened with such force that his fingertips turned white, ultimately crushing the heavy glass bottle in his hand. The sound of shattering glass caught in Changji's attention, who teased, Heartbroken, are we? Something you consider forbidden fruit has been touched by another. Shut up, Luo Baiyue reprimanded coldly. What right do you have to speak to me? And Changjin showed no discontent at Luo Baiyue's unfriendly tone, merely placing a finger to his lips. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let them hear. Luo Baiyue instinctively glanced over. Luo Baiyue and Xiaoyun had different tastes and preferred to sit at a table closer to Luo Baiyue. What is there to say about your perverse infatuation with children? Ha! Despite Luo Baiyue's biting words, and Changjin remained unfazed, responding leisurely, But I have a betrothal with her. I'll wait until she comes of age to discuss this matter. And Changjin cast a sidelong glance at the darkly twisted face of Luo Baiyue and continued, On the other hand, are different. She's your cousin. Besides, she has a fiancé. Their relationship appears rather harmonious. They can kiss and share a bed. When will you, the defeated dog, get your turn? And Changjin shook his head with a cold smile. You don't even have the right to stand outside and listen. Even though in Changjin's mocking gaze fell on Luo Baiyue, it was still layered with tables and chairs. You speak as if you're so accomplished. Yet you're just like me, sitting here, watching helplessly. Moreover, as for your so-called fiancé, I see it as mere internal consumption among the same sex. Do you think you'll get a chance? And Changjin's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Luo Baiyue and Xiaoyun, yet his demeanor remained composed. Internal consumption is fine by me, as long as it keeps me away from you perverts. Luo Baiyue retorted coldly, You're just a sycophant. And Changjin shot back, At least I'm not as pathetic as your sycophant. Luo Baiyue reached for a can of beer, tilting his head back to gulp it down. His throat bobbing as he drained the 500 milliliters can in one go. How can you drown your sorrows in alcohol? With your physical prowess, drinking is hardly sufficient. Just shut that foul mouth of yours. Luo Baijue's gaze was chilling. Even a glance from his deep brown eyes felt like falling into an icy abyss. I will protect what is rightfully mine in my own way. Luo Baiyue was no fool. The earlier incident had little to do with her, and she had no desire to intervene. But the relationship between this man and her was evidently extraordinary. If trouble truly arose, would she be able to remain oblivious? Luo Baiyue remained silent, merely crumpling the empty beer can into a small ball in his palm. This is mine. Luo Baiyue unapologetically snatched the shrimp paste Gao Yunjing had just fished out from the dipping sauce plate. Please don't eat it. Your twisted cousin seems to harbor quite a murderous intent toward me. Then you may as well wait for your doom. As Luo Baiyue deftly navigated the situation, she quickly sent steaming shrimp slices into her mouth. How could you treat me this way? Gao Yunjing looked at Luo Baiyue with a face full of sorrow, his expression one of deep grievance. It seems you no longer love me, does it? If you continue to cook the tripe, it will lose its flavor. Luo Baiyue's gaze remained fixed on the bubbling red oil hot pot as she deftly used her chopsticks to retrieve the scalding tripe. Let us pause the eating for a moment and discuss something serious. Finally, Gao Yunjing set aside his previous frivolity and sat upright. How do you plan to explain my identity? A sudden appearance of someone who ostensibly has only a high-risk phantom, yet possesses the strength of a forbidden phantom. What is there to explain? Luo Baiyue retorted. Gao Yunjing remained silent. Once all the ingredients had been devoured, Luo Baiyue finally set her chopsticks down. Her delicate, jelly-like lips, now smeared with the red oil, resembled a vibrant rose. Observing this scene, Gao Yunjing found himself suddenly disinterested in any serious discussions. Have you heard the term twin hearts? Twin hearts? Yes. This seemingly familiar term sparked deep contemplation in Gao Yunjing. The twin hearts Luo Baiyue referred to could not possibly mean its literal interpretation. Otherwise, there would be no need to mention it. Twin hearts signify two souls that are inherently unified, akin to soulmates if they are of the same gender. If they are of the opposite gender, those who understand will understand. In its literal sense, it denotes two individuals sharing a single heart. Just then, the dormant world will awoke, and Gao Yunjing's memories surged forth like a tsunami, awakening all recollections associated with twin hearts. He looked at Luo Baiyue in disbelief. Are you saying that we are twin hearts? Luo Baiyue's demeanor became composed as she nestled into Gao Yunjing's embrace, lowering her voice to a whisper by his ear. I only found out by chance. Do you remember that time you forcibly entered the Grand Assembly Hall of Yunhua Nation alone? I remember. A glimmer of recollection sparked in Gao Yunjing's eyes, recalling how Lin Xiaoke had been nearly beaten to death, and how the reckless use of Yudhua had incited a phantom riot. In a fit of anger, he had confronted the upper echelons of the Yunhua Empire alone, resulting in his being injured and rendered unconscious, had it not been for Bai Dan rescuing him at a critical moment. He had truly come close to death that day. Actually, you should have perished that day, but because we are twin hearts, I likely shared approximately 30% of your injuries, allowing you to survive. Then why didn't you kill me? Luo Baiyue, who had been quietly resting in Gao Yunjing's embrace, suddenly lifted her head, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at him, seemingly startled by his outrageous claim. Why would I kill you? Gao Yunjing tightened his arms around the petite girl in his hold, his eyes calm, yet concealing a tumultuous undercurrent. I said, why didn't you kill me? Is it not permissible to fall in love at first sight? Luo Baiyue furrowed her brows. Gao Yunjing, what nonsensical words are you saying? When you found me after your rebirth, I was utterly vulnerable, devoid of anything. It would have been effortless for you to kill me. Don't mention that after killing me, you couldn't handle the other gods alone. As twin hearts, if one person dies, the other inherits most of their abilities. With my powers, you could easily confront the impending gods. That doesn't sound like something you would say. In the elegantly decorated hot pot restaurant, the bubbling pot on the pure white table continued to simmer, the steam enveloping the ambience. A man and a woman embraced tightly. Yet the external world would perceive them as a loving couple, both maintaining an eerie silence. The usually loquacious Gao Yunjing remained uncharacteristically silent. All right, if we keep holding on, we'll miss the 7:40 train tonight. Luo Baiyue broke the silence first. Rising to her feet, she picked up her exquisite crossbody bag and cheerfully stated, "Let's talk more on the way back." Gao Yunjing responded softly, his attire consistently simple and unadorned. It seemed that only when he needed to assassinate a political figure or infiltrate a high society ball did he bother to dress up. Even in this rebirth, his outfit remained unchanged, a dark striped trench coat paired with impeccably polished black leather shoes. Even the Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist was a gift from Luo Baiyue. Otherwise, he would not have worn one at all. Noticing the two finally taking action, Luo Baiyue's friends, Luo Baifeng and Xiaoziun, also decided to move on. The group departed the hot pot restaurant, and in Chongjing glanced at the lengthy bill, letting out a resigned sigh before producing his unlimited black card. At this moment, Luo Baizhong's previously sinister gaze returned to normal. If he were to smile, he would appear as a youthful figure full of vigor. Regardless, I advise you to use legitimate means to deter this so-called grandson of Gao Changgong. Your previous methods have proven ineffective, Luo Baiyue warned him, her gaze firm. Understood. The two exchanged glances, their calm eyes concealing a labyrinth of intricate desires. They both scoffed simultaneously, uttering in unison, "Pervert." They then exited the hot pot restaurant. The room number is 04. Here, Gao Yunjing grasped Luo Baiyue's porcelain-like wrist, leading her towards the room marked with the numeral 04. "Wait," Luo Baifeng interrupted their movement, frowning at Luo Baiyue. "You two are living together?" Luo Baiyue's fair face flushed crimson, her head buried deep in her chest. Her voice barely a whisper. "Yes. No way." The sudden interjection came from Luo Baijiang, whose previously calm demeanor twisted into a mask of fury. The veins on his forehead pulsed rhythmically, and even in the train corridor, his thunderous heartbeat echoed. "Sister, how long have you known each other?" "Just a few months, and you're living together?" Luo Baiyue internally scoffed, thinking it had been nearly a century, while her retort was sharper. "I fell for him at first sight. Is that not allowed? Is love at first sight forbidden? Am I not allowed to be infatuated? Our marital affairs are none of your business. Is living together now an issue? I should inform you that we've been living together for quite some time." As Luo Baiyue's incisive words struck, every familiar character felt like a dagger piercing Luo Baijiang's heart, a sensation so acute it was almost painful to breathe. "Baiyue." Luo Baifeng furrowed his brows, chastising her sternly. "What are you saying? Do you hear yourself? You sound like a child." At this moment, the furious Luo Baiyue finally calmed down. Her previous words indeed seemed childish, akin to a petulant teenager. However, when faced with Luo Baijiang, her ire surged uncontrollably. In her past life, despite her tribulations, she had generally enjoyed a smooth journey, except for her encounters with Gao Yunjing. Luo Baijiang was someone she had trusted deeply, and to discover he had surrendered to the divine was intolerable. How could she endure this? Enough. Gao Yunjing's warm, resonant voice fell upon Luo Baiyue. "Why can't you control your emotions?" Gao Yunjing discerned that Luo Baiyue's emotional fluctuations were remarkably pronounced, a phenomenon entirely understandable given her past. In her previous life, she had been nurtured by the upper echelons of humanity, rendered utterly inept, an embodiment of naivete. Confronted by her cousin, who harbored sordid intentions and ultimately betrayed the divine, it was only natural that she struggled to maintain her composure. In stark contrast, Gao Yunjing had endured countless humiliations in his quest for survival. He drew the still somewhat agitated young lady behind him, boldly facing the scrutinizing gazes of Luo Baifeng and her companions. With a nonchalant smile, he remarked, "There is no need for such scrutiny, for it is futile. Should I wish to eliminate you, it would be an effortless endeavor." His tone was so devoid of emotion that it resembled idle chit-chat over a dining table, yet the final words brimmed with an unmistakable malevolence. Luo Baifeng, with her delicate alabaster hand, had already positioned it behind her waist, where a concealed Glock pistol lay. This gesture was not merely one of caution. It served as a declaration of defiance. However, such bravado held no sway over Gao Yunjing, who merely smiled and advised, "I suggest you abandon that notion. At this distance, you would perish before you could even draw your weapon." His gaze shifted to Luo Baiyue, whose countenance, typically as gentle as the spring breeze, now trembled slightly, compelled to retreat a step. That calm and temperate gaze resembled an expansive ocean, deceptively tranquil, yet concealing tumultuous undercurrents. "What are you so flustered about?" As Luo Baiyue took a step back, Gao Yunjing advanced toward him. To the onlookers, Gao Yunjing had seemingly transformed, though he appeared frail. The aura he exuded was that of a formidable emperor. "Fear not. As long as she remains by my side, I remain merely a vessel." As he spoke, he took Luo Baiyue's hand. In contrast to Gao Yunjing's demeanor, Luo Baiyue's reaction was more direct. She grasped his hand and turned, retreating to their room, leaving the others to face a pristine door. Luo Baiyue and Xiaoyun exchanged glances, but ultimately said nothing, choosing to return to their quarters together. And Changjin cast a glance at the dejected Luo Baiyue, who remained rooted in place with his head bowed deeply. This time, he dared not utter a word. With a resigned sigh and a shake of his head, he retreated to his own room. Chapter 68. Confronting Yourself Why? Luo Baiyue lifted his gaze toward the door marked with the number 04, his light brown eyes aflame with a jealousy that threatened to twist his features. His clenched fists suddenly relaxed, the fury in his gaze extinguished like a tsunami quelled by a sudden calm, and he bowed his head deeper. Aimlessly, he returned to his own room, sinking onto the pristine bed. In the bathroom mirror, he lifted his head to behold his reflection, which betrayed a troubling hint of weakness that he could not shake. He lowered his head once more. However, as if the heavens conspired against him, the faucet inexplicably turned on, filling the basin with crystal-clear water. The tranquil surface resembled a mirror, once again reflecting the image of Luo Baiyue, defeated and despondent. "What the hell do you want?" he hissed softly. The faucet was turned off, yet the water in the basin trembled, sending ripples across its surface, and a voice emerged, languid and mocking, steeped in pity and indignation. "What else?" "To make you see yourself clearly, to reveal just how lost and pitiful you truly are." Luo Baiyue offered no response, opting instead to release the water from the basin. "You cannot escape me, unless you choose to end your own life." The voice, insidious yet familiar, sounded as though it belonged to a long-lost brother, yet its words sent a chill down his spine. Luo Baiyue staggered out of the bathroom, collapsing helplessly onto the immaculate bed. "What do you truly desire?" From the shadows of the room emerged a tall figure, a face adorned with sharp brows and bright eyes, his own visage. "Must you really use my face? How can you say that?" The figure, unperturbed, produced 2 glasses and poured out a drink. The amber whiskey flowed into the crystalline goblets, and as he gazed at the concoction, he sighed. "Such a pity, no ice." He then extended one glass toward the reclining Luo Baiyue, suggesting, "If sleep eludes you, perhaps a drink will suffice." Yet Luo Baiyue did not reach for the whiskey. Instead, he fixated on the doppelganger before him. "What on earth do you intend to accomplish?" "I am here to assist you, of course." Luo Baiyue forced a smile, one that radiated warmth akin to blooming gardenias blanketing the hills. "You?" He scoffed derisively. "Your so-called assistance entails my subjugation to the divine, to become a mere lapdog. How can you claim such a thing?" Luo Baiyue frowned, his face a canvas of grievance. "I have proclaimed you a god, not a usurper of power. But I am but a human. Look at what you are, a mere shadow of humanity." Luo Baiyue stepped forward, seizing the wrist of the sprawled figure on the bed, lifting his sleeve to reveal a layer of delicate scales adorning his robust arm, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. "Get off me! Don't touch me!" Luo Baiyue thrashed, attempting to break free from the grasp, but to no avail. "Do you still refuse to accept it? You are a dragon, the exalted dragon god." As he lifted his gaze, his once light brown eyes transformed into a radiant gold, gleaming like the sun. "Look into my eyes, Luo Baiyue. Reclaim your essence. Get away." In a sudden burst of defiance, Luo Baiyue sprang up, delivering a forceful kick to his counterpart, who staggered backward from the impact. The sound of shattered glass rang through the air as the whiskey glass shattered upon the floor, and the once immaculate suit of the figure became disheveled. Yet, he did not express anger. Rather, his eyes, illuminated like flickering candles in the dark, revealed the intricate scales adorning his face. His expression twisted, morphing from benevolence into a mask of distorted hatred. What pretense are you putting on, Luo Baiyue? Do you think the lives I've taken bear no relation to you? That was not me. Luo Baiyue knelt at the edge of the bed, unleashing a hysterical scream, before collapsing in exhaustion, cradling his head in despair. We are one. What you despise, I despise. What you cherish, I cherish. The lives you yearn to extinguish are my desires as well. Yet I am not as cowardly as you. Silence. Why should I heed the words of a worthless wretch? Luo Baiyue advanced, seizing the collar of his counterpart, lifting him forcefully, their foreheads pressed together. As the golden gaze of Luo Baiyue seemed poised to pierce through the depths of his counterpart's soul. Look into my eyes. You are Secondlife, one of the supreme rulers of this world. Get away. Luo Baiyue pushed against the shoulders of Secondlife, yet his strength faltered, rendering him as fragile as a child. Fear not. Here, no one can hear your words. Speak. Reveal your innermost thoughts, and remember our former glories. The skin of Secondlife shimmered with a metallic sheen, revealing scales that lacked discernible color. He appeared regal and imposing, his tone that of a wise mentor, yet carrying the weight of an emperor's authority. I wish for you to perish. In the depths of Luo Baiyue's light brown eyes, a fierce glint erupted as he forcefully plunged his hand into Secondlife's chest. Secondlife, akin to a wind-up doll having its key removed, released his grip in disbelief, staring vacantly at Luo Baiyue, who clutched his heart. His face, once brimming with fury, now bore a fleeting smile of relief as he murmured to himself, "This is how it should be, when faced with something displeasing. One ought to eliminate it directly." Secondlife's towering form slumped against the small sofa beside the dining table, yet astonishingly, his suit remained impeccably clean, devoid of any trace of blood. Luo Baiyue knelt on the floor, gasping for breath. In the shrouded darkness, his gaze was murky, yet a faint golden hue flickered within his eyes. Kill. He seemed entranced, repeatedly muttering, "Ha!" A shrill and desolate laughter reverberated throughout the cramped room. As Secondlife's body vanished, the glimmer of gold in Luo Baiyue's eyes dissipated, and he halted his maniacal laughter. Staring blankly at the minuscule room, he observed that it remained pristine and orderly, with only the indentation of his own form on the sheets. It was as if nothing had transpired moments before. Luo Baiyue despondently leaned against the edge of the bed, his hands still as white as jade, with no sign of blood. He gazed vacantly around. Suddenly, a small skylight above the high-speed train slowly opened, and the silvery moonlight cascaded down. On the dining table, 2 glass cups were neatly arranged, filled with whiskey that resembled amber. Chapter 69. Until the hair turns white, it's quite well. The rooftops swayed in the storm. You find yourself on a solitary island. The bonfire ignited by the night's lights cast shadows of solitude and loneliness. Hey, can we change this? Luo Baiyue, nestled within Gao Yunjing's embrace, nudged him gently. All right. Gao Yunjing picked up his phone and switched the music. Moments later, warm and gentle melodies filled the air once again. They traversed through the tunnel of the tram, stepping over fallen leaves between the ties until they reached the mountain summit. I solemnly abide by my promise to you. How much do you adore this kind of music? Then let's not listen to it for now. Gao Yunjing casually turned off the music, enveloping the soft and delicate Luo Baiyue in his arms. You seem troubled. Gao Yunjing did not refute. Luo Baiyue understood him well enough, rendering any rebuttal futile. Then why not go to sleep? Luo Baiyue wriggled free from Gao Yunjing's embrace, rose from the bed, and began rummaging around the room. In no time, she indeed found a bottle of whiskey. The young girl opened the small skylight above the high-speed train and approached the dining table, pouring the whiskey into 2 glasses. With 1 glass in hand, she curled up alone in a corner of the sofa, sipping delicately. The soft moonlight gradually draped over her, and despite her curled-up form, her long legs still occupied the sofa entirely. Her youthful skin radiated a mesmerizing luster akin to jade under the moonlight, and her long, snow-white legs resembled the finest silk. "What are you staring at?" Luo Baiyue rolled her eyes. "Am I pouring my drink for a ghost? Come over and drink." Gao Yunjing responded with a hint of weariness, rising from the bed in his slippers and sitting on the sofa, taking small sips from his glass. Luo Baiyue glanced at Gao Yunjing and said, "Come on, what is bothering you? Let me share some wisdom to ease your troubles." "Just you?" Gao Yunjing chuckled, casting a bemused glance at the young girl. "I think it's best to pass. Who do you look down upon?" Luo Baiyue huffed, playfully nudging his shoulder with her delicate foot. The black silk nightgown slid smoothly off, revealing her long, porcelain-like legs. Gao Yunjing set his glass down and slumped onto the sofa, his tall frame appearing somewhat mismatched against the small piece of furniture. He closed his eyes, determined to maintain control over his emotions, regardless of how desolate he felt. "Can you?" Luo Baiyue was momentarily speechless, feeling a surge of frustration as she downed her drink, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Then you tell me. I, Luo Baiyue, have lived so long. Aside from being bested by you, when have I ever faced defeat? He is my cousin. Legally and morally, it is absolutely forbidden. Not to mention, in the end, he even sided with the dragon god, Sikong Longxiang." Gao Yunjing frowned. "In the end, we still Haven Tea found Sikong Longxiang's corpse. Who knows?" Luo Baiyue shrugged, pouring herself another glass of whiskey. "Anyway, this time, with our combined strength, there are plenty of talents in Yinhua City for you to hunt. Your power will surpass that of your previous life. In the last existence, Sikong Longxiang was no match for us. How could he possibly be a threat now?" Gao Yunjing gazed through the narrow skylight, trying to catch a glimpse of the moon. The view was too limited to discern its full form. Why the sudden melancholia? Luo Baiyue nestled back into the sofa, sipping her drink. Gao Yunjing now felt different to her. It seemed the regal aura he once possessed had faded, replaced by a sorrowful and melancholic essence that oddly complemented his scholarly visage, exuding an air of concern for the nation and its people. Despite his previous life being marked by calamity, where his actions led to the demise of many, leaving the new officials incompetent and the city in disarray. "What do you think I am?" "You?" Luo Baiyue pondered carefully before tentatively asking, "Can I speak candidly?" "Go ahead." Gao Yunjing no longer gazed at the moon, instead lying back on the sofa with his hands behind his head and his long legs raised. "I find it challenging to define what kind of person you are. From the beginning, you have left many with the impression of being exceptionally clean. You are too pristine. Your attire is predominantly dark-striped trench coats, and aside from a common space ring on your hand, you have no other adornments. Yet, you still take the time to meticulously dress for assassinations, donning a tailored suit and polished crocodile leather shoes, complemented by an exquisite Patek Philippe watch. Your persona is multifaceted, and your face is quite malleable. If not for your handsome features and scholarly demeanor, you might lack distinctiveness. Your temperament, however, is capricious. At times, you resemble an autocratic emperor, while at others, a paranoid and dark-minded lunatic. "Indeed," Gao Yunjing murmured, eyes closed. "Which one is the true me? Have you read Heinrich B. Ellel's The Laugher? Sometimes, people become too adept at disguising themselves that they forget their true selves. What do you think my previous efforts were for? Was it truly to rescue the impoverished at the bottom of society? Let us not forget that I am inherently a detached person, lacking a strong capacity for empathy." Moonlight flowed like water in the small room, as Luo Baiyue delicately sipped her drink with her fair, jade-like hands. Gao Yunjing's low voice echoed softly in the dimness, akin to a devout disciple reciting scripture. "And what do you feel?" "What do I feel?" Gao Yunjing finally opened his eyes, turning to glance at the petite figure nestled in the corner of the sofa. "I feel as though I'm searching for an excuse to live." "An excuse?" Luo Baiyue finally emerged from her hiding place, her long, fair legs gracefully approaching Gao Yunjing's side. Under the silvery glow of the moonlight, the young girl in her delicate nightgown resembled a sacred snow lotus amidst the darkness, swaying gracefully. Before Gao Yunjing could utter a word, Luo Baiyue had already draped herself over him, her light amber eyes brimming with tantalizing desire. A faint scent of alcohol clung to her, and a fleeting glance from Gao Yunjing revealed that she had nearly finished an entire bottle of whiskey by herself. Luo Baiyue, her voice was soft and tender, akin to a feeble kitten, as her delicate form nestled against him, irresistibly alluring. "What's wrong?" she inquired, cupping his face in her hands, her flushed cheeks resembling tempting red apples. "How about we live for each other? Let us bring an end to this age of deities and dismantle the corrupt societal structure of humanity. You and I, like ordinary folk, could return to the modest apartment in Xinjiang City and lead an unremarkable life as a couple until we are both gray and frail. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" A faint smile graced Gao Yunjing's lips, his deep-set eyes appearing as if a layer of frost was melting away. All right. The music that played in the background included pieces like The Lonely Island of the Dragon Clan and The Final Journey. Chapter 70, Arrival in Yunhua City. The morning light streamed through the skylight of the high-speed train, casting its glow upon the small, pristine white room. The bed was disheveled, bearing the traces of two bodies that had lain there, yet was now devoid of occupants. The silence in the room was punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of breathing. As the train wove through the mountainous forests, the sunlight began to dance around the room. On a petite sofa, two figures lay entwined. A tall man served as a cushion for a slender woman who lay atop him. They were nestled closely together, their intimacy palpable. Bright sunlight cascaded like fragments of gold upon the man's face, revealing a serene and refined visage adorned with a gentle smile. The glaring light prompted him to stir, his eyes fluttering open. Upon awakening, Gao Yunjing felt the weight of the petite girl, Luo Baiyue, who was curled up like a cat in his embrace. She slept soundly, except for her restless hand, which wandered over his shirt. Her long eyelashes cast soft shadows, and he remained silent, quietly observing the tranquil expression of Luo Baiyue as she slumbered. Eventually, her drowsiness seemed to dissipate, and she slowly opened her light amber eyes, stretching languidly like a cat. The air still held a hint of the previous night's alcohol, and Luo Baiyue delicately flared her petite nostrils, signaling a need for a bath. "You go first," she said. "All right," he replied, nodding as she rose without a hint of modesty, her nightgown in disarray, revealing ample white skin. Her enchanting, fair complexion glimmered under the sunlight, making it difficult for Gao Yunjing to tear his gaze away. Unfazed by his attention, she sauntered into the bathroom with her alluringly long legs. Once her figure was obscured, he finally felt free to move, stretching his stiff limbs and shaking off the lethargy that had accumulated overnight. In this era, the high-speed train could encounter issues at any moment. Sudden attacks from monsters or lurking assassins were commonplace. Hence, all equipment was designed for durability, inevitably impacting the quality of sleep. Gao Yunjing lay on the small sofa, with his long legs suspended in the air, only a fraction of his body able to rest comfortably. Coupled with Luo Baiyue's presence, he had endured a restless night, and it was uncertain whether he could even stand had he not undergone the divine blood baptism. Struggling to his feet, he stretched, his body emitting a series of cracking sounds, the fatigue of the previous night finally beginning to dissipate. Moments later, the sound of running water ceased, and Luo Baiyue emerged from the bathroom, her hair cascading smoothly around her. "It's your turn." He nodded, turning toward the bathroom to wash away the lingering scent of alcohol. Luo Baiyue retrieved her phone with practiced ease, quickly finding a contact. "Luo Baiyue, where's the information I requested?" 15. "Are you in such a hurry?" "According to my sources, these individuals won't be leaving the academy anytime soon." Luo Baiyue, "Then create an opportunity. I trust your capabilities, and the reward will be substantial." 15. I never expected the exalted Luo Baiyue would wish to eliminate a few high-risk apparitions. Luo Baiyue, spare me the nonsense. 15. In 3 days, they will be at the underground 3rd floor of the Jile, Shengshi KTV in the Water Cloud New District of Yunhua City. Luo Baiyue, let us make this a pleasant transaction. 15. 50 million? You truly are generous. Rest assured, the task will be completed. with a definite response. Luo Baiyue set her phone down. These high-risk apparitions were not meant for her, as although Gao Yunjing had transferred most of the frost and wind goddess powers to her, some had returned to him due to the forced refinement by the apparitions. This morning, Gao Yunjing had successfully ascended to level C, albeit slowly. Advancing beyond level C became increasingly arduous. Every step forward felt monumental, with each hurdle presenting a significant challenge, even for geniuses. However, Gao Yunjing was different. As long as he could seize power, his strength could grow without limits. As for the individuals destined to perish, a cold smile tugged at the corners of Luo Baiyue's lips. She was an ancient soul, having lived for over a century. Not a Navi do-gooder. Had it not been for her previous life's commitment to sustaining the societal structure that allowed certain individuals to thrive, she would have had no intention of aiding those in power. "Let's go, my little vinegar jar," Gao Yunjing called, stepping out of the bathroom. Now dressed in his customary dark-striped trench coat and Vacheron Constantine watch, the two departed the train station side by side, while Luo Baiyue's companions hastily left to submit their mission as the train had only just arrived. Luo Baiyue navigated the expansive underground parking lot of the airport with ease, designed specifically for the affluent. Upon entering, the emerald-hued floor resembled a vast meadow, flanked by a plethora of luxury vehicles: Rolls-Royces, Ferraris, Bugatti Veyrons. Among all the opulent cars, Luo Baiyue had a particular fondness for Maybachs. Thus, her vehicle in the Yinhua City underground parking was a sleek black Maybach. She retrieved the keys from her dimensional ring and tossed them to Gao Yunjing. "No one here dares to check this car. Drive as you wish. Your license isn't important." Gao Yunjing instinctively glanced at the license plate. Xia A99999. Indeed, it seemed no one would dare to question it. With such a license plate, even driving against traffic would prompt people to claim the road had been reversed. Luo Baiyue settled into the Maybach, curling up once more, though her tall frame necessitated that her long legs awkwardly rise. Gao Yunjing started the engine, a specially crafted luxury vehicle designed for Luo Baiyue. The roar of the powerful engine reverberated throughout the expansive parking lot, as the black Maybach shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Gao Yunjing maneuvered this formidable machine through the city, driving with unrestrained audacity. As Yinhua City served as the central artery of the entire empire, its heart pulsating with life. The urban infrastructure is exceptionally well developed, with a comprehensive transportation system that has effectively reduced the accident rate to a minimum. In Yinhua City, for an ordinary individual, this place feels like paradise. There are no robberies, no crimes, and certainly none of those distasteful young men that evoke nausea at a mere glance. What exists here is merely the greed and obstinacy of officials. Some drivers, overtaken by others, may feel a twinge of anger, but upon seeing the luxurious vehicle with the license plate XIA 99999, their fury is swiftly quelled. Luo Baiyue woke, extending her hand out the window, exclaiming, "You truly disregard traffic laws." The Maybach came to a halt before a standalone luxurious villa. Gao Yunjing unbuckled his seatbelt. Home at last. The entirety of Yinhua University occupies a significant portion of the city, encompassing commerce, entertainment, and transportation, with the airport having been constructed within the university's grounds. Time to sleep. Chapter 71. I believe I can sit here. Luo Baiyue had always resided in the villa within the Yinhua University campus. Thus she returned with hardly any luggage. Gao Yunjing's belongings were even simpler. A single backpack sufficed. Had it not been for Luo Baiyue's insistence on generously exhausting her bank card, Gao Yunjing might not have needed to carry even a backpack. Standing in the expansive living room, larger than his apartment in Qingjiang City, Gao Yunjing surveyed the villa, which exuded an air of opulence. He was somewhat familiar with this place, having visited it several times in his previous life. His gaze fell upon the intricately hand-woven sofa, which had once been shattered into fragments by Luo Baiyue's sword. It seemed Luo Baiyue noticed his stare, playfully gesturing towards the sofa. "Yunjing, do you remember this sofa?" "Of course," he replied, removing his backpack and tossing it aside before collapsing onto the sofa. Back then, he had been indiscriminate in his consumption of spiritual energy. leading to chaotic turmoil within him. It was only later that he realized the closer he was to her, the more tranquil the energy became, prompting him to gravitate towards her. Indeed, Luo Baiyue hung her coat on the rack and nestled into the corner of the sofa, which was spacious enough to allow her long legs to finally rest comfortably. I recall it was evening, right? I had just finished showering, wearing my pajamas with my hair disheveled, sitting on the sofa drying my hair. Suddenly, you kicked the door open and rushed in to embrace me. Luo Baiyue's gaze was fixed intently on Gao Yunjing. I almost died of fright that day. Gao Yunjing's laughter was tinged with awkwardness and embarrassment as he scratched his head. Wasn't he that because the spiritual energy was in turmoil and I couldn't contain it? Coincidentally, I was also in Yanhua City at that time, and during our last negotiation, you had chosen to meet at your dormitory. Knowing the location, I hurried over. He continued. Otherwise, had my spiritual energy truly gone haywire and wreaked havoc throughout the city, how many lives would have been lost? You could have simply sacrificed your appearance. Besides, after that sword strike, you offered no resistance, did you? How could I resist, big brother? Luo Baiyue huffed, plucking a grape and popping it into her mouth. You were practically seeing red. I'm not exaggerating. Your eyes were literally oozing blood, and your aura was unstable. Most importantly, you were heavy-handed. I couldn't fight back at all. You disarmed me in 2 moves and sent my sword flying. Enough of that, Gao Yunjing interjected, standing up to straighten his somewhat disheveled attire. You should get some rest. I'm off to audit a class. Go enjoy the university life you've never experienced. Luo Baiyue replied, picking up the backpack Gao Yunjing had left on the sofa and retreating to her room. The classrooms at Yanhua University are lavishly decorated, and each subject has a remarkably small number of enrollees, only around 20 students per class. Being a nationally recognized first-class university, it enjoys substantial funding. The spacious classrooms span over 100 square meters. Even more extravagant, each desk is crafted from mahogany, and the chairs are custom-designed single sofas. The flooring is made from the special jade stone, which provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The mirror-like smooth floor reflected Gao Yunjing's tall figure as he glanced around, taking a seat in the center of the second row, under the astonished gazes of his peers. This spot is deemed the most efficient for listening in class, and is an unspoken rule that only the strongest student in the class is permitted to occupy this prime location. This unyielding rule was enforced with rigor, and Gao Yunjing recalled that at this time, Lin Xiaoka's spiritual energy had yet to be stripped away. He belonged to the rare high-risk talent with a spiritual energy sequence of 52, known as General of 100 Battles, making him the strongest. This time, he planned to employ a different strategy with Lin Xiaoka, who was still spouting his childish rhetoric about justice and camaraderie. Rather than confronting him directly, he would suppress him, allowing his spirits to dampen, only to ultimately let him experience the torment of having his talent revoked. Then, he would naturally find himself and receive the spirit of his general. As Gao Yunjing boldly claimed the most significant position in the class, those who had arrived early chose to ignore his audacity. The brutal law of survival of the fittest applied at all times, especially now that this ironclad rule had taken center stage. Before long, a tall, handsome youth with a wild glint in his eyes entered the room. Lin Xiaoka frowned slightly upon noticing that his designated seat was occupied, but quickly eased his expression. He reasoned that the newcomer likely didn't understand the rules, and thought it would suffice to simply inform him. Approaching Gao Yunjing's desk, he inquired, "Excuse me, are you new here?" Gao Yunjing, casually playing with a folding knife, glanced up with a hint of disdain. "I understand the rules. I believe I can sit here." "I beg to differ," Lin Xiaoka replied, flashing a warm and friendly smile. "I've been sitting here since my freshman year and have never been asked to leave." "Unexpected events can occur," Gao Yunjing remarked, his knife's smooth blade reflecting his icy gaze. In a flash, the knife, swift as lightning, pressed against Lin Xiaoka's neck. Gao Yunjing wore a scornful grin. "Is that all? Do you only know how to ambush?" Lin Xiaoka's calm demeanor concealed a smoldering fury, which seemed to ignite. "Then consider this your second chance." Gao Yunjing chuckled softly, his gentle face radiating the warmth of early spring willows. The next, he retracted the folding knife and launched a powerful punch toward Lin Xiaoke's face. Lin Xiaoke's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively reached out to block the strike. The forceful blow was met with a single-handed defense from Lin Xiaoke, causing both to stagger back 2 paces. Lin Xiaoke's peripheral vision caught sight of his right hand, which was still tingling slightly. He finally set aside his underestimation and began to regard Gao Yunjing as a formidable opponent. Gao Yunjing, however, was not overly concerned. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he had absorbed some of the Frost God's power, elevating his strength to C grade. Apart from Luo Baiyue, he was no longer at a disadvantage against anyone. In terms of pure combat skills, he had no doubt that this fiery, middle school level youth, Lin Xiaoke, could not possibly rival the Lin Xiaoke of yore, who had been dubbed a madman. In the past, Lin Xiaoke had repeatedly attempted to ambush him, only to be suppressed time and again. This time would surely yield no different results. Are you not going to employ your spiritual energy? Lin Xiaoke inquired from a distance. Certainly, the first to utilize the ethereal spirit shall be deemed the loser. Chapter 72, Calling You a Waste. As the words fell, the sound of air being split echoed through the room. Gao Yunjing and Lin Xiaoke engaged in a fierce struggle, causing the onlookers in the classroom to instinctively retreat to the walls, granting the 2 combatants ample space. The heavy mahogany desk in the chamber was left in disarray, battered by the shock waves of their clash. Their tremendous force reverberated throughout the classroom, with explosive sounds resonating in the air. Gao Yunjing struck with ruthless precision, his extensive combat experience and unpredictable maneuvers leaving Lin Xiaoke hard-pressed to respond. At that moment, an elderly gentleman stood outside the door, his weathered face betraying the passage of time, yet his posture remained erect, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. His expression was devoid of any emotion, exuding an air of sternness. He was the professor for this course, yet he refrained from intervening in the intense duel, choosing instead to observe quietly from the doorway. Gao Yunjing delivered a powerful punch, and Lin Xiaoke seized the opportunity to grasp Gao Yunjing's arm, his grip as unyielding as steel. In response, Gao Yunjing's other hand swiftly sought to free himself, only to be ensnared by Lin Xiaoke's counterhold, leaving Gao Yunjing momentarily exposed. As Lin Xiaoke raised his remaining free hand, Gao Yunjing suddenly spoke. If you strike my eyes with your 2 fingers now, this battle will come to an end, and you shall remain the esteemed elder brother of the Department of Ethereal Spirits at Yunhua University. Lin Xiaoke was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the dilemma. Should he follow Gao Yunjing's suggestion, he risked potentially causing lifelong harm to his opponent. Yet, refraining from such an action would allow Gao Yunjing to swiftly regain the upper hand and counterattack. After several rounds of combat, Lin Xiaoke recognized that he was undoubtedly outmatched by Gao Yunjing. Had it not been for the brief opening earlier, he would have surely lost. Gao Yunjing began to exert his strength, and Lin Xiaoke's single arm could not withstand the might of both of Gao Yunjing's arms. Time was running short for him to make a decision. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xiaoke resolved to act without hesitation. Bang! Ultimately, Gao Yunjing broke free from his grasp, 2 streaks of blood marring his face. Yet Lin Xiaoke chose not to resort to underhanded tactics. Instead, he delivered a solid punch to Gao Yunjing's nose. Gao Yunjing, unfazed, retrieved a handkerchief from his coat to wipe away the blood that flowed forth, his nose having already ceased bleeding. After all, his body, having undergone the baptism of divine blood, remained remarkably resilient. After cleaning his face, he casually tucked the pristine handkerchief back into his pocket. Despite his desire to discard it in a display of bravado, he refrained, knowing it was a gift from Luo Baiyue. With a gaze filled with derision, he looked up at Lin Xiaoke, his tone soft yet condescending. Do you wish to continue? You have won. Lin Xiaoke's arms hung limply at his sides. Gao Yunjing's strength far surpassed his own, and rather than endure further humiliation, he preferred to depart with dignity. Dejected, Lin Xiaoke sank into a nearby single sofa, fully aware that many in the world were far more exceptional than he. Yet this was the first time he faced such brazen defeat, and the emotional fallout was unavoidable. Gao Yunjing, unwilling to miss the opportunity to add insult to injury, approached Lin Xiaoke with an air of superiority, casting a disdainful gaze upon him. His indifferent voice pierced the air like falling needles from the heavens, each one seemingly innocuous. Yet any slight movement would bring forth a wave of agony. Had you been willing to employ some ruthless tactics, you would have triumphed long ago. Lin Xiaoke lifted his gaze to meet Gao Yunjing's beaming face, a visage that seemed to mock him like a haunting nightmare. His voice was cold and resolute. I, Lin Xiaoke, shall steadfastly uphold my sense of justice. I will not resort to despicable means. Then continue your pursuit of justice, Gao Yunjing retorted before nonchalantly returning to his seat, crossing his legs in a fluid and elegant motion reminiscent of a nobleman. At that moment, the professor, who had been standing outside, cleared his throat and entered with a stack of heavy textbooks. As these tomes, thick as bricks, were placed upon the podium, they emitted a deep, resonant thud. The elderly man adjusted his glasses and announced, "Due to the early start of the semester at Yinhua University, we, as faculty and students, have had the opportunity to meet earlier than usual. The teacher who instructed you during your freshman year has since perished in battle. I am now your new instructor." The large screen behind him transitioned to display an information panel. Name, Murong, and age, 94. Ethereal spirit. Sequence 102, 9 chapters of deduction. Position, Professor of Ethereal Spirits at Yinhua University. Achievements, having gained some understanding of the ethereal spirits during your freshman year. I intend to elucidate the subject once more today. Murong activated a presentation screen, revealing an image. The creature depicted was slender like a serpent, yet its abdomen sported long, sharp legs akin to those of a spider, topped with a singular horn. Its body was adorned with fine scales. Murong pointed at the image, stating, "This is the scorpion dragon, one of the apex beings within the realm of ethereal spirits, capable of reaching S rank at its zenith. As a member of the dragon clan under the dragon god Sikong Longxiang, all others aside from the dragon god are classified as subdeities, with the scorpion dragon being an exception. They are a hybrid of the dragon and scorpion species, resulting in a subdeity classification." Regarding Murong's lesson, Gao Yunjing found it rather tedious. The classification of demonic beasts mirrored that of humanity, ranging from F to S. Murong spoke of the bloodlines of these beasts, akin to the grading of human ethereal spirits. The highest rank is the deity, referred to as the supreme species. Following that are the subdeity species, of which there are many, with the highest being S rank, although aside from the dragon clan and a select few, most are I rank. Next in line are the mid-tier and lower-tier species, with the highest ranks being B to A. Courses within the subdeity department are typically chosen by those possessing high-risk ethereal spirits, as their primary task is to combat subdeity species. To him, this course held little significance. Murong likely had no inkling that his lifelong studies overlooked the fact that even deities are ranked. Only true deities, such as the wind god, ice god, and dragon god, are referred to as supreme gods. Those he had once slain, such as the god of frost, are deemed hybrid beings, belonging to the lower tier of deities. The remaining bloodlines, more chaotic in nature, have already diverged from the divine. Gao Yunjing, disinterested, closed his eyes, while Lin Xiaoke, seated beside him, observed the scene silently. Occupying the prime position, yet failing to pay attention to the lecture, he exuded an air of superiority, mocking others despite his own capabilities. Such a person was indeed despicable. An hour passed, and Murong's heavy and convoluted lecture finally concluded. He swiftly organized his materials. Class dismissed. At that moment, Gao Yunjing stretched lazily, gradually opening his eyes to find Lin Xiaoke gazing at him with pity. He muttered disdainfully, "What a waste." "You." Lin Xiaoke abruptly stood, his eyes ablaze with anger, enunciating each word with precision. "What did you say? Oh, are you angry?" Gao Yunjing dismissed him with nonchalance, crossing his arms and looking down with a scrutinizing gaze. "I said you were a waste." Chapter 73. The jealousy of a small vinegar jar prevents withdrawals. Lin Xiaoke, filled with fury and poised to charge forward, was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Gao Yunjing, what are you doing here? Hearing that familiar tone, Lin Xiaoke turned to see a strikingly handsome man standing at the door. Luo Baiyue. Feeling bored and unable to sleep, I thought I'd come by and take a look. Can you comprehend the sophomore curriculum? Luo Baiyue retrieved a cigarette case from his pocket and offered a cigarette to Gao Yunjing. Not bad. The little jealous 1-1T let me smoke. Gao Yunjing waved his hand in refusal. All right then. Luo Baiyue redirected the cigarette towards Lin Xiaoke. Pondering whether Shun, you would also disallow him. Shun, you pays me no mind. Lin Xiaoke similarly declined, but I have no fondness for such things. Very well. Very well. Luo Baiyue, undeterred, lit the cigarette himself and began to exhale clouds of smoke. The combat arena at Yinhua University has commenced. Do you feel inclined to attend? The combat arena? A flicker of reminiscence crossed Gao Yunjing's eyes. The combat arena at Yinhua University is renowned across the nation. No martial art is forbidden there, not even those deemed taboo. This renders the fights infused with fervent bloodshed and raw violence. However, why would Luo Baiyue invite him to such a place? Their relationship hardly warranted such a gesture. Could it be? Gao Yunjing's gaze briefly intersected with Luo Baijue's, who quickly averted his eyes, concealing his thoughts well. Yet, Gao Yunjing discerned the insidiousness and malice lurking within those light brown irises. Lin Xiaoke, do you wish to join? Lin Xiaoke regarded Luo Baiyue with astonishment. How could this school, as prominent figure, suddenly extend an invitation? He opened his mouth to decline, but was interrupted by Gao Yunjing. What concern is it of yours? You self-righteous, melodramatic youth? If he witnesses real combat, I fear he will feel inadequate. Luo Baijue's gaze oscillated between Gao Yunjing and Lin Xiaoke. Was there some discord between them? Though Gao Yunjing often presented an air of superiority, his tone was surprisingly fitting for his appearance. Yet, why was he so acerbic towards Lin Xiaoke? Go. Why not go? Lin Xiaoke, spurred by Gao Yunjing's provocation, dismissed his initial reluctance. Just based on your ineptitude, let us see if you can keep up. Gao Yunjing stood, striding across the table, swiftly departing the classroom. His movements exhibited a remarkable control over his body, akin to a spring, leveraging points of force to propel himself forward with alacrity. This could be likened to ancient lightness skills or modern parkour, albeit more exaggerated in speed and style. Honestly, why the rush? Luo Baiyue muttered, discarding his cigarette as he too gracefully exited the classroom. Lin Xiaoke glanced at the two who had already left, then at the half-consumed cigarette on the ground, ultimately deciding to pick it up and toss it into the trash before pursuing the pair. The campus of Yinhua University was a veritable forest of structures, with countless traditional mortise and tenon hexagonal pavilions. Excluding the modern high-rises, one could easily liken Yinhua University to an ancient palace complex. Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue navigated through the trees and palatial architecture with the grace of swallows in flight, while Lin Xiaoke struggled to keep pace behind them. Both Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue had undergone the baptism of forbidden-level virtual spirits, undoubtedly surpassing Lin Xiaoke in physical capabilities. Yet, the fact that Lin Xiaoke could closely trail their full-speed advance astonished Luo Baiyue. Gao Yunjing's speed paralleled his own. For anyone below the mid-tier of virtual spirits, they would likely only catch a glimpse of shadows. In this light, Lin Xiaoke, a high-risk virtual spirit, managing to keep up with their rapid pace, suggested he was a talent worth nurturing. Before long, a colossal arena reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum came into view. Gao Yunjing landed with poise, while Luo Baiyue crashed down like a cannonball. Once both had entered the combat arena, Lin Xiaoke arrived tardily. The arena itself was a vast sports complex, with a 100-meter-long platform positioned centrally, surrounded by a throng of fervent youths shouting enthusiastically. Come on, take him down and grind him into the ground. Kuishe, don't let me down. I've wagered a whole 100,000. Such environments are inevitably rife with gambling. Yinhua Empire's oversight of Yinhua University is rather lax, fostering a culture of campus bullying and betting. Gao Yunjing found a spot in the stands, deftly ensuring his area was clear of smoke before settling in. Nearby, Luo Baiyue took a seat and resumed smoking. Oi, Luo, over here. Luo Go, care to join us for a round? As a prominent figure within the academy and a frequent gambler, Luo Baiyue had numerous acquaintances here. He greeted each with a smile. The thick stench of smoke caused Gao Yunjing's brows to furrow. With a flick of his hand, a tempest suddenly erupted. A powerful wind descended from the heavens, howling as it swept away all traces of smoke, flowing eastward until it vanished. Naturally, this tempestuous gust was rather impolite to those smoking, causing several to stumble and fall. Who dared? Calm down, it's just a virtual spirit in school. Whoever it is, I'll hunt them down. Luo Baiyue drew nearer, reveling in the chaos. You managed to offend so many with a mere wave. You are indeed the first. Gao Yunjing remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the cigarette in Luo Baiyue's hand, extinguishing it. With a swift motion, Gao Yunjing's blade-like hand nearly severed Luo Baiyue's fingers as he clutched the cigarette. Don't smoke in my presence again. Just as the atmosphere turned chilly, Lin Xiaoke finally rushed in. Upon spotting Lin Xiaoke, Luo Baiyue beamed and gestured him over. His intention in summoning Lin Xiaoke was merely to serve as a witness, ensuring that should anything transpire, Lin Xiaoye would not erroneously place blame upon him. Little did he expect to discover that Lin Xiaoke's innate talent seemed to surpass that of typical high-risk virtual spirits, an individual worthy of his attention. Gao Yunjing remained unperturbed, focused on the arena, then closed his eyes once more, exhaling softly, Quiche lose. Chapter 74. Let us have a match. How can you be so certain Quiche will lose? With no cigarettes to smoke, Luo Baiyue had no choice but to engage in idle chatter to pass the time. When you posed that question, suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from the arena. Quiche lose. Lin Xiaoke regarded Gao Yunjing with astonishment. How was he able to predict that? Gao Yunjing forced himself to remain alert, opening his eyes to observe the subsequent matches, only to find them clumsy, akin to children playing house. If the future of the Yunhua Empire relied on such individuals, it would be better to face annihilation. This is rather dull. Luo Baiyue abruptly rose. You neither smoke nor wish to gamble. Lin Xiaoke is utterly disinclined to step foot in a casino, and the outcomes are all too apparent. Gao Yunjing opened his eyes, meeting Luo Baiyue's sunlit visage, aware that he could no longer conceal his true intentions. What do you propose? Let's engage in combat. Gao Yunjing let out a deep sigh and slowly rose to his feet, feeling resolute. He then summoned his wind element spirit and declared in a resonant voice, Luo Baiyue of Yunhua University demands the temporary eviction of all idle spectators from the arena. In response to Gao Yunjing's brazen proclamation, Luo Baiyue remained silent, having spent considerable time performing before him to reach this pivotal moment. At long last, he had succeeded. A faint smile graced his lips as he approached the stage. Just as Gao Yunjing was making his way to the platform, he felt a hand tugging at him from behind. Turning to see Lin Xiaoke with a stern expression, he heard her say, though you may not be entirely blameless, I must inform you that you stand no chance against Luo Baiyue. It would be wise to concede. No chance against him, Gao Yunjing retorted, pressing Lin Xiaoke's head back with a hand, causing her to recline in the spectator area. My strength is beyond your comprehension, you insignificant wretch. On the stage, the two opponents faced each other. Luo Baiyue presented a pair of boxing gloves to Gao Yunjing. However, Gao Yunjing merely chuckled. Since we have reached this pinnacle, why not indulge ourselves in something more exhilarating? Luo Baiyue furrowed his brow, warning, Gao Yunjing, be aware that I don these gloves to protect you, not myself. Indeed, I mean to say that protection is unnecessary. Gao Yunjing's hand rested upon the gloves, and with a surge of icy energy, they transformed into solid blocks of ice within moments. If we are to play, let us do so with fervor. A blow struck with full force is the true thrill. Though his smile radiated warmth and amiability, it struck Luo Baiyue as profoundly unsettling, as if mocking him with utmost disdain. Very well, then we shall forego the gloves. But let us be clear, should any mishap occur, do not blame the other party. Furthermore, remember the rules. The use of spirits is prohibited. We shall rely solely on our combat skills. Of course, Gao Yunjing replied, kicking the gloves aside and assuming a combative stance. His martial prowess, self-taught and honed through personal experience, was designed for lethal encounters. In stark contrast, Luo Baiyue adopted a highly professional stance, versatile in both offense and defense. Gao Yunjing relished the opportunity to seize the initiative, launching a swift, powerful punch toward his adversary. Luo Baiyue reacted immediately, crossing his arms to absorb the impact, effectively diffusing Gao Yunjing's brute force. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the seemingly fierce punch was merely a feint, and Gao Yunjing seized the moment to deliver an uppercut. Luo Baiyue twisted his wrist to block once more. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into cheers and exclamations. As the possessor of the taboo-grade spirit, the golden dragon elephant, Luo Baiyue was renowned in this arena, a champion who had ultimately grown weary of a lack of worthy challengers. No one anticipated that they would witness him in action once again today. Gao Yunjing's onslaught was both ferocious and cunning, each strike targeting Luo Baiyue's vulnerabilities. Fortunately, as a specially trained talent nurtured by the state, Luo Baiyue's reflexes and combat skills far surpassed those of Lin Xiaoke, allowing him to deflect each fierce assault with ease. The audience's cheers swelled into a crescendo, forming a wave of sound. Go Luo! Show him the true meaning of nobility. Faced with this unexpected yet formidable Gao Yunjing, the scions in the stands harbored palpable disdain. Spirits were inherently powers derived from bloodlines, and thus many present inherited their perilous spirits from illustrious ancestors, maintaining a legacy of power and prestige. Naturally, they looked down upon the common folk with arrogance. Feeling the fervor of the crowd coursing through him, Luo Baiyue sensed his blood boiling, each punch he threw imbued with tremendous force. Yet, Gao Yunjing's movements were ethereal and unpredictable, effortlessly evading his attacks and countering with precision. If they knew I was the grandson of Gao Changong, would they still harbor such animosity towards me? He pondered. I cannot say, for I have yet to experience such protagonist-like moments of retribution myself. Gao Yunjing maintained the upper hand, which irked Luo Baiyue, as he was accustomed to overwhelming his opponents with ease. Now, this man who had stolen his sister's affections was managing to dominate him in his area of expertise. A fierce glint flickered in Luo Baiyue's eyes as he unleashed a series of ruthless, decisive strikes. Observing the two combatants exchanging brutal blows, Lin Xiaoke began to grasp the chasm that lay between them. The highest level of spirit she had faced before was merely a high-risk spirit. Her own spirit was among the elite within that category, complemented by the indomitable ability of General's 100 battles. Despite the formidable spirits possessed by the students of Yunhua University, none could rival her prowess. Yet, she now recognized the disparity. She and Gao Yunjing were separated by a chasm of hundreds of meters in capability. Nevertheless, the sonic booms of their clashes resonated clearly even in the audience. As the first round of Gao Yunjing and Luo Baiyue's confrontation came to a close, they momentarily distanced themselves. Both men appeared composed, their breath steady. However, Gao Yunjing's fists began to tingle, a result of having narrowly evaded Luo Baiyue's relentless assaults. Luo Baiyue's spirit emphasized physical prowess, and after undergoing the baptism of divine blood, his physique was significantly superior. In a purely physical confrontation, Gao Yunjing had little hope of victory aside from his extensive combat experience from a previous life. But who was he? He was Gao Yunjing. Chapter 75, A Matter of Satisfaction. Seizing the moment while Luo Baiyue was still recalibrating himself, Gao Yunjing raised his fists once more and charged forward. The two commenced a new round of combat, utilizing not only hand techniques, but also leg techniques. Gao Yunjing's long, straight legs whipped through the air like whips, landing a solid strike against Luo Baiyue's shoulder. In response to the autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, Luo Baiyue instinctively raised his arms to shield himself, adjusting his stance just in time to avoid being knocked down by the leg sweep. Compared to his punches, Gao Yunjing's kicks were far more ferocious. Even someone as powerful as Luo Baiyue found himself on the defensive, prompting the audience to erupt in even louder cheers. Go Luo. Keep it. Don't let this commoner surpass us. At that moment, Luo Baiyue felt a deep connection with the crowd. His reactions sharpened, allowing him to block Gao Yunjing's fierce attacks with precision. In a critical moment, Luo Baiyue seized the opportunity and executed a shoulder throw, sending Gao Yunjing sprawling to the ground. Well done. A magnificent strike, Luo. Show him what it means to know one's place. Instead of immediately rising, Gao Yunjing lifted his legs, executing a scissor kick to ensnare Luo Baijue's neck. Under such circumstances, regardless of how swiftly he attempted to rise, he could not outpace Luo Baijue's offensive speed. Why then did he choose to attack directly? With a powerful twist of his legs, Gao Yunjing successfully rose as he exerted force on Luo Baijue's neck. Luo Baiyue, deserving of the nation's years of cultivation, instinctively chose the most appropriate action in this critical moment. He fell backward, disrupting Gao Yunjing's balance as he sought the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Yet, he was taken aback by Gao Yunjing's swifter reaction. With a decisive kick, he sent Luo Baiyue sprawling, managing to rise and create distance between them. At that moment, both men bore the marks of battle. Gao Yunjing's hands were a vivid crimson, with skin even stripped away in places. Luo Baijue's physique was remarkably resilient, feeling as though he was striking iron rather than flesh. Nonchalantly wiping the blood from his face, Luo Baiyue stood and regarded Gao Yunjing, conceding that as the grandson of Gao Changgong, he was indeed formidable. It had been long since anyone had pushed him to such a degree. Moreover, you have just recently broken through to C grade. There remain many truths you must confront. Accompanying this declaration was Gao Yunjing's bloodied, yet still powerful fist. In the audience, Lin Xiaoke furrowed her brows, acutely aware that while Gao Yunjing had the advantage in technique, his fundamental attributes could not match those of Luo Baiyue. His fists were now thoroughly lacerated, leaving trails of blood upon Luo Baijue's body. In contrast, Luo Baiyue endured the relentless barrage with his thick skin. If he could deplete Gao Yunjing's stamina, victory would be easily within reach. What else must I accept? Luo Baiyue retaliated with a punch that struck Gao Yunjing squarely on the head, delivering a powerful blow. For a brief moment, Gao Yunjing felt disoriented. Having slightly underestimated Luo Baijue's strength, the sheer physicality of this opponent was indeed monstrous. With a grin that revealed blood-stained teeth, he taunted, "Just like your sister is mine." Luo Baijue's calm, light brown eyes could no longer mask his agitation, and he lifted a foot to deliver a ferocious kick to Gao Yunjing. The cheers from the crowd continued to swell, yet one cool, clear voice pierced through the cacophony, echoing around the arena. "Yunjing, keep going." It was a voice so devoid of inflection that it betrayed no affection from its owner towards Gao Yunjing. Yet this tranquil voice managed to stifle the uproar of applause. Luo Baiyue felt as though a sword had pierced his heart. The voice belonged to Luo Baiyue. Indeed, what did it matter how impressive you were? You could bring him to the ground, but ultimately, you would leave in a pool of your own blood, while the girl you admired would rush to comfort him. How absurd! Lin Xiaoke cast a surprised glance at Luo Baiyue, who was reputed to be the pinnacle beauty of Yunhua University. Actually cheering for a man? What a joke. Isn't she supposed to despise men? As he lay on the ground, Gao Yunjing unleashed a wide smile, his bloodied teeth appearing somewhat sinister, though it might sound villainous. "I must admit, I indeed underestimated you." With a sudden surge, Gao Yunjing rose, his arms rendered nearly immobile from pain, maintaining only a fist posture. Thick, crimson blood dripped slowly to the floor, splattering like blossoms of red. With the ferocity of a starving wolf, he lunged at Luo Baiyue, this time attacking without reason or strategy. His fists rained down like a tempest, so rapid that Luo Baiyue struggled to react. Even if he had, the sheer volume of Gao Yunjing's assault rendered any defense futile. This was an attack launched with utter disregard for his own physical condition, brutal, not only toward his adversary, but equally damaging to himself. Are you insane? Gao Yunjing's fists were now stripped of flesh, leaving only stark white bones. No matter how strong the flesh, it could not surpass the resilience of bone. Luo Baiyue felt that if he allowed Gao Yunjing to continue this reckless assault, he might very well leave the arena maimed. Yet, Gao Yunjing was deaf to all warnings, his attacks relentless, his once fair and composed face now splattered with crimson, appearing both frenzied and ghastly. When their eyes met, Luo Baiyue was struck by the unusual calmness and detachment in Gao Yunjing's gaze. Devoid of any signs of rage or loss of control, it was a chilling indifference, as if he were a precisely calibrated machine. A wave of fear enveloped Luo Baiyue. He no longer doubted that Gao Yunjing might indeed kill him, and that he would do so with a cold, collected demeanor. With a thunderous impact, Gao Yunjing's fist broke through all defenses and struck Luo Baijue's face, followed by a flurry of frenzied attacks. Luo Baiyue, gripped by fear, lost any chance of resistance. With each swing of Gao Yunjing's fist, blood splattered until Luo Baiyue collapsed, surrendering to his fate. Gao Yunjing raised his arms high, as if a victorious emperor. Yet there were no thunderous cheers to greet him. In the next moment, a soft figure enveloped him in an embrace. Though his vision was obscured by blood, he recognized that the one holding him was Luo Baiyue. She gently leaned in, whispering near his ear, "Does it feel satisfying to see him beaten like a dog?" Chapter 76, Mistaken. The moonlight, pure and gentle, cascaded over the world, illuminating Yunhua University, which remained aglow even in the night, akin to a city that never sleeps. In the A-class villa of the dormitory district, Gao Yunjing winced in pain. Careful, easy does it. The state of his hands was beyond description. Not merely poor, but bordering on catastrophic. Had he been any other spirit wielder, amputation would have been inevitable. Every bone in his hands was shattered, and even the blood vessels had ceased to supply blood to his fingers. Without divine blood to mend the damage, and after reckless use, his hands could only be described as pulverized. The divine marrow within his bones had nearly drained away, and even with Luo Baiyue promptly administering 2 bottles of 3 elixirs, the relief was only temporary. Those who possessed spiritual powers were not overly concerned about severe injuries, provided that the divine blood still flowed and the marrow existed. However, Gao Yunjing's current condition could be summarized as lacking in every respect. Fortunately, being in Yunhua University, a place renowned for its advanced medical care, he would suffer no lasting harm. As Luo Baiyue tended to his wounds, her frustration grew, and she could not help but slap his long, enviable legs. "Are you out of your mind? Why did you engage him on his own turf? Now you feel pain? Where was your sense of pain when you were throwing punches? Didn't you feel anything when your bones were shattering?" "I'm just a madman," Gao Yunjing replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved. How could one question a madman's sanity? "You're feeling sorry for yourself now?" Luo Baiyue grew increasingly agitated, gingerly placing Gao Yunjing's freshly bandaged hands onto a nearby soft pillow. She extended her delicate, porcelain-like hands to twist his ear, demanding now, "Tell me, what were you thinking? Does seeing him like a lifeless dog not infuriate you?" Observing his woeful demeanor, she found it hard to muster any anger. This was hardly the image of a world-ending judge. He resembled a wronged puppy instead. Yet, she truly never anticipated that Gao Yunjing would dare engage in close combat with Luo Baiyue, a confrontation that only succeeded because he had managed to intimidate Luo Baiyue in a crucial moment. Had he not done so, would he still have had the chance to sulk here with her? He would have long since returned to the hospital where he had spent 3 years. Gao Yunjing collapsed into Luo Baiyue's embrace, nuzzling against the young girl's cheek, pleading, "Oh, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Your hands." Watching Gao Yunjing in such a pitiful state, Luo Baiyue felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation, yet anger eluded her. If she were to reframe her thoughts, she had seen someone she utterly despised the day before, wishing for nothing more than to exact a torturous death upon him. Yet, upon awakening from a night's slumber, she found that the very person she loathed had been subdued by someone she cherished, reduced to a pitiful state. In any case, she could not refuse him. Gently wrapping her arms around Gao Yunjing's waist, she spoke softly, "I understand that your actions were solely to ensure your absolute safety. But please, do not make my heart ache." "I know," he replied, as the two basked in their tender moment, Their intimacy was abruptly interrupted by a voice that shattered the atmosphere. It seems my timing is rather unfortunate. The voice approached, and the villa's sturdy doors swung open, allowing the cool night breeze to rush in. Turning towards the sound, they beheld a tall figure, exhibiting an alluring S-curve, with enchanting phoenix eyes that radiated charm and mischief. It was Luo Baiyue. Upon seeing her cousin, Luo Baiyue sprang to her feet, instinctively shielding the injured Gao Yunjing behind her, as if protecting a fragile chick. "What are you doing?" Luo Baiyue raised her perfectly manicured middle finger in a gesture of disdain, as if to question whether she was perceived as a villain. Without hesitation, she took a seat on the sofa, crossed her left leg, and reached for Luo Baiyue's barbecue-flavored chips, ripping open the bag with glee. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she turned to Gao Yunjing. "I must say, little sister, this puppy you brought back is rather extraordinary." At a critical moment, he certainly proved to be quite the wolf. Gao Yunjing smiled nonchalantly. "I believe I've mentioned similar sentiments before. It would be far too easy for me to eliminate anyone I wished. If Luo Baiyue insists on throwing himself into the line of fire, can I be held accountable? That has nothing to do with me." Luo Baiyue, unfazed, continued to munch on her chips, the crunching sound echoing through the room. "I'm here solely because of Luo Baiyue." Gao Yunjing's identity raises too many questions. A precarious existence amidst chaos hardly suffices for him to confront Luo Baiyue physically. In an instant, a fierce glint ignited in Luo Baiyue's light brown eyes, as a long sword was drawn with a swift motion. Are they really unwilling to trust, even those I bring back? Why the haste? Luo Baiyue opened a can of cola, her elegant neck moving gracefully as she gulped it down. After a satisfied exclamation, she resumed, as a former high-ranking descendant of Gao Changong. "It is only reasonable to suspect that Gao Yunjing has undergone some form of mutation, merging with divine blood." Luo Baiyue furrowed her brow, grappling with the implications. Are they insinuating that Gao Yunjing has fused with the divine blood of that deity who fell victim to Gao Changong's schemes? What else could it be? Luo Baiyue retorted. If it weren't for the fusion of divine blood within the ice god, it would be impossible for him to triumph over Luo Baiyue, who excels in physical prowess. As for the specifics, you likely have no desire to divulge, and I wouldn't find it useful to inquire. Luo Baiyue clapped her hands together. "I've said all I can. How you two handle this from here on out is entirely up to you." After devouring a generous amount of chips and finishing her chilled cola, she rose without hesitation and departed. As the heavy night enveloped them, the stars and the moon nestled together for warmth, and the cool, damp air rushed in through the open door. Luo Baiyue said nothing, simply returning to the sofa, where Gao Yunjing lay comfortably across her lap. His gaze drifted through the doorway into the inky darkness, and fleeting glimmers of light sparkled in his deep-set eyes. Chapter 77. The Mortal and Divine Divide. Observing Gao Yunjing's silence, Luo Baiyue initially thought he was lost in troubling thoughts. She tenderly caressed his head, soothingly murmuring, "It's all right. I will accompany you when the time comes. Even if I am no longer the illustrious Qingyue Empress, they would not dare to harm me." Gao Yunjing instinctively reached out to clasp her hand, only to discover that his own was tightly wrapped like a mummy, fingers ensconced in layers of bandages, resembling a swollen radish. "Oh, you little vinegar pot. Your wrapping technique is indeed filled with affection," he teased. Luo Baiyue exclaimed with mild irritation. "Stop diverting the subject. It was you who criticized my bandaging skills while I was doing it right in front of you." "Well, about that," Gao Yunjing hesitated. "Can I say your attire today was rather tempting?" "I'm merely wearing a nightgown," Luo Baiyue began to retort, but fell silent. It was evening, and no guest would disturb her home. Given her aversion to men was common knowledge, she typically dressed rather casually at night, donning a low-cut silk nightgown that clung smoothly to her form. Moreover, in the act of tending to Gao Yunjing's injuries, she had to bend down, rendering her exposed. Her porcelain-like face flushed a deep crimson, akin to the hues of sunset. Despite her claims of having lived for over a century, Luo Baiyue was acutely aware of her own immaturity. Furthermore, She had never been exposed to any knowledge regarding the intricacies between men and women. With her inherent disdain for men, her feelings toward Luo Baiyue were complex and difficult to assess. Consequently, confronted with the current situation, her first reaction was embarrassment. Her second was to retaliate, and her third was a realization that this was her boyfriend, and thus, retaliation was out of the question. Luo Baiyue's thoughts spiraled into a frenzy. Even Gao Yunjing, despite his low emotional intelligence, could perceive the overwhelming shyness radiating from her. Her petite face was as red as a ripe tomato, and her earlobes flushed from the rush of blood. He chuckled softly. So shy? Who was it that initially played along with me? You hush. Luo Baiyue lifted her chin, ensuring he could not see her face, leaving only the graceful curve of her jawline in view. Ah! Gao Yunjing suddenly rose, pinning Luo Baiyue beneath him, the layers of bandages binding his hands unraveling, revealing a pair of delicate hands as tender as those of an infant. Your hands? Luo Baiyue's ruby lips parted slightly, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed upon the hands that had seemingly returned to their pristine state. It was worth noting that when he had been brought to the medical room earlier, Gao Yunjing's hands could only be described as a grotesque mass of flesh intertwined with shattered bones. The school doctor had toiled for an entire afternoon to mend them, completing the basic medical treatment only by 1 o'clock. Yet, after merely one evening, it was now 9:30, and those hands had regained a softness akin to that of a newborn. Even with the two formidable taboo spirits empowering her, Luo Baiyue dared not claim to possess such remarkable regenerative abilities. Curious, are you? Gao Yunjing, fearing that Luo Baiyue might not discern the extent of his newly restored hands, raised them for her meticulous observation. Stop teasing, what is truly going on? The youthful, refined face of the boy curled into a smile laden with hidden significance. Why do the gods consistently look down upon humanity, even when they are aware that humans have acquired powers comparable to theirs, with taboo spirits to boot? You are still being evasive. Gao Yunjing. Luo Baiyue decisively took action, her porcelain-like hands reaching for Gao Yunjing's waist. In many respects, Gao Yunjing was rather unremarkable. In terms of appearance, there were plenty of cute boys, and many with striking contrasts. Moreover, he typically eschewed embellishment, dressing exceedingly plainly. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear to Luo Baiyue. He was particularly ticklish, especially around his tender waist. This fact had been inadvertently discovered during their past collaboration. As expected, her unexpected maneuver yielded considerable results, with the towering Gao Yunjing curling up like a boiled shrimp, hastily pleading, I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't do it again. So what is the reason? Gao Yunjing finally stifled his laughter and adopted a serious demeanor. In truth, the gods are elevated above humanity primarily due to their blood and genetics. Their genetic makeup allows their bodily structures to appear similar to humans, yet they are fundamentally different. For instance, most deities possess a brain in their head and another in their spine, and they typically have 2 hearts to cycle blood throughout their bodies. The regenerative capabilities of the gods far exceed those of humans, as long as they possess divine essence and do not harm their hearts or brains. They can swiftly restore themselves to their original state. My spirit's strength lies in its ability to perfectly consume deities, including their genetic advantages, which is why I possess the confidence to contend with Luo Baiyue. As long as I have divine essence, even if I were to sever my hand, it could regenerate. You truly are a person of profound thought. That foolish, dim-witted Luo Baiyue is likely to be played to his demise by you. Setting aside other matters, Gao Yunjing suddenly leaned onto Luo Baiyue, his dark eyes resembling a dog pleading for its master's reward. I help you thoroughly thrash Luo Baiyue today. Don't you think I deserve some form of recompense? What do you desire? Ha ha ha. Gao Yunjing chuckled like an infatuated fool, then pointed to his lips, his voice low and alluring. You know what I mean. I understand you, you big-headed fool. Luo Baiyue grasped Gao Yunjing's face and tugged it to the sides. Once a formidable judge of the apocalypse, how have you devolved into someone who merely takes advantage of me? One must live for oneself. With that, Gao Yunjing ceased to linger and decisively pressed his lips against Luo Baiyue's tender, crimson ones. The moonlight filtered through the glass, casting slanted rays upon the floor, where a tall young man lay quietly on the hospital bed, his gaze directed toward the inky night. It was already nighttime. All visitors had departed, leaving only Luo Baiyue to languidly ponder in solitude. Since the moment Gao Yunjing had appeared, it seemed that all of his pride had been shattered. The woman he had long admired had been taken from him. Even his physical prowess, which he prided himself on, had been brutally dismantled by a mere pair of fists. In truth, given his physical strength, it was hardly a concern. Gao Yunjing had sustained far greater injuries. Yet the reality remained that Gao Yunjing had returned home, while he was left to quietly languish in this desolate, lonely hospital room. A melodious, ethereal voice resonated, akin to a gentle brook meandering through the mountains, or the notes that could only flow from the hands of a master pianist. Why do you doubt yourself again? Chapter 78, Mist God. Sikong Longxiang. Even though he could change his voice and appearance with each appearance, Luo Baiyue could still recognize him without fail. This time, Sikong Longxiang was dressed not as the elite of the upper echelons of society, but in a simple white hoodie, paired with black and white sneakers and straight black pants. With Luo Baiyue's face, he appeared more like a younger brother. He was not holding the whiskey from his previous visit, but a cup of milk tea. He extended the milk tea toward the reclining Luo Baiyue. Care for a taste? I don't like sweets. Don't be so cold. Sikong Longxiang's tone was somewhat melancholic. Here I am, keeping you company in your misfortune. Look at you, defeated by that unknown brat Gao Yunjing. Who else would care for you now? Where are those who used to call you Brother Luo? And what of Luo Baiyue, the woman you have always admired? Where is she? Not to mention, she hasn't visited you even once since your hospitalization. Even today, during the tournament, she ran straight to Gao Yunjing without sparing you a glance. Not even a sliver of her peripheral vision. Who is here to care for you, but in Changjin, the one who has always clashed with you? But what good does that do? Sikong Longxiang leaned nonchalantly against the windowsill, still holding the cup of milk tea. Why is it that Gao Yunjing, whose injuries are far worse than yours, can be discharged? Because someone is there to care for him. And you? Sikong Longxiang's voice suddenly turned authoritative. Look around. Who is willing to care for you? This is all due to your weakness. Shut up. Luo Baiyue's voice was cold, like the chill of November winds or December's drifting snow, devoid of any warmth. There you go again, unwilling to accept your own frailty, even reluctant to confront yourself. Sikong Longxiang stepped forward, towering over Luo Baiyue, his tone casual, yet laced with sharp mockery. Are you so unwilling to face your own self? I don't need you, whoever you are, to offer me consolation. Who is here to console you? Sikong Longxiang retorted, gods never require such insincere words. What we ought to do is retaliate fiercely, ruthlessly enough to leave our prey with no time to react. Sikong Longxiang pinched a gilded invitation between his fingers, upon which ink illustrated a few bamboo swaying in the wind, accompanied by 3 vigorous characters embossed in gold. Bamboo, Grove Pavilion. Tomorrow there will be an auction. The grand finale featuring a long spear, something Luo Baiyue investigated yesterday. But since she herself does not use a spear, whom do you think it's for? Sikong Longxiang revealed a sunny smile. The choice is yours, to swallow your pride and survive, or to retaliate with utmost dignity. Suddenly, the window swung open, a gust of wind sweeping in, wrapping Sikong Longxiang in the fluttering curtains. When the wind ceased, Sikong Longxiang vanished without a trace. All that remained was a cup of milk tea and a gilded invitation resting atop the bedside table. Luo Baiyue chose not to glance at the items on the nightstand. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the brooding sky beyond the window. Are you certain you do not require my company? Inquired Luo Baiyue, as she assisted Gao Yunjing in arranging his attire. Why are you worried about me? Gao Yunjing replied, his lips curling into a smile that danced with mirth. Do not forget who I truly am. How am I to know who you are? Luo Baiyue retorted, playfully poking Gao Yunjing's cheek. After all, upon his return, someone had mentioned that being overly adept at masquerading might lead one to forget their own identity. Regardless, you need not fret over me. Gao Yunjing whispered conspiratorially in Luo Baiyue's ear. The mist of concealment is about to awaken. Prepare yourself promptly. With that, he bypassed Luo Baiyue and made his way outside to the Rolls-Royce that awaited him. Once seated in the back of the luxurious vehicle, Gao Yunjing underwent a remarkable transformation. The radiant smile that had adorned his face evaporated instantaneously. His expression shifted to one of profound introspection, his voice flat as a whisper on the wind. "Let's depart." The driver, momentarily distracted by the composed yet youthful visage of the boy before him, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in an opulent black tailored suit. His wrist graced by a Patek Philippe watch, merely nodded in acknowledgement. The contrast between the boy he had seen in photographs and the one before him was striking. However, the driver chose to remain silent, starting the engine and guiding the car away into the distance. Inside the villa, Luo Baiyue gazed through the open entrance at the Rolls-Royce that gradually receded from view. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. The voice on the other end was both ingratiating and sycophantic. "Miss Luo, as you speculated. There will indeed be fog in Yinhua City's subordinate Yilantown in the coming days. Seal this information," she instructed. "Understood." After concluding that call, Luo Baiyue dialed another number. "What is the analysis result?" A calm female voice responded. "It aligns with your hypothesis. The populace of Yilantown has unknowingly transformed into divine attendants." A sudden silence fell on the line, prompting Luo Baiyue to frown. "Why the silence?" The steady voice on the other end stirred slightly. "Sister Luo, they are unaware of their status as divine attendants, and they believe themselves to be human. We must enough." Luo Baiyue interjected coolly, cutting off the other speaker. "Their ignorance does not negate the truth of their nature. Can you envision the consequences if they were to venture to another city and unleash the divine blood within them? Sacrificing a few for the sake of the many is not the optimal outcome. Allowing a latent threat to fester is akin to using a decaying rope to pull a cart." After a moment of silence, the voice finally acquiesced. "Understood, Sister Luo." Just as she hung up, a text message arrived. Luo Baiyue opened it. "Yinhua Empire Execution Headquarters. Divine Fog God discovered in Yilantown. Signs of awakening. Special assignment dispatched for Luo Baiyue and team members Luo by phone, Luo by Jiang, Xiaoziyun, and in Chongjin to execute the divine extermination mission. Scheduled for 4 days from now. Please confirm receipt." Luo Baiyue felt no surprise at receiving this message from the higher-ups. The 4-day interval was designed to allow the Academy to deploy high-risk ethereal beings to eradicate the entire town while simultaneously gauging the situation and preparing the team. She tapped out a message. "I request that Gao Yunjing be included in this operation." The response from the execution headquarters was swift. Approved. Chapter 79. Su Mingyan. The driver exhibited exceptional skill, swiftly guiding the Rolls-Royce to a towering edifice. The building's design was unadorned, starkly contrasting with other local government institutions. It resembled a typical commercial structure, even appearing somewhat diminutive in stature. As soon as the car halted, a security guard approached to open the door, and Gao Yunjing alighted. At that moment, another impeccably dressed bodyguard approached respectfully. "You must be Mr. Gao Yunjing." The guard gestured invitingly. "Please follow me." Gao Yunjing nodded slightly and followed the bodyguard into the building. The interior decor was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary office building, perhaps even more austere. The only notable difference was the hurried demeanor of those passing by, their tailored trench coats adorned with small sword insignias. "Mr. Gao, we shall take the private elevator," the bodyguard stated, maintaining a demeanor of utmost respect throughout the journey. Finally, they arrived at an unremarkable door. "Mr. Gao, I must excuse myself from the proceedings that follow," the bodyguard said, stepping back. Throughout this exchange, Gao Yunjing remained silent. Standing before the door, he noted its utter ordinariness, an unremarkable aluminum alloy portal. The lavish expectations of outsiders were nowhere to be found. The walls bore no embellishments, only pristine white plaster. The flooring was constructed of modestly priced materials, leaving one to wonder how anyone could believe this was the headquarters of the Yinhua Empire's Execution Bureau. Who could imagine that behind this unassuming door resided the highest authority of the Bureau? Su Mingyan. Gao Yunjing had not prepared extensively. He stood at the threshold, acutely aware that if he lingered too long, it might be perceived as a sign of weakness. He pushed the door open, and the interior revealed a stark contrast to the exterior simplicity. A grand mahogany desk dominated the space, accompanied by an opulent hand-woven carpet. Opposite the desk stood a massive aquarium, teeming with various fish that drifted lazily through the water. Even the flooring was crafted from rare pomelo wood. A towering single sofa replaced the conventional office chair, upon which a man sat, holding a cigar that was encircled by tendrils of smoke. His voice resonated with calm authority. "You have arrived, Gao Yunjing." "Indeed," he replied, stepping inside and closing the door behind him, settling into a single sofa facing the mahogany desk. The man across from him bore a weathered visage, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, and he was clad entirely in bespoke garments. He extracted a cigar from its case. "Would you care for one?" "Thank you, but no." Gao Yunjing, a direct descendant of Gao Changong, the first general of the Yinhua Empire, had inherited the ethereal sequence 72, known as windswept snow. However, due to his father's failure to inherit this ethereal power, he was expelled from the Gao family in Yinhua City and ultimately settled in Qingjiang City. Yet, upon awakening his ethereal abilities, his true strength exceeded the limits of his sequence, leading to suspicions of divine blood mutation. His capabilities ranked him among the forbidden ethereal beings, with a potential strength estimated around sequence 54. After recounting this series of details about Gao Yunjing, the man perched on the single sofa couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Do you not find your life reminiscent of a protagonist in a novel?" "Perhaps," Gao Yunjing mused, "in which case, I owe my gratitude to the shadowy figure who brought Luo Baiyue into my life. To validate our suspicions, I require a sample of your blood." The man extinguished his cigar, producing a silver needle and a test tube. "There should be no need for me to instruct you on how to operate, right?" "No." Gao Yunjing took the silver needle, pierced his index finger, and let a drop of crimson blood fall into the test tube, which he then handed to the man. "Is everything in order now?" "Yes." Gao Yunjing reclined on the sofa, crossing his left leg with a languid tone. "You may now send it for testing, and please summon Su Mengyan." The man sitting opposite him momentarily appeared taken aback, then broke into a smile, clearly surprised that his disguise had been so swiftly uncovered. "This is quite normal. There exists a significant disparity between those who have wielded power and those who have not, and an even greater gulf between those who have held substantial authority and those with only a modicum of it. You can only be considered to possess a trivial amount of power, hence your attempt to alleviate the tension with a cigar, trying to foster a closer rapport through its offering." "Ha ha ha!" A hearty laughter resounded through the heavy door. Indeed, heroes have always emerged in their youth. The door swung open, and in walked the very driver who had just been behind the wheel. "You suspected me while I was in the car, didn't you?" A professional driver ought not to harbor such overwhelming curiosity about me. Su Mengyan waved his hand, and the person who had received Gao Yunjing's blood sample promptly exited the room. Su Mengyan did not appear aged. He was an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, yet his bright eyes concealed an underlying weariness. This delineates the difference between the two. Though the man earlier bore a visage of age, his gaze was too vibrant, revealing his youthfulness. Su Mengyan's eyes, while seemingly bright, were persistently shrouded in fatigue. Sitting in an armchair, his modest height of just over 1.70 meters nonetheless exuded an inexplicable pressure. His eyes sparkled with intensity, sharp as a blade, as if they could pierce through one's very essence. "What would you like to discuss with me?" "Your inquiry leaves me at a loss for words." Su Mengyan maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet his tone gradually turned icy. "After all, your points of suspicion are manifold. You deem me replete with doubts, yet you do not hesitate to engage with me?" Faced with Gao Yunjing's subtly sarcastic remark, Su Mengyan displayed no discernible reaction. One should neither suspect those they employ nor employ those they suspect, regardless of the approach that may convince Luo Baiyue of your reliability. It suggests that you are not a dangerous individual. Moreover, you are a direct descendant of a former general of the Yinhua Empire, are you not? Su Mengyan repeated the previous gesture, extending the cigar once more to Gao Yunjing. "Do you require this cigar again?" Unlike his prior refusal, Gao Yunjing accepted the cigar this time, skillfully retrieving a cutter and igniting it. "Ha ha!" Su Mingyan erupted into a hearty laugh. I understand you are discontented with those of us in power. But alas, my dear, this societal structure is, as it is dark and predatory, and we, the antiquated relics, are powerless to reform it. I comprehend. Su Mingyan extended his hand, and in response to his overture, Gao Yunjing similarly reached out, their hands clasping together. I shan't detain you any longer. Do take some time to explore the university. The scenery at Yinhua University is indeed quite beautiful. Farewell. With that, Gao Yunjing said nothing further, rising to exit the room. In Chapter 80, I ponder what would be suitable for a proposal. The vehicle that fetched Gao Yunjing was once again that Rolls-Royce, yet the driver had been replaced by a stout middle-aged man. Throughout the journey, the middle-aged man dared not raise his gaze to meet Gao Yunjing as once. After all, he was not personally acquainted with him, and there was no need to read the room. He merely needed to deliver Gao Yunjing to the designated location. Gao Yunjing leaned back, closing his eyes slightly. The essence of Su Mingyan's earlier words was straightforward. I know you're dissatisfied, but it is futile. I understand you possess numerous small, incriminating details. Yet as long as you maintain a calm facade, you will be fine. The offering of the cigar was a question of consent. Engaging with such a cunning old fox is, to be frank, quite tiresome. Gao Yunjing opened his eyes and commanded, let's not rush home. Drive around Yinhua University. Very well. Thus, Gao Yunjing spent an entire day meandering through Yinhua University, finally committing its intricate layout to memory. Upon returning home, he found a young girl nestled on the sofa with a life-size stuffed bear. Upon seeing him, she first raised her gaze, her eyes sparkling like stars, only to swiftly lower her head, burying herself deeper into the plush embrace of the bear. Oh, our Gao Gu still remembers to come home. I thought you would keep exploring. Pray tell, which lovely lady accompanied you on your outing? Gao Yunjing could not help but smile wryly. Perhaps Luo Baiyue's recent comportment had been so unremarkable that he had forgotten. Now, he was acutely aware of the intensity of her possessiveness over him, an awareness that had eluded him during their previous cohabitation. How could I dare? With such a beautiful young lady at home, I would never dream of pursuing other women. Gao Yunjing shed his suit, sinking into the sofa, extending his long, firm arm to reclaim Luo Baiyue from the bear's embrace. She feebly resisted for a moment before yielding and lying in his arms. Is that so? Behave now. Luo Baiyue wrapped her delicate, pale arms around Gao Yunjing's waist, raising her eyes to scrutinize him. The young girl's eyes glistened with a hint of red, her tone shifting from its usual chill to one that was alluring and affectionate. Poor girl, barely an adult, and yet she must keep a lonely vigil. All her needs are provided for, yet what is the outcome? Luo Baiyue grasped Gao Yunjing's chin with her slender, pale hand, compelling their gazes to meet. What have you done? A sharp pain radiated from his chin, her already fair hands turning even paler with the pressure. Gao Yunjing felt a jolt of surprise. How could a single day apart render Luo Baiyue seemingly transformed? Speak, what have you been up to? Luo Baiyue leaned in closer, their bodies pressed tightly together. As she settled onto his lap, Gao Yunjing chose not to counter her, instead pressing down on her small head, and her luscious lips instinctively sought his. Finally released from her grip, Luo Baiyue's previously vibrant lips appeared even more radiant, akin to a blossoming rose. Do you find pleasure in feeling jealous? Gao Yunjing's hand unceremoniously slipped beneath the voluminous fabric of Luo Baiyue's nightgown, indulging in the delicate contours of her porcelain-like figure. Luo Baiyue gasped softly, her body melting into his embrace like a fluffy cloud, entirely devoid of her earlier assertiveness, resembling tender meat awaiting slaughter. Her skin was exquisite, as white as milk and as smooth as silk, providing an unparalleled tactile experience. Gao Yunjing was certain that even the finest jade he had ever encountered could not compare to the sensation of Luo Baiyue's skin. He lifted her chin to meet his gaze, his tone teasing and provocative. With such limited skills, you dare to play the lovesick maiden? The moment I kiss you, you turn soft and pliable like a doll in my arms. Do you truly believe you possess the talent for such romantic endeavors? At this moment, the young girl, looking utterly wronged, lamented, "You left me here all alone to guard this empty house, and you think you have a right to complain?" Her voice was delicate and soft, reminiscent of a feather gliding gracefully across the water's surface, yet capable of stirring ripples that spread outward. Gao Yunjing inclined his head, their faces nearly touching. His tone gentle and imbued with a sense of caution, as if he were about to reveal the most significant secret in the world to her. "I wish to discover the most picturesque locations, the ideal spots for a proposal." Luo Baiyue's voice was sweet and tender, tinged with a girlish shyness. "In truth, anywhere would suffice if you truly desire it. I would agree regardless." "That simply won't do," Gao Yunjing retorted, shaking his head. It sounded pitiful to rely solely on patronage while selecting a proposal site so casually. "Doesn't that sound like a mere underling? Then what do you intend to do?" Luo Baiyue lifted her charmingly flushed face, gazing intently at the young man. A smirk crept across Gao Yunjing's lips as he raised his hand, a hand that could drive a handmaiden to madness, glinting under the light with a luster akin to jade. "Though it may sound somewhat juvenile, I truly am a member of the Gao family, and a direct descendant at that. What my father lost, I shall reclaim." "You wish to return to the Gao family? Is that permissible?" Gao Yunjing countered. "After all, there are few in my generation capable of competing for the family assets. Their prowess amounts to little more than a perilous spirit. What right do they have to such a vast inheritance, relying on their treachery, cunning, and selfishness?" A flicker of flame danced in Gao Yunjing's deep-set eyes, a beautiful ballet of fire that seemed poised to consume everything in its path. Luo Baiyue playfully pinched his cheek. "You really should refrain from making such bold claims. Be cautious lest you invite trouble." "How can anything happen to me?" Gao Yunjing grasped the petite hand she extended, admiring its delicate intricacies. "I've lived this long. Have you ever seen me in a dire predicament? I merely approach matters with a touch of madness and extremity. Yet I remain confident." "Indeed, your confidence is impressive." Luo Baiyue suddenly broke free from his embrace and rose to her feet. Noticing her departure, Gao Yunjing inquired, "Where are you off to?" "What else would I do?" Luo Baiyue turned her head to look at him. "There's an auction at Bamboo Grove Pavilion, and, unlike you, who remains impeccably dressed, I need to prepare myself." "Oh." Gao Yunjing reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to alleviate the fatigue that had accumulated from prolonged mental strain. He was unperturbed by the time it would take for Luo Baiyue to get ready. After all, she always appeared barefaced at any soiree. An auction was merely a matter of changing into a different outfit. Shortly thereafter, Luo Baiyue emerged, dressed simply with her hair styled in a casual bun. "Let us go and peruse the auction." Gao Yunjing rose, taking her small hand in his. "Very well, my little vinegar jar."